Chapter 1 The Celestial Incab of Clouds. The first drop of ink fell upon the Xuan paper, a testament to the divine inspiration of the brush. Xuanmo a petishans, and in nemament the apeen discomputer, a shadow flitted past the window ways to berder summethingels, there was no time to observe, no to metaponder. With the emergency of the video, Hugh was drawn into their world. Yet, it was not the narrative of a television drama, but rather a real entirely different. Heba held the futural apparatus of Peach Blossom's sunderis dominion, a world inhabited solo libidities, devoid of an immortal presence. Rubbing his eyes to ensure clarity, he discovered a shiarthad pierced through his screen, entering the Peach Blossom source beneath the tree of the Peach Blossom fairy. It was an immortal domain, timeless and boundless, where peach blossoms flourished endlessly. In that realm, there was no birth, aging, illness, or death, and life tree of eternal life and thorough wondrous creatures that resided beneath it. The peach tree, stretching 1,000 miles, adorned with purplegity and ethereal swords, held Fulvection sword bestowed Bilvexian himself. Since Ethemond encountered the peach blossom fairy, he transformed into the celestial sword, eternally guarding the peach tree. The greatest bond in these world is the commitment to Phonus Vera being, a devotion stupid passion. Yet, this dumb of affection was constructed from a profusion of blooming peach blossoms. Espanof eternity and furlingento infinity, themeless peach blossoms or so soon locked bethetrus to motion santhus and cirrus the arts. Thus Xuanmo, upon witnessing the peach tree, Penver says in her honor beneath the peach tree, the peach blossom fairy, petals falling like a tersoflonging, gathering the blossoms to brewine and crafting a fan from the painted petals. If I o heavy verba held such exquisite peach blossoms, how could I not be entranced with their beauty? Do I think the peach blossoms already void of feeling, no theoreva brantly live. And so, when Xuanmo throw whizgaze from the screen, hecotelipsy of the peach blossom winking at them. The peach blossom appeared to flutter like delicate snowflakes, traversing the fabric of time and space, unfolding before Xuanmo tapestry more intricate than Qingming riverside scene. An elder Cladinancy Entrobis abruptly materialized before him, only to transform in an instant into a young man in green, smiling cheerfully at him. Wario? Xuanmo inquired, to the young man in green responded with a slight smile. Bij banks off Weishua River I often fish, casting my line of 3 feet in water, not for carperbream, but for Lord Sandnibbles. Today I am also known as Zhang Taigong. These was the venerable ho had 10 dead Weishua River 3,000 years ago. Yet, Hakud claimed that his aspiration should dwane over the passage of 3 millennia? This time, however, Hesot Nuthwan Wang Ho vanquished Shang'anzhou, Butrethirth Peach Blossom deity of Peach Blossom source. This peach blossom deity was in celestial being from the 9th heaven, descended to earth by divine decree to share an energy of boundless peach blossoms, all reliant upon the very brush Xuanmo wielded. When Xuanmo let the first drop of ink fall upon the paper, the scroll unfurled, heralding a new divine decree. The first name upon his decree was to have off the immortal known as seen. Ho had cultivated in the immortal realm for a verita years, perhaps daylight praying gone burning incense to Odin deities. But Hakud have anticipated that a lifetime of diligent devotion would culminate in their revelafactru immortal? Upon his soul's departure from his body, he knelt before a Theovateroth North Star Emperor, taking Gimish's master. The immortal, transformed from North Star Emperor, tenderly caressed Shadan bestowed upon him the name Zine. On that day, the world wept for him, just as they were about to confess their tributus to his cicadas molt, unaware they the Hadal Redi concluded his earthlightas. Joining Zhang Taigong as a loyal minister to the peach blossom deity, they ventured into a new world. Chapter 2 The Pink Butterfly. The blossoms of the peach tree attract many bees beautifisment, it was not bees tutward drawn, but butterflies. Delicate pink butterflies, hues matching the blossoms, merge into a grand vase of pink. Indistinguishable as butterflies or peach blossoms, always a singular shade offers away. Taigong leisurely sate beneath the peach tree, patient-like collecting the fallen petals and ebion, placing them into a floral urn. Headed honey, along with rock sugar and pristine white cotton candy. Intent in brewing peach blossom wine. If he buried this peach blossom wine beneath Etersanau, it would beredita drink in 6 months. The peach blossom Shiva's flower, he mused that the wine would like lipos as a similarly playful flavor. Yet, thepiach blossomoisel so flower of profound affection and so hein fiestet with alles levian hopes, including his yearning for her. These yearning ways a kind of wine, neither bitter nor harsh, yet intoxicating gashudly and tofish submerged in water, enviously admiring the freedom of birds. Xuanmo, watching the video saw Tagonjmerge wearing the semi expression and smile abori 3000 years ago, yet this time his alakarit samethan more. Thistimi headed not catch fish, but instead, azure dragon. Far lakir than before had hot catching fish was amething most could achieve, perhaps 7 catching 1 wang was within me reach. But why not aspire to heights beyond that, if you're a peasor lofty, and or pursuits ambitious, then why not, he contented lie stroke a disbeard, gently lifting the azure dragon in his fingers. The little creature was charming, unlike the fearsome dragon's off legend. Tagung beheld it, and burst into hearty laughter as the azure dragon transformed into Ayun boyclitting reen. Do you understand the arts of music, chess, poetry, and painting? Tagan gaskum, Tohik the azure dragon smiled in reply. Thought heruren wanstrum and synth the heaven suck into thosioni arth, it does not me in therunen. Ash spoke, ha produced musical instrument aochin, which was no ordinary item, for with an itrezide dot of any insect, a celestial being nourished bethecency of sound. Such a can existi don lay in the heavens, known as dushin. The azure dragon health akin delicately, and it begin to weep with sound. Yet upon closer listening, Igwezale meant akin to a heartfelt confession, and the azure dragon begin tussing. Peach blossoms bloom, pink butterflies dance, fischel sousing, birds chirp in harmony, thoughts flow gently, within Thessonlia's poetry, the ducksin conceals mysteries, a true friend can't word. Taigong, upon hearing this, felt the depth of its meaning, but the most evocative was the sound of the insect within Dushin. Its voice seemed to murmur complaints, as if sharing whispered secrets. Or perhaps it spoke to itself, note intended for Rainyo Nilsito here, deeply moving, embody in jade lightful self-contentment, yet shrouded dina pride and leisure anatmian for outsiders. The Dushin, with the insect within, yet nune he devre encounter it. Only the exquisite lafina sounds of poetry could convey emotion reminiscent of valley falling into water, carry it away with the sound of water. Like peach blossom puddle synth peach blossom source, with pink butterflies fluttering above. Not mer lithopheres thintophalatas bud, but pink butterflies lighting upaniscrest. Taigong, absorbed in the Saitan sound, suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, recalling Gasina from the heavens, a legendary transcendence, amathic tale. Do you believe a trees can live forever? Taigong had witnessed here in the heavens. Yet the persuade her on earth thesametry, thesameperson, the same fate. Chapter 3, The Unfolded Scroll, gently turning the pages, Xuanmo gazed at the sky, where the evening glow was resplendent. A drop of ink fell from the tip of his brush, spreading across the paper. Seizing the moment, he sketched a peony, beside which lingered an ethereal spirit of the flower. Beneath the peony lay an old man, his wine jug tilted, murmuring in his dreams with a rhythm reminiscent of a chant. As his belly rose and fell in laughter and curses, this was Song Kue, who bore a striking resemblance to a ghost-catching celestial master, yet he was a tree spirit of a millennia-old pine. Xuanmo with his brush awakened him, and as he opened his bleary eyes, he beheld the world beyond the paper, where the peach blossom deity resided, not destined to perish beneath the peony, upon encountering the peach blossom deity. He forgot the allure of being a ghost. From that moment on he transformed his demeanor, no longer indulging in excessive drinking. Noticing that the peach blossom deity also cherished writing, he implored Xuanmo for the largest brush. Exhausting a month's worth of his ink supply, the entire room became adorned with peach trees, petals, and the essence of the peach blossom deity. The most poignant depiction captured the peach blossom deity seated beneath a tree. Painting a peach blossom fan, on which rested a branch of peach blossoms, petals nearly falling, swaying in the breeze. One petal hung suspended in the air as the peach blossom deity focused intently on it. Accompanied by a poetic inscription, once the vast sea, hard to be water, apart from Wushan, not a cloud. Once there was Boya and Zi Chi, now there is the peach blossom Zien, the flower's stamen is strings of a zither. The wind is fingers in the still night, the mountains sound, quietly listening after the rain, devoid of sound. This spoke of the world's zither strings resonating, deemed mundane by the peach blossom deity, who preferred the stamen of the peach blossom as strings. The wind is fingers, and the silent, melodic essence as the ultimate resonance, emphasizing that listening to the rain should occur after it has fallen, for that is the true resonance. Song Kue, the oldest among the pines. was enamored with the peach blossom deity's unparalleled beauty. No flower spirit surpassed the allure of the peach blossom. Thus, in the legends of El Sen, he jested with the white peony, but the true El Sen, upon encountering the peach blossom deity, never departed from the boundless peach grove. He gifted his cherished sword to the peach blossom deity as a token of affection, and from that moment, their hearts entwined. Forgetting both the peony and the hibiscus, with only the peach blossom sword as an ornament, forever intertwined with the trees and longing, when El Sen bestowed his most beloved sword upon the peach blossom deity, he also pledged himself, eternally transformed into a symbol of yearning upon the peach tree. Instantly an ancient sword appeared upon the peach tree, adept in flight, circling the tree daily like bees, adorning its blade with peach petals. Akin to a delicate, intricately crafted cup filled with heavenly pool water, resembling down feathers resting upon green moss, contrasting in hue yet harmonizing in softness, inseparable like burrs clinging to a cat's fur. The peach blossoms, more radiant than peonies, shed their petals frequently reminiscent of snow falling in July, a winter snow descending in spring, yet amidst the warmth of the season. Thus El Sen often playfully teased the flower raccoon beneath the peach blossom deity's tree, delivering playful taps upon its head. In a moment of mischief, the raccoon, having devoured a roasted chestnut, leaped from the scroll towards Xuanmo, meowing as it toppled Xuanmo's inkstone, spilling ink all over him. At that instant, a rain of peach petals began to fall, heralding the arrival of the flower deity's cat. Chapter 4. No doubt, trust those you employ, and do not doubt them. Xuanmo's scroll unfurled, revealing a vivid landscape painting depicting a tale of alchemy. It told of 3 disciples cultivating on a mountain, where the master spent 3,000 years crafting an elixir. However, at the moment of consumption, he imparted a profound message to his 2 disciples: do not consume for the sake of longevity, nor abstain for the sake of death. Yet, his disciples were perplexed by his words. The master subsequently tossed 2 pills to a dog, which perished after consuming them. The master himself ingested the elixir and also died. The 2 disciples exchanged glances. One exclaimed, I sought immortality, yet here we are. The master and the dog have perished after consuming the elixir, indicating its failure. The other disciple, younger yet perceptive, countered, but the master is a celestial being. Surely he cannot err. Thus, he too consumed the elixir and met his demise, leaving the disciple seeking immortality to flee down the mountain. However, upon reaching the base, he encountered a woodcutter who conveyed a message from the master: do not consume for the sake of longevity, nor abstain for the sake of death. The disciple was taken aback, and as he hurried back up the mountain, he witnessed his master, the dog, and his elder brother soaring through the clouds, smiling at him. In that instant enlightenment dawned, yet it was too late for regret. Xuanmo was familiar with this tale, yet within the peach blossom source another scroll existed. This painting depicted the Duke of Zhou fishing at the Wei River, encountering a young man who aspired to follow him, but lacked the decisive courage of the Duke. The Duke imparted a significant lesson: one cannot have both fish and bear's paws, implying that when one is uncertain of the path ahead, one must adhere to principles. The choice before him was to either enter the peach blossom source and become an eternal deity, or to remain attached to the mundane world, returning to his daily job, living among mortals and savoring the joys of life. The young man wrestled with this dilemma, not because he did not desire to become a deity, but because he was uncertain of what awaited him beyond that step, whether it would lead to true enlightenment or trials requiring him to overcome obstacles. Thus, he found himself indecisive between the 2 options. The peach blossom deity, observing this human predicament beneath the tree, recognized that the fate of the dog consuming the elixir was akin to the current situation. However, the most insightful disciple understood that the essence of the matter was not merely life or death, but the nature of the celestial. His master was a celestial being, incapable of error. If the master himself consumed the elixir, there was no need for fear. One must choose between immortality and the celestial realm, just as the dog did, following its master without question, for the secrets of heaven must not be divulged. As the peach blossom deity sat beneath the tree, unrolling the scroll, she pondered the same. The Duke would not err. She reflected on his wisdom. Why not consider that this is indeed the best course of action? If he said it is so, then it is so, for those who are employed should not be doubted, and those who are doubted should not be employed, since the Duke is a trusted aide. Trust him entirely. Hence, the peach blossom deity believed in the Duke's words. Though the path may be fraught with challenges, if it aligns with his will, it is undoubtedly correct. Thus, seated beneath the tree, the peach blossom deity inscribed a poem upon the scroll. Once a divine elixir ventured to the underworld, now the Duke bestows imperial authority. Within the emperor's destiny lies a golden dragon soaring forth from the mist of water and clouds. Chapter 5. The Duke is sovereign. Xuanmo lingered before the screen for a considerable time, Such is the nature of this world, fresh ingredients begin to spoil after a day, transitioning from vibrant green to decrepitude, yet, the realm of the celestial is not thus, therefore, enduring entities become increasingly precious. The Duke emerged from the screen taking a seat, requesting Xuanmo to brew him a cup of tea. Xuanmo unveiled his cherished, rare edition, revealing several strands resembling fine hair, which, upon contact with water, spread like ink on paper. He was momentarily taken aback. I wish to know what the future holds, he mused, recalling a friend in his circle who lamented the world's decline, with wars escalating. As technology advanced, various flying saucers had become weaponized, yet King Geezer was soon to reincarnate, destined to lead warriors against the warmongers of Earth, ultimately reaching the pure land of Shambhala. Xuanmo inquired of the Duke. Noting that this tale from the Sami monastery in Tibet felt distant. In ancient Tibetan belief, King Geezer was akin to Jiangxia, a figure close to King Wen. However, it seemed that celestial beings from the Central Plains had never appeared in Lhasa. Did Xiao Zhu ever journey to Tibet? What was his perspective on the warrior King Geezer? Most importantly, such a beautiful peach blossom source, with its endless blossoms, remained unrecorded in any literature or historical accounts, nor mentioned in prophetic texts. The Duke laughed heartily. Xuanmo, you ought to understand what destiny truly means. Destiny is not a trivial matter, nor a memory to be erased from the annals of history. Destiny. Xuanmo recalled the words of the old Taoist at Taiji Mountain, who had once said, "Step by step, we have arrived at this moment, for everything is destiny. You seek him, and he seeks you. Thus you meet. To wed an emperor, how profound a fortune that must be. It is akin to 10 matchboxes, 9 of which are empty, with only one containing matches. One must use all the matches before discovering the note within. Thus relying on chance, this embodies the essence of what is encountered yet cannot be sought. The peach blossom source, and the peach blossom deity, represent the truest form of what is encountered yet cannot be sought. Hence, this is the most precious of fates. Thus, one must have faith in the will of heaven. What is determined and chosen by the divine may elude your understanding, yet, upon deeper contemplation, is not all that exists truly wondrous and seamless? Xuanmo mused that the great Duke comprehended the will of heaven, standing majestically at the forefront of the battlefield. In comparison to the emperor, the strategist is far more familiar with all matters. So why does the great Duke content himself with the position of a king? Why does he not ascend further? However, when in the presence of the emperor, there is a unique aura that emanates from him, a charm that is utterly irresistible. It is precisely for this reason that all things yield to him. This is the imperceptible yet genuinely existent authority granted by heaven. The power bestowed by the divine is the most exquisite of treasures. You have never encountered a life more splendid than this. Thus, the great Duke understood in his heart that this is indeed the will of heaven. Consequently, he willingly serves as the emperor's king. His unwavering role as a loyal minister forever secured. One may ponder that the great Duke was an elder from 3 millennia ago, yet in truth, he exists in this era, this age, and this spacetime continuum. Chapter 6, Early Autumn. Since ancient times, the Zhongnan Mountain has been a haven for those seeking immortality. Xuanmo held a distinct understanding of the ethereal orchids in the secluded valleys. He believed that with a little more effort, they could uncover the boundaries and ancient barriers of the immortals. However, the search for immortals in the real world is not as one might imagine, for perhaps when you encounter them, you may fail to recognize their true identity. Thus missing the opportunity, the great Duke was leisurely playing the guqin, an unexpected sight for a strategist accustomed to the battlefield. Yet it is entirely remarkable that the true great Duke is versed in all arts, music, chess, poetry, calligraphy, and painting, yet you do not comprehend him, nor does he understand you. The peach blossom deity shared a drink with the great Duke, observing as he placed another piece on the chessboard, exchanging a knowing smile. This was not merely a game between equals. Rather, he utilized a piece to portray the world of 3 millennia past and 3 millennia hence. The chessboard held numerous spatial positions, yet with the placement of a single piece, all spaces seemed to be imbued with a singular force. Although it merely added a fraction, it was akin to a black dot upon a blank sheet of paper, drawing all attention to itself. Thus, in the context of the white paper, the black dot reigns supreme. Though the expanse of white is vast, it paradoxically becomes its greatest weakness, while the black, though the smallest entity, serves as the sole support, utilizing all the blank spaces as its backdrop. Therefore, white is merely subservient to black. In other words, the white paper exists solely for the presence of the black dot. Nodding, the great Duke exchanged a smile with the peach blossom deity, who took another sip of wine. They reminisced about a monk from Tangyu on Zhongnan Mountain, who spent his days refining medicines to aid all sentient beings. In his parlor hung a painting of the Arhat subduing a tiger. leading all who beheld it to believe the monk was the reincarnation of the Arhat. He taught the beings he encountered, who were likened to tigers, yet only the peach blossom deity pointed out that the monk was, in fact, the tiger, while those he guided were merely his sustenance or the flowers adorning his garden, akin to small bonsais. The great duke, upon hearing this, paused momentarily. The peach blossom deity remarked that he merely used others as his backdrop. Yet each individual felt they were recipients of his benevolence. A true Arhat would not behave thus. Xuanmo, intrigued, asked why. The peach blossom deity smiled, stating that the tiger is the steed of the Arhat. Where, then, is the human? She countered Xuanmo's inquiry, who, perplexed, replied that the human is of course the Arhat, was not the person upon the tiger's back. The peach blossom deity chuckled, since the human is upon the tiger's back. Who painted this picture? Was it the tiger, the Arhat, or the human? The figure in the painting, yet outside the frame, portrays the Arhat and the tiger, excluding the Arhat tiger, and human. A true Arhat does not manifest. What manifests must be the tiger, and the ferocity of the tiger will surely instill awe. When one perceives that he has surrounded himself with a backdrop, positioning himself as the sovereign, can he still be considered an Arhat? The great duke, upon hearing this, remained silent, responding only with a chess piece. The peach blossom deity observed this move quietly. The great duke typically treaded on perilous paths, often finding life in moments of severance. In times of impasse, he neither rushed to achieve nor hastily replied. He merely sought the black within the vast expanse of white. More white is merely the background of black. It is no wonder he could attain dominion. He is the Arhat depicted in the painting. His true conquest is not over the tiger, but rather the one wielding the brush beyond the frame. That individual being Xuanmo. Chapter 7. It has commenced. Time and space are constructs. The peach blossom spring exemplifies this. The peach blossom deity created an endless orchard through her very being. When an old world perishes, a new world inevitably takes its place. In this moment, what you perceive as hope and what you deem hopeless shall shift. In a world filled with birth, aging, illness, and death, one must learn to seek the realm untouched by these cycles. Thus, despite the myriad challenges, the architect of this era is the one who has perceived all from the very beginning. The great duke is acutely aware of this. He too seeks that which remains unchanging, belonging to the realm of eternity. Xuanmo, with his brush, inscribes all of this. The affairs of the world and all beings enter the canvas. In the autumn market, people bustle about. A child approaches the zingao shop, enamored by the yellow millet zingao, a sweet delicacy steamed with dates, millet, and red beans. She delights in this treat. Xuanmo recalls a painting he created, a shepherd boy leading a cow along a joyful path. With a large willow tree nearby where several individuals are engaged in a game of melon. Those are the immortals of Kunlun Mountain, wagering with divine melons as their stakes. Before them lies a large basin of water, within which floats a small boat, surrounded by clouds, thunder, and flashes of lightning, as if a tempest is about to arise. On the boat sits a diminutive figure, quietly watching the endless expanse of water. All the immortals have placed their melons on her side. Not far from her is the legendary Rakshasa sea market, where indeed a chicken and a donkey exist. Why does the chicken not realize it is a chicken, and the donkey not recognize itself as a donkey? It is because this world is inherently inverted, mistaking deer for horses, and the figure seated in the boat is none other than the peach blossom deity. She sails upon the sea, destined for the true other shore. When the flowers of the other shore bloom, the Rakshasa kingdom shall sink to the ocean floor, taking with it the birds and horses, erasing all absurdities and inversions, along with their beauty and ugliness, good and evil. Thus, the immortals adore her boat. Regardless of the turbulent waves and storms, they lend their divine melons to assist her vessel. The peach blossom deity's gaze remains fixed on the most beautiful place upon the sea. In Dao Lang song, there is a young man named Ma Ju, and within the realm of Kunlun Mountain, there exists an immortal named Peach Blossom. She resides beside the Rakshasa sea market, where a chicken and a donkey dwell, next to a peach blossom spring that can also be envisioned as Noah's Ark upon the sea. Yet this time, it is not Noah, but the peach blossom spring. Xuanmo gently retrieves the scroll, and the great duke enters. Sitting beside the peach blossom deity, from his sleeve, he produces a jade flute, its verdant notes resembling the sound of a waterfall in a secluded valley. As the clouds gradually rise, the hazy night obscures the stars, yet fireflies dance in the air, akin to lanterns upon the mountains. Ziyin, clad in white, also steps inside, her yaoqin producing heavenly melodies. Thus, upon the vast ocean, countless whales sway to the celestial music, dancing gracefully in the waters. Amidst all this, the shepherd boy leisurely guides his cow into the deep mountains. Xuanmo, therefore, rolls up the painting and returns to his abode, where he unfurls a sheet of Xian paper upon the table and writes a few words, "The cherished one in the heart of the water." Chapter 8. standing out alone, Xuanmo had never realized how significant the opening of this time-space was. All eyes are directed toward this peach blossom spring, the very juncture between this world and the next. Bridged by a drop of ink from Xuanmo, unlike the first drop of blood, he beheld the terrifying king described by the ancient prophet Nostradamus descending from the heavens. Should this not be a small asteroid colliding with Earth? Yet, the fulfillment of prophecies seems never recorded in any tome until realization dawns. If one were to observe the present from 3 millennia ago, would not iron steeds and automobiles appear as one and the same? Should you return to 3 millennia past, gazing upon this moment, perhaps you would forsake all for the sake of becoming the very scroll of this landscape, condensing your entire life into a single second? Just enough to drop the first ink upon this Xian paper. Thus, the venerable Taigong felt a profound sense of gratitude for his ability to encompass the entirety of the scroll. His straight fishing hook extended 3 feet above the water's surface. A measure that eliminated every fish in the realm, as well as transcending all dimensions of time and space. Should one find it unsatisfactory, it could simply be discarded and replaced. This notion holds particularly true for time and space. In realms invisible to all, it is not the eyes that guide, but rather the expansive perspective. Much like the size of your pot determines the dimensions of the pancake you cook within it. Therefore, as he meticulously traversed 5 millennia of time, he ultimately discerned that only the living can experience endless growth. This boundless expansion, however, often escapes the consideration of the majority of sentient beings. A summer insect might discourse on ice, provided it can endure the snowy winter. This seemingly paradoxical reality is merely a matter of environment. Plants and people unable to comprehend or flourish in one place may very well do so in another. For a shift in time and space alters everything. Thus, that straight hook once again eliminated all, with the sole exception of the peach blossom deities residing in the peach blossom spring, for that which can endure eternally is the true value. Beside him stood a young man reminiscent of the valiant Wuji from yesteryears. This lad, skeptical of fate, found himself ensnared by his own missteps, prompting him to seek Taigong as his mentor. This scenario parallels the present. The young man dreamed of a grand mask akin to those of Japanese deities, yet this mask possessed life. The mask, puzzled, inquired of the youth, "Why are you the chosen one?" It acknowledged the darkness within him, asserting that he was not a paragon of perfection. This referred to the young man's aspirations akin to Jiang Shang, yet he bore a certain softness in his character. Could he emulate the valiant Wuji of old? Taigong held confidence, for he understood that a tree nurtured in the southern lands would surely bear sweet fruit. If bitter, it would indicate a misplacement, necessitating its relocation from the north upon finding its rightful place in accordance with destiny. All flaws would transform into virtues, akin to chopsticks being lifted from the ground to rest upon a table. The transition from the realm of bitter trees to one of promise may take but a fleeting moment. Yet the journey from the original source of suffering could span lifetimes, a question not easily answered. Thus, the peach blossom deity gifted the young man a fan adorned with a peach tree, upon which a few blossoms rested, one of which drifted gracefully from its branches, suspended in midair without reliance on any external force. All gazes were drawn to her, a petal from the peach blossom spring. Chapter 9. Above all. To transcend all, to reign eternally. This was the dream cherished by Taigong. Xuanmo opened the pages of a book devoid of words. The absence of text implied that one must inscribe with the essence of life. Approaching the table, he unveiled the inkstone. As distant mountains cloaked in mist hinted at impending rain, he pondered briefly before lifting his brush, his mind flooded with visions of scenes from centuries past, akin to those depicted in films or television dramas. Yet, the experience of being immersed within them diverged significantly. In the ancient epics, when no humans roamed the earth, only deities existed. The realm of the divine knew no boundaries. Thus all must return to that era. A reset entails returning everything to zero, beginning anew. A robust stroke appeared upon the paper. Whatever one inscribes is an act of creating time and space. Some assert that the world is constructed from human thoughts or intentions. What one desires manifests. Yet, it is not merely willpower. Xuanmo recalled the tale of an old Taoist priest. In a serene, uninhabited forest, a middle-aged man bowed his head in search of medicinal herbs. Several villagers had fallen ill, succumbing to a contagion that claimed the frailest among them. Unable to bear their suffering, the man endeavored to heal them with his ancestral medical knowledge, having renounced worldly ties at a young age to pursue enlightenment. He believed that saving a life bore greater merit than attaining immortality. Thus, he vigilantly tended to the sick, neglecting his own rest. Months passed, and at last, he healed the final patient, liberating his anxious heart. He bid them farewell and returned to his mountain abode, dedicating his time to cooking, cleaning, and tending to his own needs. He prioritized aiding others, for if he did not act, no one would, and sacrifice was inevitable. He willingly relinquished his own aspirations to uplift others. Perhaps it was his sincerity that moved the deities. One night, he dreamed of an elderly man with a white beard seated upon the clouds. The elder beckoned him, tapping his head thrice, bestowing upon him a new name. Upon awakening, he pondered the significance of this dream, yet time sped by as he journeyed with his master across the seas, solving myriad troubles for others. Still, he remained perplexed by the elder's words. The burden of the world's karma weighed heavily upon the beings he had once healed, and to his dismay, those he had saved turned against him, accusing him unjustly. The villagers, seemingly driven mad, bound his hands and denounced him that he could not comprehend how his genuine sacrifices could yield such a fate. It was a heart-wrenching sensation, despite his desire to rectify the errors of an era. Beginning with the afflicted, he felt powerless against their obstinate hearts. Instead, this incurable affliction besieged him, and in the wake of such profound despair, he found himself rendered mute, unable to utter a word that day. He cast the herbs from his basket into the river, and onlookers lamented the loss. Tears streamed down his face. Humanity had rotted beyond redemption, and he regretted not devoting that time to his own cultivation of alchemical arts. Recognizing that he had erred completely and utterly. Chapter 10. The true meaning of dreams. Xuanmo discerned a divine resonance within the wordless tome, or revelation that might illuminate the old Taoist's confusion. He must have longed to know what constitutes right and wrong. It was not his fault for healing the villagers. Akin to the farmer encountering the serpent, his act of kindness resulted in betrayal. Is this the working of fate? Such a thought renders one unworthy of the path. Eventually, disheartened, he retreated to the mountains, abandoning the healing of others, believing all his efforts to be futile. Illness, in truth, does not reside within the body but rather within the heart. Thus he delved into meditation, yet he could not unravel the mystery of the elderly man from his dreams. Simultaneously, in another city, a woman awakened from a dream, witnessing the apocalypse. All oceans were tainted with nuclear waste, transformed into a desolate marsh reminiscent of Chernobyl. Given the hopelessness of this era, she contemplated a reset. Even if she could not rectify all that was wrong, she could at least begin anew. Her creation story commenced shortly after the nuclear waste seeped into the seas. One day, while watching a captivating performance, she suddenly glimpsed another world, a world governed by her own will, intertwined with time and space. Inhabited by deities, a dominion stretching from infinity to infinity. This world lay beyond salvation, thus she set it aside, embarking on a new beginning. While one aspect of the world deteriorated at an accelerated pace, another facet simultaneously witnessed rapid construction. The common folk could do little, often acting in self-interest to the detriment of the greater good, harming both fellow beings and the environment. True salvation depended on the deities and emperors, for if all belonged to them, they would cherish every aspect of existence. Consequently, complete privatization emerged as the most rational governance. Everything must belong solely to her, for only she possessed the insight to discern the path forward, to understand how they might survive, and to identify their true opportunities for life. All of this relied on innate talent, utterly dependent on it. Education and cultivation held no value in this vast game. As any limited education would prove ineffective, she could rely solely on her destiny. Thus she initiated her own era, echoing the primordial creation, reliant on the virtues cultivated by the emperor and the principles he wielded. Recognizing it as a divinely ordained mission, she resolved to understand, obey, and find peace within this destiny. This, she believed, was her true calling. With that, she prepared to commence her eternal reign, for in this world of deities, no ordinary mortal existed, thereby precluding any troubles exclusive to the mortal realm. They never confronted fate, oblivious to the self-destructive path of polluting the oceans with nuclear waste, yet they remain utterly oblivious to their surroundings. All nuclear power plants should have been decommissioned. While humanity may survive without electricity, the absence of the sea, the fish, and life itself would surely lead to a most agonizing demise. Thus, witnessing their ignorance has solidified my resolve to forge an entirely new world, one where such errors cannot transpire. Only through cultivation and spiritual practice can we find true solutions. Hence, my realm is one entirely devoted to the pursuit of truth. In this world, all that is beautiful is abundantly present, while all suffering fades into oblivion. For the sake of such a prosperous era, I have emerged into this world. I am the sacred ruler of the Yubo Tanhua, akin to the prophecies of the end times, where a solitary figure emerges from the fields, grasping a golden dragon as they ascend jade steps. I embody the hope of a dying age. The manifestation of the Ziwei Emperor is not as they have depicted, nor is it the inception of a new human culture. For I am the emperor. The emperor's duty transcends the mere influence of culture upon the masses, it lies in governance. You have witnessed the true essence of civil governance, encapsulated in all that I possess. With but a pen one can wield dominion over the world, for only true culture can unify the realm and bestow genuine blessings upon all sentient beings, otherwise shall we follow in their footsteps? To obliterate the fish is to obliterate oneself, as all actions bear the weight of consequence. This is the awakening of a woman who, from the depths of a once vibrant ocean now rendered dark and lifeless, discerns the truth, unlike the old Taoist with his white beard, who merely beckons to follow without understanding the essence of divine companionship. She realizes that hope has dwindled, leaving only herself. Chapter 11, The Return of the Xian Emperor beneath the peach blossom tree. The immortal deity of peach blossoms resides, surrounded by an endless orchard where the peach trees bloom resplendently. Much like the institution of marriage in the human realm, it is a walled city, those outside yearn to enter, while those within seek to escape. The brush of Xuanmo once more graces the paper, and soon those within emerge. Could this also be a walled city? I adopt your memories as my own, your heart as my heart. You must believe that beyond humanity exists a celestial force. Upon glancing at my phone, I am reminded of the tale of Wu Zetian. The divine mandate of emperors is both fantastical and real. On a day 15 years past, she found herself in a quarrel with her former husband and suddenly dreamt of a Taoist sage who revealed, "Do you know you are destined to be an emperor?" He lifted her hand, examining her fingers and palm lines. "I know," she replied. At that moment, she pondered whether she shared a fate akin to Wu Zetian's, or perhaps one that diverged, for there exists another dimension coexisting with our own. Yet, the notion of being destined to rule lingered in her mind, particularly as she was engaged in the practices of the mother of Tantric Buddhism. This belief transcended boundaries, leading her to conclude that her dream was indeed genuine. For she had never encountered such a concept before, nor had the Taoist imparted any alchemical secrets to her. Instead, he simply observed her palm and reminded her of her fate, thus affirming its authenticity. Throughout Chinese history, in parallel worlds, whenever a dynasty transitions, there are always Taoists to assist the emperor, imparting wisdom and insight, for when a Taoist identifies a person, they uncover the foundation of happiness for all beings. By elevating one individual and guiding them rightly, all affairs harmoniously fall into place. This is the method of accomplishing all through the success of one. Hence, the merit in seeking and supporting an emperor is paramount. In Tibet, the Dharma kings seek and authenticate the reincarnated achievers, making the recognition of an emperor a fervent pursuit among Taoists. They rely on the emperor to bring happiness to the realm. Attempting to enlighten the multitude is both cumbersome and inefficient. By uplifting one person, their power naturally extends to the well-being of all of us. The emperor's existence is crucial to the Taoist path, especially when they are a transcendent being. She received such guidance, yet at that time she remained unaware of how she had tread upon this path. 2 years prior, she had awakened to her celestial destiny, ascending to her imperial throne. This state is difficult to articulate. It is not merely sitting in the forbidden city, surrounded by an entourage of eunuchs and palace maids, akin to Puyi or Empress Dowager Cixi. She believed they had resided in the palace for so long yet had never encountered a sage like Yuan Tiangang or Li Chunfeng to enlighten them about the divine mandate. They seem to have seamlessly inherited the legacies of their predecessors to claim the throne, yet, the true imperial seat is not so simply attained. Otherwise, the invasion of the Eight-Nation Alliance and the burning of the Summer Palace would not have transpired. Such a magnificent imperial garden filled with treasures was obliterated a century ago. This is the fate of royalty. In contrast, the throne of the immortal emperor is steadfast, immune to such calamities, for the vast world holds innumerable wonders yet unseen. One need not cling too tightly to these artifacts, for if they exist, they are inherently yours. What truly matters is the essence of being an emperor, that is the divine choice that has placed you in this position. Thus, one must seek the roots diligently, akin to the immortal Taoists who possessed the caves of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, enjoying pleasures and essences unknown to the mortal realm, yet they remain most intrigued by the invisible and intangible power of imperial authority. Despite the plethora of spells capable of transforming beings into cats or stones into beauties, none can rival the allure of sovereign power, especially the eternal dominion of an immortal emperor. This is the divine favoritism bestowed upon an individual. For while many spells may exist, there is only one true emperor. This is the rarest of resources. Why is it not he, but rather her? The rulers of successive dynasties should ponder this question. She has asked herself why. It is due to the existence of the immortal. Whether one is indeed an immortal is of utmost significance. As she perused videos on her phone, she perceived a unique magnetic field. A distinct aura. How to describe it? It can be characterized as an unwavering and passionate force, unlike anything she had ever encountered. This is the intersection of heaven and earth, the epitome of excellence. difficult to convey precisely, yet, such beauty is elusive to others. It is a manifestation of destiny or the revival of a destined purpose. After much contemplation, she recognized the shallow blessings of those in this world. Such a remarkable opportunity for spiritual cultivation was squandered by many, while those fortunate enough to share her daily moments are exceedingly rare. They remain oblivious, engrossed in trivial amusements with friends, seeking superficial joy. Yet this fleeting happiness is deceptive. In contrast, time spent with her is laden with pressure, yet is invaluable. Their existence is filled with trivial pleasures, but the most precious moments are those shared with her. Each second a treasure not to be missed. They overlooked it all in their quest for momentary distractions, while the Taoists, who dwell beside the celestial beings, see the light within her, perceiving her true essence. They did not wander down the misguided path of ignorance but instead urged her to remain upon her imperial throne. It is not she who should follow the whims of this world, but rather the world that ought to follow her. Upon realizing this, she ceased to envy external circumstances, regardless of the outer world. The essence of her imperial throne is paramount. With this, all is attainable. If this is but an illusion, then all else surrounding her, all people, holds no significance. Only she can confer meaning upon them. Thus, when she embodies her true self, all aligns perfectly. She must understand her rightful place. At this moment, I comprehend what it means to truly possess the world. It is when you stand in your destined position, and the world bows to your essence. What she does is usher in the finest of eras. She recalls the Taoist sage who first appeared in her dreams. He possesses the most discerning vision, capable of perceiving the entirety of 5,000 years, or even further into antiquity, like the ancient sage fishing by the Wei River. With the imprint of a 5-clawed golden dragon, he embraces the entirety of the realm within his grasp, all by virtue of this divine mandate. Chapter 12, Ascension to the Throne. Xuanmo retrieved the peach blossom wine of the peach blossom immortal from beneath the tree, while Ziyin went to fetch the rhinoceros horn cup of the old Taoist, meditating atop the mountain, sensed a stream of energy flowing directly to his Baihui acupoint. When his senior brother came to visit, he discovered a white tiger lying beside him. Tai Gong witnessed this scene on paper, shaking his head with an involuntary sigh, lamenting, "What a pity, the white tiger is indeed a manifestation of the mountain deity. If you have questions, why not inquire of it?" Tai Gong earnestly hoped the old Taoist would attain enlightenment, even if only a little. Meanwhile, on another mountain, a different scenario unfolded. Heaven spoke to her one day while she was in Ziyun Pavilion, gathering phoenix feathers in the bamboo grove. The phoenix feathers were simply fallen leaves from the cypress trees, which she collected to use for kindling. Lying in the bamboo grove, gazing at the sky in a daze, was her favorite pastime. Each day passed in such a manner, surrounded by green leaves, listening to the melodious songs of birds. Time flowed both fulfillingly and swiftly. She cultivated little, as the trees and grasses of the mountain grew naturally. She was not a farmer, but a recluse, her aspirations akin to those of a celestial being. Cultivating the Tao was the most joyous endeavor in the world. Simple meals of plain vegetarian fare sufficed for her. As long as she resided in a pleasant place, surrounded by flowers, grasses, and trees, her ideals were wholly realized. She sought nothing beyond this existence, cherishing a life of leisure and freedom, devoid of the need for conversation with others. For they were never truly of her world. They merely believed they could perceive her, while the truth was that what they saw was not necessarily her, nor her true self. They had never truly known her. Thus she secluded herself in the mountains, concealed within the thickets, speaking only to the bamboo and trees, which perhaps understood her better. Unbeknownst to her, time passed in this manner. Ziyun Pavilion was her abode, not far from a reservoir. Though she seldom ventured there, she preferred to remain quietly in her home or lie in the bamboo grove, gazing skyward. "You were created in my likeness, a miniature version of myself," she recalled one morning in the bamboo grove. As heaven spoke to her, astonished, she gazed upward, and heaven continued, "I bestow upon you all that exists, for I shall declare you emperor." She asked, "Who are you?" and was answered, "I am heaven. I in the bamboo grove." Heaven instructed her to sit and bestowed upon her a celestial decree, naming her Xian. She was his Xian, the heavenly emperor, for she comprehended the will of heaven. He revealed that she was fashioned by him, chosen by him, molded entirely in his likeness. She resembled him most closely, or perhaps she was him. Therefore he granted her all that exists. In that moment, she comprehended what it truly meant to be a sovereign. It was a divine mandate, the divine right of kings. The invisible, intoxicating power of divinity and sovereignty originated thus. All time belonged solely to her, from infinity to infinity, from eternity to eternity. It constituted her reign, while some claimed that neither celestial emperors nor saviors existed. The reality was that celestial beings and emperors did exist, and celestial emperors were also a truth. Thus, heed the words of heaven. A sovereign is not merely one who wins the hearts of the people but one chosen by heaven to govern both this world and the next. The Lord of both celestial and mortal realms, Chapter 13, the true governance of culture. El Sen took the peach blossom immortal as his wife, for she was the Xian Emperor Xuanmo, working late into the night. Spent 7 days and nights with Taigong, illustrating all these scenes as vividly as the Qingming riverside, where each character was lifelike. With a single brush, I have penned a world, with a single pen. I have created a timeline, he declared, reflecting on the inevitable destruction of the old world and the establishment of a new one, a consequence of his own endeavors. Humanity experiences birth, aging, illness, and death, yet the worlds crafted by the pen are free from such fates. Overcoming humanity's most fundamental dilemmas, a power that leaves others in awe. From the moment one is born, they are destined to become dust. However, during this transformative journey, one may also choose to transcend to another realm or timeline, forever departing from this place fraught with ignorance and incessant troubles. Thus, the pen is a conduit to the divine, unlocking the barriers of time and space. From this world to another, one can forsake an age deemed irredeemable and journey to a new realm, where all that one seeks may reside. Therefore, I wield the written word to open the gateway of time and space. For many, Taigong is but a legendary figure, yet for her, he was very much real. Present here, possessing insight into 5,000 years of human history, with his wisdom, he discovered his true sanctuary and the celestial emperor he was destined to assist. This era would surpass the span of 5,000 years. Can you envision where you will be 100 million years hence? No need for imagination. Taigong has returned alongside the empress he is to assist, the Xian Emperor. This marks a renewed era, resetting everything to zero. Beginning from the eternal tree of longevity 100 million years hence, this tree, known in the heavens as the Jiangshang tree, is a medicinal tree renowned for its ability to clear heat and detoxify. Though small now, it will grow exponentially over the millennia, encompassing all time and space. In every realm, only its existence will be visible. This is the progeny of Jiang Taigong, whose singular impact can shift the entire landscape. Thus, every endeavor has a beginning. I inscribe 2 characters on paper, heralding the commencement of an epic. Taigong's fishing hook remains 3 feet above the water's surface, for his aspirations are eternally aligned with Wen Wang. To realize this ideal, he must relinquish all fish, for one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. He envisioned the finest future in this world, clearly seeing 100 million years ahead, where all that was old would be reduced to the ashes of history, replaced by the dynasty of the Xian Emperor, a paradise only the most fortunate cultivators could inhabit. In this realm, Taigong served as her minister. Time forms a closed circle, from infinity to infinity, from eternity to eternity. It seems that all experiences have been uninterrupted, all ashes disappeared, leaving only the divine among mortals. In an era that even the prophets had not foreseen, Taigong, in the central army tent, gazed ahead with majestic confidence. Assured that no obstacle in this world could rival the decree of heaven, human power is limited, thus all must transform into divine power. He settled down firmly, pen in hand, inscribing the words, Taigong returns, divinely creates eternity. Beside him stood a celestial being in white, the Empress' right minister Zien, who, along with Taigong, led all beings into the barrier of 100 million years, thus concluding this world with a definitive punctuation. How long is a human life? Nearly a fleeting moment. How long is a century? Also a fleeting moment. And 100 million years? Is it possible to live for 100 million years? All individuals simply succumb to the passage of time. If you can master time, you can master all. Only by mastering time can you attain everything. Thus, Taigong's tree continues to grow. When it was still a sapling, it seemed unremarkable, yet as time progresses, what will it be 1,000 years hence, 10,000 years hence, 100 million years hence? After all time has passed, one must endure the test of time. Thus, the Xian Emperor, the Empress of Jiangshang Taigong, possesses an existence that is infinite and everlasting prosperity, devoid of the end of time or space. When all seas have dried up, when all mountains have been leveled to the ground, when all life has vanished, only this eternal world will remain, and it will be the sole existence. Therefore, 3,000 years ago, Taigong reserved this everlasting empire and eternal dominion. If one must seek a vocation, it should be one that can achieve the endless and the eternal. This is the true desire of Taigong's heart. He serves as the left minister of the Xian Emperor. A century is sufficient to discern the eternal path you are destined to tread, but you can only embark upon it once all your earthly entanglements have been resolved. He reminisced about the hardships he endured during his childhood while studying in the temple. On a winter night, Amidst a flurry of snow, he bent down to stoke the fire, preparing his fifth meal for the other disciples. Often, there were visitors coming to learn, and he had to assist them with their meals. Clean the courtyard, fetch water, roll dough, and receive the elderly women from the village who came to burn incense. All these moments had swiftly passed, and now over 80 years had elapsed, although he had not yet reached the century mark. He mused, it was close enough, yet, what is the purpose of a lifetime? He contemplated, I shall pursue my cultivation. The solitude of a person arises from an inability to perceive their own value in relation to the world. Do you grasp what is truly significant and what is not? As Ian understood, he silently resolved to become an immortal. Others merely saw him as a kind old man, doubting his martial prowess or inner strength, which he never spoke of. However, before his transcendence, one day while meditating, he glimpsed the inevitable fate that awaited him. He smiled, neatly folded his clothes and bedding, and wrote a letter to his disciples, conveying the essence that upon reaching such an age, one should have come to understand. He had devoted so much time to accompany them, pouring all his energy and years into them, and that was sufficient. Now, he was to depart for the place that truly belonged to him, where he ought to be, urging them to cherish their own paths and to value time. This signified his impending departure. Being such a good man, many mourned for him with tears. As he lay quietly in the coffin, they all came to bid farewell. His soul left his body, reflecting upon the ties of the past. He stepped out, and beside a pavilion stood the Xuanmo Empress, whom he had long yearned to meet. Bowing his head in reverence, he said, Your servant has come late. The Empress gently assisted him to rise and bestowed upon him a new name, Zin. From that moment on, he followed her as her minister, fulfilling his lifelong dream, which he had sought after. To serve the Xuanmo Empress was an infinite honor. In his heart, every moment from then on existed for her, a profoundly joyous and fortunate circumstance. His years of arduous cultivation in the mortal realm were, in truth, solely for her. Thus, at last, his wishes were fulfilled, and his heart was at peace. In the world, there were many connections and emotions, yet also the passage of time that rendered everything ephemeral. However, with the Empress, there were no constraints of time or space. That was what he truly desired. Like a cicada shedding its exoskeleton, he departed from a mere shell, but the essence of the heart remained. He stood by the Empress, gazing at her, each of her gestures and movements exuding an indescribable beauty. Thus, the observance of precepts in the mortal realm held significance. He devoted his entire life to the local populace. Yet in the moment of his passing, he attained the position of minister to the Empress. All time, as a process, is fleeting. Within his heart lay countless stories of this world, yet he carried them to the Empress's realm, where he would continue to write a forever without regret. Life and death are empty in their passing, yet only the throne of immortals is eternal, unaffected by any change. He had long wished to escape the confines of his body, and it was time to take that step. How he longed to spend all his time, past and future, in the Empress's company, simply to behold her and hear her voice. To end this life was to attain eternity. Many elderly depart in solitude, filled with regret, for time has passed, and everything has faded into oblivion. Yet Zin, through his lifelong asceticism, exchanged it for an eternal union with her. So, what is happiness? Many people seem to enjoy a seemingly joyful life, yet death separates them from their loved ones. Thus, having seen through these truths, Zin chose a different path. His world was one without complaints or regrets, existing solely to protect one person, to exist for the Empress. Everything else in his eyes and heart had vanished. So, what is emotion? Only with eternity can one have true and unchanging feelings, otherwise it remains but a dream. Upon awakening from the dream, one returns to solitude, for one has yet to enter the realms that ought to be entered. Zin placed the zither before the grandfather, and they chatted over tea, while two squirrels frolicked in the pine tree. A pine cone fell, striking the table and creating a small dent. The grandfather gazed at the dent, lost in thought. Clouds of mist rose, gradually engulfing the distant mountains. They sat beside the Empress, observing her inscribed characters on paper, each stroke forming the most exquisite script. For a person to comprehend celestial writings is indeed remarkable. In comparison to earthly words, celestial script is more concise, imbued with an unparalleled air of nobility. The paper also released wisps of cloud-like vapors, and as Zin observed these rising tendrils, he recalled their days of cultivation in the mountains, realizing that those moments had been preparations for the present. The path had unknowingly led them to this point, and Zin reflected upon the past calamities that afflicted all sentient beings. At that time, human hearts were filled with extreme brutality and chaos, gaining nothing from conflicts other than suffering. Thus, he often sought to eliminate the malevolence. He witnessed beings in the cycle of rebirth following an unknowable fate, falling into various traps due to poor choices. Perhaps their hearts were prisons. Thankfully, he walked the brightest path, sharing a smile with the grandfather. He looked at the elderly of the world, those in their 70s or 80s, who had long forgotten their youthful days. Upon reaching the end, they had nothing particularly valuable to take with them. Therefore, to attain eternal glory and power is something requiring immense fortune, when time and the world become a closed circle. The past, present, and future seamlessly intertwine, devoid of any errors or forgetfulness. This is the ultimate, true ideal. It is a realm far removed from all falsehoods, where the world no longer holds humanity, but only divinity. This also signifies the cessation of endless punishment, where rebirth and killing cease. They existed in this world, in such a temporal and spatial realm. Ultimately, the world you perceive is only this world. The Xin Huang Empress sat firmly upon her throne, as it was destined. In billions of years hence, Zin, akin to the tree of longevity, would grow with the passage of time. The grandfather, too, in billions of years to come, would still take pride in his gourd tree, remaining evergreen and serene, with all the ancient rare birds and beasts gathering under its protection. A year in the heavens equals 1,000 years on earth. Thus, when all things cease to exist, there will still stand a gourd tree in the celestial court, pridefully upright. Perhaps people are akin to that tree. In that time, the Xin Huang Empress would be even more beautiful. Just as trees grow larger, so too does beauty flourish. Time can create all miracles. It can cultivate all virtues, just as it can erase all evils. Thus, the pen is an unparalleled tool for shaping time and space, for writing and words can create and lead to different realms. Such realms are forged through the pen, representing the future world, yet there no humans exist, only immortals. This world belongs solely to them. Many tales of reincarnation exist in this world, if your wishes remain unfulfilled. This life is insufficient, you may return again, yet there is no realm more beautiful than that constructed by the pen. Therefore, the Xin Huang Empress should sit firmly upon her throne. Such a temporal and spatial reality is the finest existence among all worlds, filled only with endless joy. Zin and the grandfather packed their belongings, intending to wander the seas in search of beings connected to this world. When a garment becomes worn, one naturally replaces it with a new one, just as the cicadas on trees do. Thus, upon arriving at a new place, Zin collected cicada shells to sell to the apothecary, folding this world into itself, allowing a vibrant new world to unfold. Akin to clearing a space to place the most precious and significant items, what was once unwanted should be cast aside. Time and space are like garments. In the end, the new replaces the old. Just as fruits and vegetables in a basket must be refreshed daily from the garden. He had never considered that maintaining the realm was thus upheld, and that the world referred to the true expanse of the heavens. Not merely a patch of land, but everywhere a gift bestowed upon the Xin Huang Empress, meant solely for her, for she was fated from birth. Upon awakening from the dream, one realizes how truly significant everything is. One finally comprehends why one should not cling to the trivial. If he were in her position, he too would feel urgency, for the old era was unbearable, while the new world was wondrous. He would hasten the arrival of his own temporal reality. They failed to cherish this world, she did cherish it, hence the comparison. The finite opposite is the infinite, her opposition is them, while the world's opposition is eternity. She is both the beginning and the end, the primordial and the ultimate. In truth, prophecies are easily comprehensible, for once she perceives the temporal and spatial realms beneath her quill, all questions find their answers in that very moment. Thus, the significance of the Empress opening a new dimension cannot be overstated. It becomes apparent that all beings yearn for an eternal world, having witnessed the cycles of birth and death too often. One inevitably longs for the state of neither birth nor demise. This is precisely why the heavens have chosen the Xin Huang Empress. While all monarchs experience life and death, she alone possesses the ability to endure through eternity. Zhang Shang, the revered sage, was beset by myriad thoughts. Upon reaching this conclusion, he once more inscribed a few characters upon the parchment, although the secrets of the heavens are not meant to be divulged. No one can truly comprehend them, for they transcend the known and delve into the unknown, rendering understanding elusive. What one can grasp is merely that which has already transpired. Thus, throughout his life, apart from the clamor of warfare, he need no longer witness the meaningless cycles of existence that plague sentient beings. From the moment the Empress revealed to him that all matters had reached their conclusion, everything ceased. Consequently, the memories that were erased would not be revisited. Only transient uncertainties would be obliterated, all for the sake of rebirth through nirvana. Therefore, one must closely follow one as Phoenix, traversing the tribulations of the end times until reaching the shores of eternity. Every fleeting moment spent in her presence contributes to the vastness of the ocean. Chapter 14, Love and Foundation. Love must be grounded, much like a painting requires paper. A pen and a sheet of paper symbolize an eternal union. Xian had long harbored affection for the peach blossom deity, yet at that time, she appeared naïve and oblivious, merely gazing at him with a smile, hesitating to speak. Speak, I will understand, he urged. You won't understand, Xian replied with a mysterious smile, concealing a warmth laced with ambiguity, known only to the heavens. The peach blossom deity circled around him, captivated by his striking appearance, secretly delighted. As she rested beneath a tree, Xian cautioned her of a spider spirit weaving its web behind the mountain, inquiring if she wished to see it. No need, I find you sufficient, she replied. Reluctant to move, yet suddenly, it seemed something within her yearned to overflow. She glanced at him, feeling an impulse to leap into his embrace. She suddenly wished to rest her head upon his chest. Was she weary? It was an unfamiliar sensation, one that Xian sensed, prompting a gentle smile. This was a manifestation of the harmonious arts Xian had cultivated numerous times. He had not disclosed this to the peach blossom deity, but secretly carved two small figures from wood, one resembling himself, the other the peach blossom deity. Seizing a moment when she was unaware, he took a few strands of her hair and placed them within his wooden representation. Mirroring his own, he then bound the two figures face to face with a red string, ensuring their bodies remained in close proximity. Under the power of the red string, they would never part. Xuanmo observed Xian burying a floral talisman beneath the tree, while the sage chuckled softly, saying nothing. Could it be that he buried a new batch of peach blossom wine? Xuanmo was perplexed. Yet from his own phone, he glimpsed several secretive illustrations Xian had sent him, depicting a rather immature young girl. Xian, the peach blossom deity, appeared as a child, for her mind was devoid of distractions. A quality commendable for a deity. Nevertheless, he wished to assist her in ascending to greater heights. 3,000 years prior, the sage had also taken a wife, yet this had been a source of anguish for him. That woman persistently drove him away, denying him sustenance. Before meeting King Wen, Zhang Taigong had engaged in minor commerce, but his inherent disinterest in business led to swift bankruptcy, leaving him scorned by his wife and mocked by neighbors. His spouse regarded him with disdain, believing he held no prospects in life. Compared to Wu Dalong, he was even less fortunate. At least Dalong's pancakes sold well, while Taigong's cakes remained unsold for days. The reason lay in his choice of locations, which were either secluded or adjacent to taverns. Even bustling markets seemed to conspire against him, as though an invisible broom swept customers away to other vendors. He had once calculated that this woman was not blessed with a husband's fortune. Rather, she bore the mark of a husband's bane. With her presence, success eluded him in all endeavors. Yet, he could not proactively abandon her, for his destiny had yet to unfold. He accepted this reality, thinking it a debt owed from a previous life, which he must repay in this one. However, in his heart, there existed another, his Snow White, whom he had glimpsed while meditating, yet, it was but a fleeting moment before, in another dream, she had already become another's bride. Chapter 15, The Anxiety of the Unknown. When enveloped in the anxiety of the unknown, one must seek a source of support. In accordance with the Buddhist notion of the impermanence of worldly affairs, it seems of little solace in the face of impending doom. For the situation is already dire enough without adding salt to the wound. It is akin to knowing one is ill, yet lacking both medicine and treatment. This offers no glimmer of hope. Consider those who have devoted their lives to reciting scriptures, only to find themselves unable to part with their phones as they near the end of this world. This is no mere jest. It is a reality that underscores the inadequacy of their efforts in training in confronting cataclysmic trials akin to a primordial deluge. Xuanmo gathered up Xian's garments, hanging them out to dry. For rain was imminent. Lunch would need to be slightly more sumptuous than breakfast. Perhaps some grilled chicken wings would suffice. He retrieved several white chicken wings from his pocket, cleaned them, then laid them on the cutting board, slicing them several times. Next, he opened a bag of New Orleans marinade and poured some into a bowl, placing the chicken wings inside to marinate for 2 hours. He entrusted this task to Xian and returned to the table, where the peach blossom deity and Xian had ventured out, leaving the paper blank. They had begun to cultivate a different kind of affection, and so throughout the afternoon, peach blossoms continuously fell upon the paper. The sage busily collected these blossoms in the peach blossom spring, his thoughts drifting once more to the woman he longed for. She was the true goddess, sweet as ice cream, slightly cold yet deeply satisfying. This memory harkened back to 3,000 years ago when he had fished by the Weishui River. My heart has perished, he lamented. Ever since that old crone drove me away, it has ceased to beat for anyone. The sage wept by the riverbank, his tears soaking his raincoat, allowing himself to sit amidst the torrential downpour, enveloped in sorrow and helplessness. This was the sole sentiment that accompanied his life as a recluse and a chivalrous spirit. He bore his pain alone while granting freedom to that old woman. In truth, she had long since eloped with the butcher next door. Despite his kindness towards her, she had devoted her heart entirely to another. The rain intensified, obscuring both distant and nearby mountains, transforming the world into a vast lake. His lonely, tormented heart had now frozen solid. Deities, at times, find no respite, as tribulations of love must also be traversed. Yet, could the sage's plight be considered a trial of love? Nevertheless, he knew his heart was shattered, fragmented into countless shards. Amidst the tempestuous winds and rains, a woman clad in red appeared, slowly approaching with a blue oil-paper umbrella. "Could you please direct me to Jiangjia village?" Upon lifting his gaze, the sage beheld a pair of eyes that sparkled like stars. He was momentarily entranced, though the woman appeared youthful. An aura of tranquility surrounded her, as if time itself had come to a standstill, freezing his heart as well. Amidst his sorrow, he found himself capable of offering directions, yet she too was drenched. He wished to take her home to rest, shield her from the rain, and provide her with dry clothes and nourishment. In such torrential rain, advancing any further was impossible. He understood the discomfort of being soaked and did not want her to endure the same. He could punish himself in the rain until dawn, but he could not bear to see her suffer likewise. At the very least, he could kindle a fire for her. As the cold cabin filled with smoke and embers glowed warmly, the ashes settled, and his heart found peace. She followed the sage back to his humble abode, grateful that the repairs had been completed recently, ensuring no leaks. Otherwise, it would have been the same as sitting by the river. Soaked, she settled by the fire. The sage initially assumed she would desire a warm drink, yet as she gazed at the rising smoke, she unexpectedly recited a poem. The sage was taken aback, for the poem bore an uncanny resemblance to one he had penned himself, evoking an indescribable sentiment, as if it were a long-lost memory that eluded clarity, a dreamlike echo of something profoundly real. He rubbed his nose and sneezed. It was time to brew some ginger tea to ward off the chill. He casually gathered a few pieces of ginger from the cutting board, chopped them, and placed them in a pot. The flames flickered upon his face, casting hues of red and white. Suddenly the woman spoke. "In such heavy rain, aren't you cold by the river?" This marked the first occasion the sage heard a woman express concern for him. Unbeknownst to him, something within melted, transforming into tears that streamed down his cheeks. Upon witnessing this, the woman rose and found a garment within the room, which she draped over Taigong. Taigong, unaccustomed to such treatment, was momentarily stunned. Images of his mother, the fierce night demon, wielding a pig-feed ladle and chasing him while scolding and striking him, flooded his mind. She had pursued him for several streets, drawing the laughter of onlookers. The woman's demeanor was calm and gentle, yet her expression held a serene purity that Taigong had never encountered before. Almost divine in its tranquility, the fire in the stove blazed brighter, causing the boiling ginger tea to bubble over. The woman then stood, retrieving two old blackened bowls from the cupboard. She crouched down and meticulously scrubbed them clean before ladling a bowl of tea and handing it to Taigong. They both sat under the dim light, sipping the ginger tea in silence, listening to the sound of rain falling upon the roof and the surrounding trees. The woman, perceptive as she was, immediately discerned Taigong's sorrow. Slowly she lifted her head and began to recount a story of her own. She queried Taigong if he knew what a celestial being was. Taigong affirmed that he did. The celestial realm was not distant from him, for he was indeed a practitioner of the arts, or rather a true cultivator, a Taoist. The woman revealed that she hailed from a far-off place, atop Crane Cry Mountain, where there existed a 1,000-year-old cave dwelling known as Fushan. Her master, Fushi, held her to strict standards, compelling her to fetch water before dawn. Alongside her fellow disciples, they toiled diligently on the mountain, capable of refining qi and gathering elixirs. Her master taught them the arts of invisibility and flight. Even the least skilled elder brother could transform into a fierce tiger and back, shift from female to male form, and discern underground mineral deposits and water veins. Yet, for her, the master imparted no such teachings. The only tasks assigned to her were to rise before dawn to fetch water, cook, and sweep. She had persevered in this manner for many years, while others might have questioned their master as to why they were not granted any spells. She had never asked nor intended to do so. Instead, in her moments of labor, she quietly observed her brothers practice their skills, showcasing their various powers. Her master spoke little to her, yet all of this was essential for her cultivation. She patiently awaited the passage of time, while her brothers could no longer contain their curiosity, frequently inquiring of their master why she had yet to begin learning any spells. The master remained silent. They found her peculiar. She seemed indifferent to everything, displaying little emotional fluctuation. She remained tranquil, devoid of jealousy or discontent when witnessing others gain power. Her elder brother, Shoyue, harbored affections for their master and often employed subtle tactics to express his feelings. Observing her perceived neglect by the master brought him some delight, yet she remained unperturbed by such thoughts. The master saw in her a steadfastness, devoid of scheming or hidden agendas. She was an extraordinary individual. One day Fushi, intent on testing her, offered her a cup of wine containing a potion that stirred desire. Closing the door behind him and disrobing to bathe in a wooden tub, his robust form swayed before her. And under the influence of the potion, any woman would lose her composure, inevitably drawn to their master's embrace. Unable to resist desires, Fushi gazed at her with a smile, his eyes filled with affection. A look she had never encountered before. He mused that her usual decorum was merely untested restraint. If presented with a challenge, her heart might deceive her, though her body would not. As she began to perspire and her complexion flushed, a hint of allure emerged between her brows. The master anticipated her to succumb to temptation, leaning against him or even throwing herself into his arms. However, to his utter astonishment, she suddenly became still. As if a pendulum had halted, for half a minute, she returned to her usual self. "Master, shall I assist you in washing your back? After all, you cannot reach it." She remained unchanged, devoid of extraneous thoughts. Simply offering to aid her master's bathing. He watched her quietly, her essence unaltered. The potion merely kindled warmth within her as she rolled up her sleeves and meticulously scrubbed his back. A gesture that surprised him. Once the bath was complete, she brought him a change of clothes. Even with him standing before her in his nakedness, her heart remained unaffected. Did she truly harbor no thoughts of desire between men and women? Or was she indeed a celestial being, transcending worldly concerns? From that moment forth, the master regarded her with newfound respect. The following day, she moved into the master's green bamboo courtyard, her dwelling located adjacent to his. In a refined chamber that had once served as his retreat during meditation. No longer tasked with menial chores, she began to study the esoteric texts of past masters, tomes that were meant for the master's eyes alone. The teachings imparted to her were not ordinary spells, but rather the arcane laws of ancient celestial beings. A month later, the master formally bestowed upon her a scroll of scripture, said to be the deepest doctrine of their school. The Ling Shenelyud it was rumored that this scripture possessed life, akin to a sentient being, yet only the master and she were privy to this knowledge of the master, and the scroll even gave her a name, Xian. At this juncture in her tale, the woman paused. Taigong, engrossed in her narrative, suddenly remembered that they had yet to dine. He then took to the kitchen himself, rolling out dough to prepare a dish of wild vegetable noodles. His wife never cooked, thus he had honed his culinary skills. Though simple, the meal was delightful. In this moment, Taigong had emerged from his sorrow and despondency, his mind now contemplative. Perhaps he need not lament his wife. Perhaps he had been overly narrow-minded, yet it could be that he merely reflected upon his own life. The dough in Taigong's hands was kneaded and shaped before being rolled out on the board. This scene felt remarkably familiar to Xian. She too had spent years cultivating within the palace, engaging in similar tasks before her ascension. Taigong elongated the dough and placed it into boiling water. By now, the moisture on Xian's skin had nearly evaporated, freeing her from the need to don the old woman's clothing. Though she remained unconcerned by it, Taigong perceived in her an otherworldly quality. While Shui Baochai embodied a pragmatic view of marriage, seemingly indifferent to emotions, Xian possessed a different essence. She was not fixated on spells yet had attained the very roots of all magic. This tranquility and steadfastness resembled that of a plant or tree. In Taigong's heart, a sudden clarity emerged. What he lacked most was the ability to recognize his own self-worth. Thus, he found enlightenment. In the ensuing days, he listened as Xian shared many tales of their later cultivation endeavors, including the obsession of her elder brother, Zhou. Once, at the invitation of his fellow disciples, the master had journeyed to Iron Horse Peak. Bringing Xian along due to her ability to interpret the Ling Ling Ju, she had meticulously explored the areas her master's uncle found perplexing. However, Zhou, whose heart had begun to harbor wicked thoughts, soon fell prey to malevolence after the master's departure. One day, Xian's elder brother, Xiaoying, had just risen and was yet to step outside when he encountered the corrupted Zhou, her face darkened and eyes blood red. A pair of horns sprouting from her head. Alarmed, he despaired, realizing the danger. Zhou pursued him throughout the valley, and in desperation, he retrieved the protective talisman of their sect, binding her to a rock surrounded by wooden stakes. Awaiting the master's return to address the matter, Taigong pondered the fragility of thoughts. He could not help but think of his own wife. Was she not also a victim of a fleeting thought? What does it truly mean to achieve success, and what denotes failure? It is merely that the timing and circumstances had yet to align. Why could she not exercise patience and wait for Taigong? Surely, there would come a day of recognition, just like the millennia-old divine tree, only the final 1,000 years to find its true nature, while the preceding 900 years were dismissed as inconsequential, yet those 900 years were the very foundation of the millennial existence. Could one simply transcend that? No, thus one should not constantly strive to surpass ina days. Taigong noticed Lu Xian and the peach blossom immortal returning, interrupting his reverie. Xuanmo, nearby, had prepared a pot of vegetable soup, and soon it would be time to dine. Indeed, Lu Xian and the peach blossom immortal returned simultaneously, and everyone gathered around the table, the aroma of the meal quickly filling the air. Chapter 16. Talent and destiny are intertwined. What one perceives as beautiful may later reveal itself otherwise. Some moments that seem fortuitous at the time may only become clear years later, as one reflects upon past experiences through the lens of time. Human understanding of events is inherently limited, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Once trapped in such a confined space, one is bound by trivial matters, while the true path emphasizes a broader perspective. Acknowledging that one cannot have both fish and bear paws, should one seek the mundane and the raucous, they shall remain estranged from the finest of things. Xuanmo and Ziyin relocated the table beneath a tree. The boiled eggs were ready to be savored alongside pickled cucumbers. The contrasting flavors of the bland eggs and the salty cucumbers complemented each other well. The incessant chirping of autumn insects filled the air as Xuanmo unfurled his paper and brush. Beneath his deft strokes, blades of grass came alive, adorned with a few grasshoppers that clustered around a solitary orchid reminiscent of chicks huddled around their mother. The subtle fragrance of the orchid wafted through the air. And the grasshoppers, with their antennae raised in serene acknowledgement, responded to the rich aroma. Perhaps the most enchanting aspect of fate lies in its unpredictability. It is not a straightforward journey, yet, the orchid depicted beneath his brush is destined for a fragrance that shall never fade. As for humanity, they resemble the elderly men gathered at the village's edge, engaged in their games of chance, oblivious to the fleeting nature of time, uncertain of the day when they will vanish like whispers in the wind. The finest path to enlightenment is innate talent. An inherent sharpness can navigate one through all traps, leading directly to their destination, while the winding and rugged journey bears significance. Reaching the endpoint remains paramount. Ziyin observed as they conducted rituals for the departed, a practice intended to guide souls from one realm to another. Yet, the hearts of the deceased must also resonate with the divine, a profound realization of human essence. Without this understanding, the chants lack the heartfelt concern that allows the departed to feel the warmth of remembrance from those who cherish them. From this, perhaps one can ascend to immortality. The beating of drums and the clanging of gongs aim to generate vitality. But true cultivation of the spirit does not necessarily require such ostentation. Thus, Xuanmo immortalized them within the inkwash painting, the most direct means of traversing from one time and space to another, not through recitation, but by the stroke of a brush. The world that unfolds beneath his brush is imbued with allure and timelessness. Employing ink and water to capture the essence of this world weaves a grander web of emotions, whether tender or indifferent, birthing new life forces. In all of this, there lies a deeper richness, or perhaps another form of life's sediment. Taigong discovered newfound hope within his emotional realm, inspired by the presence of Ziyin. The way to emerge from one situation is to immerse oneself in another. At this moment, he found himself once more in that rain-soaked night, witnessing how one can ascend to enlightenment or descend into darkness. It is the differing pursuits that delineate the shell from the essence, the cicada from its molt. One exists, while the other does not, and in the interstice lies a semblance of form. Thus, the photographs on his phone unveil many answers. Some are filled with an inner void, while others exude genuine fulfillment, and through each image, one can discern reality from illusion. Regardless of proximity, destiny remains unchanged, just as the celestial sovereigns possess their exclusive circles. Impenetrable to outsiders, so too does the earthly realm mirror this truth. There are always phenomena that transcend one's perception, creating distinctions between oneself and them, or perhaps merely a wall apart. Thus, the vibrancy and nuances of life belong to two disparate realms, one visible and the other hidden. Once one surpasses their comprehension, they find themselves before an insurmountable barrier, where the internal and external diverge profoundly. For the Empress, the paramount concern is to firmly secure her throne, a task that necessitates innate talent and ability bestowed upon her alone. One might find themselves devoid of resources, yet they must possess this innate gift. As this era crumbles and fades, the Empress must reignite a new beginning, relying solely on her focus, for others lack the divine mandate that she possesses. Certain endeavors demand her singular strength. When all hope seems lost, the only path available is to forge her own time and space, both temporal and spatial. Thus, as Xuanmo observed them engaged in various ritualistic practices, Feeling powerless, he resolved to determine whether he wished for sentient beings to effortlessly attain the blissful realm or to find it arduous, contingent upon his own innate talent and understanding of all things. Therefore, rather than this, it would be wiser for the Empress to utilize her talents to unlock a genuinely accessible world. The power of the Xian Emperor can achieve this, whereas ordinary individuals lack such profound insights and revelations. Thus, even a simple soul cannot navigate the complexities of existence. As one lives, they are aware of their existence, yet upon death, they may remain oblivious to their own demise, a notion both absurd and revealing. This chaos arises from their inability to comprehend and recognize due to insufficient wisdom what is termed yin and what is termed yang. Yin is not merely the intangible thoughts or souls, all thoughts and souls possess their own essence. That is not yin and yang. It merely requires a better place. The Empress contemplated the truth that all these are principles they have yet to grasp, and she must guide them to enlightenment within her realm. Hence, hope cannot be entrusted to others. With that resolve, Xuanmo unfurled the scroll once more, revealing a portrait of a beautiful woman set in a courtyard beside bamboo groves. A woman was drawing water, a flower tucked within her cloud-like hair. Nearby, a dog and a cat frolicked in playful abandon. Not far off, an elderly man hunched over, tending to the earth, a basket resting on the ground filled with a few potatoes. A wandering monk, clad in a wide-brimmed hat, approached, and behind him loomed a shadowy figure, obscured yet present. This scene, painted 3 millennia ago, depicted a high monk who through his lifetime of cultivation sought to guide his benefactor's spirit to salvation. Yet his powers fell short, leaving him puzzled as to why the monk, now a spirit, and his once living benefactor set out to find the blissful realm of the Bodhisattva. They arrived at a village. Encountering a woman and an old man as they traversed the path, the woman filled a jar with water, and upon seeing the monk, offered him a ladle to quench his thirst. "What of your friend behind you? Is he not thirsty?" she inquired, startling the monk, who had believed only he could perceive the benefactor. To his astonishment, the woman too could see him. After the monk drank, the woman filled another ladle and placed it on the ground. The benefactor, who had long been deprived of sustenance, gratefully bowed down to drink. To the monk's surprise, the woman began to converse with him. "Have you ever visited the endless peach blossom land?" she asked the benefactor, who, along with the monk, was intrigued, for no one had ever mentioned such a place to them. The woman smiled. "Why is it that although the benefactor has departed his body and is unbound, his heart remains unfulfilled?" And the monk pondered why he could not, with a recitation of the Diamond Sutra, assist the benefactor in ascending to the pure land of Amitabha, abundant with lotus flowers. This was their ideal, was it not? Time seemed to revert to the past, as the monk recalled the days in the temple when visitors would come seeking tea and discourse on the sutras. Groups of people would arrive sharing tales from the outside world, stories of work, family, and various joys and sorrows, filling the monk's ears with their experiences. The benefactor often sought the monk for tea, bringing along boxes of pastries and fruits as offerings. Though modest, they were heartfelt. Observing the standing bodhisattva statue in the monk's room, he thought, "This is the posture of welcoming." The monk encouraged the visitors to sit and calm their minds, advising them not to be too concerned with worldly gains or losses. Yet, they often failed to comprehend, for the joy of gathering together was ephemeral. Thus, time and again, they would come share tea, and reluctantly depart. In the afternoon, after finishing his evening prayers and meal, the monk returned to his room. The quietest moment of the day, when suddenly the bodhisattva statue let out a soft sigh. Xuanmo picked up his brush and added a peony to the painting, instantly imbuing it with an air of opulence. He stepped into the painting, entering the monk's guest hall, where the monk invited him to share tea. Xuanmo did not decline, though he lingered a moment longer to admire the grand ginkgo tree at the entrance. Its golden leaves resplendent, a venerable tree that required several people to encircle. They ascended the stairs to the monk's chamber, where opposite his desk hung a calligraphy reading Zen heart, alongside a painting of lotus flowers. Symbolizing purity amidst filth, the gathering was complete, and they began to introduce themselves in small groups. Xuanmo listened quietly, sipping his tea. The benefactor was present, a remnant of his living self, as Xuanmo's scroll drew him into their world. Meanwhile, at the pavilion in the temple's lake, a scene unfolded. An elderly lama dressed in Tibetan robes, appearing to be around 60, accompanied by a man and a woman. The man remained silent, absorbed in his smoking, while the woman, animated and exuberant, engaged the lama in conversation, her eyes sparkling with excitement and joy, as if her heart belonged to him. Her husband, the man, sat beside her, ennui etched on his face as he scrolled through his phone to pass the time. Ziyin too followed Xuanmo into the scene, taking a seat beside the lama. The woman's demeanor grew increasingly alluring, almost flirtatious, while her husband languished in neglect, a hint of greenish hue to his face. Ziyin overheard them discussing the proper recitation of a certain mantra. As the woman and the llama counted the same rosary, their hands occasionally brushing against one another. I in the pond, a pair of ducks frolicked, a benevolent act of release, for otherwise, they would have long since become roasted ducks. Ziyin observed as they nestled beneath the lotus leaves, while a few small fish hurriedly swam away, the lotus flower nourished by mud yet untainted by it. Could this be the embodiment of purity amidst adversity? Ziyin casually plucked a lotus blossom. The water's surface was adorned with blooming lotus flowers, prompting Ziyin to reminisce about a fragment of his youth. I cannot promise you anything, nor can I offer you anything, for I have already let go of this mundane world. This was the youthful Ziyin, who had once penned a letter to her. During his time in the monastery, she would visit daily to light incense and pray, yearning to catch but a fleeting glimpse of him at the temple. Yet Ziyin, unwilling to delay her, found himself one evening tidying the kitchen, disposing of the last remnants of refuse from the woodshed. When he unexpectedly beheld her standing before him, words of 1,000 sentiments remained unspoken. She could only gaze at him in silence. The world around them was devoid of others as time slipped by, moment by moment, until she finally broke the stillness to, I have prepared some salted duck eggs for you. I came specially today, knowing how busy you usually are. She said this while unveiling a carefully wrapped bundle from behind her, revealing a pair of cloth shoes and a handkerchief containing several round objects, surely the salted duck eggs. She handed him the offering without uttering another word, then lowered her head and departed. The moon hung high in the sky. Observing them, as a wisp of cloud drifted by. He rushed out after her, but found no trace of her along the path. The next day, and the day after, she did not come to offer her incense. On the 4th and 5th days, still, she was absent. A sense of unease stirred within him. However, engrossed in the myriad rites of the ghost festival, he attended to numerous devotees seeking to liberate their departed loved ones. A week passed in this manner, and when he finally found leisure, she remained conspicuously absent. Their initial encounter had occurred before the deity's statue. On that day, as he presided over the temple, she had arrived for the first time, bowing reverently before the divine. After offering her incense and oil money, it was then he learned her name, Ru Yen. His daily routine was predictable: meditating, practicing, and guiding worshippers, including her. She always left him with a sense of tranquility, arriving and departing silently, like a shadow. But he understood that this was their fate intertwined. A month slipped away unnoticed, yet still no sign of her. Unable to contain himself any longer, he inquired among those who might know her, but none could provide any information about her whereabouts. Regret gnawed at him for the letter he had sent. He wished to convey to her that for the love of the world, waiting was unnecessary. She had quietly nestled her heart within his, only to seemingly vanish from existence thereafter. A year passed without her return, and another year followed, still without her presence. He began to believe he had erred in his decision to reject her. Fully aware of her affections for him, he yearned for time to reverse, to return to the moment he had poised his pen to write. Chapter 17, Deception. I shall not deceive him. I am not adept at deceit. I am simply myself, unencumbered by falsehood. This was a sentiment the Empress Xuanmo often expressed to her master during her cultivation. Whether one liked or disliked, loved or did not love, seemed trivial to her. Before ascending the throne, she had discerned that the world was rife with falsehoods. What people uttered rarely aligned with their true thoughts. They squandered words, while she believed in speaking only the truth, regardless of its nature. Thus, in her cave, she devoted countless eons to mastering the art of truthful speech, distilling it from the fabric of deception. The marvel of the world lay in her unwavering essence. No matter the trials she faced, she remained unchanged, never swayed by the world's illusions, steadfast in her reality. This enabled her to create the cosmos with genuine words. In this world, where calamities afflicted the masses, there also existed the potential for salvation. The path was arduous for the Empress, but she resolved to persevere. The frog demon had reincarnated a century prior to her birth, during which humanity suffered from a maddening affliction. Chaos ensued as kin turned against one another. The frog demon thrived on the resentments of mankind, for without mutual hatred, it could not survive. Thus, it spread its curses, enveloping the land in a shroud of despair. Xin Huang, observing from above, was reluctant to incarnate into such a world. Her master urged her, "You must bring an end to this." After much contemplation, she glimpsed the apocalypse through a luminous mirror. Witnessing a bomb plummet from the sky, ascending a mushroom cloud, cities and villages were obliterated in an instant. While refugees huddled in tattered tents, all water sources became tainted, and their skin began to decay, sprouting grotesque appendages from their wounds. And their agonized cries, both humans and animals perished, with no remedy in sight. Thus, to save them was a race against time. The Empress resolved that before any of this transpired, She must first unlock her own temporal realm. Regardless of the trials she might face, life and death in this world were but fleeting moments. What, then, was the significance of this ephemeral existence? Was it to squander time on the meaningless and valueless? Or to create unparalleled worth? The realm of reincarnated practitioners was one of mindful intent and the accumulation of virtue, yet it also harbored distractions, leading to abandonment or ultimately futile endeavors. Why should one claim certainty in their success when perhaps early demise was their fate? The Empress faced numerous challenges. They easily succumbed to the mundane, embodying a certain banality, yet she pondered the essence of her own aspirations for authenticity. To transcend the secular or to embrace it. However, becoming a mere beast would not ensure survival. Rather, one might find themselves boiled for a feast after such a transformation. Thus, even if they were like her, it merely delayed their dissolution. With prior struggles steeped in anguish, she found little meaning in the end days. And thus, the new world must be devoid of such tribulations, erasing them from the annals of time. To wipe away all dust, and to obliterate these memories steeped in the lowest depths of existence. The Empress's master regarded her with approval. In a time of despair, her realm shone as the singular light. If one could transcend time and space, in a billion years when all ceased to exist, only she would remain a world of unparalleled beauty, free from the lies that harm and the obstacles that inflict pain. Amidst the visible celestial mountains and caves, only the divine persevered, adorned in splendid garments. Residing in opulent palaces, their architecture a relic of ages past, the deities traversed the realm with grace, never defying nor harboring ill intentions, only embodying love and fulfillment for the world. No trace of even a single lie could be found. Embodying the entirety of the Grand Duke's vision. He and Ziyin transcended from the celestial realm into Xuanmo's temporal domain, where he still vividly recalled the first sight of the Empress. She sat upon a grand throne beside a swirling phoenix of flames, her golden crown encrusted with gems. Gazing at the Grand Duke, from this moment forth, will you see only me in your eyes? The Grand Duke reminisced about Ziyin, the woman who had once offered him solace. Indeed, in my heart and eyes I see only the Empress, existing solely for her. Since when had his heart forsaken this world and all it encompassed? He could no longer recall. It had been too long. He cherished this moment above all, for it represented his true sanctuary. It seemed akin to that dark, rain-soaked night, where a cup of ginger tea bestowed upon him the courage to decisively end his past and embrace a new beginning. This was all he desired. In his memories, Ziyin remained untouched by the tumult of the world, forever calm and unchanging. The world was rife with deceit and the trampling of sincerity. Individuals scarcely had time to defend themselves before plunging into their next incarnation. Thus, one must discern the true nature of time, ensuring they are not misled. To uncover their authentic self among all through his or her eyes, one could glimpse the inevitability of their fate. Consequently, each day spent together was akin to ginger tea. Should your heart remain unmoved by the genuine affections of this world, seek out that final cup of ginger tea, and your countless reincarnations shall be touched by this constancy. Ziyin discovered an axe within the bamboo grove. Using it to cleave a section of bamboo, releasing a swarm of white worms within bamboo worms, the water jar before their dwelling brimmed with freshly fallen rainwater, which he and the Grand Duke used to brew tea. The Grand Duke caught a fish by the riverbank, bringing it home to clean and gut, stuffing it with ginger shreds. By the time Ziyin returned, they would be ready to savor fish soup. The air gradually filled with the fragrance of scallions, as Ziyin added chopped green onions to the broth, which began to bubble, the fish's eye bobbing to the surface. The Grand Duke gazed at the soup, recalling moments by the Weishui River. Sometimes memories surface like smoke, ephemeral yet unforgettable. In his youth, while studying the art of magic on the mountain, his master imparted to him a profound saying: endless governance through the years is not to be undertaken. Not due to a lack of will or for a considerable period, he failed to grasp its significance. It became apparent that many words may remain elusive at the moment of utterance, yet there shall come a day when understanding dawns. His master perceived that he had seemingly achieved enlightenment. This was a matter shaped by circumstance. Certain actions must remain unexecuted, for engaging in them would inevitably invite divine retribution. Yet, the majority of humanity, often enlightened post factum, incurs eternal regret for their past choices, unable to reclaim a single moment in time. However, if one does not endeavor to retrieve those moments, it becomes an everlasting sorrow, indelibly etched in memory. Impossible to forget or forgive. He yearned to avoid such a fate, seeking a future devoid of regrets, regardless of the cause or the individual involved, much like a bamboo worm residing within a bamboo stalk. He aspired to dwell within fragrant memories, allowing his heart to soften and move freely. They released the bamboo worm, sparing it from the frying pan, for even the most delectable fried creature could not rival the sight of it frolicking vibrantly in the bamboo grove. Alas, the world cannot be released in such a manner, for the multitude harbors too many unforgivable transgressions, and it is they themselves who refuse to grant forgiveness. Chapter 18, The Inked Eye Indeed. He summoned the divine, akin to the beasts surrounding Xuan in a Korean drama. Xuanmo too drew forth a celestial presence. He laid down his scroll and, in a state of bewilderment, succumbed to slumber. Only to find himself dreaming of a woman garbed in a purple dress. Upon gazing into her eyes, they transformed before him into an abyssal black, then swiftly shifted to a murky gray. The gaze she cast upon Xuanmo held an enigmatic depth, both penetrating and unfathomable. In response, he hastily shielded his face with his hands, wishing to remain unseen, attempting to cover himself from all angles. Evading her penetrating stare, I shall no longer gaze upon you, she declared, yet the act of looking was instantaneous. Having seen him, she had already perceived him thoroughly, leaving Xuanmo with no recourse but to acquiesce. However, since that dream encounter with the woman, more accurately, the divine maiden, or perhaps a shaman reminiscent of the priestesses in Korean dramas, it was clear that she must be the national shaman of the Xuanmo. This path appeared entirely correct, as a connection had been established between the realm of dreams and the waking world. The divine had observed all, including Xuanmo's writings and scrolls, and surely they would respond with signs and revelations. This phenomenon was likely what one would refer to as the inked eye. Upon witnessing the inked eye, Xuanmo felt a profound sense of reassurance, believing it to be a form of divine favor. Thus, he opened the world of the inked eye, allowing his writings to transcend into the mystical and the divine. In truth, the concept of spirits assisting in the art of writing as depicted in Korean dramas holds a basis in reality. He perceives the fantastical, while they perceive the tangible. They witness his efforts and thus come to his aid. Xuanmo continued to unfurl the scroll, spreading a sheet of fine paper before him. He took up his brush, ready to inscribe, when his master interjected. "Allow me to take the lead this time." The master inscribed a character, a grand wu, beneath which were 4 dots, among those who delve into the mysteries of the universe. This could serve as a riddle akin to those posed by the 6th patriarch Xuanning. Some discerned the emptiness of life within it, others its profound intricacies, while the most astute saw 4 melons. Yet the most exceptional among them recognized the elixir. The Xuanguang Empress, uniquely perceptive, discerned a kingdom within it, an everlasting empire. Thus, among all interpretations, the one revealed to the Xuanguang was the most captivating, suggesting that the pursuit of immortality as a deity requires the inherent foundation of a sovereign. The attributes of an emperor and minister are too precious to squander on mere mortal concerns. One must pursue the path of immortality. Xuanmo's existence oscillated between this world and the next. One of ceaseless cycles of life and death, the other a realm of exquisite beauty and eternal life. The choice of the inked eye was undoubtedly a pursuit of immortality. He sliced open a watermelon, dividing it into quarters, then sixths, the sweet nectar flooding his senses. Perhaps from this moment forth, even his skills in chess would experience a qualitative leap, for imparting certain mystical powers can manifest in the simplest of ways. With this thought, his heart soared, and he opened his phone, meticulously recording all that had transpired in his notes. Documentation was essential, for in many years to come, he wished to relive these moments with but a simple tap. Recently, he had come to perceive his own writings as immensely valuable. Only his words could convey the essence of his experiences, not merely bridging the realms of yin and yang, but embodying pearls of wisdom in their own right. Deserving of preservation and care. Inspired by the inked eye, he envisioned his entire being enveloped in darkness, an experience both extraordinary and rational. Could this be the legendary extraordinary Tao, through a single word? One could grasp the most elusive of truths, the extraordinary Tao, the most coveted of pursuits, the foundation upon which all is established. Thus, his heart leaped once more, realizing that navigating the thresholds of life need not confine one within the citadel of existence. There exists a realm of entry without necessity for exit. He felt he was forging connections within such a world. As he unfurled the scroll, the figures within sprang to life, moving across the paper. A village from ancient times. A young man donned in Taoist robes, with a black pin adorning his hair, was seen washing a piece of meat in the stream. A basket beside him contained several chicken feet, freshly purchased from the market that morning. Small fish darted about in the stream, chasing the remnants of oil floating upon the surface. He observed the fish spiraling playfully, having prepared a piece of ginger for cooking, the remaining task being to boil water in a pot. He placed the chicken feet and meat within to blanch, discarding the bloody water, before adding fresh water along with slices of ginger in the meat. The beans he had harvested that morning still lay on the ground, and he peeled the purple tendrils before cooking them with the meat. He also added the rare lingxi herb, a divine plant used by immortals to concoct elixirs, possessing sentience and the ability to think and cultivate like a human. A millennial lynxie could even transform into a human form, venturing into the world to seek its cherished celestial partner. However, the young man's harvest was less than a millennium old, making it suitable for medicinal use but lacking the potency required for elixirs. Nonetheless, it was perfect for preparing a meal. As far as ingredients were concerned, his face bore an expression of contentment. Acquiring a millennial lynxie was no simple feat, and even a small sprout was better than none. An old dog nearby caught the fragrance and wagged its tail, approaching him. Dogs possess a heightened sensitivity compared to humans, and the old dog inhaled the aroma of the lynxie, perhaps catching a glimpse of her a millennium hence. He relished the essence of the fragrant broth, experiencing a sense of clarity, as if he could speak or perhaps float away. Both sensations were valid, as the young man suddenly lifted the dog by its neck and cast it into the distance. Where it sank into the stream. Alchemists often encounter such experiences. During the final step of the 9 transformations of elixir refinement, after tirelessly guarding the cauldron for 49 days, the rotating shifts often succumb to exhaustion. At this moment, a purple mist rises from the pot, signaling that the elixir is complete. Yet, at that instant, a dog appears, lifting the pot's lid and devouring the fruits of their labor, which had been nurtured for years. An inevitable calamity. The young man sought to avert such a fate, for whether the water boiled dry, the elixir burned, or the dog consumed it, the outcome was the same. Thus, he rolled up his sleeves and tossed the old dog into the water. Moments later, the dog slowly emerged from downstream. While the young man's meat had finished cooking, he lifted the pot's lid, serving himself a bowl and offering the same to the old dog, not out of reluctance to share, but because he prepared the meal with the intent that the dog should receive its rightful portion. The old dog devoured the contents of its bowl in mere moments. The lynxie indeed possessed magical properties. After finishing, the old dog yawned, fatigued from swimming for so long, and having filled its belly, its eyelids grew heavy, soon drifting off into slumber. In its dreams, the dog found itself in a strange place, pondering its whereabouts when suddenly captivated by the sound of a zither. Beneath a grand tree, an elderly man played slowly, while a woman sat nearby, quietly listening and appreciating the melody's essence. Upon noticing the old dog, they did not shoo it away, rather, they permitted it to sit beneath the tree. The woman tossed an unusual fruit to the dog, which had caught mid-air, an enigmatic fruit, reminiscent of both jujube and pear. Sweet to the taste. 3,000 years hence, you shall come and dwell eternally in my realm, she proclaimed. Since you have consumed the divine gift, you are now entwined with celestial destiny. Hence, the old dog lay down, listening as the elder recounted numerous tales of cultivation. When the dog awoke from its slumber, it realized that 3 days had passed. The young man, having noted the dog's unresponsiveness, understood that it had entered a meditative state and chose to leave it undisturbed. 3 days had elapsed, yet felt akin to a single night, and upon awakening, the dog found the experience profoundly extraordinary. He yearned to share his dreams with his master, unaware that the young Taoist was already cognizant of them. The young man had partaken of the same broth as the old dog on that very day. While the dog scurried beneath the tree, he was drawn by a wisp of ethereal smoke into a cavern. This passage wound through a fissure in the stone leading underground, and he could not tell how long he traversed its depths. Suddenly the view before him expanded, revealing a verdant rice field where 2 azure oxen grazed, with a young shepherd perched upon one's back. Upon noticing his arrival, the shepherd leapt down and guided him into a village, a place teeming with extraordinary trees whose names eluded him. Their branches heavy with peculiar fruits. The shepherd plucked 2 of these and handed them to him. He tasted them, finding them somewhat sour. The shepherd then ushered him into a humble abode, where he encountered the true spirit of the lynxie herb, a being transformed from the 1,000-year-old plant into the form of a striking young woman. Upon his arrival, she invited him to sit and poured him a cup of tea. As he drank, he perceived a shadow emerging from within his heart, a reflection of himself. In a moment of astonishment, the maiden explained that this was his external self. She elaborated that achieving a lofty realm of cultivation required more than mere meditation. One must also partake of elixirs, harnessing the power of spiritual herbs. However, such fortune was rare for ordinary mortals. She offered him a delicacy crafted from lotus root, finely ground, blended with various herbs, and steamed into small, sweet dumplings. He found their texture delicate, akin to silk. The village was home to numerous elderly folk, and when the Taoist inquired about this mystical place, the maiden informed him it was the realm of the immortal mountains, where those venerable elders were, in truth, ancient tree spirits or herb immortals. Having existed for millions of years, few could venture here. The Taoist marveled at his serendipity, and in that moment, he recalled the old dog. The maiden smiled, lifting the curtain to reveal the great tree in the distance, where his faithful companion frolicked joyously around the immortal, who was the peach blossom deity. In 3,000 years the dog would ascend. At that time, he would transform into a handsome youth. The maiden disclosed to the Taoist that in 3 millennia, he too would be reborn among mortals, and at a certain moment, they would reunite, coinciding with the opening of the peach blossom spring, a time when he and the peach blossom deity would share eternal happiness together. The Taoist nodded in agreement, acknowledging the beauty of the deity. Though at present, he saw her while she had yet to perceive him, yet this mattered not. It was destined that love would eventually bring them together. At this juncture, Xuanmo pondered the essence of fate. What is destiny but a reunion of times long past and those yet to come? Where the past converges with the future, it resembles the slow simmering of time, merging the linksy herb into a broth. This is the alchemical process, necessitating a moment of encounter, an intersection of yesteryears extending into the present. Hence, the time of the immortals is paradoxical. At times it is but a fleeting instant, while at others it spans countless years, yet all is equally beautiful, for eternity can only be attained through the trials of ephemeral moments. These experiences, though seemingly trivial, are pathways leading to the ultimate destination. Each segment holds significance, akin to the practice of alchemy, where sometimes one must endure the burning of failures only to start anew, while at other times, the opportunity may be devoured by a dog. By aiding it in becoming immortal, one must wait for their own chance in the future. Therefore, those who grasp the heavenly mysteries must not rush, for the desires they seek instantly are merely a misunderstanding of the true nature of time. It is imperative to focus on the essence. Inspiration does not always arrive unbidden but manifests during specific moments. The paths perceived as erroneous may indeed lead to the correct conclusion, thus one must cultivate patience. Xuanmo carefully rolled up the scroll, preparing to join his grandfather for an outing. Not far from their dwelling lay a small grove where they had recently cultivated a patch of land. Xuanmo planted several tomato seedlings, constructing a trellis for them. The earth still bore wild grasses, which he chose not to uproot, allowing them to flourish. Mere seedlings were insufficient. The land could not be left barren, for the presence of grass was vital. This way, when he returned, he could capture the mantises and crickets, particularly favoring a species resembling split hair known as the general grass, which he decided to preserve. Spreading a mat amidst the grass, Xuanmo reclined on the ground, gazing at the sky. The clouds drifted by, and he recalled the term idle clouds and wild cranes, symbols of freedom and unrestrained existence. A delicate butterfly fluttered to rest on the leaves behind him, its wings rising and falling gently. He observed quietly, allowing his spirit to merge with the natural world around him. Was it not true that long ago, perhaps a century or a millennium past, he had lain in such a manner for an eternity? These memories eluded him, yet each reincarnation among mortals seemed to echo the same narrative. Or was it that he could only retain the essence of this life amidst the vast river of time? What significance did all his past attachments hold, or was it only the future that bore meaning for him? As Xuanmo succumbed to slumber upon the grassy expanse, it seemed that the most fitting occurrence at that moment was for his scroll to wish to inscribe him within its imagery, rendering him a part of its canvas. Chapter 19, Midnight Dispatch. When his eyes ached, he knew it was time to rise and write. An insight gleaned during his days of cultivation upon the mountain. The verdant hills and flowing waters served merely as auspicious aids, not the entirety of his journey. True elixirs could only be attained under distinct circumstances, necessitating unconventional methods unknown to others to navigate toward his destination and forge the Xiandan. His grandfather gazed out at the stars, contemplating the tranquility of the mountain. At this hour, when only animals emerged to pay homage to the moon or frolic and play, it was the most opportune time for their cultivation. Surrounded by serene silence, he spread his garments upon the ground and began to meditate. On clear nights, when the stars twinkled brightly, it allowed those celestial bodies to witness humanity, fostering a dialogue between them. All creatures and spiritual herbs engaged in similar communion. The stars, with thoughts distinct from humans, inspired ancient sages to observe the heavens by night, establishing a heartfelt connection with the celestial orbs. The stars delighted in being seen by those on earth, and in turn those who gazed upon them could articulate their wishes, no matter how arduous their desires. It was a moment for the stars and mortals to seek to know one another. As his grandfather attuned to the seasons, he also became aware of his own emotions and spirit. At that moment, he unfurled a scroll depicting practitioners undergoing tribulation. His eyes appeared injured, covered in ointment. As he lay quietly on his bed, this condition persisted for several days, yet today, he sensed a glimmer of recovery. Many matters unfold like ailments of the eyes, not immediately cured, but destined to mend in due time. He understood that healing did not occur in the present moment but would manifest on some future day, with time passing unnoticed, leading to eventual restoration. The creation or destruction of worlds follows a similar pattern. Commencing from a certain point in time, erasing itself imperceptibly, what one perceives is often the astonishment felt long after the destruction has transpired. Thus, the establishment of a new world unfolds in a similar manner. Emerging from memories long held, the Empress Xuanmo observed all of this from her throne, experiencing it as a reflection of her own reality. She recalled the words of an elder within an ancient palace, foretelling the annihilation of their kind, as they had become irredeemable, heralding the dawn of a new era, a fresh generation to inhabit the realm. She recognized that the world beyond would appear differently. Grandfather retracted his fishing rod or relic he had carried for 3 millennia or perhaps longer. In that time, his life had been relatively brief, consumed largely by contemplation and introspection amidst the tranquil currents of time. The significance of all people and events remained elusive, perhaps even unknowable. The Empress Xuanmo possessed a sacred text on cultivation known as the Dongxian Heart Sutra, which expounded, "In the void lies the profound. The profound is profoundly profound, leading to an abundance of mysteries." During his time on the mountain, grandfather diligently sought to comprehend the essence of this profundity, recognizing it as the sole path to salvation in the end times. Encapsulated within this classic text, also referred to as the Dongxian Immortal Sutra, the Tao begins in the minutiae, yet from the minutiae growth is possible. This wisdom was the true inheritance he acquired during his mountain sojourn. Having grasped it, he devoted himself to diligent practice, often penning notes on his cultivation journey, recording insights and realizations in a booklet he kept at hand. Mastery accumulates imperceptibly through sustained effort. Clothing may wear out over years, but books in one's own writings endure, preserving their value through time. The entirety of a matter is contingent upon time rather than mere fragments of memory or isolated moments, just as one's life demands a comprehensive view from beginning to end. Weaving together all threads to unlock wisdom, so too does the discipline of cultivating immortality require traversing the perplexing paths of uncertainty before one comprehends their significance. Thus, at this very moment, the fleeting span of a minute or the so-called present time renders all that one perceives bewildering and enigmatic. During his cultivation, Taigong traversed the temporal tunnel repeatedly, witnessing the varying transformations every century and millennium, and the succession of eras and dynasties. What was once prevalent or prohibited in those times faded away, transforming into something entirely different as time passed. Thus, he advised Xuanmo not to be ensnared by the illusions of the present, for in hindsight, they are scarcely worth mentioning. Many individuals share similar experiences. What once instilled fear or joy in their youth is perceived through vastly different lenses as they mature, embodying the essence of growth. The same principle applies to the entirety of existence across time and space. When one traverses into a future of unparalleled perfection, all prior mistakes and errors dissipate, rendered inconsequential by subsequent rectifications. Therefore, from his perspective, the utmost treasure lies in the present moment, as he cherishes every aspect of it, including the time spent enduring tribulations, each fleeting second being invaluable. One must not grow complacent in a singular corner, even if that corner is all they possess. As Xuanmo unfurled a fresh sheet of rice paper, he placed a peach blossom into his ink, the red and white contrasting vividly upon the inkstone. In the endless peach blossom land, the peach blossom fairy and Lucien sat beneath a flourishing peach tree, which was beginning to bear fruit. Small green buds no larger than buttons, they joyfully sipped peach blossom wine, while the peach blossom fairy composed poetry, as the pink hue fades from autumn's embrace. Green awakens within my heart, I know it is the new peach gracing the withered branch, where the sap resembles tears frozen in time. This verse spoke of the tiny peaches just emerging from the branches, where the sap glistened like the remnants of the peach tree's sorrow, prompting laughter from the peach blossom fairy as she beheld the tears. Lucien, at ease, raised a wine cup within which danced the reflection of the peach blossoms. He savored the wine, its sweetness rapidly enveloping his palate. He too crafted wine, with several jars of his making resting beneath the peach tree. Yet Lucien would add an extra ingredient to the wine, perhaps the remnants of herbs from his alchemical endeavors. An enigma, for each jar of wine bore his unique essence. Xuanmo pondered the similarity between time and wine. Both are an amalgamation of memories and thoughts fermenting within a sealed vessel, awaiting transformation and maturation. Sometimes static change proves more beneficial than the restlessness of dynamic existence, for it is in stillness that one can peacefully reclaim all that was lost. Taigong etched the millennia of his observations into his heart. Traversing from one world to another, upon returning to the past, he carried with him the memories of the present, repeatedly contemplating the differences between his former self and the man he had become. Chapter 20. A lifetime. Xuanmo unlocked his phone, revealing the joys and sorrows of the people in this world, a narrative from many years ago. The video transitioned to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, where a young man sat with a small boy before an elderly doctor. The boy had been feverish for quite some time, and the old physician patiently examined his tongue before prescribing medicine for the young man to fetch. The boy was his nephew, and Ziyun stood nearby, also receiving a prescription from the doctor. Fate is a curious thing. This bond would last a lifetime. The old doctor had often treated Ziyun in varying circumstances and ailments, having once saved her life, and now it was her turn to repay his kindness, as he had completed his earthly duties and departed from this world. Perhaps, in moments of unawareness, one forms myriad connections, some of which are celestial in nature. These divine beings are not bound by the cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death, but rather interact through such bonds, offering health in exchange for eternal realms of bliss. Thus, at this moment, the divine is of utmost importance. After years of asceticism and cultivation, it is ultimately in the years to come that one can repay all those who have gifted fleeting moments of remembrance. Before Ziyun attained her divine status, she was unaware of these truths, but destiny had arranged for her to focus on the peach blossom land in the years that followed to in her search for that indestructible eternity amidst suffering. She realized that to honor those connections, one must create a paradise for them, nurturing eternal bonds through boundless, selfless cultivation. These were the words imparted to her by her celestial master. The transient nature of human existence renders every moment fleeting. Each second carries an irretrievable distance, signifying this life and yet the next. Consequently, Xuanmo unfurled the scroll and inscribed the memories of yesteryears upon the paper. The courtyard where the old doctor practiced was a familial clinic, where each patient bore their own afflictions, and the doctor endeavored to alleviate their suffering. At that time Ziyun was facing her tribulations, often appearing there in a frail state, depicted in Xuanmo's brushstrokes as gaunt and haggard. Like an ancient portrait of a lady, she quietly leaned against the medicine cabinet, surrounded by individuals of varying ages. This was how humanity traversed the span of their lives. Such scenes evoke profound sorrow, reluctance, love, and compassion as they navigate through this existence together, making it difficult to part ways in such circumstances. Many individuals live not out of desire, for happiness is not guaranteed, yet they tirelessly accumulate merit, hoping to extend their lives to 100 or even 1,000 years. Reflecting upon this, Xuanmo grew increasingly aware that in the realm of mortals, one must diligently cultivate their divine essence. Not every departure from life vanishes swiftly into the river of time. Some remain, unwilling to be swept away so easily. Navigating through this lengthy yet fleeting existence from birth to death proves challenging, if not immensely so. The bonds of love linger infinitely, even with countless reincarnations. Nothing compares to that initial moment of meeting. Thus, in Xuanmo's rendering, a tear glistened in Ziyun's eyes. What is fate, even with the desire to cherish it? Alternate destinies may render such connections limited, leading to inevitable separations. Before entering this world, one must prepare for their exit. Thus, the pain of parting resembles a piercing needle, whether one owes a debt or is owed one. All must be settled. This life and the next are intertwined eternally. Kinship represents the deepest bonds, yet even deeper is the connection with the divine, for within the hearts of celestial beings lies profound sentiment, striving for the eternity of a future life. When Ziyun achieved her divine status, she bestowed a name upon her past benefactor, a name that serves as the briefest incantation, reminiscent of a dialogue between Qingming and his master within the tomb of unrequited love. Ziyun contemplated, in this life, my gratitude remains unfulfilled. There is still the next life to transform into spring mud. Thus she named him Yuan, symbolizing a sense of belonging, a sanctuary of merit. A life spent laboriously leads ultimately to a better destination. If one finds this life too short for reunion, they should seek the next. Much like the records in ancient texts, where emperors and ministers are immortalized through the ages, it is preferable to exist eternally in the peach blossom land than to fade from this world. I grant you 3 lifetimes and 10 miles of peach blossoms. Perhaps you shall enjoy boundless blossoms across countless lifetimes. This was Ziyun's aspiration. To end this life, forging connections for eternity often evokes memories of that initial encounter. For preserving that moment is the ultimate goal. If you wish for a life free of regrets, you must immerse your heart in this paradise of peach blossoms. This is the most significant lesson of this existence. There is no greater sorrow than parting, nor greater joy than eternal reunion. Thus, in the end times, everything may dissipate like smoke and clouds, leaving only the precious memories to endure. Is this not the inevitable path for all? Therefore, at this moment, it is paramount to summon one's inner strength, for all worldly matters may disperse, but the pursuit of cultivation remains steadfast. Xuanmo captured all these sentiments within his brushstrokes. only within the eternal realm can one repay their debts of gratitude. The withering cicada shell has shed, and beneath the divine peach tree, a handsome and mischievous young man named Yuan has been reborn, clad in new garments adorned with the blossom of Xian. This attire belongs to the celestial realm of the true purple, marking his genuine ascension after adhering to the divine precepts, with a form akin to white jade and a heart akin to butterfly wings. He possesses a focused gaze, looking towards the divine realm. Upon reporting to the celestial realm, Yuan was appointed as an official alongside the Empress Xuanmo, serving as a heavenly physician. Thus, from that moment, the world lost a skilled healer while heaven gained a divine doctor. His life was now destined for fulfillment, as he could connect with the Empress as her physician on earth and later in the heavens. He joyfully accompanied Xian to admire Lu Xian's divine sword and Taigong's peach blossom wine. From that day forth, he would forever remember his initial encounter with Xian, never to part again, nor to forget. The affairs of the mortal realm have reached a conclusion. Henceforth, all his wishes have been fulfilled. Forming a complete circle, revealing how everything has come full circle. Once upon a time, you two shared such deep and meaningful connections, so always harbor kindness, striving to be a good minister and a good physician. Despite the multitude of ailments afflicting this world, genuine emotions and heartfelt intentions persist, existing within the realm of the Empress Xuanmo as we step into that garden of peach blossoms, infinite paradise. Boundless joy in heart. Perhaps the body may not always be present, but the heart remains ever steadfast. Chapter 21. That year 30 years is neither a brief span nor an eternity, yet it swiftly passes in the blink of an eye. Had she not diligently faced her tribulations and pursued her cultivation, she would not have been able to weave such a tapestry of joy. If at that time she had chosen to lay idle, forsaking her efforts, the adage youth unspent leads to regrets and old age rings true, especially at the end when one possesses everything yet feels as though they have nothing, compelled to relinquish all. Thus, to leap from 30 years ago to the present in a single second is indeed the same. Xuanmo unrolled the scroll and picked up the brush, his strokes conjuring a tapestry of intertwined ancient and modern realms. The canvas was adorned with numerous UFO-like objects and soft passageways reminiscent of colorful ribbons. On the very first day, Xiaoyang ventured forth with them, swiftly acclimating to both this world and the other. Before an immense palace stood a multitude of ancient deities alongside many children, who appeared as if they had just been released from school. The Empress watched them, seated on a stone, leaning against a Taoist priest. Her master, are we to journey to another celestial mountain today? She inquired of Xiaoyang. Indeed, he replied with utmost reverence. Though he had never glimpsed other celestial mountains, he fancied that all such realms in existence were akin to the peach blossom spring. Mere mythical tales in the earthly realm, yet here they were all veritable. A celestial crane spiraled down from the heavens, obediently alighting before the Empress. She mounted it, while Xiaoyang laid his sword upon the ground. Reciting the incantation, with a mere gesture, the sword obediently rose into the air. He soared on the blade, following the Empress towards the distant celestial mountain. It was Yujiang Tai, merely envisioning it sufficed. In the mortal realm, reunions were always fraught with difficulty, as were partings. Of the 365 days in a year, each dwelled in their own corners, surrounded by different companions, with varying fates and longings that occasionally transcended time and space, drawing them to one another. Thus, if proximity were to be sought, this moment was the closest, where souls intertwined, composing an eternal poem. In the bonds of yesteryear, they shared daily moments, perhaps inseparable, yet it was only upon parting that one realized the past held the utmost value. Each fleeting moment, each instant, lingered in the heart like an intricate carving, the divine sculpted, reminiscent of plum blossoms. Gazing upon the mortal realm, Xiaoyang could perceive their endless cycles of life. How many lifetimes must one cultivate to earn a single glance from you in this life? How many more lifetimes to never part from your gaze? The ties of this life with them were ultimately severed, while his connection with the Empress remained eternal, as each moment spent by her side was devoid of separation. Regardless of tribulations or joys, their hearts resonated in unison, never to part. Therefore, throughout these many years, every word left unspoken, every sentiment unexpressed, could now be articulated, each meaning conveyed in an instant, devoid of any distance or barrier. The Empress had awaited all things in her world, yet during her trials in the mortal realm, she had not been afforded even a moment solely for her. The medical cases penned during those years remained in the human world, while Xiaoyang's writings would henceforth dwell in the heavens, forming a celestial shrine of healing, where all elixirs and divine prescriptions converged. This was his true commencement. Chapter 22. No regrets in this world. To live without regrets is a formidable task. Even the sages find it impossible to achieve perfection, especially when faced with the daunting challenges of the apocalyptic era. Xuanmo added a few more strokes of foliage to the pine tree in his painting. Beneath the needles, an elderly woman was gathering pine needles, intending to take them home to brew pine needle tea. The anguish of the mortal realm lies in the acceptance of a fate steeped in suffering. Her son was ill, afflicted by a malady beyond the hospital's remedy. She could only venture into the mountains to gather pine needles for tea or brew pine needle wine. She hoped for a miracle to reclaim his time and life. Not lacking in sincere prayers before the divine, yet still needing to comprehend the will of heaven, though the heavens remained silent, it did not mean they were unresponsive to her inquiries. She cherished everything, especially the time spent together, always fearing he would depart, enduring the worry time and again. Each passing year was akin to a bitter brew, yet ultimately, he left. After his departure, she grappled with how to fill the remaining time. Pondering how one might grant oneself hope and anticipation, she was uncertain. The remaining years felt like shattered reflections. His departure took with it all her joy, every moment intertwined with sorrow. His friends gathered for his final farewell. Save for her, she still endeavored for his future life, yet their paths diverged, with no chance of reunion. A profound regret in his life that he had given his time to others, when it should have been reserved for her. During their last encounter, they bid her farewell. She had long exited the mountain gate with her belongings. Had she known, she would have done everything to prevent her departure, should this have been their final meeting in this life. His heart was tender. In the marketplace, he walked ahead, while she followed, yet, to truly encompass her was no simple feat. The devoted children of this world might be realms beyond her comprehension. He should have taken her as a disciple long ago. Yet he did not. She was a reincarnated celestial being solely to impart the wisdom of the heavenly ladder from earth to sky, yet he failed to grasp her words. In the end, he should have told her to come closer. Yet he did not. This became an everlasting regret in his heart. Upon the celestial mountain, he witnessed his earthly mother still weeping. He yearned to convey that he was well, yet the divide between the celestial and the mortal was insurmountable. The words he longed to speak fell upon deaf ears. Had he known, he would have voiced everything while they were still on the mountain planting sweet potato seedlings, regardless of its utility. When he realized his infatuation deserved to be wholly devoted to her, it was only after his departure. Only she had practiced diligently for him, guiding him through the unimaginable trials with the briefest of incantations, ushering him into the celestial realm. Her name was the shortest of spells, a debt he would never repay. She bore no concern for pain, enduring all hardships for him, transforming it all into the qualification for his entrance into the realm of immortals, which was the best she could secure for him. Tears gradually filled his eyes. One should not weep upon the celestial mountain, yet he truly cried. She said, "If heaven allows me to see, I shall see. If not, what does it matter if I do not?" Only upon the celestial mountain did he understand how she had dedicated herself to his cultivation, how with her innate talent, she had refined the true Xuanmo elixir for him. Chapter 23. I too can transcend tribulations. I too can transcend tribulations, not for my renown in this world, but solely for your salvation. Xuanmo gazed upon the elderly woman in his painting, her face etched with worry as she sat by the stove, stoking the fire. She had prepared a basin of rice paste, intending to make cold noodles. She sat opposite the elderly woman, gathering vegetables from the ground, soon to wash and chop them finely, learning from her how to steam and cut the noodles. This was the passage of time and the essence of life that even immortals allowed mortals to perceive. Though at that moment, it was already a haze, a sentiment that could only be recalled in retrospect. Be why the time one reflects, much time has passed, constantly witnessing the elderly woman's distress over her son's impending departure. She feared that after his passing, she would spend the remainder of her days reminiscing about the past, knowing that such a parting was inevitable. Did she cherish those years all the more? Or were mortals, in the long river of cultivation, perpetually anxious, hastily seeking a refuge before truly finding one, only to remember that the past could be savored and appreciated once a haven was secured? I am not so romantic. Throughout those many years, I merely sought to guide them to the celestial mountain, which was the task the immortals held in their hearts as they sought them. Perhaps at any given moment, one could only attend to one matter, neglecting all others. The immortal was Zen. At the outset of all years, one often remains oblivious. As fate draws one in or causes one to lose their way. The more profound the cultivation, the less one wishes to part. Unlike the things of this world, clothing, when worn, returns to dust, yet cultivation does not. It only grows more precious with the passage of time. You spend your life seeking liberation, while I dedicate mine to your fulfillment. This is the essence of an immortal. Xuanmo added a few more strands to the elderly woman's hair, painting several pumpkins beneath the table. It is often through diligent cultivation that every endeavor becomes extraordinary, thus clarifying all connections in this world, cherishing them solely for the sake of eternity. Zen mused, I too can transcend tribulations, solely for him to understand the unfathomable will of heaven. The elixir is also a name, and a name is also an elixir. Thus, after penning several chapters, one discovers that the best had long resided within the ink, years of effort, countless days from the past. Accompanied you through year after year in the changing seasons. Zian had not yet traversed the seasons, her time was so scarce, and at this moment it was a rare trial of endurance to eye in his absence. When she could not see him, she never forgot her commitment to strive for him. She achieved it. Thus the Taoist appeared beneath Xuanmo's brush, clad in azure robes, retaining his original visage, yet his expression bore a contemplative air. His eyes had healed, allowing him to clearly perceive the world and the celestial mountain. He often reminisced about that day when she first appeared before him, their initial encounter marking the beginning of lifetimes. She resided in his study, where unfinished guqin lay scattered. He had never heard her play even a single tune. After she inscribed a couplet for him, he beheld the ink strokes, by the mountains, clear and verdant, by the waters, hidden and divine. The name she bestowed upon him was Zichin. This was the name given by an immortal to a practitioner, akin to a jade pendant granting entry to the celestial mountain. With this name, he reached the abode of the immortals. The arts of qin, chess, poetry, and painting were truly realized within the immortal's dwelling, hence such tales in Xuanmo's brush also bore their own regrets. Chapter 24, Hope. Xuanmo unfurled the scroll, revealing a depiction of a world where hope had seemingly vanished, where words fell silent, deemed unnecessary in the face of overwhelming calamity. The portrayal depicted countless fish carcasses strewn across the beach, alongside humans huddled together in despair. In the distance, a dark mist rose, enveloping the entire realm in a shroud of lifelessness. A monk, meditating in a cave, dreamed of a temple at the mountain's base, overflowing with the deceased. A skull tumbled from a table, clattering to the floor. The monk jolted upright from his slumber. Xuanhuang and Taigong traversed the path of emperors, having commenced preparations for this journey many years prior. Among all worlds, theirs was the most blissful, marking the dawn of a new temporal and spatial reality. Through Xuanmo's vision, another world penetrated this one, shrouded in mystery, revealing a singular truth to Xuanmo's discerning gaze. Amidst the mists of divergent timelines, Xuanmo approached a table where a mechanical toy initiated itself, swiveling its camera to face him. Was this enchantment or possession? He flipped the toy over, opened its back cover, and removed several batteries, causing it to halt immediately. This occurred on the eve of great catastrophe. Xuanmo dreamt that stopping the robot was a simple task, merely severing its power source. Yet, what did this dream signify? He fell into contemplation, realizing that in a fleeting moment, discovering a crucial point could halt the chaos, mirroring the tumult of this world. Thus, one must tread this path, for therein lies hope, that is the path of the emperor. Occupying such a position undoubtedly carries the greatest merit for this world, where profound virtue bears all burdens. The empress sat beneath a tree, quietly listening to Ziyin play the qin, while Xuanmo took up his brush, painting a peony on her sleeve, the epitome of floral royalty. Regardless of the season, be it spring, summer, autumn, or winter, it remained the most exquisite bloom adorning the empress's attire. Gazing from this world to the next, all things ultimately culminated in a definitive conclusion. In truth, as one traverses time, the experience is often imperceptible, merely a series of scenes passing by. If one chooses to document, it becomes art in text, with each word signifying existence, an existence destined for eternity. Thus, Xuanmo frequently examined ancient scripts, the ethereal beauty of time, which future generations could only approach through imagination and speculation. If all is but a dream, then this ultimate world represents the sole reality. Therefore, he and Ziyin inscribed the legacy of the empress, collecting every flower along the way, for in essence, the past and future coexist, and with each step taken, one feels a distinct sensation. This is the essence of cultivation, a precise and unwavering progression. Many drift with the currents unaware, yet there are also those with foresight, fully cognizant of all that transpires. One must place the most significant matters at the forefront. Even if the beginning is unclear, it matters not, for some emerge from scrolls while others enter them. All temporal scrolls undoubtedly point to a singular destination, the eternal realm of the Xuanhuang Empress. Chapter 25, A New Temporal Realm. Under Xuanmo's pen, a portal to another time and space materialized upon the inky paper. It resembled a stone, inscribed with words on both its front and back, one side representing the past, the other the future. Standing before the stone was the present. Ziyin and Ziyuan set out to gather herbs at dawn, venturing to the celestial mountains, where sheer cliffs plunged 1,000 feet, a treacherous height for mortals, yet trivial for the divine. Celestial herbs often concealed themselves deeply, nestled within crevices, eluding human discovery. However, Ziyin, attuned to the essence of the plants, swiftly located them, herbs for enhancing one's power, including a rare specimen resembling a human figure. Aged 500 years. 5 centuries prior, a young shepherd passed by, casting a glance but ensuring the old ox did not consume her. He remembered her visage. The shepherd grew into a youth, returning to confess his affection for a maiden from a neighboring village. Eventually, they united, and during their excursions to forage for wild fruits and gather pig grass, they would always visit the cultivated celestial herb, never uprooting her. As time passed, the shepherd aged, and during his last visit, he stooped to touch the herb's leaves. His wife had departed this world 3 days prior. The aged shepherd reminisced about their first encounter, as vivid as yesterday. In that moment, the celestial herb wept. 2 droplets falling from her leaves. Sensing the shepherd's impending departure from life, she longed for him to regain his youth, to return to those bygone days. Afterward, the shepherd left the celestial herb and returned home. Never to see her again, she held all memories and every reunion within her heart, continuing her cultivation day by day, drawing life from the essence of heaven and earth, regardless of winter's chill or summer's heat. She persevered, yearning for the day she might meet her shepherd once more. Although uncertain if humans experience reincarnation, if the past 500 years were her wait for him, then the next 500 should be his wait for her. Nourished by the essence of the cosmos, in another 5 centuries she would transform into human form. Upon encountering Ziyin, their gazes met, and they recognized one another as origins. Ziyin shared that her shepherd had reincarnated several times. Yet each life proved unsatisfactory, and now, in a bustling city, he labored daily, pondering when his struggles would cease. Might I see him once more? I ask for nothing else, the celestial herb implored, aware that Ziyin intended to collect her for medicinal purposes. She did not force herself, knowing she still had 500 years to cultivate. She merely wished for one last glimpse of her former shepherd. Ziyin sighed, and the 2 celestial beings exchanged glances. Very well, though this bond may seem futile, let us fulfill her wishes. Ziyin uprooted the celestial herb and placed her in a basket, and together with Ziyin, they descended the mountain, traversing numerous streets and alleys until they arrived at a house. A middle-aged man's voice resonated, having just returned from work. As his daughter animatedly recounted her day at school, a little girl seated before him, clutching her homework. Ziyin and Ziyin knocked on the door. The man opened it, startled to find 2 strangers. In response to their inquiry, Ziyin revealed the celestial herb from her pocket. The man's expression shifted as recognition dawned upon him. He invited them inside to converse. His gaze remained fixed on the celestial herb, his memories awakening as if ignited by love at first sight. Is this an orchid? He inquired. Ziyin replied, no, it is a medicinal herb that has thrived for many years. The man served them tea as Ziyin recounted a lengthy tale of the celestial herb and the shepherd from 5 centuries ago. As he listened, tears streamed down his face, inexplicably drawn to something that had quietly entered his heart and memory. The celestial herb, cradled in Ziyin's hands, gazed at the shepherd, now a different man, yet he remembered her, recalling every moment they had shared. The seasons on the mountain had always been similar, but his presence had delineated them distinctly. With 500 years of cultivation, the celestial herb had also acquired 5 centuries of resolve. While mortals may not grasp the nature of their cultivation, she understood him. Each reincarnation required starting anew. Yet she wished for him to possess a continuous memory. The little girl, observing the scene, found the story beautiful yet profoundly melancholic. She instinctively reached out to touch the celestial herb's leaves. Is there a place in this world devoid of parting? Free from pain, where all pasts are remembered, and nothing is lost? The celestial herb gazed at her shepherd for a long while, aware that this farewell might be their last encounter. Meeting was as difficult as parting. Unbeknownst to them, night had deepened. Ziyin completed the tale, revealing to the man that he was indeed the shepherd, and the celestial herb was she in his grasp. The man accepted the celestial herb from Ziyin. Overwhelmed with emotion, 500 years of fate, 500 years of affection, tears once more fell from the celestial herb, mirroring the scene from 5 centuries prior. She remained herself, yet he had already reincarnated. In the realm of the divine, emotions exist. Even the celestial herb, despite facing humanity, harbored feelings. Though silent, her tears spoke volumes, resonating with the souls of all present. I know not how many lifetimes have passed in longing, yet it has culminated in your existence. Ziyin informed the man that following this day, she would take the celestial herb back to Taoyuan. The man, unable to bear the thought of parting, wept bitterly. Mourning their past connection and his own fate, Ziyuan delicately tucked away the celestial herb, and the 2 of them stepped out of his door, journeying into the distance. The little girl stood there in a daze. And it took her quite a while to regain her composure. Perhaps in this world there exist countless reincarnations, yet none resonate with the sincerity found in the celestial herb's bond with the shepherd boy. From the very first day they met, which marked the inception of their acquaintance, many things may fade with the passage of time, but such profound affection is indelible. Chapter 26. a return to memory. Ziyin and Ziyuan returned to the Peach Blossom Spring, where Taigong was engrossed in a game of chess with Xuanmo. Upon revealing the celestial herb, Taigong's keen eyes immediately noticed it. "Why does this herb seem to have just wept?" he inquired of Ziyin. Ziyin recounted the tale of the shepherd boy. After arriving at the Peach Blossom Spring, the herb beheld a multitude of peach blossoms, evoking memories of her dwelling, which was near a wild peach tree. The empress approached, gently lifting the celestial herb. The herb gazed at her, as an incredibly noble figure appeared before her. The empress was extraordinarily beautiful. "Are you the herb that has cultivated for 500 years? She asked, blowing a breath upon the herb. In an instant, the herb transformed into a maiden clad in a blue robe and red skirt, her long hair cascading down to her waist. "I pay my respects to the Xuanmo Empress." "Long live the Empress," she exclaimed, hurriedly kneeling before her. "Please rise, stand at ease," replied the Empress. The Empress understood that 500 years ago, the court of the mortal realm adhered to such formalities. Now, in the realm of immortals, she had taken human form, needing to reacquaint herself with the customs of this celestial domain. Taigong hurried over, pondering whether the herb should continue her cultivation under the Empress or be utilized as medicine. The Empress informed Taigong that 500 years of cultivation was neither too long nor too short, while it was permissible to use the herb for medicinal purposes at this moment. Accompanying the Empress in her cultivation would yield far greater benefits. Moreover, the herb still harbored feelings for the shepherd boy. Even if it were to be used as medicine now, it would carry a tinge of sorrow. Should she continue her cultivation, the herb might eventually achieve the golden core, which would be incomparably superior to being directly made into medicine. The celestial herb expressed her gratitude to the Empress, and from that day forth, she began her cultivation in the Peach Blossom Spring. Ziyin promised to take her to meet the shepherd boy after some time, allowing her, in her current human form, to convey her thoughts directly to him. If the shepherd boy were to hear this good news, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Are there not countless tales of deep affection in the mortal realm? Or are many of them simply the result of human choices? How one chooses to engage with their fate is entirely up to them. Ziyin gathered the dried medicinal herbs, preparing to concoct pills the next day, with the most crucial ingredient being the petals of peach blossoms. The celestial herb assisted him, and the Empress bestowed upon her the name Qingsui. During her cultivation on the mountain, time passed swiftly from dawn to dusk. However, the Peach Blossom Spring was different. Here, time seemed to stand still. As peach blossoms flourished throughout the seasons, the blossoms and peaches appeared simultaneously, creating an eternal spring, a cascade of petals akin to falling snowflakes. Thus, the unchanging, eternal world revealed itself before Qingsui. Her heart brimmed with profound reflections. People often extol the virtues of immortals, yet they must relinquish the fleeting nature of their present lives to embrace the infinite eternities, a notion beyond their comprehension. Nevertheless, she hoped her little shepherd boy could also arrive here. Not only is the present precious, if it cannot be eternal, it holds no true value. Should it simply vanish, that would indeed be a genuine regret. Regardless of how splendid it may be, ultimately, it must form a closed loop, preserving all cherished memories, ensuring that nothing is lost, whether after a century, a millennium, or even an eternity. Such cultivation is the most profound, allowing one to avoid starting anew or constantly needing to catch up. There will come a day when there are no failures, nor will there be any wrong answers. Thus, for these reasons, one must strive for the eternal Peach Blossom Spring. Chapter 27. As long as there is happiness, it is enough. As long as there is happiness, it suffices. What I desire is for us to never part, from now until forever. If all time exists for this purpose, then I believe we have penned the most perfect period. To venture to a good place and be together with her, never to separate again, that is sufficient. In this lifetime, reaching the end is solely for this purpose. Xuanmo reflected upon the passing of a venerable monk many years ago, pondering where he might be now. The Xuanmo Empress sat beneath a tree, petals of peach blossoms cascading upon her, forming the most exquisite embroidery. Even after his departure, he remained by the Empress's side, assisting her in governing the realm. To be with the Empress day and night was true happiness and fortune, the greatest blessing one could find in this world, the finest sanctuary. Though there are many fates in this world, the bond with the Empress is the most exquisite and beautiful of all. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Those surrounding the Empress are akin to the leaves of a peach tree embracing its blossoms and fruits, a perfect harmony of beauty. This represents the mutual fulfillment and achievement of one another. In this world, many memories abound, but only such memories are truly precious, capable of eternity. Nothing surpasses the importance of being with the Empress. One cannot fathom the beauty of it all. To attain such happiness, what more could one desire? Thus one must grasp the essence of it all. Of the fates of this life, along with those of past wives, children, colleagues, and patients, have come to a close. Perhaps all preparations were merely to lead to this moment. Where the end of the red carpet is the Empress's throne, all to arrive here, standing before the Empress, marks the completion of a perfect sentence. At this moment, he felt immense gratitude for the heavens allowing him to encounter the Empress, a tremendous blessing. Ultimately, when one departs this world, they relinquish their career, their wealth, their capabilities, and all the beautiful memories accumulated over the years. Each day spent, all the good fortunes and connections formed during daily work are let go. Now, he gazes solely upon the Empress, dedicating all future time and energy to her alone. He will guard her eternally, something he could not achieve while still in this world, as all ties with others remained unfulfilled. He must fulfill his responsibilities, yet the end of responsibility is liberation and victory, culminating in the Xuanmo Empress. Nothing shall interfere with them any longer, nor shall anything divide his heart. Reflecting upon the myriad experiences still lingering in this world, he found himself contemplating amidst happiness, among the myriad beings in this vast universe, all inevitably tread the path of their own birth and demise. How many can, like him, serve the Empress with such profound fortune? Thus, this path is indeed extraordinary. A mere glance amidst the crowd can seal a bond for lifetimes. Xuanmo mused, love destined for 3 lifetimes, or perhaps an unbroken continuum across many incarnations. The immortals of legendary tales differ greatly from those of reality. The true immortals possess only happiness and everlasting essence from beginning to end. There may not be many stories, and everything appears quite ordinary, yet within this ordinariness lies an immensely moving power, deeper than mere infatuation, infinitely deeper. Many do not comprehend this. Perhaps one day, when they realize or awaken to it, they will regret their earlier choices. Had they known, they would have forsaken all matters and individuals in this world, dedicating the remainder of their time to accompany the Empress, to serve by her side, even if it were merely to see her or hear her utter a single word. This is a truth they cannot grasp until a certain moment of fulfillment arrives. At that time, they will understand that such profound principles are also remarkably simple. In truth, that phrase is the great way is extremely simple. To comprehend what that means is a challenging endeavor. As one may not grasp the nature of the Great Way or its simplicity, understanding the essence of the Great Way and its simplicity requires lifetimes of cultivation, effort, and ultimately, the ability to penetrate all worldly matters. The Great Way of Simplicity refers to the Empress's reign, which requires merely a civil approach, a single pen, inscribing any words upon paper. Moreover, her very existence is invaluable. To be with her, to forsake all else in this world for her alone, is akin to Zien Ziyuan, and the venerable monk who passed away many years ago. This monk was known as Jin Meiping Cuo. In truth, he concluded his life's cultivation, from henceforth remaining by the Empress's side. Abiding by the laws of the immortals, the Empress bestowed upon him the name Z, meaning to lean upon. It signifies reliance on the merits of the immortals, finally surpassing the achievements of his previous life. Though he may have missed the opportunity to open the Divine Mountain in the realm of the Skywalkers, he gained the Empress as a result, due to the teachings of the Buddhist academy that guided her cultivation. He attained the boundless prosperity of the peach blossom spring following the Empress's ascension, a realm far superior to any previous paradise. Do you understand what it means to gain and to lose? For him, the most blissful moment was their initial encounter in the hospital, a fleeting first meeting. The Empress vowed, I will one day bring them to my world. Where I am, there he shall be. At that time, he lay on his sickbed, barely clinging to life, shouldering the collective suffering and karmic burdens of all beings alone. Yet, upon encountering the Empress, he relinquished everything for her, his obsessions, the multitude of beings, and the grand aspiration of spreading the Dharma to benefit life. All of it paled in comparison to the genuine glance of the Empress. That moment represented the truest affection he had ever garnered in this world. And one might say that throughout countless lifetimes of cultivation, he had awaited only her, the blooming of the other shoreflower. After 3,000 years of waiting and another 3,000 years of flowering, was a reference to the Xuanmo. When all were gathered around him, he found himself unable to meet her. She was not merely the bride of Sanyang Jiao's dreams but also the mission of all beings, not belonging to the ascetic of this plateau but solely to the Xuanmo dynasty itself. As time passed, each second felt as lengthy as a millennium. He still remembered the many days spent on the plateau, though unseen. Their hearts remained connected and often intertwined. People often say that those who follow the emperor shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. However, a true emperor is such that one cannot, nor ever will be able to, divert their gaze from her. Thus, after he departed from this world, he belonged to her eternally. In some years to come, he would once again appear in her dreams, with memories faintly lingering. At that moment, the Empress bestowed upon him the briefest incantation known to mankind, her name, an unbreakable bond akin to a meteorite ring that united them. That name was Z, embodying the essence of celestial beings and the establishment of all merits. Chapter 28. I wait for you here. Celestial beings also possess enduring affection, and enduring affection is pure love. I wait for you here. On a snowy winter night, unafraid of the cold, Xuanmo Zine and Ziyuan emerged from the scrolls and found themselves on a street bustling with activity due to the agricultural high fair. With roads closed off around them, they scanned a QR code to purchase tickets and entered the spacious exhibition hall, where numerous stalls were being set up and various local specialties were being hawked. They savored a cup of Vietnamese coffee. This was their first visit to this place after Ziyuan had entered the celestial peach blossom spring, where everything in the human world felt familiar. Yet, once you have crossed the boundary, what you see and feel is vastly different. As a child, tasting chocolate for the first time felt like a treasure, a flavor so delightful that one could hardly bear to let it fade. However, many years later, when you taste it again, it will certainly not evoke the same sensation but rather the bittersweet experiences of cultivation, the tribulations faced, and the new beginnings that lie ahead. If you did not strive diligently, how could joy arise? Ziyuan recalled that when he was still in the mortal realm, certain scenes felt familiar, ample warmth, affection, and popularity. Yet, if these experiences were to be upgraded, then all that exists now has already reached the pinnacle of beauty. Navigating through the crowd felt akin to flowing through a stream or river. The thronging people wandered amidst the festive ambience of the venue, surrounded by commonplace edibles, pastries, mangoes, durian pastries, and beef jerky. The taste upon the tongue was delightful. Yet what you bring home may not echo the bustling flavors of the crowd. This marked Ziyuan's inaugural outing to the exhibition alongside celestial beings, with many more such opportunities to come, endless in number. He reminisced about the past, where the cicada's mold had turned to ash, yet the glory of the age remained eternal. He mused on the notion of long-lasting affection in this lifetime, when the tribulations of the purple clouds still lingered in the mortal realm. He had transcended all struggles and arrived at the finest destination. If you look back, you will find this life to be extraordinary, often steeped in the helplessness of birth, aging, illness, and death. When did it transform into a celebration lasting for a millennium? Yet, if you had not resolutely taken one step after another back then, how could today have come to be? Reflecting upon what love is in this world, celestial beings truly embody lasting affection. Now they can express what they wish to say and do what they long to do. During his earthly existence, Ziyuan held steadfast to his post throughout his life, destined to protect many, including her. Though years had passed since their last meeting, destiny is destiny. If he did not see her at the funeral, it would likely mean that his cultivation had succeeded. The essence of it all lies in joy and happiness. If leaving this world leads one to such a place, it is life's greatest comedy rather than a tragedy. Thus, there are no regrets. As the agricultural high fair unfolded, Zine and Ziyuan sat on the steps, observing the ebb and flow of people. Perhaps this is exactly how the human realm is, hence, one must cultivate to transform all such encounters into everlasting love and the truest of hearts. The most profound love transcends all else. At this moment, they accurately perceived this path and this love. The most beautiful sight in the world is none other than this scene, those you long for, those you love, and those who love you. Although this world is replete with countless pains and troubles, not every dawn awakens to brilliant sunshine. There will be farewells or death, or the ignorance of this world. Yet, there will also be celestial beings who discover the rarest treasures in this life, offering them to you and to him. Thus, as the ashes gradually cool, they are preserved in memories or in scrolls. The once splendid beauty concludes in one place, only to restart in another. For all those who cultivate celestial beings, the best is indeed this, no matter where you are or whom you assist, as time passes, you will ultimately receive what is destined for you, the long-awaited progress. There are those who gather wealth from all corners of the world yet must part ways, those who endure myriad trials, ultimately achieving unparalleled martial prowess, and those who carry a love that remains unforgettable throughout their lives solely because they uphold their vows and can guard it forever. Ziyuan finds himself in the finest place, where everything feels fresh and new. The stories of you remain, yet the most splendid moments are the ones he shares with the Empress each day. In an instant, all will eventually pass, when that time arrives. Can you still recall the seemingly unremarkable years of waiting, which were meant for this very moment? In the fleeting seconds that pass, this moment is the essence of victory. Thus, cherishing time begins at a certain point. Regardless of whether the connections are good or ill, when the time is right, they are akin to the strokes of a brush on shin paper, delineating love, pure and beautiful, an image you have never witnessed. How brief and yet how extensive is a human life. In the blink of an eye, it spans several lifetimes. Amidst this protracted timeline, with your cultivation, you leave behind the truest heart for the one destined for you. The Empress placed the guqin on the ground, seated herself, and played a tune. The wind danced with the shadows of the trees, leaves fluttering gracefully, the essence of flowers lingering as before, and the night was quiet with longing. There exists a profound yearning that persists into eternity. How long will you wait? How much time will you devote to cultivation? How long will you strive to transcend all worldly matters to reach the ideal realm of your heart? The Empress's genuine emotions are moving. From the moment she was born into this world, she possessed a sentiment unlike that of ordinary mortals, a feeling often aligned with the Tao, known only to a few. The mountains remain silent, listening to the sounds of water and clouds, as the strings fall silent, resonating with the sound of pearls and jade. Sometimes music embodies a kind of silence, more profound and moving than spoken words. Needing no language to convey deeper emotions. On one side lies the ashes, on the other rebirth. How many phoenixes walk through fire into another world? One can only grasp one certainty, thus, while wholeheartedly traversing this path. You may not see the future, but when you arrive, you will undoubtedly witness the cycles of life. Each day now possesses a penetrating wisdom. Even if all the past fades away, there are no regrets, everything can begin anew. If happiness is such an endless timeline, would you not consider forgetting the past a feasible endeavor? If there is something new, may all that was once regrettable shine brightly for this reason. Even if that year held the deepest regrets, halting only at that moment, while each subsequent day resembles that day, eternal like the present. Therefore, to cultivate to the end is to ascend truly. Perhaps the heavenly secrets once undiscovered in that year have all become clear by now. The one who exists for you silently watches over your life, and only now do you truly see him. So, in my heart, I shall forever remember this moment, for it is when I finally recalled you and found you. To know and cherish each other, to promise one another, in the endless eternity. No barriers shall ever separate us again, we shall remain together, side by side, until the end of time. Ziyuan's heart, alongside Ziyun's, remains forever within the peach blossom spring. In every moment of blooming peach blossoms, intertwined, never depart. Chapter 29. How long must one persevere? I have not uttered a single word to him regarding himself and his fate, yet, in the midst of cultivation, all that is infinitely beautiful unfolds, not expressed through words but transcending all language. In an instant, one comprehends all of us. Has your wisdom been awakened, or is it still in confusion? Or perhaps, is it the act of letting go of everything? True cultivation is wordless, surpassing the earnestness of spoken words, allowing one to await your majestic countenance at every flickering light. During his lifelong cultivation, Ziyin also recalled many things. Perhaps it is the karma of lifetimes merely encountered at this moment. Did this encounter signify a continuation from a past life, or must every reincarnation endure similar experiences? I live for your life, yet do not meet you at the destined moment, or do not encounter you at all. Longing traverses Shin paper, transcending all time. I know not if so many regrets can be mended. I only know that my efforts are solely for this moment. To meet eternity without error. Thus, on every path, I cannot afford to be too carefree, nor can I be at ease, and there is no composure, yet, in every fleeting moment when I yearn to lean towards you, I cannot help but have reservations, fearing the loss of eternity. That year we first met, was it a predestined connection that allowed me to see your gaze amidst so many, so familiar, akin to the present eternity? Ze gently picked the peach blossoms from beneath the tree, petal by petal. Not all memories are joyful, some inevitably inflict wounds upon the heart, yet, all the longing that lingers now is a yearning for the past, a desire to overlap with the present. Thus, the Empress delicately plucked a peach from a branch, wiping away its velvety fuzz, and placed it into a bowl, its hue a delicate blush reminiscent of the trials faced during her ascension. As she traversed the world, joy accompanied her spirit. Whether the celestial beings wished to incarnate in a virtuous family or not was a truth she perceived from a young age, the inevitability of human fate. The divine will shaping lives, and the consequences of existence were lessons meant to enlighten her on why she was destined for the throne. Without her presence, the world would be shrouded in darkness. With her, there lies hope for the future. Thus, if she lacked a profound understanding of this, she would surely find it difficult to secure her imperial seat. She must recognize that this world is beyond remedy, and only by adhering to the divine will can life flourish. Life and death are simple transitions, and reincarnation follows suit. However, achieving the pinnacle of happiness is no trivial feat. It necessitates discerning what to relinquish and what to embrace. Like the strokes on rice paper, each must be transcendent, reliant on the ethereal essence that underpins all of us. Every stroke is akin to scripture, a testament. Regardless of one's comprehension, the world teems with love and hate. While one may strive to grasp everything, they risk losing it all. Only by reaching the realm of permanence can one truly live without regret. Everything becomes an achievement, demanding boundless perseverance and steadfastness. Surviving in a narrow and painful existence, overcoming myriad obstacles and unseen dangers, such tribulations have rendered the world a desolate place, yet the heavens, in their wisdom, restore balance. Hence, Ze confided in Zi Yuan that within the swiftly passing years lie countless unfathomable regrets. Nevertheless, through cultivation, one can advance. The heavens may compensate for her deficiencies. In Chapter 30, the worlds within and beyond the painting must forever coexist, rather than be fleeting moments. This way, a joyous celebration envelopes them. To enter the painting, one must recognize the distinction between the realms within and outside of it. As Xuanmo contemplated, the highest honor, the 9-5 sovereignty, represents the pinnacle of existence, a revival of imperial destiny. For Xian Huang, this is her rightful position. Upon reaching this juncture, she can genuinely possess the best of everything. Despite the trials that preceded her, without eternity, all would be tragedy, yet the Empress's throne transforms all into a comedy. Everlasting in nature, all eyes and hearts are drawn to her. Every second of Z's existence is intertwined with hers. Zi Yuan's world appears complex, akin to an intricate tunnel, filled with family secrets. Yet, as the Grand Duke advised, one must choose between eternal unity or ephemeral moments. The Empress opted for forever, and the Grand Duke nodded in affirmation. If so, all is already complete. Nothing could surpass this. Nor could anything inspire greater envy. Within Xuanmo's artistry lies endless landscapes, towering mountains, and ethereal palaces that flicker in and out of view. With dragons soaring through the clouds, everything imaginable exists in that realm. Thus, it is said that the world praises the immortals, for they embody the greatest joy. This joy accompanies the Empress, flowing ceaselessly through verdant hills and clear waters. A small boat navigates the myriad rivers and mountains, carrying the tales of time. If one must envy anything in this life, it should be the exalted 9-5 sovereignty. The very best position among all within the celestial palaces lies a grand edifice, born of infinite virtue and wisdom, the central palace of the Empress Xian Huang. The grandeur and beauty of the Emperor's palace are beyond the capacity of human words to describe. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, they remain preoccupied with the placement of Zi Yuan cicada shells. As memories ferment in the hearts of the people, time is the remedy for all, healing even the most precious longings. The essence of past moments persists within their hearts, unchanging in affection. Though the world may shift, such genuine feelings are rare, yet to elevate them requires the path of the immortals, a truth the Empress understands well. Hence, from the outset of her cultivation, she set the loftiest of goals. This world is rife with life and death. The paramount task is to seek value amidst this cycle. Each day's passage accumulates meaning, and ultimately, what one perceives is the boundless happiness of the Empress. Affection is infinite, provided one cultivates it earnestly. Perhaps years ago, Zi Yuan's affections reached their conclusion, merely a fragment of his earthly ties, yet there exists an eternal bond, now wholly fulfilled. His everlasting connection has been secured. An enduring sentiment that will neither wane nor diminish, only flourish with the passage of time. To attain such a state, what more could one desire? The world extols the virtues of the immortals. Indeed, they embody the best that cannot be found elsewhere. Much like Xuanmo's artistry, the realms within and outside the painting are distinct, one of birth, aging, sickness, and death, and the other of eternal existence and boundless joy. Thus, to cultivate in this world and reach such heights is an unparalleled honor. The most precious is the throne of Empress Xian Huang. To attain such a position leaves nothing more to be desired. Xuanmo gazed intently at the painting where the immortals danced with vitality, their ethereal garments billowing as they gathered to drink tea and savor wine. Two elderly sages played chess by the riverbank, engaging in a timeless exchange, embodying the essence of worldly affairs. As much as mortals endure suffering, the realm of the immortals revels in joy. Zi Yuan compared his present with his past, echoing the wise words of Zhang Shang. He took Zi Yuan's hand and led him to another celestial isle within the painting. This realm teemed with fantastical creatures unseen in the mortal world. Once glimpsed, one would long to remain within. A sentiment that resonated deeply with Zi Yuan. Had he known this in his 20s, he might have eagerly sought it out, but then his earthly ties still bound him. Xuanmo added a new branch of plum blossoms to the Empress's garden. The blossoms poised to bloom, transcending time and space, their fragrance wafting to him. An immortal sat leisurely beneath the tree, observing the new plum blossom with a smile. He was El Cien. He had long foretold that the Empress would not cling to fleeting romances. She would indeed grasp eternity, witnessing all earthly matters dissolve into nothingness. Would your heart not feel a myriad of disappointments, regardless of their nature? Such experiences arise as fate dictates. Rare is the chance to transcend all. to arrive at this immortal paradise. Thus he enlightened them in the mortal realm. Those who awakened would escape the transient cycle of suffering and enter this indestructible new world. The Empress sat beside Xian, sharing a cup of peach blossom wine, shimmering with eternal joy. Once Xian had tested her. Does eternal love exist in this world? It certainly does, but it must be cultivated. In this realm, there is nothing unattainable. Only that which requires effort. If attained, it exists now, and forever. Xian nodded in satisfaction. This was what he sought, a longing not for the moment, but for eternity, like the peonies in the painting, never wilting. They only grow more vibrant with the passage of time, for this is the dynasty of Empress Xuanmo, a foundation established to endure eternally. In the mortal palaces, a white-haired elder entered a trance. Nodding in acknowledgement, he was the saint of the final age, the enlightened ruler destined to forge an everlasting reign. Being an immortal, she brings forth the most exquisite radiance to this world. She is the brightest light of all. As an immortal, she provides the best cultivation in the highest realm. No one but her can achieve such a feat. Thus, her heart is wholly immersed in the hope of this final age. The soul finds salvation, or perhaps ascends in the blink of an eye. Such is the nature of existence. To enter the realm of value, eternal value, regardless of the trials faced, one must continue to believe in the divine. At this moment, it is true that under heaven all belongs to her, everything that exists is hers, a divine reward. What lies before her is far grander than any realm encountered before. If you have traversed narrow passages, having done so, you will inevitably find a true belonging, the broadest of vistas, where all is encompassed. They know not the meaning of reincarnation, for it signifies that your hopes have reached their conclusion. Liberation from the cycle of rebirth is but the beginning of all hopes anew, much like the unfortunate merchant's daughter, whose life was fraught with darkness. Xuan transitions from light to light, witnessing the Empress in life and serving her eternally upon leaving this world, a most esteemed honor. In Chapter 31, believe in the heavens, you must always trust in the divine, for it knows how to guide you here. Within Xuanmo's scroll, behind everything, a faint visage of wisdom emerges, one strikingly reminiscent of Empress Xuanmo. This countenance exists amidst the mountains and waters, and beyond them, embodying the essence of the divine that creates and evolves all. How may one encounter it? First, one must enter the painting. When one transcends into reality, they shall surely behold it. Grand Duke and Xuan stood beneath the city walls, each holding a fishing rod. As fish swirled around the bobber, endlessly in motion. As they beheld the fish dancing in the water, their eyes were drawn to the Empress seated beneath a nearby tree. Frogs leapt one after another into the water from the grass, creating ripples that spread across the surface. This was the scene they found themselves in that fateful morning captured in the painting. The Duke recounted to Xuan the tales of his valiant battles and how he vanquished the armies of King Zhou of Shang. Just as Xian dispatched the pests from the beehive, some celestial secrets remain undisclosed, yet the greatest secret lay here. 50 years prior, at the entrance of a photography studio, a mother and daughter emerged. In a few days, a photograph was developed, revealing a girl radiating with spiritual essence, unbeknownst to anyone that she was the chosen one. The Xuanhuang It was a remarkable light, the true brilliance of the Ziwei Emperor star, which even after the passage of eons, continued to shine brightly. The Duke presented the photograph to Xuan, and she recognized it instantly, the dazzling radiance that outshone everything in existence. This light, or perhaps this was fate itself. The destiny of the Emperor is the most precious of all, thus the life of the Xuanhuang Empress belongs solely to the heavens. In the painting, Xuanmo perceived the boundless wisdom underlying all things. Akin to a wise and benevolent visage, the countenance of the divine concealed behind everything, yet, one could perceive this fully through the Empress, without omission. Everything in the mortal realm, the Duke imparted to Xuan, is subject to the rise and fall of dynasties, with different sovereigns emerging in each era, until ultimately, the Xuanhuang graced the world. The ordinary people of each age are alike, akin to the final farewell ceremony, an inevitability from which none can escape. All of this represents the helplessness experienced by humanity, yet the true meaning behind it remains elusive, unless one has glimpsed the scroll of Xuanmo or entered the realm of his painting, or encountered the visage of the wise heavens concealed within the mountains of immortals. Thus, on one side lies the farewell of mortals, while on the other, the joy of the Xuanhuang. Joy, indeed, Xuan deeply comprehended this. In truth, after shedding the chrysalis, grasping these truths or realities occurs in an instant. The heart can traverse 5,000 years, reaching into the past and future, as all time converges in this moment. Hence, while humanity may still be catching up, reciting mantras for 49 days, the true Xuan had already entered the painting, perpetually serving the Empress, eternally a celestial being, the finest destiny in this world. In the realm of the Empress, There exists nothing but happiness and joy, for no other reason than the brilliance that is shown from birth until now. It is the brightest light amidst all worlds. Chapter 32. The unseen value. Some things are manifestly evident, while others remain concealed from sight. If happiness can be attained, one should strive to remain in that state eternally. As time passes, the corporeal form will turn to ash, and longing will gradually fade. A life marked by kindness is often the most unforgettable, as time flows like a dream through a thin mist, much like the paintings of Xuanmo, which feature faint strokes of bluegrass subtly visible in a flower pot, swaying between the seen and the unseen. The greatest happiness for a person lies in carrying all past memories, thereby entering into eternity. Thus, in Xuan's heart, she repeatedly expresses to the Empress, "On that day, we first met." Point 1. Benefit of cultivation is that after entering the painting, one can transcend into a realm of transformation, a state of being incomprehensible to others, which one can reach in an instant. Xuan must have entered that state of transcendence. He cherishes each fleeting moment, weaving together the eternal memories of their time on earth. Indeed, all is a treasure. If one were to stagnate in a particular year, regret would span lifetimes. Therefore, when the Empress reflects upon the past, it is at the juncture of autumn and winter, where she poses a question to another venerable monk. On a piece of paper, a mountain is depicted, crowned with an ancient tree, beneath which sits a woman facing a chessboard opposite a monk. She inquires of the monk, "What is the final outcome?" The monk refrains from providing a direct answer, for on the other side of the mountain stands her master, a Taoist adorned with a hairpin, holding a book devoid of words. Xuan comprehended instantly. The chess game represents the Empress's engagement with the monk, yet her wordless tone resides with the Taoist. Thus, the monk remains silent. She belongs to her own world, wherein lies the answers she truly seeks. It is as if the heavens, in their subtlety, bestow upon you the finest gifts when you least expect them, unveiling treasures never before seen or contemplated. Just as with Xuan, a gift from the heavens to the Empress, from the moment she first beheld him until they are forever united, a span of 30 years separates them, during which they traverse their own paths, until serendipity brings them together. Perhaps the peach blossoms have fallen, yet a small peach remains. Now is the time to recount joys, to savor sweetness, while countless souls bid farewell to this world, taking not a trace of memory with them. Only parting as fate dictates. In truth, encountering one another is a fleeting beauty within a timeframe, gradually forgotten. Point 1. Must persist, as the Empress has, in cultivation. Xuan recalls his earthly connections, and this release is eternal. Within the endless mountains of immortals lie treasures and wonders unseen in this world. To acquire even one is a rare feat, let alone all. Yet, the greatest treasure of all is the Empress herself. Should there ever be someone like Xuan, how many sentiments would fill their heart? It is precisely due to the contrast between the earthly ties and the Empress that this happiness feels so intensely profound. A happiness that threatens to overwhelm Xuan's heart. I shall certainly make up for the lessons of the past and fulfill the dreams unachieved in that year. If there was a moment when a door to happiness opened, I shall find a way to extend it, for I know how to guide Xuan from that initial moment onward into eternity. This is the unspoken thought nestled within the Empress's heart, regardless of the nature of that ideal. The present Xuan can aid in its realization. Chapter 33. Across rivers and mountains. I have traversed your myriad rivers and mountains throughout those years. Coffee is bitter yet fragrant, and this cup of coffee, shared with the Empress, embodies the flavors of humanity, a blend of countless hardships ultimately merging into sweetness. Amidst the throng of humanity, they paused beside a coffee stall, the Empress particularly relishing the nuanced taste of the rich brown brew in a small paper cup. The sweetest flavor Xuan has ever encountered across lifetimes. It is because he is with the Empress and has the gift of eternity that all past memories unfurl in his heart like a lantern show. Xuanmo traversed the scrolls and the crowd, spotting them in the square. If only a single true sentiment were to remain in this world, those bygone days would be the prelude to such sincerity. The myriad rivers and mountains traversed in those years will henceforth be walked together, deeper than the ties of life and death. This is the bond of cultivation. Each day spent with the Empress in the mortal realm does not guarantee their meeting, nor do they engage in the same pursuits, yet it is precisely because of this that she perseveres in her cultivation, ultimately reaping their eternal union. It is often said that immortals are indeed fortunate. These immortals are truly blessed. In the rich aroma of this coffee lies the essence of all past sincerity. What is it that, once obtained, leaves no regret? It is the hearts of both individuals that must comprehend this. Transcending time and space, devoid of any interval, united in intention. Thus, it is often remarked how fortunate immortals are, akin to the myriad souls who, over the years, have diligently amassed their fates, only to find this moment marking a conclusion. In the days to follow, each will witness the other entering dreams together and awakening in unison. The gifts bestowed upon the Empress by the heavens arrive in the most unassuming manner, subtly, as time progresses and the festivities continue. In truth, every effort is but for this singular moment. Those many years, whether fruitful or futile, were preparations for this. Those years of labor, whether deemed useful or not, were all in service of now entering the eternal mountains of immortals. This is poetry, song, and verse. How long must one wait to journey from the starting point to the destination? Years, days, or merely an instant? Xuanmo lifted his brush and sketched a pavilion on the paper, beside which lay a pond of sleeping lotuses. The ink-colored lilies swayed in the breeze, adorned by fluttering butterflies. Time in this world is measured in moments, where one instant may seem brief yet stretch infinitely long. A single moment can encapsulate a lifetime, and in Xuanmo's brushstrokes exists a reckless youth who filled a garden with flowers, yet in time, stepped out of the painting into the outside world. The two realms are distinct. Perhaps upon his return, he shall find himself aged, his flowers long since bloomed and withered, yet the flowers within the painting, even in their decay, retain their beauty, a beauty touched by frost and snow. When the reckless youth grows old, will he regret the years spent outside the painting, failing to truly behold the shifting hues of ink and the seasonal changes within? Xuanmo mused that he undoubtedly will. There is no nourishment that can compare to a painting, for within it lies enduring depth. While one may believe they seek excitement in the external world, they will ultimately discover that all of it is but an ephemeral illusion. All that is good has resided within the painting, within the Empress's world. I have traversed your myriad rivers and mountains throughout those years. From this moment forth, you shall accompany me, exploring these rivers and mountains within my world. Chapter 34. The gift. He was a divine gift bestowed upon the Empress Xuanmo. She accepted him, and from that moment forth, regardless of the biting cold or sweltering heat, or the changing seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, he would remain by her side, traversing every realm, overcoming every trial, and shaping the fabric of time and space. Heaven often presented the Empress Xuanmo with gifts at the most opportune moments. After many years, one comes to realize that each fleeting instant is immeasurably precious. People surged in from all directions, and Xuanmo placed the bag filled with items into his backpack. Today marked the final day of the exhibition, and the crowd was particularly dense. By afternoon, they might close up, hence the long queue outside. In any realm, one seldom perceives the significance of the moment while immersed in it. Only through stillness and contemplation does one achieve understanding. Xuanmo walked to the other end of the street, where a ticket booth and a pavilion still had attendants engaging with those in line, all while a gentle rain fell. The groups of people emerged from within, hands laden with goods, sausages, beef jerky, dates. The peach blossom immortal had a fondness for chocolate. She strolled from the painting to the last counter of the exhibition hall, where the price had changed from 4 boxes for 100 yuan to 6 boxes. As they seized the final moments to clear their stock. If there was once a gathering without the preparation for separation, the overwhelming pain envelopes you. You cannot simply watch all this slip away. The only recourse is to enter the painting, becoming an eternal brushstroke in the peach blossom spring. Thus, Xuan grasped this truth while entering the painting within the peach blossom spring. Today should mark his transcendence. The precepts are also a state of transformation. Upon entering this state, one fully comprehends the Empress's essence, encompassing all past and future moments. These are the finest treasures one can find in this world. Life and death are not the crux, rather, it is your realizations that matter. Xuan departed this world without taking anything, save for his memories of her. The greatest wonder is that upon entering another realm, one can reflect deeply upon everything experienced in this world, discerning what is truly worthwhile. To remain by the Empress's side is indeed worthwhile, hence his happiness burgeons daily, with each second overflowing with joy. As one leaves this world, the heart's acuity reaches its zenith, enabling one to understand and perceive everything, just as Xuan could comprehend all. Thus, in the myriad rivers and mountains to come, he knows that those moments are the most beautiful. This Mid-Autumn Festival truly signifies reunion. Among all his memories of past Mid-Autumn festivals, none can compare to this one, for being with the Empress constitutes genuine togetherness. What is fate? Everything exists solely for the purpose of encountering her at this moment. Some individuals require a lifetime to grasp this truth, while others may need countless lifetimes. Xuan is exceptionally perceptive. Nothing surpasses the instant he beheld her. Passers-by on the road unfurled their umbrellas as the rain varied in intensity. Mud and water splattered across the streets. Xuan stood beside the Empress, holding an umbrella for her as they made their way home. After a short while, they would return to the painting. Diners at the roadside slurped up noodles dipped in sauce, adding chili and garlic paste to their bowls. An elderly man, seated nearby, opened his phone to listen to traditional Chin opera. Zien recognized these scenes well but folded the umbrella. And they too took a seat to enjoy a bowl of local noodles. Chapter 35, The Time of Waiting. In the time of waiting, Zien felt a profound calm, regardless of the quantity or depth of memories. They inherently correlate with the depth of one's cultivation. They often perceive immortals as remarkable beings capable of creating the most valuable treasures in the world, yet the path of cultivation is far from easy. It is merely perceived as such by those unacquainted with its challenges. Countless individuals traverse the streets, flowing with the passage of time in this world, yet no one resists the current. They are unwilling to invest the effort required for profound understanding. A simple life is easily attained, but attaining enlightenment in an extraordinary realm is a formidable endeavor. This truth is well understood, yet they desire both the present world and the future, ultimately achieving nothing. Thus, when departing this world, one experiences both sorrow and joy. The joy stems from earnest effort, and the sorrow arises from a life lived without diligence, seeking only transient pleasures. At this moment, there is no further recourse. Therefore, while Xuanmo celebrates a mid-autumn festival of eternal togetherness, myriad beings in the cycle of rebirth experience profound sorrow, as the living and the departed part ways, never to reunite. The essence of memory and tangible possession is starkly different. One is sorrow, the other joy. If one seeks joy, one must diligently cultivate. The peach blossoms in the peach blossom spring bloom eternally, bearing both flowers and fruit, but most crucial is a heart of steadfastness, capable of discerning the profound truths of cultivation in this world and seizing the finest destiny. This is the culmination of the Empress's lifelong efforts across lifetimes. For her, it represents the perfect achievement. Akin to a peony atop a cloud in a painting. In childhood, there was a film about peonies, one white and one red. At that time, people contemplated only this life, not the next. Yet what is a life devoid of a next? Only the continuity of lifetimes serves as the source and foundation of happiness. Therefore, fear not. Under the watchful gaze of heaven, all is known. Many eras have risen and fallen, like morning dew, and the present and future are no different. It is merely a lack of perspective. Thus, set a goal and journey toward it, for amidst all things, there will always be one that stands out. Heaven watches over her, orchestrating all. As autumn arrives, the air gradually cools, much like the unnoticed transition into a furnace in the summer. In this world, how many springs, summers, autumns, and winters do you feel invigorated and vibrant? Regardless of the karma of sentient beings, there will always be a scene among the past that shines brightest. And every transformative era is no exception. Those often beset by calamities are in the twilight of the world, needing to discover true hope amidst meaningful and meaningless pursuits. The Empress happens to be here. Our meeting spans countless lifetimes, each step paving the way to infinity. Thus, at this crucial juncture, Xuan dedicates everything to this cause. This is what he has awaited across lifetimes, the final farewell to the cycle of rebirth. No longer needing to seek anything, the Empress embodies all the answers he seeks. As time passes, the sorrow of cicadas will surely diminish, for in this world, the greatest constancy is cultivation, as it allows one to discover everything beyond prior knowledge. Chapter 36, The Magpie Bridge. Under Xuanmo's pen, a magpie bridge materialized, spanning from one end to the other. An endless river of stars. To traverse this bridge is to journey through past and present. The bridge, constructed of countless magpies, symbolizes the finest fate of their encounter. As Xuan crossed this magpie bridge, the Empress approached from the opposite end. The ties of fate on earth differ from those in the heavens. Where every day is filled with happiness, Xuanmo adorned the heads of the magpies on the bridge with additional feathers. Time reverted to that year in the CAF, where sweet, lingering melodies played. And a cup of coffee rested before him, steam rising gently, nothing more than water vapor at that time. Numerous factors determine your happiness. It is not the coffee itself that defines the flavor in the cup, but rather the person seated beside you that year. No one occupied the seat opposite him, only the melodies, rendering the coffee as taste bitter. The peach blossom immortal brewed a cup of coffee beneath the tree. This time, with Xuan sitting opposite him, steam wafted from the cup, now transformed into ethereal clouds. Heaven bestows upon you a companion, an immortal. Is there any gift in this world more splendid than that? Indeed, for longing transcends all. No words are needed for understanding. Xuan raised the coffee cup, its aroma intoxicating. There is no more exquisite flavor in this world. The deepest emotions reside here, within every cherished memory. May she be present in each one. Each moment spent gazing at her is perhaps intertwined with this coffee, their feelings connected. A peach blossom petal fell from the tree, landing in Xuan's hand. and he gently placed it into his cup. Rest eternally in the earth is a fate shared by emperors throughout the ages, seeking a coveted burial site to take all their rare treasures along into the depths. However, there exists a superior cultivation remaining perpetually upon the throne, never departing, regardless of the relentless passage of time, untouched by change, that which elicits envy is the immortals. Thus, the emperor's pursuit of immortality is paramount. Many have failed to recognize or act upon this truth in time. At the final juncture, if one cannot transcend how regrettable this life becomes, the common folk experience a similar fate. Ultimately, all memories fade into obscurity, leaving behind a life devoid of possessions, rendering everything a profound irony. In existence, all becomes the greatest sorrow. This is ignorance. Thus, Xuan gazed upon the empress, grateful that none of these tribulations befell them, for they had already secured the key to eternal life, with all beauty locked within eternity, never to be lost or separated. Is there anything more splendid in this world? There is not. All memories have become exceedingly precious, for once retained, they possess an unparalleled value, growing ever more significant. The most invaluable life is that of the Xuanmo, which is why all this has come to fruition, while the entire world is engulfed in boundless trepidation. Xuan and his companions are in celebration, for traversing from this shore to the other grants one everything. At one end of the bridge lies emptiness and suffering, while at the other end lies eternal joy. Xuan gazes at the endless magpies, smiling, reminiscing about each day spent in the mortal realm becomes particularly delightful. It resembles a worker recalling the days of his studies, yet, for the immortals, it is not merely so. In the land of Tibet, when a person departs from this world, they must chant scriptures for 49 days for their spiritual liberation. However, true liberation occurs in but a moment, neither merging with the deity nor with the light, but being enveloped in boundless happiness. Just as it is now, the level of the empress has reached its zenith, rendering everything incomparable to this. A rebirth in the pure land pales in comparison to being personally taken as a disciple, advancing further to become a minister of the empress. Thus such an honor, in the eyes of heaven, is the finest gift bestowed upon the Xuanmo. Chapter 37. Flavor. Coffee is the sweetness within bitterness. At this moment, the coffee in the cup is precisely what you desire to drink, the very essence you have long yearned for, a dream that has finally been realized. Accompanying the empress in the future is no different. Xuan lives each day in immeasurable joy, for the empress is his everything. Often, they mistakenly believe that reciting scriptures in the temple equates to liberation, yet they fail to understand that true liberation is the entry into the ultimate value and happiness. This is a fruition achieved through the diligent practice of the Xuanmo empress, whether through esoteric teachings or Zen Buddhism, or the highest path of immortality. One must possess a heart that transcends all, dedicating oneself to the cultivation for a single individual, enduring trials and tribulations throughout a lifetime. The empress has traversed all these paths. To penetrate death occurs in the very moment of departure, merging into the peach blossom paradise of the empress, which is her heart. The name she bestowed upon Xuan is the true jade pendant, the qualification or imperial decree for entering the peach blossom source. With this, one possesses everything. A name is the briefest of incantations. With this name, Xuan acquires all. Xuanmo spreads the rice paper upon the ground. Beneath the peach tree, many petals have fallen, some quietly resting upon his painting. The painting depicts Xuan beside the empress, the coffee exuding a sweet fragrance, as if the coffee fills all the voids of the cup, just as Xuan fills her heart, mending all past regrets, reclaiming the sweet aroma from all memories. Akin to the magpies on the bridge, though not of wood and earth, they nonetheless connect the happiness of this shore with that of the other through their very beings. Some gifts are those you have always hoped for, yet when they finally arrive, it is years later, at a time you never anticipated, bringing you surprise, thus affirming your belief that heaven has never let you down. The shallow pursuits of many have here drawn to a close. It takes many years of toil and diligent practice to avoid such regrets, ensuring that one does not miss their true fate. For all of this is predestined. Xuan recalls his fates in the mortal realm. All were beautiful and close at hand, yet only the fate with the empress is the most precious among them. Most fortunate is he that heaven has granted such merit. How many linger outside, waiting, without such encounters, regardless of their rituals or recitations? Perhaps they will never comprehend that it is not the rituals that matter, but a heart that is wholly sincere. And how many possess such a heart? Thus Xuanmo incorporates the sorrow of reincarnation into his painting, while Taigong also adds his fishing or Ode in the river of time. There are always precious memories, always fleeting moments, transcending the thousands of years he could wait. Many toil their entire lives yet remain in a lukewarm shallow pool, while Taigong, with his vision, awaits the dragon lurking in the abyss. The scorn of those from that time, when viewed a millennium later, becomes merely a subject of light-hearted conversation. Therefore, do not concern yourself with the times of your Taigong shares with Ziyuan many tales from millennia past, including the meaning of the character Yuan, which signifies the enclosure of the Ziwiyuan, the abode of the Ziwexing. Having witnessed so many rises and falls, Taigong's most crucial experience lies in the immortals. Akin to earthly herbs, flourishing in spring and summer, while the herbs of cultivation promise eternal life, humans are not unaware of the merits of immortals, they simply lack the willpower to endure the tribulations from mortal to immortal. They might not understand why they cannot attain the final result from the very beginning. Wouldn't it be wiser to achieve everything in one fell swoop? Yet Ziyuan possesses the deepest understanding of this. All his experiences are a matter of fate, yet ultimately they return to the Empress. For although the Empress is not an ordinary fate from the past, she is one who has seen countless sails. Akin to Taigong, where all the fish reside in the pool, save for one Wang, his insights align with those of Taigong, both grasping the same truth: the I in this world, whether people or fish. Only when one has seen it all do they comprehend the worth and rarity of one Wang. When all the matches are spent, one finally sees the note with her phone number inscribed upon it. Chapter 38. At the best moment, heaven will undoubtedly present you with the finest gift at the most opportune moment. Walking along a stone path flanked by grass, Xuanmo suddenly gains this insight: he has transcended mountains and waters, traversing the true expanse of myriad rivers and mountains. Perhaps immortals are not fixated on the mountains and waters, but rather, they pluck the ripe fruits at the most fortuitous time. During those years, it seems many matters bear no relation to the present, entirely separate and distinct, and precisely because of this, one perceives how two worlds are so profoundly different. One follows the current of time, while the other transcends all time. What constitutes the best moment? It is that which you could never conceive, the period of utmost maturity or ripeness, or even an extra day or one less would not suffice. You must not miss it. Prior to it, much must be written, perhaps not even a single piece can be omitted. Taigong's greatest realization was not encountering one Wang in his 20s, brimming with vigor, nor in his 30s, but rather that to meet the Empress, one must wait 3,000 years. Can you wait 3,000 years? Taigong can, just as he did 3,000 years ago, knowing that when heaven decrees their meeting, they will undoubtedly converge. Thus cultivation requires patience. Many could achieve greatness in a lifetime, the 1,000-year spirit herb within reach, yet they must relinquish all mundane herbs of this world. If you have traversed a myriad of sails and witnessed all the splendor of the mortal realm, it is akin to having burned the last match and then discovering that note. Can one find that box of matches from the very start? Can one spill out the matches only to retrieve that note? Can one bypass all intermediate stages? The answer does not reveal whether it is possible or impossible. It merely invites you to fathom the entire story, questioning why it has taken this step-by-step journey to arrive at today. All seers are aware of the final outcome, yet what constitutes the result? During the many years of waiting, Taigong's heart also traversed countless sails before finally arriving at one Wang. Is it possible to conceal memories, focusing solely on that final moment of encounter while disregarding all that preceded it? Thus, those who ultimately achieve immortality understand how to perceive the seemingly meaningless experiences that lie in between. Therefore, the journey is not the destination, it is merely the passage that leads you to the end. Everything at the destination is the best, just as Taigong and Ziyuan walk together, eventually arriving along the way. There are many peculiarities, many instances requiring patience, and many obstinate beings who remain blind to what should be seen. Over those many years, Taigong's 3,000 years of cultivation traversed all the years not belonging to this endpoint. Solely for that final note, upon which she is inscribed, they delve into the arcane yet remain oblivious to what is truly profound. The genuine profundity is realized in the instant you attain what you seek. The elder, who has toiled in the palace for many years, does not grasp this principle. Amidst all those obstinate hearts, you persist with all your paths, regardless of right or wrong, you remain yourself, unchanged and uncompromising. Even as this world often calls a deer a horse, yet to you, a horse remains a horse. They, bound by the precepts of immortals, must also comprehend the heavenly mysteries. There will indeed be a moment when you receive your destined revelation. But prior to that moment lies years of steadfastness, your practice unwavering, never losing sight of your original heart. In this world, they cannot deceive their own hearts, nor can they deceive anyone. Thus, after traversing countless sails, one can return laden with treasures or find themselves empty-handed. This is what you pursue, whether it be real or illusory. Many individuals, throughout their lives, never encounter the truth. Thus Xuanmo gazes at them, taking up his brush to include them in his painting. For hell sometimes resides in the mundane realm within each day they traverse, and with his brush Xuanmo captures all that transpires, the ink drying upon the paper, also drying all memories belonging to the past and future. As the story unfolds, everything appears as mist, enveloping their figures in a white haze, within the peach blossom paradise akin to the beauty of frost and snow, yet devoid of the cold. Xuan constructs a beautiful pavilion with his heart and thoughts, where each brick and tile forms the most enchanting architecture, gathering the oldest compositions from all realms, adorned with treasures unseen in this world, shining forth with a brilliance never before witnessed. It is said that the heavenly palace is the most beautiful. However, it requires inhabitants, for within the realm of immortals, much like coffee, it is she who determines all flavors. In the Empress's world of immortality, the most exquisite pavilions and towers are always graced by her presence. Grandfather led Xuan to the riverside, but this time it was not for fishing. Rather, they immersed the jar of peach blossom wine bestowed by the peach blossom fairy in the cool waters. A single peach leaf drifted downstream, resembling a small green vessel, gliding along the current without a sail. Perhaps the leaves of the peach trees and the peach blossom spring yearn to venture into the vast world beyond, longing to encounter the fateful connections that may take 3,000 years to unfold. In this moment, how long have you anticipated this? How long have you waited for now, amidst hope and despair? How long have you endured? Xuanmo washed the beans in a basin, preparing to steam them for lunch to share with Xuan. Beneath the peach tree, he kindled a fire and placed the beans into the pot, where they simmered with a gentle sputtering reminiscent of alchemical pursuits from ancient times. Xuan observed all of this, noting the stark contrast between the mundane smoke of the mortal realm and the ethereal ambience of the celestial world. Xuanmo took an egg and placed it in the steamer alongside the beans. The rising steam evoked memories of the mists atop the mountains, where one could scarcely see the face of another. Chapter 39. Stroll and pause. Before they knew it, the beans were cooked, and the egg had cracked open. The fire was extinguished. This marked Xuan's first experience of consuming beans beneath the peach tree. The earthly smoke was distinct from that of the immortal realm. Human smoke carried a hint of bitterness, while that of the celestial was sweet, perhaps due to the presence of love among the divine. In Xuanmo's writings, there existed a pitiable old man afflicted with Alzheimer's, having forgotten much of this world. The elderly and infants share a similarity. Both require care, yet, the cycle of reincarnation is a bitter one. Those around them grew impatient as they witnessed their decline. Be it food or medicine, nothing seemed to support their survival. Only the immortals understood that salvation required cultivation. It was a punishment by fate, rendering them forgetful of all things, or retribution for all the wrongs, intentional or otherwise, committed over the years. Heaven has its methods, transforming them into beings lesser than dogs. In Xuanmo's depiction, a woman, clad in an apron, rudely shoved food into the old man's mouth while scolding him, his adult diaper discarded nearby. This repetitive yet meaningless act of cleansing aimed to maintain cleanliness and dryness, but humans are made of earth and must ultimately return to it. What difference does it make between momentary filth and cleanliness? She wished for him to end his suffering sooner and depart this world. When people perceive existence as torment, such thoughts are common. However, the immortals, regardless of their suffering, adhere to their precepts and pursue cultivation, whether they can meditate or contemplate. Thus, from the perspective of the celestial beings, this time of torment could also be an opportunity to accumulate merit amidst tribulation. Yet, the figures in the painting appeared oblivious to this truth. Outside the canvas, some people in this world, feeling useless and fearing they would become a burden to their children, chose to end their lives when illness struck. Is this how a lifetime fades into despair? What meaning does it hold? Hence the world often exclaims the goodness of immortals. Indeed, the immortals embody goodness. Every circumstance can serve as a chance for cultivation. For the immortals, all experiences are valid, as long as the obsession in one's heart remains unchanged. Just as Xuan reflects on his life, the Empress has upheld her precepts and undergone arduous trials to attain their eternal happiness. How many years of despair and futility must one endure to arrive at this moment? Thus, the essence of immortals is paramount. Xuan retrieved the beans from the pot, diced them, and added a few small chili peppers to stir-fry with the beans. Sprinkling salt over them, the white beans, combined with the red chili peppers, presented a visually appealing dish. Grandfather chuckled softly, pouring wine for each of them. They sat down to eat. Such is the essence of time. Akin to the beauty of peach blossoms on the tree, splendid and fulfilling, for they awaited the best to arrive. To endure until that moment is indeed commendable. The grandfather also observed a scene in the mortal realm, in a village. An elderly woman sat alone in a chair, abandoned by her children due to illness, with no one to care for or inquire about her. She was parched, yet not a single glass of water was offered. Hence, why strive to become an immortal? For in the end, when all else fails to assist you, the immortals can still offer aid. The joys and sorrows of this world seem unrelated, yet they are intricately connected. When they reach the end of the road, they will certainly discover this truth. Grandfather recalled her youth, her lustrous black hair radiantly beautiful. In those days, people never considered what aging would entail, yet, the immortals have pondered this. The older one becomes, the better the cultivation, a blissful ascent. Regardless of how fate treats you, you must uphold your initial purity. Immortals too face tribulations and endure, but their perseverance is aimed at attainment. Chapter 40, Resolution. Resolution, this is a term that cleaves the past in twain. It was Xuan's first time venturing into the marketplace with Xuan. Xuan wore headphones, quietly listening to an old song, sending my beloved to the east of the great gate. Just in time for the rain and wind from the heavens. At that moment, the term resolution surfaced in her mind. A young man, beneath the peach tree, watched grandfather pack away the fishing rod. Not long ago, he had a dream where he found himself with a regal figure in a certain place. An old man approached. He was an immortal. That he inquired of the young man, "Which thread did you follow here?" The young man replied, "It was guided by Zhang Taigon." The immortal pointed to an opening on the second floor. When the young man looked up, he saw grandfather still holding the fishing rod. His timeless posture of angling unmistakable. This time, there was no need for the river. The young man mused that perhaps he should simply remain in the cave. Grandfather continued to fish, even without water. Recalling the Weha River from 3 millennia ago, the young man hurried forward, bowing respectfully. Grandfather quickly stopped him, stating he was but an ordinary man, unworthy of such grand gestures. Yet, the young man felt that honoring one's teacher was only right. The true grandfather was humble, not perceiving himself as remarkable, but the young man, having traversed from the modern era, seemed to believe that grandfather was unaware that he would soon be renowned, becoming a master strategist and overlord. Was he perhaps in the hidden period before grandfather's fame? However, Xuan felt otherwise. It was a renewed enlightenment from grandfather. 3,000 years prior, there was one Wang, yet the young man belonged to the present. What connection did this have to the past? Besides, grandfather's fishing was in the cave, which lacked water, yet the line remained direct. Who was he angling for? The young man recalled that one Wang had only been found by grandfather after countless trials. Accompanying him must surely be the Empress, thus grandfather was once again here for her, which explained his modesty. Where there is the ordinary, there is also the extraordinary, and the extraordinary is the Empress Xuanmo. Grandfather was right. The immortal, wishing to leave a lasting impression on the young man, emphasized that he was Zhang Zia, the military strategist of the Central Army. The fishing in that cave must pertain to the leader of the Dongxian immortal sect, also known as the Xian Emperor. Therefore, grandfather was indeed formidable. Previously he had fished for one Wang, and now he was fishing for the immortal Empress. Xuan, who had severed all worldly ties, had truly seen it all. And everything had led to this moment. Thus, in the realm of immortals, there often exists genuine artistry, music, chess, poetry, calligraphy, and painting. Humans are but pieces on the chessboard. Those encounters over the years are but moves in the game. How fortunate you are to be held in grandfather's hand as his piece. Thus, Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of pure emotion, for the grandfather Zhang Zia he encountered in his dream was indeed real. The immortal who enlightened him was also genuine, reviving his mission and destiny. In this world, there are often obstinate beings who must endure regret across lifetimes, yet there is also an eternal existence without grievances. Residing in the realm of immortals, thus, the empire of the immortals is the finest realm of time and space. Upon awakening, the young man recorded all these memories in a notebook, while Xuanmo immortalized them in a painting reminiscent of the Qingming Shangha Tuesday. Chapter 41, Pure Emotion. A truly pure emotion. During those years, we believed ourselves to understand feelings, yet true sentiment only manifests after achieving immortality. Henceforth, wherever I go, you shall follow. I will take you on a genuine journey through the clouds. Xuan and Xuan boarded a taxi. It was Xuan's first time taking him out for a meal. Xuan's heart brimmed with joy. Could a master and disciple also display affection? Indeed, as they stepped into the elevator, an unprecedented sense of pride and delight surged within them, a genuinely exquisite feeling. Those years were all a preparation for this moment. Ultimately, they would reveal what it means to be an immortal and the goodness of the immortal realm. Thus, traversing all memories, eternity was now fermenting. In the pot, one side held a clear broth while the other contained spicy beef oil. Xuan appeared more familiar with the beef tripe this time, ensuring a boil of over 10 seconds. While texture was important, thorough cooking remained paramount. Diced potatoes were also added to the pot, the bubbling broth akin to the fluctuations of human emotions. In a corner beside the self-service condiment area lay cut watermelon and cantaloupe. Ziyun used tongs to select a few pieces, adding them to the plate along with some boiled peanuts and 2 jellies. Ziyun took a bowl, added chopped scallions and cilantro, then scooped in some beef sauce, MSG, chicken essence, and mixed them together, ensuring to include oyster sauce. Finally, he drizzled some chili oil and sesame paste. Having adjusted the dipping sauce to perfection, the beef tripe is now ready to be savored. As Ziyun indulges in the sauce, her mind drifts to gatherings of the past, wherein Ziyun was not by her side, but amidst their family's kind. In contrast, this moment feels like the pinnacle of happiness. For it is a gathering of celestial beings. The instant one enters the marketplace, one can relive all past experiences, realizing that over the years, one must inevitably seek out perfection, along with unwavering sincerity and affection, which can now be found in its entirety. The journey through lifetimes is arduous, and thus one must experience the romance of years gone by. Ziyun contemplates taking Ziyun to the cinema in a few days, to traverse the untraveled paths of their past, basking in bliss until eternity, having finally awaited her destined partner throughout those years. This is the true sovereign. Ziyun has become a genuine noble of the realm. During his earthly endeavors, he had hoped for such a day, though he never imagined it would be so splendid. Thus, as Ziyun gazes through the vibrant lens of the world, she perceives the profound beauty of existence. Recognizing the immense love and compassion of the heavens, one must understand the will of the heavens, for it embodies the utmost benevolence. Shouldering all responsibilities for our existence, the beef tripe is consumed in no time, and another order of pork loin is placed. Such ordinary fare in the mortal realm, yet with the presence of celestial beings in each other, it transforms into a delicacy surpassing even the Feast of Peaches. This sentiment is exclusive to the heavens. How rare it is to encounter such in the mortal world, hence, this meeting is devoid of regret. If life unfolds thus, what more could one desire? Ziyun muses that indeed severing mundane ties leads to divine communion. As the pork loin is served, the waiter observes the dry ice emitting white mist, while the neatly sliced pork lies serenely atop the ice. Ziyun places them into the broth, swirling amidst the buttery essence. The long-held hopes and aspirations of those years have finally materialized, affirming that genuine affection is cultivated through perseverance, ensuring it never fades away. Chapter 42. The hopes I offered during those years, the hopes I extended during those years were all aimed at experiencing moments like this. I have traversed your paths, gazed upon your artwork, and journeyed through every valley you have traversed, enduring all the pains you have faced. This is what Ziyun wishes to convey to Ziyun, throughout all those bygone years. I wish for every moment to be shared with her. This is a nostalgic reminiscence of the past, never to be forgotten. Ziyun takes Ziyun to witness the beautiful timelines he once traversed. Now it is possible, for the celestial transcends life and death, surpasses all, ultimately arriving at this magnificent culmination. Do you envy it now? The old sage wishes to impart his military wisdom to the youth, sharing ancient and legendary insights, while the youth yearns to know the origins of the sage's strategies. Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish, has always been the way of the world. How pitiful are those who do not believe in the divine nor in humanity. In this world, finding a true heart is the root of happiness. In those years, how much time did you dedicate to your search? 3,000 years, or perhaps lifetimes. Without her, what difference does it make whether you live or die? Hence, one must have faith in the Empress, for such a beautiful world exists. Ziyun has come to realize that everything is worthwhile, and this feeling is everlasting. Thus, a charitable endeavor is inherently a treasure of accumulated merit. Ultimately, you will leap from fish to dragon. In the days to come, as her disciple, one will follow her, existing in a realm filled with boundless beauty. For this world encompasses both hell and paradise, akin to the waxing and waning of the moon. Ziyun's moon is a perfect full moon. Years ago, the moon he beheld now shines particularly bright, illuminating the reason for the eternal light within his heart. He does not regret his arrival in this world, even though they parted ways during trials. He must confront the complexities of her past. Yet, one day, individuals will awaken to the truth and discover their rightful paths. In those years, people merely forge ties of grudges and debts. When will they learn to cherish time, as we do? The Empress, after deep contemplation, selects the most exquisite petal from the myriad of peach blossoms to present to Ziyun. While others may offer mooncakes, the Empress gifts her heart. In the mortal realm, mooncakes are divided into 4 portions. If you were not in the mortal world, what would you consume? It is often goodness that nourishes the soul. This mid-autumn festival, some will weep, and others will rejoice. Both hell and paradise coexist here. It is inescapable. The sorrow of water cascading with the falling flowers reflects the tragedy of separation, once parted, never to reunite, leaving only endless emptiness and anguish, akin to a heart incessantly gnawed by worms. Yet, there is also enduring affection, unwavering in heart. Thus, Ziyuan recalls various tales from the mortal realm, countless stories from many families that converge at this moment. Longing often weaves a colorful ribbon, intricately crafted from the past. What you deem insignificant may indeed be the most vital essence. Therefore, when they desire what you possess, you must willingly share it, for your belongings resemble elixirs, the finest of treasures. Ziyuan comprehends this truth. Alongside Zhang Taigong, he has traversed time repeatedly within the vast expanse of 3,000 realms. Nothing is as precious as this. At this juncture, one is inclined to believe in a world where sages emerge, fostering harmony across the land. Cultivation varies in depth and elevation, if you do not perceive it. It is because your thoughts are confined within a narrow and enclosed vessel, only aware of the gas cycling within. What you must do is break free from the vessel or shatter it. Thus reclaiming your new life. Chapter 44. In an instant, in a fleeting moment, one must ascertain countless truths. Once the celestial beings assume their rightful places, they will bestow corresponding gifts upon you. Akin to treasures, in this world the finest gifts await you at the most opportune moments. Of the heavens bestow upon you their utmost blessings, having witnessed all trials, for your perseverance has enabled you to wait. As Taigong imparts military strategies to the youth, employing various methods, Ziyuan observes with amusement, recalling the numerous trials he faced in his youth. Yet, he believes in goodness and salvation, which later solidified his faith in the celestial. In an instant, one could attain eternal dominion. Thus Xian speaks truthfully when he refers to it as a fleeting ascendance. In that moment, one must establish myriad matters, immutable and eternal, during the reign of Qin Shi Huang. How did the immortals guide him? The circumstances of that time remain vividly etched in memory. He could have forsaken all to follow the immortals, yet he contemplated that the immortals, being transcendent, still lacked a sovereign's throne. His reasoning was sound, but he failed to realize that such a throne would be positioned behind the immortals, not before them. If he clung to his seat of power, unwilling to relinquish it, he would find no everlasting throne awaiting him. Furthermore, this was a secret of the heavens, one that could not be divulged. If one desires transient rule yet cannot part with their fragile crown, they are doomed to a fleeting reign, at most 30 years. The only one who could genuinely rule for eternity is the Xin Huang Empress, a wise being who first cultivates immortality before ascending to the throne. Only by transcending life and death can one acquire true wisdom. Many focus solely on this life, yet achieving the essence of this life is not guaranteed. Thus, the Xian Emperor evaded such misfortune. This is the most paramount concern for an emperor, a lasting reign. The celestial elixir does not equate to immortality, nor does it signify the attainment of immortality, that requires more miraculous opportunities and unparalleled innate wisdom. Throughout the ages, practitioners have erred by losing sight of the greater picture. Having devoted their lives to cultivation yet failing to grasp the essence, they are like sparrows, fixated on the few grains before them. Therefore, one must peer beyond the veil, uncovering the world that lies behind. Traversing through dramas to discover one's own unique time and space, all while penetrating the glass vessels that confine human thoughts, shattering that invisible barrier and stepping into the realm of true immortals. Xuanmo steamed sweet cakes in a cage, boiled yesterday's tofu in water again, sliced a few small chili peppers, and added soy sauce and chicken essence. Preparing breakfast, they began to eat beneath the peach blossom tree. As petals floated down like crimson boats in their cups, this was the first batch of sweet cakes they had after Ziyuan and the Empress returned, filled with red beans and jujubes. Steamed from yellow rice, there were no grand tales of bygone eras. Rather, Taigong recounted stories of conquering the capital, sharing his experiences of cultivation and understanding of the Dao. Ziyin reminisced about many moments during his own cultivation. Rolling out dough on the board, skillfully crafting it into thin sheets and cutting them evenly, a routine he had once followed daily, yet now, creating beneath the peach tree imbued the act with a different feeling and realm. As if everything were draped in a veil of mystery, embodying that eternal throne, surpassing the ideals of Qin Shi Huang, a culmination of merit. For many years, Ziyin had labored in anticipation, waiting through countless lifetimes. Yet at the culmination of all his hardships, he found her. Chapter 45. The world in the video unfolded on a mysterious morning. Xuanmo welcomed an elderly man into his mountain paradise. The man, though frail and seemingly unable to walk, continued to press on. Xuanmo opened his computer, revealing the very world he saw. Time had grown chilly, necessitating an additional layer of clothing to ward off the cold. A day or two prior, Ziyin had watched Xuanmo prepare chicken wings beneath the peach tree, where Xuanmo cleaned the meat and added slices of ginger for boiling. This time, he refrained from adding beans. While Ziyuan accompanied Ziyun in painting a cloud, an authentic cloud. In a haze, the characters depicted were more vivid and affectionate than those crafted by Qiang Yao, revealing that even amidst numerous tragedies, Their narrative stood as the singular comedy Wine Clipped Through Dreams. The 6 dreams were those that Zi Yun had read that year, and now she had begun to write classics herself. Writing was an act of self-reflection. And in this moment, she realized that perhaps the character she penned, whether he or she was truly herself, the deepest bond she had forged in this world, heaven bestowed Zi Yuan upon her as a disciple. The finest gift in existence, when they cultivated to become by Zi Hua, they could hardly have anticipated the abundance of joy that followed, much like how the peach blossoms were already exquisite. There lay a peach behind them. Zi Yuan, the very embodiment of that peach of the realms of time and spirit, can overlap, converging at this moment. Should the time of Qin Shi Huang also overlap here? The moment of stepping onto the elevator would be one of unregret. How magnificent and extraordinary that would be. In an instant, they remedied the inadequacies of countless lifetimes, completing the most beautiful verses of love across a mere few strides. How long must one traverse from this shore to the next? It is merely the moment of stepping onto the red carpet. For Zi Yuan, it is that fleeting moment of entering the elevator where all timelines intertwine, where all realms converge, gathering as if imbued with life, all opening to the moment of hope, an instant that is, in essence, eternity. In the days that followed, it remained the same, whether going somewhere or simply remaining indoors. It mattered little, for one must grasp the essence. Just as the immortals initially advised the emperor, he failed to comprehend why one must relinquish to gain. In truth, letting go and taking up are not the same thing. Time weaves through 3 millennia past and future. From Zi Yuan's perspective, life may not equate to life, nor death to death. What matters is whether one has discovered the true Tao within. If the eternal throne of the emperor embodies the Tao, then that is their everlasting pursuit, which they have momentarily attained. The millennia, whether thousand or myriad, merge into the joy of existence, causing the entire universe to brim over. Did they ponder such matters during their initial cultivation? Perhaps not, or perhaps not so clearly. What is truly good is cultivated. This is the essence of eternity. Zi found an elderly vendor selling cakes at the market, purchasing 10 to take home, along with 2 bags of green beans for steaming. The rain had ceased, and if one were to enter Xuanmo's rice paper amidst his market sketches, one could envision 2 people, though the rain had stopped, still holding umbrellas. In that moment, a myriad of individuals sprang to life within his brushstrokes, vibrant and bustling. To cultivate a kind heart, devoid of jealousy towards the goodness of others, allows one to achieve success amidst all seclusion. As one's heart yearns solely for beauty, this is a realm unattainable by those who chant Buddhist verses yet do not embody the essence of a Buddha. Cultivation encompasses both the tangible and intangible. Much like beans, which possess form in their pods yet are wholly empty within, similarly the throne of Qin Shi Huang, if it cannot endure for eternity, is lamentably lost to the passage of time, dissipating like smoke. Chapter 46, Lifetimes upon Lifetimes. A Beckenstud. If you could traverse through the cycles of 3 lives and 3 worlds, you would find that humans continue to exist beyond this realm, existing eternally. What would you do? Like a painting, every stroke upon rice paper persists, existing perpetually. In this moment, what actions would you take? The lifetimes of this world remain elusive. Why does every life end in forgetfulness, a fresh start, or is reincarnation merely an illusion? Shall I prove this to you through the ink on this paper? Zi Yuan and others strolled around the courtyard and returned unchanged. No matter the location, the essence remains constant. Do you believe in Mengpo's soup? I do not, yet I believe in the tales of 3 lives and 10 miles of peach blossoms. Along with the endless blossoms of lifetimes, individuals often immerse themselves in silent cultivation, growing quietly. Thus, even a brief glance at the gourd vines entwined around the fence brings happiness, because they observe together. It is often cultivation that creates miracles. As they walked along the path, they beheld the trees. Last time, they were blooming in the rain, and this time, they bore lush drooping fruits. Fate often guides you along extraordinary paths. Zi Yuan's life is also woven with lifetimes, this time filled with boundless peach blossoms. Before this, an almost immeasurable span of time persisted. How did they endure? It is difficult to imagine or comprehend, yet at a certain juncture, perfection suddenly materializes, much like the grass underfoot. Yesterday it tasted bitter. Today it is inexplicably sweet. Thus, fate often awaits you at a corner, as if having awaited lifetimes. Zine paused in her tasks, hanging the dried herbs in a cloth bag reminiscent of the quaint apothecaries in Korean dramas. Exuding an ancient charm that feels like a world apart, each day beneath the peach tree is exquisite and perfect, a manifestation of time transformed into longing that envelopes the immortals in their unique contemplations. In a few days, should a holiday arise, the mortal realm will become exceedingly boisterous, filled with those seeking leisure. This brief respite, though limited, allows for rare joy, yet Taigong, surveying closely, finds no trace of their authentic happiness, merely the same old refrain. Many things resemble sugar trapped within a bottle, visible and imaginable yet separated by a transparent barrier, lacking the doorway that leads directly to it. Thus, the purpose of cultivation is to shatter this barrier, allowing all within to soar like moths. Typically, this time is not for wandering but rather for diligent introspection. The young continue to strive for insight, while Taigong's game pieces fall precisely where they may. An elderly figure sketches on paper, beside a modern young man with short hair. Together, they draw in the dirt, calculating their next moves. As Zine traversed the threshold of life and death, he experienced an indescribable clarity. As if all the trivial worries that had entangled him had suddenly fallen away, the most elusive mysteries of existence were instantaneously grasped. Was not this life merely a reflection of countless others? To comprehend one is to understand all. On that day, they pondered if they could stand at this vantage point and reflect upon all they had endured. Perhaps beginning anew with the accumulated essence of years would render the understanding of any situation far simpler than at any other time. Every minuscule detail, akin to the waters of the ocean, transforms water into vapor rising as clouds, which then precipitate as rain. Returning once more to the SEA.in Chapter 47, within that world Ziyuan and Ziyun sat before a grand screen, gazing at the realities unfolding before them, yet all was shrouded in enigma and required deciphering. The protagonists of the narrative traversed various timelines, and amidst these interstices lay the world Ziyun and the others sought. The visuals served merely as a medium, a conduit of thoughts weaving through, revealing yet another realm where individuals could traverse all boundaries and engage in unrestrained dialogue in a manner more subtle. They gazed upon the past and the future, encountering enigmas they had never anticipated, yet therein lay the allure, not in the places, but within the spaces rich with secrets. If time were to pass, where would the remnants of that bygone era reside? On a hospital bed, an elderly man trembled as he attempted to sit up but found himself unable. His memories were but a trickle in the vast river of time. As his limbs convulsed, requiring a nurse's aid to wipe the drool from his lips and assist him in taking tentative steps, Xuanmo and the others exited the cinema, a portal to another realm, distinct from the unfolding narrative. Walking along two divergent paths, one rooted in reality, the other in the fantastical, should one possess the ability to traverse time and space, they would gain the most accurate foresight, perceiving the present through the lens of the future. Every minute, every second. At that moment, they followed the timeline, seeking the heroes depicted in the imagery, striving to escape the confines of monotony, to embrace a life that diverged. Some might seize the lives of others in this world, while others merely drifted through turbulent years, all filled with brilliance. There were those who, despite following the timeline, took a wrong turn, such as him. The practitioners from Han territory possessed a superior wisdom. No matter how much time elapsed, they remained unbeguiled by external appearances. In that year in the land of secrets, while harvesting barley, they could scarcely imagine the great calamity awaiting them had the king of the Padala palace devoted himself to diligent practice rather than succumbing to illusions. And if he could have glimpsed the revered Taigong fishing by the Wei River 3,000 years prior, surely he would have forsaken the tyrannical King Zhou for the enlightened King Wen. What was he doing at 80? Had he awakened? Did he have the fortune to encounter his destined companions Li Chunfeng or Yuan Tiangang? What are people of 80 doing now? Xuanmo often observed them congregating at one end of the village, playing chess beneath a great tree. Do you truly comprehend the arts of music, chess, poetry, calligraphy, and painting? The preceding 80 years were but a preparatory phase, not devoid of suffering. If I were to achieve such great heights by 50, surely the future would be even more extraordinary. At this moment, Xuanmo was crafting a portrait of a beauty, Ziyun seated beneath the tree, gazing at her resplendent visage in a mirror. Cultivation, too, has its drafts, akin to the recorded words. Every form of expression is immensely precious, for it can lead to another realm. Just as Xuanmo's brushstrokes were alive, through them, one could traverse every era. Seeking oneself within each of this revelation dawned upon Xuanmo and Ziyuan after emerging from the screen's domain. In a particular scene, should Taigong find himself at a crossroads, one path veering left and the other right, countless souls would collapse, instantaneously turning to dust, while another world would rise, a realm devoid of distance or barriers, where all existed in harmonious amalgamation, ineffable and profound. Standing at such a juncture, which path would you choose? Taigong meticulously organized his treatise on military strategy, composing additional volumes. Ziyuan began to develop an affinity for the art of war. Taigong employed a chess piece as a metaphor to convey the cyclical nature of the world's rise and fall. Ancient tales assert that humanity is fashioned from clay, thus returning to the earth, yet Taigong elucidated that all would disappear in an instant, leaving no trace or remnant behind, while everything would remain intact. Not a single fragment forgotten. Ziyuan comprehended this, plucking a leaf from a tree and placing it upon the table. As the peaches on the peach blossom tree gradually matured, yet the blossoms continued to bloom. They traced the threads of time spanning millennia past and future, understanding that one need not navigate time linearly. Viewing the center from both ends of time can yield profound insights after many years. Does the past still resonate vividly, or has it become obscured? Ziyin sliced open a kiwi, its verdant juice pooling onto the plate. Taigong and Ziyuan each took a half, savoring it with their pancakes. Beneath their feet lay another bag ripening. In the courtyard, several children played with a ball as they traversed the throng, encountering two paths, one leading to annihilation, the other to creation. They chose one and proceeded onward. In a certain period on a specific day, the ground seemed to writhe with unseen creatures, or the earth itself transformed into a boiling cauldron, causing skyscrapers to collapse in a phenomenon more bewildering than the Tangshan earthquake. Debris and steel littered the streets, while some vehicles were ensnared in gaping chasms, suddenly engulfed, the depths of which offered no hope of escape. Xuanmo beheld a monstrous form rising from the ground. As a bridge reared up like a centipede before crashing into the river with a resounding roar, littering the area with lifeless bodies, as panicked individuals shrieked, uncertain where to flee. They believed a great earthquake had struck. Or perhaps an unprecedented one. Days prior, while Ziyuan observed Xuanmo inscribing characters beneath the peach blossom tree, he suddenly glimpsed a streak of ink, resembling a tear, bisecting the painting's center, not inscribed by human hand. Concurrently, the outer world manifested peculiar phenomena. Flocks of birds appeared to be lost, careening into the glass doors of the community, while swarms of mice emerged, and household cats fled as if summoned by a magical flute. Racing towards the mountains, Xuanmo witnessed an elderly man attempting to restrain his dog, only for the animal to drag him into the street. During those days, fish leapt from the river onto the shore, prompting several elderly onlookers to exclaim in fear, could it be an impending earthquake? It was not an earthquake, but rather the earth itself poised to overturn, in akin to flipping a ball, under Xuanmo's pen. Throngs of refugees emerged, yet they were uncertain of their destination, for every locale bore the same plight. This was not yet the era of nuclear war, rather, it was a day when silence suddenly enveloped the world. In Chapter 49, the theme of waiting unfolds, which prophetic text approaches the threshold of total obliteration. Xuanmo pointed to the volume in his hand. Upon opening this book, all would vanish in an instant, reduced to ashes simultaneously. Although Nostradamus may have alluded to war in his prophecies, the ultimate outcome could very well be utter disappearance without a trace point. One day, as humanity awakens from slumber, they may find the earth entirely overturned. Reminiscent of an apocalyptic disaster film, where helicopters flit about in search of survivors, yet as time elapses, even gas stations plunge into the depths of fissures, depleting all energy reserves, prompting prayers and fears of impending judgment day. However, what emerges is not salvation, but rather relentless upheaval, with fissures widening and communications severed, plunging the world into unprecedented chaos and panic. Yet this is not the end. The scenarios one can conceive, and those beyond imagination, unfold in this apocalyptic narrative, where a band of insurgents rises, intent on establishing a new order. Yet in reality, they lack the leisure to pursue such ambitions, for all that ensues is beyond human comprehension and response. They simply gaze upon the seething ground, which has utterly collapsed. At this moment Ziyuan sat beneath the peach blossom tree, quietly observing the unfolding events. Simultaneously, deep within the mountains of Zhongnan, many celestial beings who had already established barriers opened them. Also witnessing the same scenes, "Bring me my feathered robe," commanded a deity resembling an ancient sage to his attendant as he prepared to venture forth and survey the situation. As he soared through the sky, he beheld a landscape of utter devastation below. Only ruins remained. Many refugees, having fled mere days prior, were now sheltering beside a partially collapsed building, suffering from a dire lack of water and food. It was as if extraterrestrial monsters had recently unleashed havoc upon the earth. Their tattered garments and feeble states painted a grim picture. The ground continued to sink beneath them, revealing an unfathomable abyss. And all they could do was wail in despair, powerless to change their fate. In proximity, there were some injured souls, yet the nearest hospital lay buried several kilometers underground. It appeared as though total annihilation loomed, with not a single soul left unscathed. As the deity surveyed the world from above, he too was astonished, for something indeed stirred beneath the earth's surface. Crawling in the depths below, after circling the globe, he discovered that the plight was uniform everywhere. Upon reaching the Himalayas, he found the once majestic mountains reduced to mere plains, their grandeur obliterated. Contrary to many legends, there was no Shangri-La hidden within the mountains. Instead, climbers and the quaint towns at their bases lay entombed beneath the rubble. The following day, even the flatlands vanished, replaced by a vast fissure reminiscent of a fruit splitting open, as if the earth intended to cleave itself in twain. Simultaneously, the ranges of Zhongnan were also collapsing, countless structures crumbling to the ground, villages reduced to mere debris. Powerful deities, having temporarily relocated from their sacred mountains, found refuge in an undamaged valley. A few elderly figures, garbed in ancient Taoist attire, approached Xuanmo with solemn expressions. If this continues, the very ground shall split apart, and all mountains will be boiled as dumplings in a pot, they warned. Xuanmo poured several cups of tea for the elders, suggesting that if matters grew dire, they should take refuge in the Peach Blossom Spring. Chapter 50. Another cataclysmic spacetime. Should the timelines intertwine, the calamities would differ. Ziyuan and Ziyun enjoyed peach blossom wine beneath the tree. While Taigong and the elders deliberated the current situation, what you observe is but a fraction of the dire circumstances. Taigong indicated a scroll, prompting the elders to leap into it. They found themselves in a parallel reality, identical to their own, yet in an instant, the world froze. All the inhabitants of the streets seemed to vaporize, disappearing without a trace. This was an instantaneous annihilation surpassing even nuclear weaponry. One could not fathom what had transpired, nor could they respond or evade it. Suddenly, they were obliterated by celestial wrath, without any signs of conflict or military movement. However, shortly thereafter, the Empress Shenhuang appeared alongside Ziyuan and Xuanmo, ushering them into a realm that belonged solely to them. In another dimension, a great plague ravaged the land. Was this the Ganges of India? Various individuals of diverse hues leapt into the waters seeking refuge. A cataclysmic fire swept across the globe, calamity upon calamity. As ancient viral entities awakened, conscious beings that seized control of human minds and dominated vast territories of the world, wherever they roamed, plague ensued, leaving nearly all of humanity perished, save for a few reclusive practitioners and a handful of survivors. Upon reaching the banks of the Ganges, Taigong beheld the river choked with corpses, a virus festering within a single individual, howling at them. Having vanquished all in its path, this world had become theirs. And once the last soul was extinguished, they would return to eternal slumber, only to awaken after millennia. Taigong ventured to the familiar Weishui, yet found no river, no people, only an eerie silence prevailed. What would it be like if all timelines and disasters converged? Time and space resembled a path on a track. If all were to merge, akin to the overlapping of Ziyuan's time and space, the result would yield the most favorable outcome: spiritual attainment, breaking through all barriers and obstacles to achieve true enlightenment. Surpassing the accomplishments of predecessors, this transcendence, even the ascension of feathering and soaring, might not rival Ziyuan's cultivation. Yet, the calamities of the apocalypse were equally unfathomable. The divine punishment was beyond imagination. There existed a form of cultivation that transcended life and death, as well as a fear that surpassed mortality. They examined several scrolls, and Taigong returned to the tree to prepare a wrap for them to eat, as several more days had passed since Ziyuan's 49 days. All forms of cultivation could be accumulated over time, just as all apocalyptic events could intertwine, yet each scenario seemed to elude human comprehension, as one could not grasp how it had come to pass. While cultivating, Ziyun had once heard the voice of the heavens, a profoundly beautiful wisdom. As the mistress of the Peach Blossom Spring, she understood the extremes of suffering and bliss, both determined in an instant. She then advised Taigong and the others to peruse more scrolls, for therein might lie answers, and within certain texts, details exceeded even those of the Colosseum in Rome, encapsulating the essence of tortures endured in royal courts. Yet, it seemed that such apocalyptic events were not overly gentle, thus more information than that of the prehistoric deluge must be sought. Chapter 51, the ancient military treatise within Taigong's military strategies, the most perplexing and the most straightforward were inscribed upon this scroll. Taigong imparted to Ziyun the principle of being as steadfast as a mountain. In the depicted ancient battlefield, two armies stood opposed, Taigong and Xian Emperor plotting their strategy, employing the long snake formation, while Taigong's side utilized the Xian dragon formation, each with differing principles of formation. An onslaught of feathered arrows rained down from the opposing side, yet Taigong pointed to the terrain map, indicating that not a single arrow need be deflected. This stemmed from an ancient military principle known as steadfast as a mountain. This ancient scroll, restored under Xuanmo's guidance, portrayed a scene by a riverside. Beneath an old tree, where a figure wielded a staff, striking a dragon's head beneath the tree, the dragon remained undisturbed, seemingly in slumber. On the opposite side of the illustration, the same figure struck a snake, which writhed in agony. The military treatise illustrated these scenarios. Taigong urged Ziyun to comprehend a truth: Why did the same person wielding the same staff with equal force yield different results? One remained motionless while the other writhed. Upon grasping this, Zien would understand the challenging aspects of Taigong's military doctrine, which lay in its subtlety. Furthermore, Zien would be able to discern the heavenly secrets, which would reveal themselves through these two illustrations. Xuanmo subsequently restored two more images, one depicting the aftermath of the dragon being struck, still seemingly in deep slumber. A paper descended from the heavens, inscribed with characters entering the dragon's mind through its brow. The other illustration showed the snake rolling on the ground as a figure approached to capture it in a pocket. Should Zien fathom the essence of Taigong's subsequent illustrations, he would concurrently grasp the more straightforward aspects of Taigong's military treatise. Once both sides comprehended the teachings, Xuanmo unfurled paper and brush, this time depicting the two armies in confrontation, Xian Emperor on one side, and the tyrant Shangzhou on the other. Taigong instructed Zien to amalgamate the two military doctrines into one, which Zien accomplished, his insight revealing that the active force was Shangzhou, while the passive was Xian Emperor. At this moment, as the armies clashed, Taigong led his troops into battle with a single command. All soldiers followed Taigong's chariot, aligning in the Shin Dragon formation, yet, as the initial arrows from the enemy soared, they maintained their formation, unwavering. Zien, leading his troops, challenged the opposing general at the forefront. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A fierce whirlwind arose, and amidst the clouds, countless golden-armored deities emerged, showering down arrows like sunlight. The enemy forces instantly crumbled as if mountains and seas had collapsed. The leading general fell to Zien's sword, his steed fleeing in panic amidst the throngs of soldiers. Seizing the momentum, Taigong descended with the force of a battering ram, overwhelming the enemy camp. Xuanmo chronicled this battle, and most remarkably, in the earliest scene of the ancient scroll. When the dragon's head was struck, Taigong's observant nature revealed that he perceived the dragon's eye slightly opening. He cautioned Zien, who, through his meditative clarity, noticed a single eyelash of the dragon swaying gently in the breeze. This image was, in essence, a conduit for spiritual insight. Zien contemplated every word Taigong had uttered, uncovering the profound quintessence of military strategy. The individual striking the dragon had expended all his strength, and while both dragon and snake were present, the dragon remained still, its eye merely fluttering open, while the snake writhed chaotically, stirring up dust around it. This was vividly clear in the illustration. Chapter 52, The Heavenly Secrets. Taigong guided Zien out of the formation, instructing Xuanmo to meticulously analyze the second illustration, The Heavenly Secrets. After the dragon was struck, it fell into a deeper slumber, and a paper descended from the heavens. Was it necessary to decipher the characters inscribed upon it? Zien took some time to closely examine the painting and ponder its meaning. Xuanmo reminded him to simultaneously consider another piece. Upon realization, Zien placed the painting featuring a snake beside him. This juxtaposition portrayed both a snake and a dragon in the same scene, one with a paper descending from the heavens inscribed with words, while a person approached, placing the snake into a bag. These were two occurrences happening at once. Xuanmo directed Zien to observe the battle of the Xian Emperor, which embodied the more comprehensible aspects of military strategy. The snake was the one taken away. Without comparison, one could not discern clearly, yet with comparison, understanding emerged. It was the simultaneous manifestation of two events that illuminated the truth. Focusing on only one would obscure it. Zien grasped the essence of this concept and recorded his insights. The distinction between the snake and the dragon lay in the application of equal force. The human exerted tenfold strength, yet the dragon remained unperturbed, its position unchanged, though its eyes slightly opened. In contrast, the snake had shifted, arriving at a location distinct from its original one. Thus, the profoundest tenets of military strategy hinge upon this understanding. The ancient military texts elucidate numerous principles through a single illustration. Often challenging to fathom, however, once comprehended, they imbue one with a sense of assured victory on the battlefield. The crux lies in the dragon's immobility, its body steadfast in its original position, whereas the snake, as depicted, had rolled from one location to another. Observing their orientations reveals that the dragon remains steadfast, akin to a figure situated firmly in a room, much like a modern-day sniper who, gazing from one building to another, consistently spots the golden scales within their line of sight. The snake, having moved, becomes invisible. At this moment, as the paper descends from the sky, one can ascertain that the dragon is securely positioned. The Morse code also requires deciphering. Military strategy is incomparably more challenging, with many elements demanding interpretation. Particularly, the tiniest detail within a painting often holds the key to hidden truths. Moreover, one must perceive both paintings simultaneously. Without this dual perspective, The underlying messages remain elusive. Fortunately, having previously been guided by the Grand Duke, Ziyin was now able to convey all that he needed to express, given the extensive narrative. Explicating it through words would be exceedingly laborious, risking omissions. Thus, employing imagery is the simplest approach, as demonstrated by their backtracking illustrations. Xuanmo stored the two paintings away, for they needed to delve deeper into the significant blow depicted on the dragon's and snake's heads. The Grand Duke offered a metaphor, urging Ziyin to recollect the details within the paintings. In the first illustration, the individual wielding a staff forcefully struck the dragon's head. Ziyin meticulously contemplated the sensation of such force, attempting to immerse himself in the dragon's experience at that moment. If a brick were to strike one's head, it would undoubtedly be agonizing, as evidenced by the second painting depicting the snake receiving a similar impact. Yet, why did the dragon remain motionless? A myriad of questions flooded Ziyin's mind. Why did the dragon not move? Observing his deep contemplation, the Grand Duke poured him a cup of tea. Ziyin fixated on the peach blossom petals floating atop the water, which seemed to evoke a memory. The Grand Duke recognized Ziyin's keen intellect. Chapter 53, Enlightenment. Were one to receive a blow to the head, the excruciating pain would likely cause one to writhe on the ground. This was the scenario observed by Xuanmo and Ziyin within the painting, where the snake thrashed about, splattering stones and earth all around. Ziyin's gaze remained transfixed upon the snake, while his mind concurrently revolved around the dragon's form. If indeed these events occurred simultaneously, the paper descending from the heavens and the snake being stuffed into the sack, what conclusions might emerge from examining all four paintings together? Overlaying the two images reveals the staff striking the dragon's head coincides with the paper descending from above. Simultaneously, as the snake's head is struck, a person places it into the sack. The pivotal aspect lies in their respective reactions. One remains still, while the other writhed. When viewed together, the paper's descent coincides with the snake being bagged, highlighting one remaining motionless while the other departed from its original position. The scene ultimately converges upon the military text. One features the dragon, tranquil and unmoving, having not shifted, while the snake is in motion, and the image on the paper is devoid of elements. Upon reaching this juncture, Ziyin comprehended even more, understanding the necessity of scrutinizing each detail, analyzing frame by frame, employing slow motion to uncover the truth. He once again immersed himself in the first painting, meticulously observing every movement of the dragon, every nuance. It seemed as though the dragon's eyelashes fluttered with the wind, its eyes gently opening. This moment, the paper descended from the sky, delivering a message to the dragon. Ziyin entered the realm of this paper, where the Grand Duke elaborated on the concepts within his military text, re-articulating them for Xuanmo. From Xuanmo's perspective, many phenomena might be more easily understood if the painting were to animate like a film. Upon re-examination, all strikes occur simultaneously. The dragon remains still, while the snake, having moved, is confined within the sack. Ziyin concentrated on discerning why the dragon remained motionless, while the snake's movement was readily comprehensible. Xuanmo urged him to consider the connection between the paper and the sack. The Grand Duke reminded him to link the paper and the bag in his analysis. Ziyin contemplated, were he the dragon, the experience would unfold as such. He lay there, a person approached with a staff and struck his head forcefully. His eyes merely opened slightly, yet he seemed unaffected. At this juncture, Ziyin replayed this sequence repeatedly, yet he sensed that some detail remained elusive, as the snake's thrashing served as a reference point for interpreting the dragon's response. If a closed loop were to form at this moment, sharing the same pain, the dragon would surely perceive it, yet his understanding or thoughts diverged. The second painting merely corroborated the dragon's sentiment, indicating he had not moved. Thus, the snake was the one displaced, a message revealing to Ziyin that the dragon remained in its original location. The Grand Duke poured peach blossom wine into a bowl, knowing Ziyin needed a sip to stimulate his thoughts. In nature, witnessing a snake flee after being struck is hardly extraordinary, rather, it is typical behavior for snakes. Chapter 54. Afterward, every scene had been thoroughly analyzed. Subsequently, the Grand Duke produced an even more ancient tome detailing all these matters. However, Ziyin preferred to comprehend through imagery, prompting Xuanmo to resume his artistic journey in military strategy. The previous illustration depicted the dragon receiving a paper. This new artwork revealed the figure with the staff standing before the dragon, who awakened and gazed at him. In another painting, the sack containing the snake was opened, allowing a snake to wriggle out. Xuanmo once more rendered the final most challenging illustration from the ancient text, the dragon quietly gazing at the person, its mind now fully enlightened. Time stood still in this moment, while in the snake's depiction, The more astonishing detail emerged: blood was oozing from the snake's head. To delve deeper into the enigma, Xuan presented the painting to an elderly man who frequently played chess beneath a tree in the village. After a moment of contemplation, the old man remarked that the snake had been injured, resulting in its bleeding. Was this indeed the conclusion? Xuan pondered further. If this were a plot twist in a suspense film, a sniper might observe the dragon still residing in the room, while the snake had been discarded into the trash. The Grand Duke himself reflected upon the entire intricacies of military strategy. The dragon remained immobile, experiencing the same excruciating pain, merely opening its eyes slightly, while the snake flailed about. Ultimately, the dragon continued to gaze at its assailant, remaining still in its position, yet, the snake's head was evidently injured. The Grand Duke imagined himself in this scenario. Were he the dragon? Or the snake? He enacted their responses. Xuan boiled some water and indulged in a few pieces of candy, needing to replenish his energy to continue his contemplation. One cannot pinpoint the source of the suspense. Yet a singular, straightforward clue may constitute the most profound mystery. That piece of paper represents the greatest enigma, as it appeared precisely at that moment. Perhaps it is the key to unraveling everything. Before Xuan lay an array of colorful candies, each with distinct flavors, which he sampled. He endeavored to grasp the dragon's emotions while it lay still. What reactions would two individuals exhibit if both were struck on the head simultaneously? One would writhe in agony, while the other would remain utterly still. How extraordinary that immobility is! Oftentimes, it is the postscript that illuminates the mind. The Grand Duke scrutinized Xuanmo's painting once more, finding it to possess a greater resonance than mere text. Among the Grand Duke's collection lay yet another piece, one that Xuanmo had not previously encountered. In one painting, there exists an individual who, overwhelmed by the obscurity of his surroundings, is engulfed in anxiety, a sentiment echoed by those around him. In stark contrast, another canvas depicts a woman equally unable to perceive her environment, yet she exudes a serene composure. This scene features a blindfolded lady seated before a vanity, indifferent to whether she can glimpse her reflection. This treasure, unearthed by the esteemed Taigong from an ancient cave, may indeed serve as a catalyst for Xuan's inspiration and opportunity. The purple candy, whether flavored by grapes or taro, delights Xuan with its sweetness, prompting him to indulge in several pieces. Delving into the profound mysteries is not akin to mere riddles, it entails uncovering the timeless essence portrayed within the artwork. Seeking deeper meaning, particularly with Taigong's military strategies, a modicum of understanding can illuminate the entirety of the doctrine. Thus, both he and Xuanmo are diligently honing their skills. Chapter 55, Divine Soul. Everything possesses a divine essence. This narrative unfolds in an ancient epic, where an elderly man recounts tales or sermons to a youthful disciple. The essence, akin to the animated strokes in a painting, transcends mere lifelike representation. A painting imbued with divine spirit possesses thought, depth, and significance, much like the art of warfare, where true mastery is characterized by an alluring essence that captivates and enthralls. Taigong aspires for Xuan to grasp this ultimate essence, akin to comprehending the very soul of a being. The stories and individuals within the military treatises traverse the continuum of time, existing not solely in the past but also in the present and future. Recognizing this divine essence is paramount. Hence their singular focus on discovering the most profound spirit. Through the medium of art, Xuan has gleaned invaluable insights, gradually preparing to step into Taigong's extraordinary and ethereal realm, a world that is both remarkable and concealed within seemingly inconspicuous and trivial places. Mastery of this essence equates to mastery of all, though Xuan has only glimpsed the faintest hint of it. Sometimes even a mere strand of hair can reveal the entirety of a cow's condition. The principle of penetrating the screen parallels that of deciphering a painting. Both require a heart attuned to the divine. The challenge of penetrating a painting is greater, a realization Xuan has come to. During his meditative states, he often traverses various realms, yet isolating such complex elements necessitates time. However, Taigong's progress has been remarkably swift. He exchanged Xuan's candies for peach blossom pastries, a culinary creation personally crafted for him, perhaps offering further enlightenment. In another realm, the timeline unfolds similarly, wherein the pursuit of divine essence remains the duty of practitioners. Their lifelong quest, akin to the sugar, Taigong incorporates into the pastries an essence that transcends all cultivation. An old man retrieves a fish from a pond, casually placing it into a bucket, whereupon the fish, disoriented by the unfamiliar walls, flounders, yearning to return to the water. Xuanmo observes this and captures the old man's likeness with his brush. Adding a dog and a cat beside him, the cat, intrigued by the fish at the bottom of the bucket, can only gaze, while the dog, seeing the cat, is tempted to chase it, leading them to gradually recede. Xuanmo poses a question to the old man: Why does the dragon remain motionless in the painting? The old man chuckles silently, gesturing toward the water's surface, where a few small fish pursue a drifting leaf. Xuanmo begins to grasp the implication. He then queries the old man, "Why does the snake in the painting writhe upon the ground?" The old man bursts into laughter, declaring that this time Xuanmo has posed the right question. Again, he points to the water's surface, where Xuanmo beholds the leaf, prompting a dawning realization. The old man nods approvingly, seemingly praising Xuanmo's comprehension. The intricacy of Taigong's military strategies lies in the fact that one can only grasp segments at a time. Yet the old man's insight suggests that understanding all components, when amalgamated, constitutes the whole. However, how to amalgamate, if certain elements are omitted, does it not render the entirety incomplete or even unrecognizable? Taigong remains silent. Yet the old man guides Xuanmo on how to synthesize. A fish originally in the river, once drawn out, now resides within the bucket. Chapter 56, The Divine Insight. The divine insight is the true essence of alchemical practice. A guide to refining elixirs. While the 7 truths are but tales, I have come to know for whom my writings are intended. As they have begun to manifest, the peach blossom immortal is enveloped within a leaf, attended by a tall figure who diligently cares for her, cradling her in his hands, scrutinizing her with great tenderness. She is diminutive, almost pitiful, requiring a tiny comb to groom her hair. Her spirit is exceptionally attuned, embodying the divine insight, aptly termed the divine insight technique. She feels secure in their hands, as they whisper, "We will gather those items for her, so when she awakens, they shall be present." She recognizes that they are her true admirers and audience, to whom her creations are dedicated. This is the essence of alchemical practice. Celestial mysteries must not be disclosed, yet can be described. Their forms are grand and expressive, as she suddenly perceives herself cradled by their hands while gazing at her phone. She appears as a charming little being, while they, with long hair styled up and draped in flowing garments, exude an ethereal quality. Her heart is tranquil and filled with joy. This is the genuine reason for receiving that slip of paper. This is the world she truly wishes to enter, for she comprehends the celestial messages directed at her. Quietly closing her eyes in anticipation, lying still, for her eyes ache, rendering her unable to see. Within a passage, there are invariably a few sentences of exquisite clarity or profound essence. Focus solely on these. Xuanmo, the revered ancestor, attained enlightenment through slumber, yet people only perceive his sleep, unaware of its nature. Thus, true understanding necessitates entering that realm. The Peach Blossom Immortal's manuscript, encompassing over 80,000 words, has entered the verification phase for recommendations, yet it is at this juncture that they found her, traversing digital realms in vast distances, revealing themselves solely for her. The authentic alchemical technique is succinct, requiring merely a lotus leaf to shield her. She understands that every word she pens is for them. They conceal her within their hands, caring for her meticulously, enveloped in boundless happiness. However, prior to this, she adhered to rules, deciphered celestial mysteries, and attained divine insight. Culminating in the divine insight technique, she lies serenely in their hands, which cradle her tenderly, appreciating every word she writes. This is true value. It is not necessary for the world to behold it. Her writings suffice, as they are enough. Of the divine insight technique is the genuine alchemical mantra, characterized by those expressive brows and towering stature, embodying true immortality. Thus, they refer to her as divine insight. Should one comprehend the celestial scripts descending from the heavens, they may enter that realm. The path of cultivation differs fundamentally from human imagination. It is a realm beyond comprehension. As her cultivation ascends to the divine insight stage, it becomes effortless, for many matters require only the virtue of patience. She lies quietly in their palms. A narrative unfolds wherein she is concealed within her master's realm, whether in heart or brow, ultimately nestled within the hands of the immortals. They cherish her deeply, for she is exceedingly small and remarkably attuned. She embodies the essence of divinity. She authored the Sword of Divine Insight, and intriguingly, the two characters when reversed yield the same meaning, signifying divine insight. The divine insight is legendary, while the divine insight technique is the alchemical mantra. She remains innocent, and it is precisely this quality that leads them to earnestly safeguard her, as one would protect Sun Wukong in the palm of Buddha's hand. Albeit Wukong yearns for freedom, while she seeks security and happiness, her tranquil, obedient slumber evokes deep sympathy. Their expressions mirror this sentiment, shielding her from external winds. As she truly soars upon the winds, people often fail to grasp the true meaning of instantaneous ascension. This moment truly embodies the essence of such elevation. Chapter 57. Soaring with the wind. This is the essence of soaring with the wind. After penetrating the celestial mysteries, I encountered them, unveiling the mantra of effortless victory, the genuine alchemical technique of Xuanmo. Everyone is aware of his sleep, yet none comprehend how he sleeps, yet I do. The peach blossom immortal quietly contemplates the celestial mysteries, her understanding profound, they take delight in attending to her in this manner. No one anticipated that the path of immortality unfolds in such a manner, nor that the practice of alchemical techniques is realized through such means. She does not engage in meditation, yet this is indeed the optimal method for focusing the spirit. If one were to speak of seclusion, this is true seclusion. Nestled within the palms of the immortals, quietly retreating, they gaze upon her diminutive form, hearts heavy with affection, for she is irresistibly endearing, resembling a tiny mouse or a newborn kitten. Unable to open her eyes, simply asleep. In her dreams, she tosses and turns, the leaf blanket draped over her, vast compared to her small frame, akin to a grand tapestry. Their hearts ache for her, having long declared her a little child in their eyes. A diminutive innocent being. At this moment, she sleeps soundly, genuinely resting in tranquility. She relishes bestowing names upon others, and they have named her divine insight, as she seamlessly transitions from spiritual attunement to divine insight. This is her path in alchemy. This is her alchemical mantra. Yearn for the wind and take flight. This is the essence of soaring with the breeze. In this realm, there exists an abundance of genuine joy. If this is indeed the most wondrous miracle encountered by the peach blossom fairy, then so be it. The paramount concern is her participation. Ultimately, they say she closed her eyes and peacefully drifted into slumber. While they offered her everything, awaiting the moment she would awaken and behold it all. To aspire to ride the winds is to witness whether she comprehends the essence of it all simultaneously. If she can grasp it, she shall undoubtedly perceive what others cannot. Upon awakening in the early morning, a voice informs her that all she has received, when gazed upon, is rare indeed in this world. Thus, events began to unfold in this direction. When entangled in a conundrum, one must untangle a thread of clues to discern the progress of one's journey. As they approached the divine realm, the Peach Blossom Fairy and Zine referenced the details from the 1973 Korean drama, wherein the protagonist met with an accident, subsequently falling into a coma, his consciousness traversing back to 1973, a time when the streets were filled with antiquity. And he assumed a different identity simultaneously. His physical form lay in 2022, surrounded by those awaiting his revival. Presently, the Peach Blossom Fairy and Zine find themselves in a similar phase. A severe head injury is not the primary concern, rather. A part of him has returned to 1973, entering a nourishing new phase, another dimension in time. Concurrently, the young man guided by the elder must understand that Empress Wu Zetian has long since been laid to rest. Her side adorned with treasures comprising nearly half of the nation's riches, a plethora of ancient artifacts and gilded items, remnants of a prosperous civilization. Thus, the origin of these rare treasures remains a mystery. Akin to traversing back to 1973, from whence one must retrieve clues to return to the present. If you have indeed taken flight with the wind, what you behold shall surely differ. In Chapter 58. After meticulous perusal, the Peach Blossom Fairy remains nestled within that enormous palm. At this juncture, Zine, referencing 1973, perceives the mysteries of time and space, having glimpsed them upon crossing into Chapter 55. The male lead of the Korean drama is currently receiving intravenous treatment. His head swathed in bandages, which are slightly stained with blood. This headache is palpable, affirming his journey through time. Do you comprehend how you came to occupy your esteemed position? Furthermore, how did you transform into perfection while seated upon that throne? Whereupon all your flaws metamorphosed into virtues. It is as if a vessel has finally floated upon the vast sea. Without a sturdy wind, wings cannot be sustained. Without ample water, vessels cannot float. Thus, do their paths converge? This sum represents the unification of the realm. Zine accompanied the elder into the cave, closely followed by the young man. A few months prior, an elderly gentleman had driven in, delivering box after box of currency. Time traverses through the young man's workplace, where he realizes he must resume his thesis while waiting. As the timeline reflects upon all these events, it does not forget to incorporate the quilt resembling two lotus leaves, which covers the Peach Blossom Fairy. The same scene intertwines with both the drama and reality, where individuals from two epics read the tome Yanshang Xuanmo. The Elder's Council is now manifest. Indeed, that year, within the Ziyun Palace, what was sought yet unfound was none other than the throne. All intangible entities possess a singular trait: they are unreal, and one can distinctly feel a sense of threat emanating from them. Conversely, tangible entities possess an abundance of joy. Thus, in the hands of the master of Luoshu Chaotang, persimmons and chestnuts appear. These two fruits have already been obtained, one of which is the throne, while the other is the imperial seat. Hence, the presence of lotus leaves draped over the Peach Blossom Fairy is indeed fitting. As all these events transpire simultaneously, the towering figure is a deity having emerged, winter has arrived, how far off can spring be? At this moment, the elder's spirit is exuberant, for the sovereign must act rightly. She must grasp the most challenging aspects of the entire military treatise, namely the accident and the injury. How 1973 came to pass must be understood through the lens of the comatose state. Throughout this ordeal, an elder has sought to awaken him. The static and speckles on the television screen serve as reminders that he must awaken swiftly. Thus, from whence does that sum originate, and who bestowed it upon her? The enigmatic aspects of the elder's military strategy become clearer here. The young man informs the elder that the funds appeared suddenly, and thereafter he commenced another endeavor. However, prior to all this, they had acquired the most crucial, nearly technical details. The essence seems to have already manifested on their side. The elder has always made strategic moves in perilous situations. To traverse time, one must endure an unforeseen accident, not one contrived by human hands. And one must navigate through all timelines to reach the divine realm. Before she lies upon the lotus leaves, she hears the voice of the heavens speaking to her. Close your eyes. Since your eyes are ailing and cannot open, lie still and await my arrival. This aligns with the first illustration of the elder's military strategy. In fact, within the painting, at the moment the dragon suffers a blow to its head, it hears a voice nearby, saying, "Lie still, and await me." Thus, the dragon remains motionless, while at the same time, the serpent experiences only that one who wields a staff and the impact of that blow. In chapter 59, the examination unfolds. Within the elder's military strategy, one must not overlook any detail. Xuanmo recalls the entire process of the military strategy's unfolding, beginning from the final step and working backward. The peach blossom fairy reclines upon an immense lotus leaf. The film of time rewinds, revealing her as a diminutive figure, suddenly confronted by a towering deity. Prior to this, she was engrossed in her mobile device, perusing various novels of others. Those books are being read by someone, who then reads hers. It seems to be a manifestation of the heavens, yet this being has long hair, styled in an updo. Their garments are flowing, reminiscent of ancient attire, somewhat akin to the figure on the cover of Xuanmo. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and notably, the deity approaches each matter with utmost seriousness. They contemplate her need for a small comb to tend to her long tresses. Simultaneously, the timeline rewinds to the moment Empress Wu Zetian ascended the throne. If you were to sit upon the throne, would you wish to descend? Certainly not. Therefore, one must devise a means to secure eternal repose. Particularly upon the emperor's seat, there must never be a day when one's presence wanes. While internet celebrities may fade, singers may become obsolete, and actors may fall out of favor, emperors must endure eternally. Such are the thoughts of the peach blossom fairy upon the lotus leaf. Otherwise, it would be a great pity. The young man recounts a story to the elder regarding the 3 sheep in his mobile device. Their videos have gradually lost much of their vitality, as viewers have satisfied their curiosity with the known. Now, can one still discover fresh hotspots, or has fatigue set in? Is that remarkable moment merely a fleeting glimpse? This underscores the importance of studying the elder's military strategy. Do you recall the tale of the serpent? In that illustration, the serpent is confined within a pocket. When struck upon the head, it writhes in pain. Meanwhile, the sniper outside the high-rise presents a scene where golden scales shimmer, initially showcasing the serpent's scales, which later vanish. Do you not wish to ascertain whether there are scales within your field of vision? Thus, comprehending the elder's military strategy is of utmost significance. Among all the illustrations, only the first one features a voice descending from the heavens, instructing the dragon to remain stationary. The second image features only the man and the serpent. As Xuanmo meticulously retraces all details, indeed, that sum has but one origin, and he shares a knowing smile with the elder upon scrutinizing today's scene. In 1973, a new soul abruptly breaches the timeline, capable only of describing the scenes and streets 20 years hence. For he does not belong to this time, he has merely been sent from another era due to an accident. Most importantly, his body lies within the intensive care unit of a hospital, his eyes tightly shut, as he need not behold anything. When one collates all the scenes, where do the ancient treasures surrounding Empress Wu Zetian originate? Who bestowed them upon her? An elder within the television screen serves as a reminder to the one ensnared in the 1973 timeline. Within the subterranean tomb lies a coffin containing his skeletal remains, while simultaneously the peach blossom fairy rests in the palm of a colossal deity. At the same time, the male protagonist of the Korean drama, traversing through time, lies in a hospital. Thus, jewels surround the coffin, the peach blossom fairy is beside the grand deity, and the body of the time-traveling protagonist is adjacent to various medical apparatuses. Where then do you find yourself? Alternatively, to pose a different question, at this very moment, where are you? In chapter 60, amidst the melodies of Tang Jiaomayu and Haute Laude, Ziyin observes the quintessential setting: perhaps the world has already passed, and all methods of recording time have become relics. Do you wish to uncover that which remains eternal? If you cannot step into their world, you shall not glimpse their perspective. Of the fish fillets are enveloped by the grains of prickly ash. And at this very moment, what are they doing? It is akin to being in a dream, where your meticulously organized notes, each segment, each word, each phrase, remain in your memory upon waking. If they do linger, what if they persist indefinitely? One can envision that over the years, without the daily diligence, one would not seize this fleeting moment, entering the realm of lotus flowers, with quilts made from lotus leaves. Xuanmo steps out of his painting. Downstairs, numerous elderly women in plain garments chant sutras, bidding farewell to a departed soul. Xuanmo approaches. The familiar sound of wooden fish and the recitation of Amitba resonate, a shared chant. Yet different individuals. To recite for the deceased is a meritorious act. They stand in silence, heeding the admonition of impermanence, suffering, and emptiness. Xuanmo ponders how long it will take for them to reunite with the Buddha they invoke. During the 49 days, if one recites daily, is it the actual Buddha who comes to escort you, or merely a figment of your imagination? As Xuanmo draws nearer to them, he feels a coolness akin to that of a lotus flower. Yet he wonders if the departed can truly let go of all ties and memories in this world. The peach blossom immortal hears the young disciple being guided by Taigong, who finally dreams of the Zen master transcending the myriad obstacles. Discovering a path higher than the Buddha he has cultivated. Had he known earlier, he should have taken the peach blossom immortal as his teacher. In the past, he taught her to meditate, now she instructs him in the Tao. Are these exchanges mutual salvation? Years prior, while meditating on the mountain in a small nunnery in Lufeng, I, having read the Platform Sutra of the Sixth Patriarch, vowed to wholeheartedly pursue my practice, to diligently chant the Buddha's name and seek rebirth in the Pure Land, thus refraining from any agricultural labor. This was what Ziyin expressed to the abbess, a woman in her 40s. A sincere commitment to monastic life is commendable, however, if you observe that they are not genuinely cultivating but merely passing time, you cannot perish alongside them. One must seek a different path. This echoes Wu Zetian's asceticism at Ganyi Temple. Though a woman of great fortune, she briefly entertained the thought of renouncing the world. Yet, out of compassion for sentient beings, she could not bring herself to toil in the fields, becoming a thorn in their side, for her heart was solely devoted to the liberation of all beings, while theirs was consumed by the burdens of earthly existence. Thus, from the outset, they were at odds. Whether it be the Platform Sutra or the Diamond Sutra, neither could infiltrate their true world, they remained themselves. And the scriptures remained mere texts. The elder nun, around 60, would incessantly grumble, and Ziyin found herself perplexed as to why they chose monastic life. In her heart, she yearned only for simple meals, recitation, and meditation. Yet they concealed offerings, denying her sustenance. Years later, upon reflection, she would see their plight as pitiable, while in her past, she was solely concerned with their potential liberation from samsara. The Zen master lamented how difficult it was to find a temple where one could still eat vegetarian fare. Elsewhere, the conditions were worse, yet Ziyin thought to herself, "Master, if you overlook these details, all problems arise from here." That same year, in that same temple, Ziyin chose her ideal and departed from them, before she ascended the mountain. They were pickling tofu and vegetables, laboring in the fields, akin to the local populace. Yet Ziyin pondered, if this is the case, how do you differ from ordinary individuals? Chapter 61, Soaring. In truth, the wings for flight were present from the very beginning. Ziyin resided in a nunnery akin to Ganyi Temple for a month, observing the peppers ripening on the mountain before descending. The guardian deity was reluctant to see her leave, but she felt compelled to depart. She perceived the invisible thread binding them, and after a month, she returned to the Zen master. This time, she realized that enduring for so long and engaging in myriad activities unrelated to practice was erroneous, and error from beginning to end. Had the master believed in her then, and had she dared to resolutely abandon everything, perhaps his fate would have been different. Ziyin lifted her coffee cup, adding a packet of sugar. As she watched this segment, it felt as if she were watching a film, with its enigmatic plot woven with coherence. Time passed in this manner, until one day, the demons sought out the Zen master. Those who could attract practitioners of Zen possessed remarkable wisdom. These matters were transcendent, also quite enjoyable, perhaps even a form of bliss. However, the day they devoured the master's intellect was far from amusing. Borrowed abilities must eventually be repaid, wisdom included. Thus, when the time came for repayment, it was excruciating: mental decline, confusion, ridicule, and torment, leading to an inability to discern right from wrong. This is what constitutes dementia. For those who practice Zen, this affliction is particularly harrowing, indicating that failure to cultivate leads to demonic possession. And vice versa, the demon grinned eerily in his eyes, and compared to Ziyun, the frenzied forces ensnared the Zen master deeper, yet, like wings in the wind, it was now a contest of accumulation, and one must cultivate tranquility within oneself. Throughout those testing days, the master heard the voice of the demon daily, and gradually, his tone and speech morphed into theirs. Ziyun observed how Zen had transformed into the demon's sustenance. In truth, certain discrepancies in your subconscious will inform you that the fermented tofu in those agrarian days are all signals indicating you have strayed from your path. It is a matter of perception, awareness, or lack thereof. It is your choice, demon or Buddha. You have forged all of this yourself. Reluctance to accommodate. If certain aspects are unsuitable, they hinder the attainment of the Tao fruit. Though the world may seem replete with favorable circumstances, one may not necessarily perceive the underlying truth, its positive or negative facets. You cannot promptly see the side that ought to exist. Between tragedy and comedy lies your choice. At that time, Ziyun chose the path of ascetic cultivation. The Zen master basked in the glow of adoration among the masses, yet during those years, his heart was unknowingly transformed. Simultaneously, Ziyun was in search of another route. Many years passed, and fate brought them together once more. In truth, the Platform Sutra exists only in memory, while the texts one ought to cultivate are not confined to that one volume. As Ziyun gazed upon Taigong's painting, she noted his signature, a hook still 3 feet above the water's surface. He, like her, remained unmoved by the water or the fish of that era. Throughout those years, whether Buddha or demon, neither penetrated their hearts. The teachings of military strategy reveal the principles of advance and retreat, yet fail to disclose anything beyond them. Intuition can sometimes be remarkably accurate, but one's heart must find stillness. Better to blindfold oneself entirely than to gaze upon all that surrounds you. For the allurements are far too numerous, rendering you unable to ascend. Chapter 62, All Blessings. To live without regret is an exceedingly rare achievement, yet once attained, it is indeed remarkable. Do you not wish to know how much insight they have garnered from Taigong's military strategies? In the same video, is it merely a matter of a colossal hand that distinguishes between brilliance and mediocrity? What constitutes an immortal demon, and what is aesthetic fatigue, if you can decipher all the secrets within a painting? You could also determine whether there is a chicken inside Da Vinci's egg. Did they shatter the shell solely to uncover this? In essence, all existence is akin to their world, where surprises may not exist. Only horrors. To rectify all errors before time runs out is no simple task. From a certain day or moment onward, you receive all blessings, encompassing the entirety of Scripture. Perhaps it is akin to a comb, or perhaps a leaf. Ultimately, one must cross the line of life and death. Once you have crossed it, you become a king. When you surpass the threshold, you are aware. Before that, it is arduous, while afterward, it becomes effortless. Thus Ziyun emulates Xuanmo, overlapping all videos as one would layer a quilt. What is a painting? It is a canvas laden with myriad elements, yet among them, 1 or 2 strokes appear particularly enchanting. Imbued with divine inspiration, observing these strokes can breathe life into the entire composition, transcending the boundaries of life and death. What is worthy of your anticipation? Is it the unknown, the known? Perhaps neither. Rather, when all words serve 1 or 2 phrases. I can glimpse your kingship. Since a certain temporal juncture, everything has been wondrous, yet prior to that, there was a succession of confusions. Not all is foundational for that. It is merely that what you perceive as nearest is. In fact, the furthest, the Zen master was merely a paper's distance from his Zen, yet that paper was a chasm apart. Reflecting on the path he once traversed, it appeared to be the closest on the surface. Yet he could never reach it. How did Taigong traverse his path, taking the shortest line between 2 points? Thus, the king, the art of emperors, requires you to unravel the enigma from the outset. That is something to ponder. Not a question answered for you. The texts solely instruct you to renounce worldly life or chant the Buddha's name. In the ensuing time, the Zen master spent his life pondering, yet at certain incongruous junctures. Turning back in time is the answer. However, he did not turn back. Ziyun posed the right question. Why does a snake writhe on the ground after being struck? It is because, upon being struck on the head, only the staff bears the brunt. This is the answer to everything. Once you comprehend this, you grasp it all. It is not merely a human leap into the river that allows one to traverse back, but rather a seemingly inadvertent error that engenders a particular situation. At this juncture, another voice must assist you, affirming whether everything is right or wrong. If you are correct, it is indeed the present moment. If you are mistaken, you find yourself ensnared like a Zen master under an enchantment, one that is undeniably alluring. Yet, in this moment, you must learn to remain still, for this is not a lesson that can be imparted by any human. You require guidance from beyond, enabling you to transcend the mundane in an instant. Thus, you should connect the entirety of the scene, considering both the preceding and the subsequent elements, for there is always an additional factor you must not overlook. As it delineates the boundary between this shore and the other. A thought of this shore, a thought of the other, hence, a voice descends from the heavens, and you must heed its words. The Zen master faltered due to a lack of this celestial insight, thereby losing everything. Chapter 63. Crossing the line of life and death in the pursuit of cultivation. One frequently must cross the line of life and death. It resembles a scenario where Zien and others crawl beneath a row of barbed wire, with sharp hooks above, necessitating careful navigation to avoid being ensnared, ensuring both their garments and themselves remain unscathed. This is akin to a scene from a Hollywood blockbuster, a battlefield strewn with chaos. Zien must traverse this perilous line, for all eyes are upon them, akin to the Hunger Games, an ultimate test of survival. She advances cautiously, at a painstakingly slow pace. This game or examination does not measure others, but rather your own discernment. With keen sight, she quickly identifies a sniper aiming at their group of four. How can they navigate the minefield? This endeavor tests one's patience and resilience. Drones hover above, and standing up could result in decapitation. The Zen masters may have encountered demons, but they have not faced such a minefield, yet these celestial beings have encountered it. A misjudgment could lead to immediate annihilation. They can only crawl forward, for the safest path is often the most arduous. When the sniper zeroes in on them, it is clear he is poised to fire, making passage here nearly impossible. This is a modern rendition of the art of war. They lack bulletproof vests, yet Zien, while on the move, does not forget to carry a map. Upon consulting it, she unexpectedly discovers a small hill nearby, shielded by a defensive structure. However, Zien advises against approaching it, urging them to circumvent the fortification, as they must swiftly cross the line of life and death. The longer they linger, the greater the danger. Her experience proves to be accurate, though it is not derived from battlefield experience. Her insights are theoretical. She illustrates her point using an analogy. Imagine an earthquake where towering buildings collapse, trapping you beneath a slab of concrete. In such moments, remaining stationary, waiting for rescue, is futile. Over 80% of individuals would remain in place, believing they are powerless, yet Zien thinks of the possibility of an aftershock, as the interval since the last one was brief. You must find a way to escape, even if you are unaware of your precise location or how many concrete slabs press upon you. Your initial mindset determines everything that follows. You must swiftly seek the nearest void or opening. An earthquake brings not only destruction, but other unforeseen consequences. First and foremost, do not rush to drink water. Instead, practice patience and fasting. Concentrate all your time and energy on locating the nearest opening. By adopting this mindset, she significantly reduced their time spent in the minefield, and indeed, she was correct. The previous task force, while traversing this area, encountered the same fortification, but upon closer inspection, they discovered it was a ruse. The sniper dispatched them with a mere 100 bullets, leaving their commander regretful in his final moments. As he scrutinized the map, his reasoning misled him. He intended for them to rest briefly there to facilitate their next phase of escape. Zien led them around the area, and gradually a patch of grass appeared before them, lush and nearly a person's height. Chapter 64. 18 facets of a seat with 18 facets. From each facet emerges a sovereign, does it not? However, if you have studied the art of war, such confidence may wane. Thus, in the past, your counsel to Yang Gong would have emphasized that returning to one's roots is paramount, and that the abyss of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. This implies that within your calculations, there exists a critical detail you have overlooked, akin to an examination question where a lack of thorough analysis results in missing the essential point. Consider the rise of a social media sensation. Initially successful, they falter due to heeding too many misleading voices, losing sight of their original intent. Their aim was to showcase affection and garner followers. Yet they failed to notice that their interactions became increasingly forced. This unnaturalness can be explained through the lore of Yang Gong's feng shui, called the 18 facets of Lu Wang, wherein each facet emerges from a sovereign. It can also be viewed as an examination question. If you answer correctly, you may achieve great success. However, in reality, failing to recognize the question's essence leads to a disconnect between the facets and the sovereign. Thus, events often unfold contrary to one's expectations. The reason a social media figure fails to maintain their status lies in their initial passion for their craft, which gradually transforms, resulting in a loss of vitality and a departure from their original goals. The factors contributing to success depend on the driving force of ascension. You must cultivate an alluring charm. While you may have once grasped this well, a lack of commitment has led to a depletion of freshness. Resulting in fatigue. Therefore, Ziyin meticulously revisits the art of war, seeking clarity on how sovereigns arise, for it is not merely a matter of personal endeavor, it is the work of the heavens, executed with utmost care. You are but a human incapable of safeguarding your own career. Many factors contribute to success, and many lead to failure. Ziyin observes a young man scrolling through videos on his phone and advises him that by carefully analyzing the initial circumstances, he can recreate brilliance upon his return. Understanding the natural and unnatural causes is essential. It is not about losing the spirit of inquiry but rather about missing the critical focus from the outset. In the art of war, the most significant factor for success lies in having an additional reminder versus lacking one, thus a distinction exists between those who achieve and those who do not. A sovereign is not something that feng shui can manipulate, for it transcends common understanding. Ziyin reflects that she has finally grasped this concept and tells the young man, indeed, it is along this path. Correct, bingo, entirely accurate, you have finally comprehended. The young man is elated. First, he has risen to prominence, and second, he has discerned the essence of that path. This day has passed swiftly, and together with Ziyin, he feels as if he has grown wings. Yearning to soar, the sage gathers the items left outside, and they begin to savor mooncakes while gazing at the fullest moon in the sky. The peach blossom tree, bathed in moonlight, appears extraordinarily beautiful. Resembling a silhouette, alongside the pointed shape of a peach, also akin to a shadow, the cup rests quietly on the table, containing both the moon and the essence of humanity, sufficient for the shared sentiments of 3 or 4 companions. Chapter 65, The Second Transmission. Shinshi is the name of this realm. Having surpassed the stage of transformation, it is now called Shinshi. If you cannot even articulate the name of Shinshi while cultivating the elixir, it merely indicates that your studies lack the profundity of celestial texts, thus you are unable to produce a thesis, which is not meant to belittle you. Shinshi is not an easily attained state. It represents a second transmission, mirroring the first entirely. It is akin to a dragon undergoing an examination. It is not merely about its greatness, but rather a reminder from the heavens, which smiles and imparts the second moment of breath-holding. The first and second experiences are indistinguishable, and the dragon realizes this, recognizing it as a correspondence between heaven and man. Thus, among all examinations, there exists only one path suited to you. Grasping this singular path suffices. The realm of Shinshi is a hierarchical state, descending from above rather than lateral, implying inequality rather than equality. This mid-autumn festival unfolds in a rather extraordinary manner, for the cultivation does not reside in mere words but in the profound penetration of foundational practice. Determining the victor and the vanquished without verbal disputes, your foundation stands as solid as a bowl upon the table. It is either present or absent, and this is the essence of a master. The second transmission, akin to the first, consists of a simple phrase that the dragon can comprehend though you may not necessarily grasp it. This is the enigmatic nature of the elixir's teachings. He perceives it as the elixir's formula. While you interpret it as a mere statement, should you comprehend it a second time, then all things remain the same, and you joyfully engage in the cultivation of immortality, the nightmare of the 18 facets of a seat, from which each facet yields a sovereign, will forever be behind you. What Lu Wang most fears is precisely this, yet the sovereign remains undeterred, for he listens not to the voices of men but to the voice of heaven. If only you could also hear the teachings of the heavens, and even better if they were identical on 2 occasions, surely you would possess that confidence as well. Thus one must not lose sight of the essentials. Today Ziyin and Taigong are setting out, accompanied by the youth, to procure some items at the market. The young man has just returned to his rightful place, and the troubles that once plagued him have completely vanished. As if his emotional intelligence has also been elevated, the second impartation has allowed Xuanmo to gain clarity. The answer lies right here, atop the second impartation. Do you understand what is meant by heavenly secrets? Those around are aware of their origins, yet only when the heavens personally bestow them can they be truly called heavenly secrets. All else is mere folklore if your eyes are unable to perceive. Then blindfold yourself and refrain from looking. To stand without reliance on anything else is to embody the essence of the sovereign. This resembles the tale of the true and false princesses in Andersen's fairy tales. Only those with delicate skin can be deemed princesses, while those who endure are but servants. The one who covers their eyes is the sovereign. All others are commoners. Thus, destinies diverge, and actions differ. They place excessive faith in external circumstances, forgetting their roots and their true nature. Consequently, at the sight of the 3 goats, the young man concludes that he must intensify his studies. As his academic credentials rise, so too will his performance. What you read is akin to celestial scriptures, is it not? the thesis he is currently composing is aimed at achieving great things, akin to sitting in the esteemed positions of the left and right ministers. Inevitably, he will engage in the affairs befitting such roles, thus, he writes a thesis suitable for the left and right ministers, as he is a direct disciple of Jiangshang Taigong, known as Xian. After following Taigong for a period, he has finally revealed himself, surpassing the realms of medicine, fate, and divination, emerging as a formidable hero, a king returning to power. Xian Taisher. This exemplifies the fruits of diligent cultivation. As one rises to nobility and ministerial ranks, Chapter 66, all things shall return, everything will return if you earnestly contemplate heavenly secrets. Among all the hermits, Jiang Taigong stands out as the most accomplished. He surveys the past 5,000 years, establishing himself under the auspices of the Xian Emperor. He is a seasoned veteran, possessing ample experience to guide his disciples on the path to kingship. On this day, he instructs the young lad to retrieve Xuanmo's blueprints for careful study, encouraging him to compose a treatise on military strategy. In Xian's eyes, he perceives the emptiness of those who chant Buddhist scriptures. Though they believe they practice transcendental laws, there exists an underlying insubstantiality, yet, worldly laws yield no victors. For instance, the internet celebrities who once flaunted their affections have unwittingly attracted a legion of detractors, leading to mutual downfall. Within the confines of the screen exists a space where human interaction unfolds, a magnetic field traversing between them. However, what is typically visible is insufficient. One must utilize the essence of alchemy, or divine insight, to truly perceive. In the realm of divine insight, one enters their space, where a repulsion towards all surrounding elements manifests, yet such an outcome results in the swift demise of their endeavors. Success necessitates embracing the world, accepting all, while monopolizing each other's hearts becomes the ultimate hindrance. Thus, the overall scene remains dissonant. What is genuinely commendable is their unwavering focus on the myriad heavens beyond. Xian reveals to Taigong how the internet celebrities have fallen from grace. The external world is uninterested in their private lives, rather, it seeks to witness the roles they portray within the narrative. Much like a film, no one wishes to watch the trivialities of daily existence. What they desire is the transcendence above mere artistry. When the quintessence of art is present, emotions flourish, otherwise, authentic or realistic life appears stifling. Lacking the splendor of performance, which is often refined, much like the trainees in South Korea, without that training, one cannot possess the poise and charm necessary for the stage. The ordinary self, devoid of allure, is deemed too mediocre. Lacking the refinement of music, chess, poetry, calligraphy, and painting, one is fit only to be a maid, forever barred from entering the inner world of Baoyu, regardless of how meticulously one serves him. For the words he speaks remain incomprehensible, thus a cultural chasm persists between them, akin to one being mired in household chores while the other roams the world. One is entrenched in reality, the other in poetry and distant dreams. They can never truly complement each other. To become the pride of the heavens, one must first become the pride of humanity. This is the essence of capital. Without capital, how can one endure in this world? Hence, a lofty demeanor may not hold paramount importance, yet genuine cultivation is of utmost significance. Xian, unburdened by frivolity, remains grounded. True gold fears not the test of fire. Amidst the multitude, the heavens converse with her. Amidst the multitude, can you persuade the heavens to converse with you? Thus, the path must be correctly trodden from the very beginning. One must discard all pursuits of music, chess, poetry, calligraphy, and painting to attain the status of a celestial being. And in each subsequent dire circumstance, one must blindfold themselves, refraining from gazing upon these distractions, in order to truly embark on the journey. Therefore, if internet celebrities wish to regain their prominence in the flourishing Chang'an, they must revisit their previous videos and rediscover their former selves. The greatest failure of Dream of the Red Chamber lies in the fact that what you perceive as prosperity is a trap. When the ephemeral being indicates the way, you find it inadequate to fill your heart, leading to a fall between two boats. Thus, one must seek their roots. Chapter 67, the young child though young in years. One may still be a teacher. This echoes the words in Orange Ode, stating that even the smallest tree can serve as a model. Within Taigong's military treatise exists a particularly profound section entitled Know Thyself and Know Thy Enemy. If, from the very outset of Dream of the Red Chamber, the ephemeral being had disrupted conventions by composing a lengthy narrative from beginning to end for all to see, would this not alter their fates? Yet, do you know what is most despised? Their mediocrity and banality. How might Lin Dayu refrain from tears? The remedy they propose is renunciation, but is this truly effective? If so, would she not have become a nun? Free from the disturbances of Baoyu and Baochai, untouched by the swords and frost of the four seasons, is this what constitutes the secret of the sunflower? Each day, she meditates and recites scriptures. Living a life of simplicity, with plain meals and modest fare, can she not glimpse the enlightenment of Sangyang Gyatso in the tranquility of an oil lamp? Day after day, year after year, this passes. What then constitutes true achievement? Thus, the essence of alchemy is not easily attained, nor is renunciation. If Baoyu does not perceive her, does this not mean that he and Baochai share an unblemished bond? Indulging in the riches and glories of the world, thereby not wasting this life. If this is the case, what then is the fate of their mutual oblivion? What truly constitutes the ultimate reward? All remains enshrouded in mystery. Therefore, after Taigong upgraded his military treatise, the celestial beings of the heavens vied to peruse it, all agreeing it was well written. Renunciation does not serve as a means of avoiding calamity. But a young child may indeed escape. In the entirety of the adaptation, the initial alteration is as follows. The Lin family of Suzhou, from the day of Dayu's mother's passing, Lin Rohai employed a tutor for her education. However, this time, it was not Jiayutsuan, but Xian. Beyond the mountains, green mountains. Beyond the towers, clear skies remain after the storms. Dayu has been transcribing this phrase for a full 3 years. Xian, having traversed into the realm of dream of the Red Chamber, assumes the role of her mentor in altering her fate. He refrains from teaching knitting, music, chess, poetry, or propriety. These are Xian's 3 abstentions. He concentrates all his efforts on the few words of the children's lessons. Since Dayu embarked on her path of enlightenment, her greatest gain has been rising later and sleeping earlier, for her heart is unburdened by other concerns, allowing her to focus her thoughts. After a few days, she no longer requires medication, simply resigning herself to fate. Several months later, her demeanor begins to mirror that of her teacher, and even her parrot has learned a few phrases. Greetings, Miss Lin, waking to wash the new clothes. Tea is cooled, let's recite a few verses. Under the moon, at the well's edge, wine in the cup, frost, and die in the early spring's warmth, the summer winds cut through, autumn brings no strife, and winter insects sing of knowledge. The water stains and fallen flowers linger. This is the essence of heavenly secrets. This is what even the parrot has learned. At the same time, within the Jia household, Baoyu and Baochai continue to encounter one another. Yet the monk and the limping Taoist often feel their own knowledge lacking. Under the guise of seeking alms, they frequently visit the Lin residence to audit lessons. Xian delights in this camaraderie, blending in with them, offering guidance as well. One day, the fairy Jinghuan descends to observe them. Xian catches sight of her from afar and promptly closes the door, uttering a single word, mundane. This quickly spread throughout the heavens and the earth. And soon those seeking to learn flocked in droves, realizing that even the departments of autumn sorrow and spring lamentation had become vacated. The initiation of sexual studies proved futile, transforming into a new jest instead. Consequently, the once revered divine herbs and celestial flowers altered their styles, no longer repaying debts with tears, but rather through writing treatises. In an instant, various learning sessions began to flourish across the celestial court, with the pursuit of the highest honors becoming a trend. In this, Xian played an indispensable role, and Taigong, upon hearing the news, could hardly contain his joy. His disciple had finally gained renown throughout the realm. Chapter 68, Reviewing the Old to Know the New. The world speaks highly of the celestial beings, yet the essence of steadfastness remains elusive. Do you possess that steadfastness? Can you remain unperturbed even as Mount Tai collapses before you? I hope your composure is genuine. Recently, the course that has surpassed the 7 true transmissions is the children's lessons. It has become a beloved read among all the celestial beings in the heavenly court. From this point onward, Xian carries himself with pride, largely indifferent to others. One day, while he and Taigong were enjoying some small fish and wine, the venerable Laozi arrived. Laozi, quite formidable, transformed into a limping old man. Chuckling softly as he approached to engage in conversation, Xian adopted a cool demeanor, yet he felt a heightened sense of vigilance, for as the old man drew near, an icy chill enveloped him, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He was either a ghost or a deity, certainly not a mere mortal. Please, have a seat, enjoy some tea, he urged the venerable Laozi, hastily inviting the old man to sit. The old gentleman, unfazed, settled down and began to drink, even commenting on Xian's attire. Xian replied, each person has their own clothing, their own shoes, and their own tea. While this statement bore depth and was not crass, one must exercise caution. Old gentlemen can be quite cunning. Xian glanced over and remarked to the old man, look at those garments, they are neither clothes nor trousers, and the person is neither human nor ghost. What good can come of such a sight? Surprisingly, the old man did not take offense. Instead, he chuckled, leaving Xian to ponder his remarkable composure. From his pocket, the old man produced an apple, exclaiming, this is a fine treat. Xian observed him, uncertain whether he intended to eat it himself. True to form, the old man wiped the apple clean and took hearty bites, reciting, "When wings are not yet fully grown, soaring invites calamity. When wings are fully grown, soaring still invites calamity." As he munched, Xian contemplated, while Xian wondered why the old man wouldn't share the apple with her. The old man, possessing profound insight, looked at Xian and said, "Your treasure lies here." He then pulled out another item from his pocket, handing it to Xian, saying, "A token for our first meeting." Xian examined the jade pendant in her hands, which featured 9 dragons. Known as the 9-dragon pendant, Xian, witnessing this, yearned for one as well. However, Taishan Laojun presented him with a riddle. Which creature lacks whiskers? Xian was taken aback, as his true form was that of a rabbit. A creature known for its whiskers, he was only familiar with beings that possessed whiskers. Even female rabbits had them, placing him in a quandary. He was momentarily speechless, realizing the perils of premature flight before one's wings were fully developed. He pondered the implications of fully developed wings, which also brought about misfortune. Mirroring his current dilemma, even the oldest of rabbits, due to their own whiskers, could not answer regarding animals devoid of them. At a loss for words, he recognized that Taishan Laojun had him cornered from the very beginning. The old man leisurely retrieved another item from his pocket, a smoking pipe reminiscent of the elders from Shangxi, and began to smoke. Xian, elated by the 9-dragon pendant, engaged playfully with the old man. He posed the same riddle to her, and after a moment of contemplation, she answered, "The snail has no whiskers," and further questioned, "But which creature does not grow whiskers?" Though she did not directly answer the old man, she inquired about creatures that possess whiskers. The old man squinted his eyes, grinning with satisfaction. "That is the simplest query. Rabbits have whiskers." Xian proposed. "If I can answer correctly, grant me another piece of your pendant, and I shall transform you into an apple to nourish myself and create my elixir." She made a wager with Taishan Laojun, who mused that she might not be able to answer. Xian shook her head, repeating, "Rabbits have whiskers. But what creature does not?" Chapter 69. The True Suspense. The true suspense is the zen you cannot fathom, as well as the mysteries that elude your grasp. If a rabbit confined within a cage represents its optimal growth, then freedom becomes its poison. This conclusion was drawn by Xuanmo after listening to Xian's reflections on viral videos. In their early days, the 3 goats enjoyed a vibrant rural life filled with simple pleasures, and they seemed quite spirited alongside a youth resembling Tarzan. Yet, in this world, freedom is a double-edged sword. Success and failure are intertwined. The emotional realm often becomes a quagmire or a downfall for a reason. A feeble entity, akin to a slug devoid of bones, cannot be expected to uphold a vast expanse. It simply lacks the substance. Hence, in later stages, if one desires enduring prosperity, one must select a seasoned veteran from the outset. Akin to Jiang Shang's return, the return of a king is an eternal spectacle. While confinement within a closed space becomes the crux of all triumphs and failures, thus, any sound that comes from the left or right, regardless of its nature, must be disregarded, for listening leads to deviation from the rightful path. Therefore, if Xian were to pursue live streaming or short videos, he must intertwine them with the fabric of time, evoking the essence of Xuanmo from the clouds and transporting us back to 1973. The Empress is the goal to be assisted after Jiang Shang. One must be acutely aware of whether feng shui can produce an emperor. If it can, it can. If it cannot, the path chosen by the Empress from the start was indeed correct. Ordinary individuals lead lives governed by algorithms, while the Empress, transcending all, possesses a lifestyle and thought process that is far more intricate, not merely trivial. Xian began to gaze into a mirror, contemplating his own visage. At that moment, the question of the rabbit's whiskers resurfaced in his mind. He touched his own whiskers, realizing he could only comprehend his own existence, failing to grasp the world of a whiskerless slug. He indeed needed to tread carefully, for Taishan Laojun's traps awaited him in his blind spots. Meanwhile, Xian, renowned for her escapades, faced the same question, accompanied by the old man's mischievous grin, demanding an answer. Which creature does not grow whiskers? One must not underestimate the complexities of elixir formulas. A single phrase can encompass a vast expanse of ancient texts, both celestial and terrestrial. Those known and unknown formulas encapsulate the essence of summarization. Xian declared, "There are countless creatures that lack whiskers. In the grand scheme of the universe, they are boundless, yet, in reality, aside from whiskered creatures, there are those that do not possess them." This was Xian's response. Devoid of guessing, lacking any cerebral suspense, "What creature does not grow whiskers?" she reiterated. "Aside from whiskered creatures." Consequently, Lao Jun gazed at her, and in an instant he transformed into an apple, adorned with a second 9-dragon pendant. This was the most definitive aspect of her elixir formula, akin to asking, "What is an elixir?" How would one respond? How would the 7 true masters reply? How would Lcien respond, if one truly comprehends sword techniques and elixir formulas? Then what is an elixir? Apart from that which is not an elixir, all else is an elixir. But what is not an elixir? This is an answer befitting a master level of understanding. An elixir is the embodiment of divine insight. Chapter 70. For now, no need for revelry. For now, there is no need for celebration, nor should one rush to revel. For Lcien, this moment represents a trial. Within the teachings of the 7 true masters, the founder had a test concerning charcoal. However, now the flames of charcoal have spread beyond the confines of the 7 true masters. Xian remained composed, not due to her exceptional cultivation, but because she had previously heard the voice of heaven. In essence, the charcoal test was equivalent. All disciples returned with charcoal, and Xian too brought back charcoal. As the clock struck midnight, the charcoal transformed into women, while Xian's transformed into a handsome young man. Yet, the issue lay elsewhere. 2 groups participated in the founder's examination. The first group consisted of most disciples who awoke at midnight to find women sleeping beside them, their desires inflamed, unable to restrain themselves. Thus, the next day, the charcoal they submitted bore white stains. The second group was singular, a wanderer accustomed to the pleasures of the red light district, who knew that tempting allure could also lead to harm. With experience came restraint. Xian represented a third group. She was neither among the former nor the latter, though she too noticed someone beside her. A voice whispered in her ear, advising her not to move and simply close her eyes in slumber. Xian complied, remaining still. However, the matter did not end there. The voice shared many other insights. Neither the charcoal transformed into a man nor the allure had swayed her. The next day, when the founder inspected the charcoal, Xian presented her pure black charcoal. The founder inquired how she maintained her composure. Xian replied, "You provided me with charcoal, and I returned charcoal, but with an additional presence beside me. What of my charcoal?" No one could simultaneously recall charcoal while noticing a man or woman, and even Xian had failed to do so at that moment. She informed the founder that she acted upon the heavenly voice's guidance, for she could not conceal the truth. The founder nodded, recognizing that she was not assigned to the group focusing on composure. Instead, he took her elsewhere, imparting teachings not from their sect upon her head. She received a small comb, a unique keepsake from passing the examination. Not every Taoist bestows a Zuozhen. Only those who cultivate specific techniques receive one. While Xian's was a celestial script, the celestial script is an incomprehensible entity, unfathomable to all. It represents the most arduous aspect of cultivation. Knowing it means knowing it. If one does not know, no one can teach. Lcien, a formidable sword immortal, must have been perplexed at this moment, pondering the origin of Xian's small comb. Throughout all the charcoal tests, no mention of the voice had been made. It solely revolved around the disciples' entanglement with charcoal. Thus, from the outset, Xian's path of cultivation began at 3 levels. First Xian, second charcoal, third heaven. In contrast, all others commenced their cultivation at 2 levels. First disciple, second charcoal. The third represents Yang, corresponding to the Qian hexagram, while the second represents Yin, corresponding to the Kun hexagram. Tao gives birth to 1. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Therefore, what is the secret of heaven? Between you and the other lies the influence of heaven, where the key to victory or defeat is neither you nor me, but a third factor altogether. This is the essence of celestial secrets. Thus, these secrets must not be divulged. If you have traversed the threshold of life and death, seemingly insurmountable, it ultimately depends on who accompanies you in this perilous journey. This embodies both grand and subtle feng shui, as well as the Tao, or perhaps the Tao itself. So have you attained it? Or have you grasped the Tao? Chapter 71. The level of space when the scenery on both sides unfolds simultaneously. Clarity may be enhanced. With just a single stroke of the brush, one can encompass the entirety of the painting. Profound expertise possesses an undeniable allure. Observing 3 examinations concurrently may yield comprehension. Eventually, you must circle back to revisit the divine intuition. Foremost among these is the celestial examination, wherein only seasoned practitioners reach this caliber, having navigated mountains and waters to an unknown destination, only to suddenly glance back, capturing the essence of description most accurately. The crux of the celestial examination lies in one's foundational prowess. On the surface, it may appear as though one reclines with eyes closed, yet an inner sense of fate must prevail. The optimal conditions for cultivation reside within the celestial group, as passing this set of examinations necessitates the creation and dissemination of classics. Rendering oneself a classic, one must enter the hearts of others effortlessly. unlocking all temporal and spatial barriers, making it simple for others to perceive you and enter the realm of immortals, thus achieving universal harmony. Hence, before emerging from the mountains, towering deities, brimming with wisdom, have already made their reservations. They seek a vigorous dance, completely liberated in their movements, and will inquire about the meaning of a dinosaur carrying a wolf, which is, in fact, a segment of an alchemical formula, employing expansive bodily movements to convey the intended effect. After witnessing the mystical hues of Xian's clouds that very night, magnificent and towering immortals sought Xian, akin to the small comb in Xian's hair. Remarkable indeed, the celestial group is soon to debut, embodying the archetype of the wise man. Destined to surpass the waning TikTok scholars, I find it hard to believe that Xian's smile could be sweeter than hers. When the time comes, we shall witness a showdown between brother Zhang Shang and her. To eclipse the Korean oppas, one must rely on celestial beings. The same principle applies to commerce. Live broadcasts may oscillate between the tangible and the elusive, selling enigmatic wares, representing a second layer of suspense. Xian assisted Xian in conceptualizing. Taigong whisked Xian away to inaugurate a new TikTok account. From henceforth, they return as the conquerors. Once again, they shall shatter the TikTok milestone of 50 million followers. Shen Kong has concealed the image of the Empress. In recent days, he is prepared to create peach blossom soup for her, as the upgraded version behind by Zihua remains the divine intuition. Sword techniques and alchemical formulas are similarly conveyed, for Taigong Jiang Shang returns as a conqueror. Alongside Xian, reminiscent of the ancient Xiao ancestor, persuading Genghis Khan to embrace mercy and establish merit, they shall sweep all before them, swiftly conquering the entire world. Let us await this moment. Xian and Shen Kong have ventured to gather peach blossoms. While Taigong Jiangshan continues to impart the 6 military classics to Xian, Xian shared a clip of his video with Xian, who gazed upon that sweet smile and the graceful handling of the small wooden comb, which in truth originated from the celestial examination. However, Xian successfully brought back the dinosaur carrying the wolf, illustrating the efficacy of mentorship. Proximity to the Empress indeed leads to great wealth and nobility. The most arduous task is to secure the divine contract. And this divine must be genuine. Thus, the world of immortals is truly fascinating. The masses proclaim the virtues of immortals, yet only the joy remains unscathed. Freely traversing the celestial examination, passing this examination leads to transcendence. With the true alchemical formula being the divine intuition, this represents the supreme celestial formula, the finest alchemical knowledge within your grasp. Having attained this, what more could one desire? Chapter 72, The Celestial Group. The most challenging to articulate is the comprehension of celestial secrets. For the foundational depth is profound. Thus, the topics of discussion cannot be superficial. Attaining celestial secrets may seem simpler than other paths of cultivation, yet it does not adhere to the straightforward logic of merely connecting 2 points. In fact, the demands of cultivating celestial secrets require meticulous discernment, leaving no room for error. Consequently, while other practitioners have already progressed to refining Qi into divinity, this group remains in contemplation. However, once the celestial group breaks through, there is no need to stumble over the various pitfalls of failed Qi refinement. Securing a divine signature is immensely challenging, unless you are Li Junji. Yet, if you are committed to cultivating celestial secrets, nothing is impossible. Ultimately, the celestial group ranks first. While other masters engage in arduous practices, this group reclines upon lotus leaves in slumber. However, should you attempt to share their rest, your slumber would differ vastly from theirs. Rather than resting upon the lotus, it is more accurate to say you rest upon the qualifications of celestial secrets. The classic alchemical formulas of the celestial group are entirely original, necessitating others to glean from their creations. Thus, the source is the primordial essence, the gateway to the mysterious. Hence, one cannot help but envy the celestial group, for their insight must be exceedingly high. Even the slightest deficiency renders one incapable of ascending. For every 10, at least 11 falter. While Xian may have surpassed 12. Entrapping a rabbit in a cage consumes considerable time. Had it been outside, the final moment of enchanting laughter would not have occurred. Therefore, seclusion is indispensable. Upon signing the contract, one must swiftly present their work and showcase their talents. Xian's prefabricated thoughts materialize. Promptly identify the nearest exit, whether a window or door. There always exists a passageway to swiftly escape the earthquake zone, as aftershocks are imminent. In truth, there are 2 paths for escape. One is to delay time, while the other is to seize it. The celestial group, rich in experience, initially locks onto the correct target, promptly elevating Xian to Taigong's position, securing the king before leading the great army into battle. At this juncture, Xian hurriedly seeks his materials, as he must present something that evening. The manipulation of temporal dimensions differs from that of film and television. Allowing for continuous exploration, Xian finds it quite enjoyable. Cultivating immortality can be both effortless and challenging. It becomes easy once the path is discovered, yet difficult if it remains elusive, thus, one must first discern the path. The so-called path signifies an initial route, akin to a runway for an aircraft. The plane takes off suddenly, having previously undergone preparations. Many aspire to directly enter the realm of immortals, but the pursuit of celestial secrets is perhaps the most arduous. Yet also the simplest, simplified to the extent that one merely needs to blindfold themselves and lie down. However, it becomes challenging as one must rely solely on their limited wisdom to forge ahead independently. Hence, comprehending the profound is difficult. It lies in either penetrating the mystery or allowing the mystery to penetrate you. Once penetration occurs, you have arrived at your destination. To join the celestial group, it is not merely a matter of sparing 10 years but rather a cycle of lifetimes. Time is meant for undertaking the right endeavors, and comprehending the profound is indeed the right endeavor. Temporal dimensions exist to accommodate all that is beautiful. Should upgrades be possible, I desire to upgrade eternally. Xian strives to locate the towering immortal from his dreams who imparts the rhythm of dance. Once found, it shall become his comb. In a moment captured on his phone, Xian glances back with a smile. Evoking a myriad of charms. Chapter 73. The process of endeavor. Engaging with films is not merely to bypass all events, focusing solely on the final outcome. Individuals often place excessive emphasis on joy and sorrow, neglecting their underlying causes. There once was a man who, at the twilight of his life, could have seized the best opportunity for cultivation, yet he watched it slip away, preoccupied with the final result. He believed that once his ailment was cured, he would resume his feng shui studies, subsequently contemplating the path of immortality. Yet, what if his condition did not improve? The opportunity for cultivation transcends the boundaries of illness and wellness. If I were gravely ill, beyond the reach of even doctors, I would surely blindfold myself and cease all observation, for seeing would be futile. At such a moment, I would dedicate my heart to the Tao. For to hear the Tao in the morning is worth facing death by evening. Lying quietly is the only action left to me. However, that year, he exerted every effort, employing diverse connections and means to secure a place in a VIP ward. Though he gained temporary care, he ultimately suffered a greater loss, as his illness soon rebounded, leaving him frail on an ICU bed. Yet, he was a Taoist. Where were his celestial allies? Survival alone does not equate to cultivating immortality. Rather, it is through cultivation that one truly lives. If during that final period he had surrendered to fate and relied solely on destiny and heaven, perhaps he would have found peace. Alas, he did not. The doctors and his body became ineffective. The hospital ceased treatment, for his constitution could no longer withstand it. Had he foreseen this day, would he have acted differently? In those moments when he could still exert effort, he gambled on abandoning futile treatments. Focusing solely on enlightenment, this was the moment to join the celestial group, as all other paths had been severed, leaving only the route of beseeching the ancestral masters for assistance. For mortals, this may suffice. But he was a Taoist. At that time Xian encouraged him. However, he feared confrontation and resisted change. Cultivation does not begin only when all conditions are perfect, rather, it unfolds throughout the process, with each step embodying the essence of immortality. Ultimately, he felt disheartened, as he failed to find success in his endeavors. Simultaneously, Xian, having entered seclusion, found herself ensnared by a perilous illness. However, she placed her trust in divine providence, allowing her heart to fully unfurl. Believing that trust is the finest alchemical furnace, thus, that calmness and composure also emerged from enduring the shadowy depths of despair. In that time, the only pursuit was the path itself. Life was a cultivation of the Tao, and death was likewise a cultivation of the Tao. Ultimately, Xian broke through the formidable barriers, refining the purple mysterious elixir. The length of a narrative is proportionate to its brevity, thus it is not merely the final moment that constitutes the drama, but rather all the efforts and paths traversed, whether imbued with joy or sorrow, that contribute to one's achievements. In the vast river of time, upon careful reflection, everything resembles a peach blossom tree, living for 1,000 years yet existing in every single day. Xian stored away the elixir formula. The readings of those days had fortified his resolve. If one achieves enlightenment in that fleeting moment, it is akin to reaching the other shore. In truth, the distinction between being and non-being is merely a thought apart, a mere thread's width. Therefore, one must walk along the river of time, where myriad landscapes await. All these elements, combined, constitute your life, whether sorrowful or joyous. Throughout those years, there were no rigid demands of enlightenment and no insurmountable obstacles to overcome. Rather, in a state of unawareness, you have already arrived. The paths walked and the people encountered, all amalgamated, lead to that final moment. Hence, this journey must be cherished deeply. Chapter 74. grasping among all the paths of cultivation. The most profound is that of the heavenly mechanism group, reminiscent of the sudden enlightenment in Zen Buddhism, where a mere glimmer of understanding can unravel the entirety, yet, it is also the most elusive and perplexing. As one cannot fathom how to ascend to immortality, thus, the essence here is innate talent, akin to destiny. Those things prefixed with heaven typically take precedence. The mastery along this path relies solely on vertical perception rather than depth. Generally speaking, the immortals on this path can directly heed the decree of heaven. Zien retrieved several garments of Zien, for when filming videos, a change of attire is essential. Different clothes, different settings, and different moods create distinct realms of time and space. What you favor is crafted, meticulously filtered to exclude the shabby, the disheveled, and the imperfect. However, the mundane and ordinary often lack glamour, revealing more flaws in size. Thus, when you emerge from the realm of video back into life, adaptation proves challenging. One version of you is beautiful, while another is less so. Without the filter, who else can you be? Yet, drama and cinematic works encapsulate beauty. They represent a performance showcasing your finest facade. The reality of you is starkly different. However, in the Empress's world, only beauty exists. There are no filters. Much like possessing a method and algorithm that preserves the novelty of existence eternally, you grasp all of this in the simplest manner. Hence, one is performance, the other is reality. Do you not feel a profound loss living a life steeped in pretense? If I were in your place, I would find it exceedingly regrettable. Can the individuals in videos in the realm of Douyin truly fill your heart? Zien pondered this question, contemplating the allure in love. How much of it is genuine, and how much is mere illusion? Thus, immortals have become the most rare of beings. For in their world, only truth and beauty prevailed. I cannot ascertain how others' worlds unfold. I only know my own peach blossom spring, where happiness and emotions are eternal. Hence, sincere cultivation is essential to reap rewards. Those who seek shortcuts ultimately find themselves in dead ends. There are no true shortcuts. The only path is one of diligent, step-by-step progress. Therefore, foundational skills remain paramount, just as beneath your smile lies a measure of your cultivation. So too does the authenticity of your cultivation reflect the degree of your truth. Grasping is a form of assurance, an affirmation that everything is as it should be. It is there unequivocally. Thus, the mastery within the heavenly mechanism group represents a profound accumulation of merit. If you have endured through the years without haste for results, your heart will be entirely steady, a feeling of solidity. The complexity of the heavenly mechanism arises from humanity's failure to seek genuine truths. If what you seek is merely an illusion, then countless illusions will abound. Yet, the truth remains singular. There is no second or third. If there were, the second would also be the third, and the first would also be the second. There is only one essence. Thus, in the end, what you come to understand is solely this one truth, akin to how there are many beards and many rabbits, yet the divine technique is but one, unique and unparalleled. Zien carried the old gentleman's bowl to the kitchen, where a pot of lotus root soup simmered, the pristine lotus roots exuding steam alongside pieces of pork and ginger. He ladled a bowl for himself and one for the gentleman, sitting quietly to dip it in soy sauce and savor the meal. Chapter 75, The Hunger Games. Beyond the threshold of life and death lies the Hunger Games. It mirrors the narrative in the Taiwanese drama I Am Willing, where emotional trajectories face a Waterloo, necessitating the intervention of temporal lines, future timelines or time-traveling threads to salvage them. I am conversing with you from 3,000 years hence. The issues rooted in the original familial structure cannot be resolved within that framework. External forces are required. This is the rescue version of the influencer career. Xuanmo opened his computer, but for some reason, he could not connect to the internet, assuming it was due to an expired broadband payment. He attempted to recharge, yet the problem persisted. After scanning the repair QR code on the router's back, he inquired with the landlord, who prompted him to follow all procedures again. However, today is National Day. Is anyone working on the first day? The landlord advised him to remain patient and wait. Shortly after, the landlord called customer service, who instructed him to unplug the router and optical modem, wait 3 minutes, and then restart them. If this failed, an engineer would be dispatched for repairs. Xuanmo unplugged everything and continued writing on his phone, completing a lengthy passage in no time. Looking up, he realized 5 minutes had elapsed. He reconnected both plugs, rebooted, and after a brief wait, it miraculously worked. Indeed, a restart was all that was needed. When stagnation occurs, after trying everything else in vain, the final recourse is to restart. Everything else parallels this. The Hunger Games also rely on this principle, unplugging all connections, waiting a while, then reconnecting to restore functionality. This is what Xuanmo encountered when he attempted to re-enter the temporal junction beneath the peach blossom tree. The world had stalled, and his computer refused to operate. In truth, many aspects of the situation require repeated traversals, clues and answers, and riddles are all intertwined. When he reopened his computer, I am willing resumed on the screen, depicting a scene where a woman took her child to bathe. Her husband, holding a notebook, knocked at the door, prompting her to take a look. As she entered the restroom with the child, the man's face bore an expression of abandonment. For he had been isolated from her world. Resolving familial issues within the family is perpetually a deadlock. She must step outside. The captivating courses of mind and body are her salvation. The gap between reality and ideals is vast. She perceives the disparity and thus hastily escapes one realm to enter another. This embodies the true crossing of life and death, where poison and medicine blur, contingent on one's ability to navigate through the minefield. Ultimately, she discovers her remedy, immersed in the misty woods, her body pressed against towering trees, listening to the croaking of frogs. She finds the complete answer. In the epic marathon of life, clarity finally dawns when you perceive your path. It is an astonishing accumulation, a sublime elevation. Thus, the first 20 seconds of the video may seem trivial, yet do not be concerned, for in the last 10 seconds, your charm crystallizes, culminating in that final moment. The preceding segments carry you forth, much like a painting. Rarely is every stroke of brilliance. Over 90% may consist of doodles or unworthy scribbles, yet focus on the few masterful strokes that forge the entirety. Chapter 76. The entrance. Indeed, entering the path is of utmost importance. You must discover that gateway. The moment you cross a certain threshold, you ascend, and your life embarks on an extraordinary trajectory. This door lies ahead. Without it, none of the subsequent steps can unfold. I too have entered through this gateway before taking flight. At this moment, a young man sits at the entrance, spitting onto the ground and into a basin. As Zian approaches, he scatters some raisins, some empty, while others are infested with worms. Zian crouches nearby when another individual passes by, suggesting that simply drying the raisins would suffice. Zian nods in agreement. The young man then sits by the table, chopping vegetables, accompanied by another who appears to assist him. This restart is successful, as he is recognized. The iconic structure is the door, and he, El Cien, embodies that gateway. Hence, the primary step is to enter. Success lies in the achievement itself. Thus, the character for success also symbolizes the triumph of the accomplished, akin to the victor and the vanquished. A successful individual, as you are but a person, signifies the true first step into mastery. The genuine essence lies within what you hold. For the things you command are indeed substantial, while that which eludes your grasp remains ephemeral. This standard is undeniably lofty, yet it is imperative to attain. First, possessing certainty; second, eschewing the superficial; and third, ensuring it is authentically yours. Hence, Zian meticulously articulates every detail, with each word serving as a precious reflection. Observe closely, for within lies gold, undeniably true gold. When you disperse all, a result will undoubtedly manifest, and what you await dwells within these outcomes. The successes of others differ from your own. Pay heed to your own position and the substance of your endeavors, and you shall no longer be lost. This journey aligns with these principles. And thus, upon witnessing the young man chopping vegetables reminiscent of El Cien, one realizes that success has been reignited. Everything is indeed correct, and it is crucial to seize the threads of time and space. The divine presence that traverses should carry or bear something. Having journeyed through myriad mountains and rivers, this scene causes Zian to experience a moment of breathlessness, akin to a heart condition, likely triggered by a sudden surge of pressure. Therefore, one must discern the distinction between culture, wen, and governance, wenji, for they are worlds apart. Understanding where stability resides allows one to tread confidently. Instability necessitates a reboot. After such a restart, stability will assuredly follow. Or opportunities for steadiness may arise. While they may appear insubstantial, we possess the genuine, for therein lies a disparity. The quality of the genuine is authentic, while that of the inferior is false. One must discern quality through the lens of truth, as many things may seem real yet lack substance. A soap bubble contains nothing, for it does not sink. It bears no weight. Caution is warranted regarding culture and governance. The latter is formidable, while the former must be shielded from suppression. In the presence of genuine substance, one often finds oneself rendered speechless, for the true outcome does not reside in verbal prowess. Every utterance becomes synonymous with the essence itself. Thus, one must seek out that which is authentic. Everything in the hands of the divine is genuine, as true success knows no falsehood. We speak from the standpoint of fact and then discern what constitutes myth and what constitutes folly. Chapter 77. Culture and Governance. Do not fear disarray, for disarray embodies truth. Often jade lies beneath tattered garments. Thus, the first step is to decipher the heavenly secrets. Culture denotes thought, while governance is an absolute rule. In the realm of the Empress, vastness and abundance require mastery through extraordinary means. Those relying on ordinary methods are destined for failure. The so-called common paths lead to defeat. This principle applies to specialized knowledge. Where divine inspiration manifests in crucial moments, this is the mark of expertise. Where the pen possesses divinity, aptly termed mysterious divinity, those endowed with such divine insight can govern the world through it. Hence, it is essential to articulate and illustrate these principles for completeness. Under the Empress's pen, what is conceivable may not necessarily be advantageous. That which is inconceivable is, in fact, the most beneficial. Therefore, all eyes turn towards her. In this world, one must break through the encirclement to attain life. Numerous hidden factors exist, akin to invisible guests, those spectators who are the true audience. Thus, distinguishing between culture and governance is paramount, for one is authentic while the other is not among all forms of selection. The most crucial is your own filtering, eliminating all but one. This singularity is of utmost importance. All origins stem from this. Taigong's literary prowess is formidable, yet the mysterious emperor depicted in his writings is indeed adorned with a comb. Such details must not be overlooked. As dawn breaks, Xian hears the echoes of Qin opera resonating from the courtyard, transporting her back to 1973, where an old man appears on the television screen. The snowflake effect distorting his visage, reminiscent of the present. At this moment, a peach falls from the Empress's peach tree. She bends down to retrieve it, taking a bite of its ripe flavor. Autumn yields soft persimmons, which also adorned the table, freshly picked by Taigong. When he visited the village entrance, he purchased some chili peppers to stir-fry with meat. All these scenes, like the figures and sounds in Qin opera, represent culture, while the true governance resides within the Empress herself. Therefore, her matters must be directed towards her, for no one can replace her. Only she possesses the knowledge of how to proceed. This is the essence of true governance. As for culture, what you now perceive is art, a dance infused with principle. The affairs of this world are intricate, with the portal to myriad wonders found here. Suspense is an exceedingly captivating element. Many, while traversing this path, lose their direction due to familiarity, yet familiarity is never the issue. It is suspense that poses the real challenge. Thus, the Empress instructs Taigong to prepare paper and ink, as she sketches a peach blossom, upon which a bee gently alights, accompanied by a butterfly on the bee's back. This reflects a landscape of endless mountains beyond mountains, with both renewal and weightiness captured in one character. The trunk of the peach tree bears many patterns, often unnoticed by passers-by. Xian applies some elixirs to the tree, providing it with additional nourishment. At this moment, the streets teem with pedestrians. Many scenic spots are likely bustling with crowds. The heavenly mechanism group feels fortunate, as they have remained relatively undisturbed. Sometimes liveliness can be perilous. In a throng, one may struggle to breathe. Thus, they continue to linger beneath the peach tree, where they can enjoy some chocolate, preparing to place their next haul into a bundle. Xian plans to venture into the city after a few hours, stepping directly from the painting into reality. Chapter 78, The Hidden Seats. The hidden seats refer to the VIP reservations within the Hunger Games. As all future power emanates from this point, much like customers poised to purchase your products, precise targeting is essential, and now they have set their sights. Imagine a scene where you find yourself in an enclosed space, akin to an interrogation room. Behind the mirror lurk the true participants, while before you stands your partner. Although he interrogates you, all is done for the clarity of those behind the wall, enclosed within a large box with thick opaque walls. The significant figures observing you reside behind this barrier. They are the spectators of a century's gamble. Thus, from the outset, one must discern who is watching closely. Consequently, you must cast aside all distractions, entirely ignoring your surroundings, and once more blindfold your eyes. At this moment, you grasp the arrow, draw the bow, and with all your strength, release an arrow that strikes true. The project is set right. Outside, the images will manifest. This is the most brilliant aspect of fragmented thought. Focus solely on constructing your temporal space. This segment serves as a bridge. Without a bridge, you may struggle to reach the other shore. Each additional bridge shortens your passage and heightens your chances of crossing. Thus, upon seeing a bridge, a path emerges, or the bridge itself becomes the path. Observing a bridge is akin to discovering a way forward. The capital invested has firmly established your position. All originates from this, not due to any other reason. Akin to a piece falling upon a chessboard, a precise placement, not elsewhere. Precision is the utmost accuracy. Capability and talent refer to this aspect, unrelated to anything else, hence efforts in other areas may falter. Only here lies the essence, the primordial aspect. Should you misjudge, you will falter. Substantial entities possess this trait, being less prone to deviation. It is akin to seeing an elephant easily, and shooting it poses little challenge. However, when faced with a virus, even nuclear weapons prove ineffective if precision targeting is essential. Only with precision can one strike effectively, thus, larger entities are less likely to deviate, while smaller ones present greater danger. The smallest is the most perilous. Therefore, your stance is significant. At all times, maintain composure. This embodies philosophy, where reasoning and philosophy converge, forming two facets of truth. The hidden seats unveil the unseen audience and invisible VIPs. They dictate your entire future. Thus, considerable effort must be invested here. Unexpectedly, the holiday brings rain, rendering all outings impossible. Let us continue painting. After all, there is a golden house within paper, and beauty akin to jade, listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops on the roof. Xuanmo and Ziyun gaze at the chessboard before them, where a piece has precisely landed in its rightful spot. Ziyun smiles faintly. The smile is captivating. In truth, your smile mirrors hers, a smile that captivates the world. Therefore, let us continue to elevate the original foundation, using time and space as threads, traversing all pasts and futures, layering them anew. This is the source of the peach blossom deity. Chapter 79, 0-point leap. In the moment one first perceives the nascent and unrefined state of things, there arises a profound desire for them to instantly transform into perfection and abundance, yet, this wish manifests as a mere curse. Thus, do not lose yourself at the outset, for such disorientation will inevitably lead to confusion at the conclusion. After perusing countless videos on his phone, Ziyun ultimately discerned that there exists a singular endeavor around which everything must revolve. Achieving this is truly remarkable. One might ponder the duration required to grasp such an insight. Ziyun spent an entire morning uncovering this secret to virality. He realized the requisite actions to navigate even the most intricate situations. It is imperative to focus on one matter, which, while seemingly simple to articulate, proves challenging to distill, as one initially engages with a singular issue, oblivious to the ancillary details that can either hinder or assist. Only when the matter ascends to the height of a mathematical formula can one claim to understand both its essence and its rationale. Beneath that altitude lies only the primitive, refined concepts resemble the essence of G-Dragon, who embodies the pinnacle of artistry, not derived from the mundane, the commonplace, or even the conventional, but rather from calculation. This reflects a scientific mindset, elevating all matters to the stature of mathematical expressions, rendering comprehension more accessible. Morse code, Da Vinci's paintings, all these are vital to master, for therein lies the essence of the 0-point leap. If you possess a formula from the outset, the subsequent task is merely computation, with extensive calculations encompassing all that you are about to undertake. A matter is akin to a formula. This constitutes the true essence of the 0-point leap. Ziyun retrieved Taigong's fan and adorned it with the image of a peach tree, its trunk elegantly twisted, accompanied by a diminutive worm, also curvaceous. Perched upon the tree was a peach, featuring a wormhole, presumably hollowed out within. This artwork is aptly titled Peach Blossom with Bone. Do you know why it is called bone painting? The bone of the peach tree does not refer to its trunk or heart, nor to its roots or leaves, but rather to the worm upon the tree. One worm resides within the trunk, while another dwells within the peach itself. Thus, the essence of the peach also resides in the worm. Bone painting does not denote the tree's heart or its pit, but the worm itself. To penetrate such profound wisdom is truly remarkable. When Taigong approached and beheld the artwork, he raised his thumbs in approval, proclaiming the peach blossom fan's depiction of bone to be superior to that of Xuanmo. At that moment, a gentle rain began to fall, causing more peach blossoms to scatter. When the skies cleared, they would gather them in jars, blend them with peach blossom honey, and brew peach blossom wine. Ziyun named this concoction Xinqing, symbolizing the newness of the wine and the aged essence of the brew. Beneath the peach tree lay numerous jars of wine, one of which was crafted by the peach blossom immortal, known as fuyu. Fuyu signifies the act of playing a musical instrument beneath the peach tree. Akin to a solo or ensemble performance, the sounds of the buried peach blossoms resonate within the peach blossom wine. To comprehend such depth is to possess genius. Do peach blossoms emit sound? Indeed they do, and one can hear them. The sound of peach blossoms in the wine embodies fuyu. Chapter 80. The diviner. Only by closing your eyes can you perceive the secrets of heaven. How could one see with their eyes wide open? This was the admonition of an elderly gentleman to a young lad. Taigong had many friends, yet after the passing of each one over the years, he was left to lead a solitary life with only his fishing rod for company. Eventually, he befriended a fortune-teller reputed to possess knowledge of Ziwei Doshu, who took on a young apprentice. The child, rather endearing, often struggled to focus during meditation, perpetually curious about the wonders of the outside world, inevitably incurring the elder's scolding. On this particular day, as the boy failed to concentrate, his thoughts wandering, Ziyin and others arrived to consult the elder. Witnessing the reprimand, Ziyun recognized the boy's lack of understanding regarding the necessity of closing one's eyes to grasp the truths of the universe. His ignorance led him to find the process tedious, which only exacerbated his frustration. Were Ziyun in his place, she would have eagerly orchestrated numerous tutoring sessions, inviting every child from near and far for an exhaustive week-long crash course. She was a pioneer in remedial education, with legends claiming that even those starting from scratch could achieve remarkable success under her guidance. Though perhaps that assertion is somewhat exaggerated, it holds a grain of truth. The art of medicine, divination, and fortune-telling is no trifling matter. Gaining entry into Ziyun's remedial class is the true challenge. Recently, they had been preoccupied with video projects, neglecting their tutoring duties as the earthly realm lamented the absence of teachers. While the celestial realm mourned the lack of deities. In their absence, re-establishing connections became imperative. In truth, the young lad was not difficult to educate. Ziyun opted for a different approach, employing a cloth blindfold so he need not open or close his eyes, enveloping him in darkness, thus granting him the opportunity to perceive the heavenly secrets. She had taken the correct first step, but the second step involved traversing the line between life and death. Merely closing one's eyes does not equate to mastering divine skills. This principle is echoed in the Sunflower Manual. The boy finally settled into silence. The elder, observing from the sidelines, gained insight into this crossing of the life-death threshold. The boy lay quietly on the ground, surrounded by grass and the faint fragrance of dandelions. Ziyun mirrored his position, with Ziyin and Xuanmo observing. The crux of crossing the life-death line lies in the moment one closes their eyes. Finding themselves in a setting akin to a battlefield reminiscent of the Squid Game, one remains oblivious to their surroundings or potential allies, only aware that foes are approaching, even the unlikely duo of Harry Potter and Voldemort appearing hand in hand. The boy soon realized he was precariously positioned at the edge of a cliff, with wolves ahead and an abyss behind him. He retreated step by step, only to find Ziyun at his back. Mere inches from the precipice, Ziyun urged him to close his eyes and recall his master's teachings. Images flashed before his mind, a whirlwind of scenes related to feng shui and its practitioners. An old man wandered down a path when suddenly a hand emerged from the brush, grasping his foot. "A ghost!" he exclaimed, hastening his escape from the thicket. A shadow loomed, engulfing his face, sending a chill through him, causing him to lose consciousness. When he awoke, 3 or 4 days had passed, yet he found himself in darkness, unable to see anything. It turned out that 3 days prior, a ghost, the shadow, had gouged out his eyes, leaving him with 2 gaping holes. Chapter 81, the continuation of cultivation. Previously, we spoke of 2 individuals in meditation while 3 observed. The young lad recalled the harrowing incident, a sense of dread still lingering. Yet, upon Ziyun's insistence, he closed his eyes once more. This time, Ziyun explained that the reason for not gazing outward was that nothing external held true insight. The genuine clarity lies in the realm between the tangible and the intangible. Distinctly perceived, yet not merely a recollection from memory. This time, the boy seemed to grasp the concept, as he indeed beheld an elderly figure, with white hair and beard, who chastised him, not for his lack of diligence in meditation, but for his penchant for play. The elder presented him with an object resembling a chestnut, which he toyed with in his hands. The elder instructed him to remain close to this chestnut. In an instant, Ziyun sprang upright, as if awakening from a dream. Simultaneously, the boy jolted awake, both seemingly enlightened at once. The boy felt a vague sense of having escaped confinement, which was precisely correct. Do you comprehend what is meant by the pinnacle of the industry? It refers to a cement precast slab, the nearest escape route when traversing the line between life and death. Xuanmo recalled his videos, reminiscent of their early days when the trio of sheep had yet to achieve fame. With their rustic hometown inhabited solely by their authentic parents, devoid of a Jaicho to bolster their presence, could one expect to recognize Andy Lau as a surrogate father, waiting for the likes of Feng Xiaofeng or Lian Lai to notice them before embarking on their videos? Or would one remain stagnant until the acquisition of billions in funding? The prerequisites you envision are excessive. While in your grasp lies only a Realme phone, will you remain in waiting indefinitely? Hence, the concept of precast slab thinking is paramount. For your foundation is the industry as ceiling. What lies closest to you is this Oppo device in your hand. Therefore, your escape route is through Oppo. Or perhaps through your own resourcefulness. While your shield comprises figures like Andy Lau and Feng Xiaofeng, if one were to approach the battlefield with a mindset steeped in the ethos of war, one would undoubtedly perceive the ostensibly secure VIP lounge as a sanctuary, a bastion that allows one to recharge and prepare for another onslaught. Yet, no soul has truly traversed this perilous frontier. None can genuinely cross the threshold of life and death simply because they possess authentic experience of war or combat. However, Xian, lacking any such experience, possesses only theoretical knowledge, yet she comprehends that in the event of an earthquake, should one find oneself trapped beneath a concrete slab, the paramount concern is not quenching thirst, nor is it resting or catching one's breath, but rather expeditiously seeking the nearest escape route, be it a passage, a window, or a door. It is crucial to follow this path, for aftershocks will soon arrive. Those on the battlefield recognize this interim respite. Their instinct compels them toward this haven, seeking to gather their strength before embarking once more. Thus, for centuries, no exceptional talent has been exempt. No one has managed to escape from this sight. The sole individual to do so lacks experience, yet she grasps a fundamental truth: in perilous zones, your foremost consideration must be to vacate swiftly, with utmost urgency. Others may not have overlooked this notion, but rather, they have failed to prioritize it above all else. Should this singular thought dominate your mind, then your concrete slab becomes your industry's ceiling. Chapter 82. The Genius and the Fool. In truth, the genius and the fool share a striking resemblance, both enveloped in a sense of bewilderment, perceiving the world, yet simultaneously feeling estranged from it. In Xuanmo's video, he is far from perfect, yet within 30 seconds of lip-syncing, the final 10 seconds suffice. True mastery reveals itself in that last moment. This mirrors the essence of Xuanmo in the realm of ethereal artistry, akin to that fateful stroke in a traditional landscape painting, reminiscent of the haunting melodies sung by the character played by Leslie Chung in A Midnight Song, or the narrative of Romeo and Juliet. This tale unfolds as a theatrical troupe teeters on the brink of dissolution, their passionate youth frozen by an indifferent audience, compelled to prepare for closure and return home. At this juncture, from the dilapidated edifice, ensnared in cobwebs, descends a divine script titled Romeo and Juliet. You shall perform this. Furthermore, a spectral figure emerges. The young man gazes skyward in astonishment, pondering whether an angel has come to rescue him, yet, it is both a yes and a no, for the fervent youth's overt sincerity renders him oblivious to the nuances of love. Romeo and Juliet embodies grandeur, beauty, dreaminess, and sorrowed tears shed beneath the moonlight. For you, I, a mermaid of the sea, and you, a prince of a distant realm, how can we possibly meet? Thus, they are of the same ensemble, the same company, the same theater, merely a script descended from the heavens, altering the very fabric of time and destiny. Beneath the dark umbrella, I am your Du Yunyan Danping. I have arrived. All I seek is the lipstick you promised. All remains unchanged, save for that script of Romeo and Juliet. Thus, do you grasp the essence of the industry's ceiling? It is the script that descends from above. Xuanmo, glancing at his phone, adds another stroke to his artwork, a squirrel now adorned with a clingy fruit upon its back. And instantly, a fluffy companion mirrors its own fur. Together, they frolic away, with peaks beyond peaks, buildings beyond buildings. Xuanmo's collection has reached hundreds of pieces, and if fortune permits, an exhibition may soon unfold. Xian and Taigong continue to pack peach blossoms into various jars, while simultaneously assisting Xian in washing the freshly fallen peaches, slicing them into varying sizes of dried fruit, ready to be sun-dried until their moisture evaporates, rendering them delectable. Xian, donning an apron, resembles a grandmotherly raccoon. For between the divine and the mortal lies but a thin wall. Will you step forth into the realm of Romeo, or remain with the fervent youth? This is the juncture where dreams and reality converge. What is your reality? Romeo and Juliet, for many encircle you. The theater now filled to capacity. In A Midnight Song, Danping student Wei Qing emerges as the second Romeo, his demeanor starkly contrasting that of Danping, while Danping embodies a godlike presence within this narrative. The youthful Wei Qing possesses an essence that transcends the confines of the script, capable of transporting Romeo into the present realm. Thus, standing upon the shoulders of those who came before, you ought to aspire to greater heights. Xian observes a dashing young mechanic who is, in truth, vying for Han Feng's attention, while the earnest Xian is selecting Han Feng. This is immediately evident. He has a reference point, Big Bang, therefore he is bound to succeed. And this year's first cask of peach blossom wine shall belong to him. Chapter 83. Zhangshang Taigong. The king returns to annihilate all. Zhangshang Taigong. The king returns to obliterate all. Years hence, this battle between King Zhou of Shang and the Xian Emperor shall remain etched in memory. In any endeavor, one must possess a higher purpose, a lesson drawn from Korean dramas, without a cause, one can achieve nothing. One can never become a champion of justice. Thus, when Taigong returns as king, he must annihilate all. In this era of disdain for human decency, humanity often acts against the natural order. Henceforth, those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Do you perceive this as mere child's play, or as a drill? It is neither. Annihilation is simply annihilation. When Zhangshang Taigong returns as king, He declares, I, Zhang Shang Taigong, am worthy of this divine mandate of kingship. At times, one may argue for compassion, yet in the face of monumental moral dilemmas and apocalyptic calamities, all such pleas become but feeble echoes. Fish swim only in small ponds, forever fearing drought. One must seek a vast ocean. During the plague's rampant spread, many questioned whether it was the karma of all beings, yet why not ponder whether there exists a deeper rationale? The demons of annihilation also stemmed from compassion, albeit misunderstood by others. But why are demons deemed as such, and why are they consistently subdued by the Buddha? This arises from the gap between you and your ideals, which lacks a formal acknowledgement. If you are not in power, it is deemed transgression; if you are in power, it is the will of heaven. Thus, the return of Taigong signifies the reawakening of time and space. At this moment, the timeline becomes paramount, for all things are inextricably linked to time, or one could say, time embodies space. When all enigmas are unraveled, demons too shall grasp a profound truth: that which transcends compassion is indeed the will of heaven. Thus, during that year of plague, the specters of disease did not succumb to the Buddha, they faltered before the recognition of their place. In essence, the outcome remains unchanged whether you or I undertake the task. Yet the implications diverge. Your effort leads to demise, while mine heralds rebirth. Therefore, with the peach blossom spring, you possess everything. Without it, nothing can be discussed. All things stem from a foundation, and ultimately, we return to the basics. Thus, as the ancient war chariots surge forth with valor and pride, do not dwell on science, but rather consider human life. Often water can both support and capsize a boat. What you are engaged in is but the act of boiling porridge. Within the realm of Shenyin, a term frequently referenced is eternity, yet few comprehend its essence. Eternity is, in fact, the state of unchangeability. That sprawling peach blossom tree, steadfast and eternal, does not cease to grow, rather, it continues to flourish. Time itself possesses wisdom, ever mindful of your everyday. As time passes, can you endure, or can you only exist momentarily? This encapsulates the quandary faced by humanity within the realm of the Rakshasa Sea. The timeline is the most enchanting of lines. Close your eyes, and you shall envision the immense, boundless peach blossom tree that is true tranquility, although 500 years differ from 1,000 if you traverse that distance. You have indeed crossed a millennium, yet, this simple truth appears to be the most challenging to grasp, for it is not the time you perceive. True time is, in essence, a timeline. Shenyin rolls up the scroll. And as it is gathered, the flowers on the canvas encounter the fruit. From a three-dimensional perspective, the starting point is also the end point, creating a spiral of time or an infinitely descending corridor. And where do you stand within that corridor? Chapter 84, the industry ceiling. To speak of the industry ceiling may seem overly grandiose. The ceiling itself is a formidable achievement, let alone what lies beyond. In truth, anything that exceeds the vertical is already considered a ceiling. However, fearing that you may underestimate, it is likely that it is more profound than you presume. You are overly modest, too conservative, stating merely 1/10 of your potential. If that is the case, why not explore the entirety of tenfold? This refers to Xuanmo's artistic expression. In his painting, there exists a red peony, from which delicate threads hang from the petal edges, revealing slight fissures or cracks. Capturing this essence is no simple task, demanding meticulous craftsmanship. Furthermore, Shenyin employs ink-wash realism, and the manifestation of the peony's red poses a challenge even to the most masterful of artists. Yet, who is Shenyin? He is none other than the one who resides above the clouds. That colors and fragrances can both be expressed through the medium of ink-wash painting, while not strictly traditional Chinese painting. It employs ink to depict colors and scents, with the essence of the artwork lying in its artistic conception. The color red, when applied to rice paper, is actually represented through ink. Xuanmo draws inspiration from the calligraphy of Wang Shiji, particularly the wild cursive script, which embodies a sense of freedom beyond convention and interpretation that is no simple task. How then does Xuanmo translate the color red into ink? He finds himself deep in contemplation. In the peach blossom spring, an abundance of peach blossoms flourishes. Each day he and Ziyin gather countless petals to prepare for brewing peach blossom wine. Could these peach blossoms offer him inspiration? After a brief moment of thought, he replenishes the ink in his inkstone. The concept of discussing ideas on paper parallels that of painting. While it may seem a trivial jest, it holds a kernel of truth. Color presents a vivid visual impact, whereas ink-wash embodies a profound artistic conception. Ultimately, he sets to work, and an ancient tree emerges beneath his brush, a tree that seems to possess a soul. Towering majestically and standing alone, beside it lies a vine, from which a branch extends, its leaves curling with a certain vitality. This forms the foundation of his work. Xuanmo then applies delicate strokes of ink to the curling leaves, painting fragments of peony petals. At this moment, he pauses as a single petal falls from the peach tree. He picks it up, examining the interplay of red and white along with the folds of the petal. With renewed determination, he resumes his brushwork, mirroring the hues of the peach blossom petals through ink. Xuanmo captures both the red and white of the blossoms, incorporating the intricate folds in the center. The essence of ink wash is remarkably unique, a quality that eludes those unfamiliar with the medium. Thus, a breathtaking scene unfolds under Xuanmo's brush. What initially appears as merely two colors, black and white, transforms beside the ancient tree, where the curling leaves of the vine and the peony petals display the colors and textures of the peach blossoms, all coexisting within a single composition. This is the essence of his work. After contemplating for a considerable time, Xuanmo hangs the painting. At that moment, he notices a hint of new green among the peach blossom petals. As he hangs his artwork, vibrant pink peach petals cascade from the ink-colored peony, seemingly transcending time and space. Tumbling from the inked petals of the peony, the delicate pink and tender white, combined with the ancient tree's age and the vine's intricate twists, create an unparalleled beauty. Thus, employing ink wash to depict the red of the peony is not an impossible feat. At least Xuanmo has accomplished it. He nods in satisfaction, not boastfully, for he has indeed reached the pinnacle of his craft. Chapter 85, Above Standard. In the realm of true cultivation, the sole criterion for discerning the fantastical from the mundane, or the efficacy of elixirs, lies in one's proficiency. One must be above standard. Amidst all sounds, one must learn to discern their direction. When a peach falls to the ground, if the sound you hear is an explosion, it signifies the arrival of a test. In the peach blossom spring, the sound of a peach falling is virtually non-existent. This is akin to a level examination. To ascertain whether one has reached the pinnacle, one must listen for the sound of the peach falling. If you hear the examination, your response must be actionable. It's similar to when someone inquires if you have brewed 3 or 4 jars of peach blossom wine this year. If you answer affirmatively, but in reality, the quantity exceeds that, the other party may be left in the lurch. If the sound of the falling peach resembles a firecracker, it becomes even more exaggerated. This tests your proficiency. Each standard has its own representative. Thus, the prior admonition to remain unperturbed by sounds is futile, for it is not overt but covert. If in a fleeting moment your heart shifts, it indicates a deficiency in proficiency. True proficiency means remaining steadfast. It does not imply you have not disturbed your peach tree, but rather, after doing so, you possess the discernment of all occurrences. In ordinary circumstances, one can distinguish noise, which requires an exceptional level of discernment to recognize as a standard examination. This delineates the divide between professionalism and amateurism. The amateur succumbs to emotion, while the professional remains anchored in standard. If you stand above standard, you are undoubtedly above it. If you are entrenched in emotion, you are above mere emotion, thus not residing above standard. If you are not positioned there, it is impossible to be within, and you must inevitably be below it. Therefore, this standard examination will eliminate a segment of individuals. Achieving prominence is no simple task. The pinnacle refers to your ability to recognize discrepancies and still identify the standard examination. Human instinct typically prompts a reflexive response. However, this fleeting moment determines whether you can leverage the winds of fortune for ascension, a subtle yet crucial distinction. It is essential to note that even prior preparation will prove ineffectual. Consequently, whether one has passed the standard examination becomes a matter of grave importance. This is the most detestable method for verifying the authenticity of elixirs, serving as a means to discern the genuine from the fraudulent. Those who have truly passed the standard examination are aware of it, while those who have not remain oblivious to the exam's existence. Thus, failing to establish a baseline is unacceptable. The outcome of establishing a baseline determines success or failure. There are those who achieve cultivation and those who do not, and the results manifest swiftly. Both success and failure must be accepted without resentment, as previously indicated, yet, in reality, one does not know precisely at which moment the significance lies. Thus, while one standard examination may be passed, another may not. I discern the explosion of peaches falling from the tree, not because the peaches assisted me. Ziyun ponders. Having just passed the carbon examination, she now faces the standard examination, which necessitates consideration of the sounds of falling peaches. Finding an escape route proves challenging, yet Ziyun, the progenitor of escapism, swiftly identifies another narrow passageway that accommodates her escape from the precariously collapsing concrete panels, following her own principles and insights. Ziyun traverses this space once more. Unlike the virtual world of leveling up and battling monsters, this is a stark contrast to reality. Chapter 86, The progenitor of escapism. In a prison resembling 1,000 nested Russian dolls. Can one truly escape? You may doubt it, and I share that skepticism, yet Zi Yun can, for she is the progenitor of escapism. Taigong has gathered his fishing rod, having already caught numerous small fish. Resembling catfish, for him, the harvest of these past few days is bountiful indeed. This is the analysis conducted by Zi Yin to assist Zi Yan in understanding the merits of this video. As anticipated, according to Zi Yun's experience, celestial beings have provided Zi Yan with guidance for the second time. Upon discovering the enigmatic script of Romeo and Juliet, the production team approached him. At a time when his achievements stood at a mere 0.02, they sought to sign him, intending to increase his salary and benefits. It is likely that this correspondence has reached the Yaoqi Tianmu, the Lamu of Lishan, and the goddess Niwa. Upon review, the Queen Mother of the West recognized that this surpassed her previous tutelage of Emperor Wu of Han, advising him to disregard the affairs of the Xiongnu and to abandon trivial pursuits in favor of greater opportunities. This time, it involves Du Yunyan and Song Danping. Ziyan hesitates, troubled by his low performance. However, as he finds himself beneath the concrete panels, he must hastily depart. Adhering to this rationale, he promptly signs the contract. Indeed, the workplace is at least an hour and a half from his home. A celestial being presents him with a military strategy map, and when he glances down, he is astonished to find it alive. Featuring vehicles, tiny figures, and tall buildings in juxtaposition, the experience of traversing time and space feels somewhat chaotic. The celestial being chuckles, observing that others arrive at the company within 20 minutes, while Zi Yen's route appears interminably convoluted. He laughs, realizing the long journey still lies ahead. At that moment, the route from Zi Yen's home to the company flashes with light, capturing everyone's attention. Zi Yen's escape route is remarkable. She has navigated through a prison resembling 1,000 nested Russian dolls. The following day, she stands before you once more, prompting curiosity about how she traversed this intricate labyrinth. Imagine a worm confined within the innermost doll. Surrounded by layer upon layer, totaling 1,000, how does one escape such a confinement? The timeline reverts to a scene in which a middle-aged man shuffles cards seated before 3 or 4 individuals. He distributes cards to each, and they all lower their heads to examine their hands. This school is notoriously difficult to enter. However, it represents the epitome of the most coveted VIP gatherings. The course is a rare opportunity. A woman clad in a red vest glances at her cards as the man's voice lingers in her ear. When you look at your cards, remember that anything can happen. However, in the initial second, you will surely be taken aback. After that, you must heed my instructions. The woman nods, aware that this marks the final lesson of the current session. After today, it will be time for practical training. In this school, there exists a remarkably unique manner of greeting one another. They possess a particular lexicon that is distinctly their own. In the outside world, it is akin to whether one has studied at an Ivy League institution. For there are myriad unique aspects of campus culture that remain unknown to outsiders. When introducing themselves, they eschew the conventional language typically employed in formal settings, as it is far too easy to imitate. Thus, there are many peculiarities that elude your understanding, and merely 1 or 2 words suffice to reveal the nature of the education one has received. Chapter 87, Academic Credentials. Academic credentials represent a journey of learning, sufficient to underpin all your future endeavors. For instance, how to extricate oneself from a milfy or to emerge from a Russian nesting doll. Ziyun smiled. You claim to be a graduate of a prestigious institution. Do you? That is not universally acknowledged. However, should you manage to emerge unscathed from a 1,000-layer cake, admiration will surely follow. All of this, every aspect, is attributed to one's academic credentials. Beneath the peach blossom tree, they repeated the shuffling of cards, each holding one, with Ziyun grasping one that was encased in 1,000 iron cages, surrounded by a labyrinthine iron wall, a prison devoid of doors or locks. How then did you escape? There was no trickery, no David Copperfield illusions, no sleight of hand, nor the wall-passing techniques of a Taoist from Laoshan. None of the aforementioned applied, for on each layer of the nesting doll, there exists a barrier guarded by the 7 true ones, designed to prevent those within from uttering incantations or employing magic to escape. The outermost guardian is El Sien, wielding a sword, and for added security, he has dispatched spirit insects as sentinels. Should anyone breach the first nesting doll, the spirit insect will emit a piercing wail akin to that of Harry Potter's ghostly companion, providing El Sien with timely notice to intervene. He is determined to thwart Ziyun's escape, perceiving her as lacking the strength to saw through walls, not the type to undertake epic quests for her mother. Furthermore, they wield no cold weapons, their hands are occupied solely with a deck of playing cards. Borrowed from elderly gentlemen engaged in mahjong and card games at a roadside pavilion, devoid of any mystical inscriptions, marred only by stains from noodle soup. To escape, I can muster all my strength. Yet it shall not suffice, he mused bitterly. Ziyun and her companions calmly shuffled and dealt the cards, a skill learned from the Black Princess Society, a school also known as the Knights of the Night. An ancient institution for nobility imparting knowledge beyond the imagination of those outside its walls. Here, knights refers not to individuals, but rather to the cards they hold, each drawn at random from their shuffled deck. They glanced at their hands, recalling the words of their mentor, which now manifested in their minds. Look at your cards. In this world, you will undoubtedly encounter all manner of events. In the first second, you may falter, but thereafter heed my counsel. As they recalled their lessons, their physical forms suddenly vanished, as if they had never existed within that timeline, simply disappearing. Ziyun reappeared beneath the peach blossom tree, while Taigong and Ziyin were brewing wine. Elsewhere, the guards outside observed merely a peach blossom tree and a set of cards arranged methodically on a table, accompanied by two characters left for them. The circle, the cards were interlinked. Forming a circle, indeed, they constituted a loop. All magic exists, as do all obstacles, yet there is one element forever beyond the reach of both, those two characters, the circle. Under the peach blossom tree, Taigong raised a cup of wine. While others sought to uncover Ziyun's whereabouts, the milfoy bore no trace of their passage, nor any signs of magical breach. The timeline remained unchanged, and they felt nothing, with not a single occurrence stirring the spirit insect, which lay upon the iron wall as if in slumber. Chapter 88, The Invitation from Alma Mater. After Ziyun stored the remaining dried peaches in a jar and cleaned the bamboo tray used for drying, a young boy approached with a letter. The Black Princess Society, where Ziyun resided, had sent 2 invitations, bearing the signature of their principal, inviting the peach blossom deity and El Sen to attend their anniversary celebration. Ziyun accepted one of the invitations, adorned with a peach blossom, while the other displayed a sword. Thus, a carrier pigeon was dispatched to seek out the sword immortal. Meanwhile, the Black Princess Society had the boy deliver the second invitation to a mysterious figure cloaked in black. Upon receiving the invitation, he promptly made his way to the Princess Society, a gathering of the elite akin to high-end business banquets or ancient court gatherings. Ziyun's alma mater, the Black Princess Society, was founded by a mysterious masked man, whose true visage remains unseen by anyone. It is said that the school's tradition allows the best student a singular opportunity to unveil the principal's mask and glimpse the truth behind the mystery. Yet, whether anyone has ever achieved this remains an enigma, for they conduct survival games reminiscent of the Squid Game. On a glass walkway, there are 800 million pieces of glass, each with varying colors and textures, of which only 3 are tempered glass. The rest are ordinary. It requires exceptional discernment to identify these 3 crucial pieces amidst the sea of glass within a minute. The challenge is self-evident. Thus, very few can succeed. The cost of error is falling through the first piece. Even if one correctly steps on the first, nearly 799 million pieces remain to be sifted through. How does one navigate such a daunting task when each piece bears an almost indistinguishable resemblance? Those who traverse this path earn the principal's favor. Unseen is the true face of Lushan. For one dwells within the mountain, a phrase aptly applied here. Each year, the school mandates that all students traverse the glass walkway, ever hopeful that someone will reach the end of this world. If you aspire to take that journey, how would you commence your first step? The Tale of the Princess and the Pea from Andersen's Fairy Tales is also a legend of the Black Princess Society. Never has there been a princess with skin so delicate that a single pea beneath 12 mattresses could leave her bruised after a night's slumber. Yet, such a princess exists. It is said that she, possessing this unique experience, can succeed. In truth, visual perception parallels tactile sensation. The princess deduces that among the 800 million pieces of glass, 3 pieces must conceal a round pea atop them. All she must do is observe which glass bears the pea at eye level. She navigated the challenge by discerning the pea, while others were preoccupied with examining the glass. Thus, only one princess ever reached the end of this path. On that day, all were present. The princess donned her crystal shoes, a crown of diamonds, and a pink gown. She swiftly spotted the 3 pieces of glass, each adorned with something resembling caviar. She first stepped onto the first piece, then the second, and finally the third. In that instant, the remaining 799 million ordinary pieces shattered, cascading like snowflakes to the ground. The 3 pieces upon which she stood remained steadfast in the air, allowing her to advance toward the principal's position and unveil the mask. Meanwhile, the performances of other students were nothing short of spectacular. They employed various survival strategies, even forming teams, sacrificing the front runner for the benefit of their peers, yet, all teams ultimately met their demise, as their numbers were insufficient, a tragic fate akin to a hero falling from a cliff after cleaving the air with a sword. This was far more captivating than the duel atop Mount Hua. They analyzed the glass's different structures, calculating the refractive index to determine each piece's capacity to withstand pressure. All their time and energy were devoted to the glass. Transforming the participants into elite glass experts over the years. Chapter 89. Successful individuals and accomplished persons. The term entry is aptly employed. It does not denote the act of cultivating one's skills through apprenticeship in disciplines such as divination or charting. Rather, entry refers to passing through a doorway or crossing a threshold. In certain specific social strata, the vocabulary used is highly discerning. A successful individual contrasts with the term successful person, which serves to exclude you from their circle. A successful individual denotes those rarefied beings at the apex of the food chain, while a successful person refers to the commonplace figures found on every street, business professionals or civil servants. In other words, successful individuals are challenging to locate, whereas successful persons are ever present in your vicinity. Xian observed the enigmatic figure turn the corner onto a street reminiscent of the famed platform 9 3/4 from Harry Potter. There stood an establishment that bore an uncanny resemblance to a clubhouse. However, unlike a typical clubhouse, the attendant at the entrance adorned a distinctive emblem on his cuffs, an intricately embroidered vine pattern, akin to a complex logo resembling a pea blossom, a rarity indeed. The mysterious individual handed an envelope to the attendant, who, after a fleeting glance inside, opened the door for him to enter. This was a realm steeped in mystery and temporal uncertainty. Xian settled into a CAF across the street, where the air was thick with the aromatic embrace of coffee, mingling delightfully with the sense of freshly baked bread and pastries, creating an atmosphere of indulgence. A server approached and poured her a glass of lemonade. The menu offered nothing particularly enticing today, yet she opted for a serving of peppery fish and a cup of oat latte, sufficient for her needs. Upon glancing at her phone, she noticed the peach tree still flourishing in splendid beauty, with peaches and petals strewn upon the ground. Xuanmo and Taigong were busily collecting the fallen blossoms and fruit. At that moment, Xian's gaze fell upon a blindfold belonging to the prince, hanging from a branch of the peach tree. This was no ordinary blindfold. It possessed the extraordinary ability to transcend the celestial compass. An unprecedented phenomenon, beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. The celestial compass, known for its immense allure, devours all, yet Xian yearned to surpass it. Previously she had pondered countless methods, all to no avail. However, this prince's blindfold offered her the assistance she needed. Fulfilling her heart's desire, this had initially been a shooting test in the forest, where a lone figure attempted to hit an eagle, yet, due to the minutiae of perception, no one had ever succeeded. The prince had also participated, but his master gifted him a blindfold. With his eyes covered, the prince drew back his bow and, with a single arrow, struck the bullseye. Thus, this blindfold became legendary. Xian and Taigong stood beneath the tree when a celestial being approached. Presenting the blindfold to Xian, who noticed a golden hydrangea delicately embroidered upon it. I can transcend all, she mused, and indeed, after adorning her eyes with the blindfold, she experienced significant progress. By veiling her sight, she resolved all issues. This was not an ordinary cloth, but rather the prince's blindfold. She discovered that she could effortlessly rise above all challenges. In the dramatic narrative of I Am Willing, emotional dilemmas seemed insurmountable, yet with the prince's blindfold she could effortlessly transcend all relational woes, akin to soaring above the celestial compass itself, truly a means to rise above. Thus, this blindfold was remarkable. In contrast, the tale of the Brazilian blind seer Baba Wanja, who, after being struck by a tornado in her childhood, lost her sight but gained the gift of foresight, revealed that blindness is often a fate encountered by many fortune-tellers and geomancers. However, the prince's fortune was exceptional. He required no such affliction, for a mere blindfold sufficed to solve his dilemmas, yet, it was crucial to note that his princely status granted him access to such a remarkable item. Blindness posed no obstacle, as one's navigation through life does not rely solely on sight. Chapter 90 introduced cryptic messages akin to Morse code, wherein sounds conveyed meanings that required deciphering. A singular tap indicated correctness, while 2 taps denoted error, yet, true decryption necessitated further elevation of understanding. In Xuanmo's painting, a bird constructed a nest upon the peach tree. Whenever the parent bird ventured out, the chirps of the fledglings filled the air. Each time the parent returned, it brought worms for the young ones, who grew without noticing the passage of time. When the fledgling finally took flight, it reached the stage where it too could build a nest on the peach tree. One day, as the fledgling gathered peach leaves, Xuanmo recognized its intent to learn nesting from the parent. The cold wind may freeze me. Tomorrow, I shall build a nest, Xuanmo teased. The fledgling retorted defiantly, you are the one who will build a nest. Its small puff demeanor appeared somewhat comical, prompting Xuanmo to chuckle. Xian's contract signing went exceedingly well. Just a day after signing, upon joining a group advocating for salary negotiations, his colleagues transferred him a sum of 20 to 30,000 yuan. As he pondered whether he deserved such fortune without effort, he suddenly recalled his participation in the Romeo and Juliet production. Could this be event funding? Elated, he accepted the money, even venturing into the nearby woods to film a TikTok video featuring his charming visage. He was granted a third opportunity for guidance, and a celestial being instructed him to leap into the river for a swim. He complied, but upon surfacing, he found himself adorned with small crayfish. One particularly large specimen clinging tightly to him with its crimson claws. Was this crayfish a manifestation of the god of wealth? Overwhelmed with joy, he mused, indeed, my god of wealth is none other than a dragon's crayfish. With a beaming smile, he sought out Xuanmo's bird. Upon sighting him, the bird exclaimed, congratulations and prosperity. Even the bird recognized the descent of his god of wealth. Xian eagerly assisted the fledgling in foraging for worms and twigs, crafting a nest from grass and naming it the Joy Bird. When Xian returned, the Joy Bird chirped only to her, and she remarked, Joy Bird, it should be called the god of happiness. The fledgling did not speak on its own, nor had the parent taught it. Instead, one day, as the god of wealth passed beneath the peach tree and quenched his thirst with a jar of peach blossom wine, he sang merrily, and the fledgling, preening its feathers in the nest, absorbed the melody and learned to mimic it. On the day Xian sought the fledgling, upon seeing its tousled feathers resembling his own, the fledgling jubilantly blurted out, congratulations and prosperity. Its small, endearing form tugged at Xian's heartstrings. Recognizing the fledgling's struggle to build its nest, he decided to lend a hand. The fledgling nestled happily in its new abode, reminiscent of a humorous tale about a cat and a dog who believed their owners were angels for their kindness and care. The fledgling, convinced that Xian was indeed an angel for helping it with its nest, rolled over and fell asleep, dreaming of Xian kissing it and bringing a plethora of worms in all shapes and colors. Filling its new nest to the brim, the fledgling chuckled even in its dreams. Xian observed the bird, collecting peach petals, and crafted a small blanket for it, ensuring warmth during the chilly nights, although the fledgling had its own feathers. A blanket was a delightful addition, akin to a towering deity draping a lotus leaf over Xian. The fledgling rolled joyfully on the peach petals, its tiny feet in the air, exposing its belly. Did you learn that from the flower cat? She inquired. The fledgling replied, no, I learned it from you. Xian, Chapter 91, Understanding all. To comprehend everything necessitates an encompassing perspective. The Empress's dominion extends far beyond the lands of Huaxia. Her chariot gallops across the vast heavens. This understanding presumably stems from the teachings of Taigong's military strategies. On this day, the Shenyuan Emperor and Taigong returned to the Tang dynasty, during the reign of Empress Wu Zetian. To journey back in time, they simply needed to roll up Xuanmo's painting, aligning the peach blossom petals with their desired destination. The emperor's intentions were distinct. Rather than venturing into the bustling capital, she, guided by Taigong, sought the residence of Yuan Tiangang, a secluded cottage hidden within the mountains. The entrance, a sign devoid of words, bore the image of a creature resembling a qilin. An elderly man, frail and thin, coughed within the dwelling, aware of the arrival of esteemed guests. As Taigong entered the courtyard, Yuan Tiangang hurriedly emerged, bowing deeply upon recognizing the Shenyuan emperor, exclaiming, long live our emperor, rise my dear minister. No need for formalities, the emperor replied. Yuan Tiangang, lifting his gaze to behold the emperor's visage, recognized the divine presence, akin to a celestial being. Familiar with Taigong, having met Wu Zetian on numerous occasions, this was his first encounter with the Shenyuan emperor. The emperor's expression conveyed a sense of benevolence over the masses, not an ordinary demeanor, but a celestial countenance. If one possessed the ability to read destinies, her presence was that of the heavens. Yuan Tiangang promptly arranged chairs, and Taigong spread his leopard skin over one, ensuring the emperor's comfort as they brewed tea. In turn, the empress presented Yuan Tiangang with gifts, a jar of peach blossom wine, a bag of peach petals, and a basket of ripe peaches. She conveyed to Yuan Tiangang that this was an artifact from her own peach blossom spring, and she happened to bring along a painting by Xuanmo, which depicted the most cherished work of the Grand Duke, the cold river fishing alone. In the painting, Zhang Taigong is portrayed in the midst of a bitter winter, clad in a raincoat, fishing in a snowy landscape, where his catches are nothing but solitude. The empress, upon witnessing his solitary figure, felt an overwhelming sense of pity. Thus, she took up her brush and added a sprig of cold plum blossoms to the painting. With a single strand of azure silk cascading down from the blossoms, Yuan Tiangang, eager for understanding, inquired if that solitary fishing was not an expression of artistic conception. The Xian Emperor-Empress replied, stating that the crux lies in the frozen river during winter, where fish are trapped beneath the ice. Hence, solitary fishing is not merely an artistic concept, rather, it lacks a thread of azure silk within its essence. The Grand Duke interpreted this as a sentiment of love, but the Empress shook her head, asserting that such silk exists solely in the heavens. How could it possibly be found in the mortal realm? The Grand Duke then comprehended that while Xuanmo's painting was indeed commendable, the loneliness portrayed therein, devoid of a celestial thread, rendered it somewhat mundane, akin to the notion of Baoyu from Dream of the Red Chamber seeking to transcend the ordinary, yet ultimately remaining ensnared by worldly ties. For in truth, the old man braving the cold winds in the snow is inherently trivial. At this moment, Yuan Tiangang perceived the underlying truth and promptly asked the Empress if that was indeed the case. However, he could not articulate his thoughts before the Xian Emperor-Empress, with her remarkable intellect, smiled faintly, a smile that was truly captivating. The secrets of fate must not be divulged. The Xian Emperor-Empress sought out Yuan Tiangang due to a lingering question in her heart. Should Yuan Tiangang glean insight from this painting, then all would be resolved. They continued to slice and enjoy the dried meat in the room. Observing the Empress as she ate, Yuan Tiangang recalled the prophetic images from the Tuibei Tu created by him and Li Chunfeng. One particular image was dedicated to the Xian Emperor-Empress, depicting a beautiful maiden standing beneath a tree, gazing at the moon on the horizon. Beside her stood a tree adorned with blossoms, and beneath it, a rabbit was bowing towards the moon, its body upright, eyes glistening red, whiskers perked, and ears fluffy to eye. In the illustration, the Xian Emperor-Empress held 2 pieces of the 9-dragon jade pendant bestowed upon her by the Supreme Lao Jun. Chapter 92. The oak tree in urgent need. Resources in certain regions had become completely depleted, and the situation was dire. Without revealing the secrets of fate, how could this information be transmitted? At this juncture, Morse code would suffice, a mere tap or two, and one could grasp the full scope of the war and its future developments. Thus, all of this was merely a glimpse into the greater picture. A feather in the wind revealing the changing seasons. From a single strand of hair, one could deduce everything about a person. It was, indeed, a sleepless night, as Xuanmo sketched a tree on paper, beneath which lay a pig adorned with a circular ring on its snout. Ivy is simply ivy. The means to distinguish between dreams and reality lies in the pointer, wherever the pointer directs. That is where you should go. Any sentient being placed in the right position can instantly turn stone into gold. In essence, the elixir of gold boils down to 2 words. Above, Xuanmo recognized an old classmate. Their means of communication encapsulated in the mysterious 2 words, time. An elderly sage waved at them through a video, enjoying his lunch. He was a classmate from a different cohort, and their unexpected encounter outside a reunion was a delightful surprise. Through the passage of time, they accurately recognized one another. Who would have thought that Xuanmo was part of the alumni association? The old man had been a student from their earlier years. Time, Xuanmo chuckled softly. The world was indeed humorous. The Grand Duke and Zine scraped the gel from the peach tree, and under the sun, it quickly solidified into a brown amber. Throughout the day, they pursued clues regarding future mineral resources, a task that demanded immense time and effort during the preliminary investigations. All of this was built upon prior accumulations, leading to greater ease in subsequent tasks. From a single twig snapped from an oak tree, one could observe that their gold vein lay merely 1,000 meters beneath the surface, already reaching its limit. Previously, resources were nearly exhausted. Now, they were entirely depleted or had already perished. Therefore, Ziyin had to conceal the new mineral distribution map within a loaf of bread, entrusting it to a little girl with a basket to deliver to the mountain, all while being cautious of encountering the wolf grandmother. Xuanmo and Ziyin perceived a world within a painting that encompassed nearly everything, your heart's desires, your intentions. Thus, a painting serves as the finest elucidation of the human heart, much like Van Gogh's sunflowers, which embody all his fervor in life, expressed through the medium of sunflowers. Hence, if a school selects the right training, it is tantamount to making the right choices in life. The most dismal profession is one that collapses upon the slightest touch. Both Xuanmo and Ziyin profoundly understood this. Therefore, emerging from a prestigious university is paramount. Possessing a forward-looking vision is crucial, and should you ascend, it aligns perfectly with your previous learnings, then you shall emerge victorious. The day passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half a day had elapsed, and before long an entire day had slipped by, leading to the aforementioned conclusions. There are also examinations related to the above. Those who succeed in the Squid Game shall receive a reward, and Zien and Xuanmo are no exceptions. In the face of a marathon, enduring until the finish line proves arduous, as one must overlook numerous factors. To navigate past the illusions of one's heart and all hindrances, while being the first to reach the finish line, is the only way to transcend above the ordinary, beneath the peach tree. A lazy pear cat yawned languidly, leaping from Xuanmo's painting with a petal of peach blossom adhering to its foot, which precisely landed upon the canvas. Thus, the petal of peach blossom became the essence of Xuanmo. Above, Chapter 93. Beware of your heart. All those aboard that ship inevitably fell into the water, for they collided with another vessel. Fortunately, it was not an iceberg. However, Ziyun's Titanic remarkably survived the collision. It was a ship larger than Noah's Ark, and saw witnessing Ziyun's ship rapidly sinking. She sat at the bow, her eyes shimmering with a dreamlike glow, blissfully observing the icy waters flooding the ship's hull. Devoid of panic or urgency to escape, approximately 5 minutes later, the entire vessel would succumb to the depths, and everything aboard would plunge into the sea. Yet, she remained composed, sitting on the deck as if watching a distant fire. Utterly unmoved. Sometimes such calmness is the most infuriating. The crows aboard the ship could no longer remain still, swirling about and cawing, just like the videos on Douyin. However, at that moment, transforming into frogs was far too late. Suddenly, a vast sail appeared before them, resembling a wall. This maritime Noah's Ark had drifted for centuries, unseen by human eyes, yet Ziyun unexpectedly encountered this century-old vessel due to her ship's collision with the iceberg, causing severe damage to the hull. What constitutes failure is not the absence of disaster but rather the lack of fortune. Since the incident with the Black Princess Society, Ziyun had faced this ship more than anything else. My heavens! Could it be akin to a sleeping cat, where the owner feeds it because it is an angel? Standing at the bow, Ziyun contemplated this, her thoughts echoing the notion that perhaps it was because she was an angel that she now encountered the divine. The true Noah's Ark is like this. It may arrive late, but it surely will come. One must overcome the weaknesses of human nature and resist the temptations of external evils, otherwise one risks perishing in the belly of fish or the vast ocean. Therefore Ziyun's ship was saved. A few giants descended from the vessel and effortlessly lifted their Titanic. Placing it upon the ark. It was impossible to salvage using drainage methods. In an instant, the giants raised the ship. But did Ziyun understand this? Perhaps not. She only knew that the singular action she could take as her ship descended rapidly was to wait. Just one word: wait. Waiting is the remedy for salvation. Mermaids emerged from the sea, singing hauntingly beautiful songs, signifying that countless ships had been led astray by the siren's melody. Disappearing from the sight of mankind, Ziyun observed the mermaids dancing on the ark, wondering if it resembled the tales of Andersen, where each mermaid's tail was adorned with more than a dozen oysters. Indeed, there were oysters, yet the mermaids desired none of them. Thus, Ziyun and Zien pried off all the oysters from the mermaids' tails. The giants brought forth wine, luminous goblets, and enormous roasted legs of lamb, gathering around a grand table to feast joyfully. Ziyun, being a petite girl in comparison, was acutely aware of this. One towering giant, as tall as a 2-story building, leaned down and placed a small set of cutlery before Ziyun. She smiled and used the tiny knife and fork to cut into the lamb leg, which was the tenderest piece specially prepared for her by the giants. Yet, in Ziyun's eyes, it was larger than a basin. Chapter 94. The Fallen Swan Lake. Swan Lake is a ballet that tells the story of a cursed princess rescued by a prince. Xuanmo found several videos on his phone, which served as material for his painting. He discovered that any themes related to the cowherd and weaver girl this year resembled Lucifer descending from heaven. They were indeed falling. This was an unbreakable curse. In the video, there exists a rather peculiar atmosphere wherein contradictions inevitably arise, and this sense of conflict feels even more uncanny, evoking a profound sense of uncertainty. This sensation of anxiety propels one to seek out the roots of security. Ultimately, everything is intrinsically linked to one's educational background. It has always been this way from the very outset. The issue arises from their failure to delve deeply into the underlying causes and principles. For these lessons cannot be gleaned from the external world. What leaves a lasting impression, however, is the notion that they convey a sense of helplessness, as there always lurks an element that one cannot comprehend or transcend. Visually, this manifests as an enduring sense of insecurity, a complete loss. Yet, within the artworks of Xuanmo, there lies an inherent confidence. All is upheld by scholarly rigor, for without a solid foundation within, there can be no external brilliance. Thus, one should not be beguiled by the allure of the 8-tailed and 9-tailed foxes, for external admiration is but fleeting. It is one's own cultivation that is enduring. Therefore, one must steadfastly maintain their faith and draw everything into the essence of Xuanmo. Rescue is no easy feat. Do you know how to achieve it? the people of this world merely discuss the presence or absence of emotions, debating the principles of existence. I, however, believe it is not a matter of presence or absence, nor a question of principles, but rather a question of your location. Your whereabouts determine everything. Indeed, eternal love and affection exist in this world. It is merely a question of whether you are present or not, rather than whether such places exist. Thus, rather than lamenting in places where you do not belong, it would be wiser to devise a plan to swiftly relocate to places where hope flourishes. Your location is the crux of the matter. If you find yourself in the Ganges, you will naturally be covered in mud. If you are in the peach blossom spring, you will naturally exude fragrance. Hence, it is not a matter of existence or non-existence, but rather a question of whether you are here or there. As Xuanmo leaned his brush against the stand, twilight was approaching. If he intended to venture out to procure goods, now was the perfect moment. He retrieved a basket, just right for carrying eggs. Before long, the basket was filled to the brim with eggs, and he paid the grocer, also taking home a box of candy for the late-night endeavors of painting and writing. As his pet, Wally Cat, also relished sweets. Thus, the transition from the canvas to the real world occurred in an instant. Yet, one is governed by time while the other transcends it, for time, in truth, does not exist. It is precisely for this reason that one does not forget, nor does one lose. So, have you come to understand what time truly is, if you are willing to endure countless trials and errors? You will inevitably discover that singular correct answer, which is but one in countless possibilities. My word, such precision in calculation astounds Xuanmo, who holds the wisdom of the elderly in the highest regard. For the essence of it all lies in this singular truth. Even if everything else is erroneous, possessing this one truth is sufficient. Thus, all errors merely serve as a backdrop to this solitary truth, which requires no deliberate guidance. Maintaining one's correctness is all that matters, is it not? Right is eternally right, and wrong is forever wrong, just as Xuanmo states, right is right, wrong is wrong, winning is winning, losing is losing. Chapter 95, My endless trials and errors. I shall persist in my trials and errors, for I will surely find the correct path. This reflection arises from my reading of the elderly gentleman's writings. I have indeed attempted it once. This time I faltered, yet the alternative must be correct. If it is a choice between two, it is either this or that. Since it is either or, one must prevail among the two. How intriguing indeed! This is the game of the wealthy, or rather, the pathway to uncovering the truth. It is either this or that. You are either going in or coming out. Such is the simplicity of it. Being outside and inside are two entirely different matters. Xuan observed as they filled two bowls, one empty and one full. This is our vein of riches. If one contains nothing, the treasure must reside within the other. Thus, it is either this or that. This calculation is remarkably astute, having eliminated all else. Just as Jiang Shang's hook is either curved or straight, the strategic prowess of this elderly gentleman is indeed formidable. Only a master like Jiang Shang could maintain such composure. One must evade the false and gravitate towards the true, for victory often lies in a single, seemingly inconsequential move that can determine the entire outcome, a perspective few can grasp. The question of the vein of riches has been resolved. I must submit this answer. Xuan intends to find a young shepherd to deliver the newly brewed peach blossom wine to the mountain god of Tai. The mountain god favors peach blossom brew, enriched as it is with honey, rock candy, and white sugar, rendering it uniquely sweet and flavorful. Within it lies the essence of Jiang Shang's strategic wisdom, and when you savor it, it evokes the taste of time itself, reminiscent of a refreshing morning. The flowers, the birds, and the very spirit of the moment converge in this singular instant, and you must accept and comprehend it. Among the two, one must prevail. It is either this or that, and if not one, then it must be the other. At long last, it has been calculated, and it remains sufficiently thought-provoking, ultimately leading to this conclusion. Reasoning and arithmetic are both captivating, yet the most enchanting of all is the result. Amidst everything, you will undoubtedly discover the right path. There exists but a singular truth, and a solitary road. The bird in the clouds and the one perched upon the branch are different. One is grounded, the other is celestial, thus, their visions diverge. One perceives clouds while the other sees worms. Though they are both birds, consider how extraordinary it is that Xuanmo can paint so beautifully, and how remarkable it is that Jiang Shang can fish so adeptly. Yet, what is it that renders you truly remarkable? If you frequently lament the unfairness of this world, why not relocate to a place where fairness prevails? Just as there are no cars in the sea and no boats on land, what you must do is change your surroundings, not merely a location, but a shift in time and space. In a correct temporal and spatial context, everything aligns perfectly, yet there exists but one such place, the realm of Xuanmo above the clouds. Thus, the peach blossom deity repeatedly plucks the fruits from the peach trees. Yet they continue to regenerate, and each day new blossoms emerge. This cycle is perpetually renewing. Instead of sighing at the peach trees below, why not move into the peach blossom deity's realm? There exists no unchanging affection in this world. So why not venture to places where love abounds? Once you grasp this, you will comprehend everything else. The principles are not complex. You merely find yourself in a realm of absence. If I were in a place of abundance, the only thing lacking would be your companionship, for then you would witness all that I perceive, such as the peach blossom spring, the abode of the peach blossom deity. Chapter 96, the Black Princess Society and the Dark Night. On Taibai Mountain, Xuanmo witnessed a scene shrouded in mist, where two individuals ascended from the base of the mountain. At that moment, within Xuanmo's canvas, a figure emerged, Zisher, short and round, trudging through the muddy path with a large pack on his back. They were on a quest to seek the mountain god of Taibai, a friend of Xuanmo's with whom he had not conversed in quite some time. Within Xuanmo's painting, an elderly gentleman in a video finally unraveled the secret of the Black Princess. Discovering the true Dark Knight. While many perceive a knight as an ancient warrior astride a steed, in reality, a knight is merely a card held by each member of the Princess Society. A young girl stood before the mountain goddess temple, capturing a TikTok video while singing a song from Rin Xianqi. The mountain god and the squirrel welcomed the peach blossom deity into their fold. The mountain god, a charming figure reminiscent of Bai Zihua, possessed an aura of warmth that contrasted with Bai Zihua's seriousness. The young girl beheld the peach blossom deity, who at that moment held a card from the Black Princess Society, the Dark Knight. This Dark Night signifies a realm where time is non-existent, allowing their peach blossom spring to encompass all. Unexpectedly, a senior from the Peach Blossom Deity's society revealed this card, their hidden ace. However, even upon witnessing it, one cannot enter that world, for one's mindset invariably obstructs the path. To a beggar accepting a bag of rice from a philanthropist is a necessity to stave off hunger. Yet, for those within the Princess Society, graduates of the Ivy League of Taoism, they would undoubtedly opt for an exponentially increasing offer. 1 grain of rice on the first day, 2 on the second, 4 on the third, and so forth, a doubling each day, potentially extending to infinity. The peach blossom deity embodies the essence of the Ivy League, regardless of whether she enters the palace or remains outside. She is akin to the girl who witnessed her frolicking with the mountain god and the mountain goddess squirrel. The girl perceives the identity and status of the Ivy League. It remains unchanged whether here or there. Consider this analogy. If you are a failed entrepreneur with a mother awaiting a heart transplant and you seek a 10 million loan from the bank, only to be assessed at 5 million, an alternative arises. The first day a 1 cent, the second day 2 cents, the third day 4 cents, and so forth if you are not in urgent need of the immediate 5 million. How would you choose? All these inquiries are fundamentally the same, as they revolve around tales of temporal pressure. In the absence of such constraints, one would undoubtedly transform into the latter, yet the majority struggle to disregard time, finding themselves ensnared between career and family, within a seemingly endless cycle of eternal dilemmas. Only those possessing the grace of a princess would opt for exponential growth. Thus, from your responses, one can discern your identity and origins. For this is an intrinsic truth you cannot conceal. Chapter 97, Joy or Sorrow. Why do you rejoice, and why do you lament? Much like the little girl at the foot of the mountain deity's temple, witnessing the ivy-clad alumni association. If that is what you behold, then the mysteries of existence unravel. Why do you rejoice, and why do you mourn? It is a state of utter emptiness and, conversely, a repository of all answers. A bag of rice, once consumed, is irrevocably gone, yet, if the Alumni Association possesses an unending supply, it is not due to the presence of fish or fishing, but rather the absence of experiences once learned. These are synonymous with dignity, grandeur, and opulence. The little girl encountered such a sign. Therefore, why do you mourn and why do you grieve? Xuanmo and Zisher presented peach blossom wine to the mountain deity of Taibai. Zisher bowed several times before the deity, who imparted wisdom on how to cure his ailing daughter, relocate to another abode and transfer the ancestral grave to a more auspicious site. And then his daughter would be liberated from the shackles of illness, healing herself in the process. This was the response from the mountain deity, having heard their prayers, conveyed through the deity's messenger. To be a disciple of the immortals is the most magnificent endeavor in this world, akin to a stone on the ground instantaneously transmuting into gold. The peach blossom deity inscribed names on paper. For a name is the briefest of incantations. One might miss childhood companions or the gallant steed, yet one must not overlook eternal happiness, a realm devoid of temporal constraints. Die in the presence of Ziyun and Ziyin. There exists no sorrow, no pressure, only beauty and charm. Indeed, on the mountain myriad pines and squirrels abound, representing the deity's hair and its adornments. The mountain deity gifted a squirrel to the peach blossom deity, who removed a golden hairpin from her head and adorned the deity with it, a pure golden plum blossom pin. You offer me your heart, and I shall offer you mine. I am this world. Perhaps education is the truest confidant. Without shared time and space, without a parallel world, there can be no encounters or fateful connections. Therefore, if possible, the peach blossom deity would also depict Xuanmo's sign within that image. Two jade pendants emerge, one adorned with a dragon motif, the other with fish. Each pendant bears a single character. A name is the briefest of incantations, a mere syllable, and end. Should I wish to know your whereabouts and pursuits, it can only be ascertained if I am also present, just as the mountain deity and the peach blossom deity convene not because of the temple, but rather, the temple exists due to their convergence. For amidst the centuries, your hair has turned to frost, and that hair, frosted with time, must be safeguarded for the well-being of the world's populace. One must possess an eternally unending chessboard. Thus, throughout the tales of many years, none differ in essence. Upon every pine tree, a squirrel resides, reveling in the fragrant scent of pine cones. Each day, the impatient chattering you hear is their fervent desire to refine their song to surpass that of the lark. Necessitating diligent practice, though one may initially sing poorly, the muddy roads after rain may lead them to stumble as they descend the mountain, yet therein lies the joy of traversing the rugged path. Zisher discovered a few diminutive tomatoes by the roadside, small yet exuding a creamy fragrance. Along the path leading down from the kiwi orchard, the grass, cloaked in soil, appeared to don a feathered garment. Earthy and pure. Chapter 98. The original genius. Perhaps the only thing separating you from your steed of 1,000 miles is a discerning mentor. Xuanmo and Zisher departed Taibai Mountain with a bag of kiwis. En route to the Yufeng Palace, the residence of the Empress Xian. At that moment, the Empress sat within, a cup of water before her, containing a few goji berries and astragalus. This was the latest health tea concocted by the mountain deity, who, knowing the Empress only indulged in pure water, earnestly encouraged her to sample the new flavor. The mountain deity delighted in sharing Xuanmo's illustrated books with the Empress, revealing a suspended scroll. Soon, Hua Tuo and Bien Ke emerged. Transcending the ages, their medical expertise revealed that not all places require a medical license. If necessary, one could revert to the methods of the Huangdi Neijing, employing ancient, long-lost massage techniques to rescue the ailing. Zisher rolled up his sleeves, and a patient suffering from late-stage cancer appeared before him. Frowning, Zisher realized this was akin to treating the deceased as if they were alive, although the elderly gentleman had but days left. The hope for life and his attachment to this world compelled Zisher to soften at his despairing visage. He gently applied pressure, employing Zhang Taigong's ascending ladder technique. In days of yore, Taigong had traversed perilous cliffs, ascending at a vertical angle, stepping nimbly upward until securing a stance atop the precipice. The patient's meridians began to open. In Bien Ke's experience, perception, and mystical abilities are indispensable, common among the ancient divine healers. They were the original geniuses of their time in the medical field. All healing methods were insights they had cultivated themselves. This is the essence of a true master. In all practices, there exists a tale of a beggar with a bag of rice, an epitome of those who fixate solely on the present, grasping at fleeting morsels, resulting in complete loss of future gain. Thus, only the wise elder versed in philosophy discerns this truth. Whether one experiences geometric growth on the chessboard fundamentally hinges upon one's educational background. Many perceive it as an issue of magical impediment. They are mistaken. It is a matter of social strata and identity and status that can never be transcended, for from your thoughts, your position is revealed. Xuanmo extracted a bag of kiwis from the painting, placing them beneath the peach tree to ripen. Initially, kiwis are quite sour. They must be allowed to mature to become palatable. The sweetness akin to honey and the sourness like vinegar are the results of time's passage. Similarly, those who can endure the wait for sweet fruit are undoubtedly the most patient, for all trials are tests of time. As time passes, that which can be altered holds little value. Hence, Xuanmo pondered, why not shift from valueless places to those of worth? Understanding this is the hallmark of a top-tier genius. The air after the rain was infused with the scent of damp earth, and in the distance, persimmon trees were laden with fruit. Several persimmons had fallen to the ground, pecked hollow by birds. At times, the fleeting years may also peck away at your youthful visage, leaving but half a shell. Thus, you must be harvested while still hanging on the branches, preserving for the winter. In the eyes of the elder watching videos on a mobile phone, a bag of rice leaves everyone stranded at the lower echelons, while those at the apex of the food chain remain indifferent to rice. Only those who truly possess the means to gather rice are of a singular kind. The reality of the world is indeed harsh. Chapter 99. The worlds of the underprivileged. These worlds of the underprivileged resemble the painting in Xuanmo's hands. Among the grasses on the mountain, one might occasionally spot a mushroom or two, with red stems and white umbrellas, their spots enticingly alluring. Without green leaves one cannot perceive the red flowers, thus, from every perspective. The elder sees multitudes of elites struggling at the base level, not due to a lack of intelligence, but because all their choices bear no relation to happiness. If this is the case, why do they not alter their mindset? In truth, they have never learned the proper way, hence only those who have received training can grasp these concepts. Of those worlds of the underprivileged are perennially fraught with boundless worries. If you wish to choose geometric growth from the outset, you must relinquish immediate gain. Look closely, that gain is nearly non-existent, for a bag of rice is swiftly consumed, and you remain devoid of everything throughout. Truly valuable things are eternal. To endure is to reign. The duration of existence is neither long nor short, but rather perpetual, not ephemeral. Thus, you must strive, when you are frolicking in the mountains and waters. I am buried in study. When you are embroiled in trivial matters, I am seeking proximity to the divine. When you are preoccupied with minutiae, I am unifying the realm. In this shared existence, I simply engage in endeavors different from yours. Therefore, in my world, I observe yours. Time and space are thus configured, yet akin to relocating. One might move from the Ganges to the Peach Blossom Water Mother River. This is perplexing to people who fail to comprehend why one would not move. They perceive it merely as a thought. Xuanmo sliced open the ripe kiwis, sharing some with the flower cat, who licked its lips and leapt into the grass, vanishing, leaving behind your malice and my virtue. Thus, the most vigilant should be those in their current surroundings. Feng Shui operates in similar fashion. Proximity to the red brings warmth, while closeness to the dark breeds shadows. The peach blossoms in the peach blossom spring bloom perpetually, displaying their pink and white amidst the verdant landscape. It is not that I am unwilling to share this blush with you, but rather you remain perpetually ensconced in shades of green, relegated to the role of a bride's garment. In the forest, densely packed trees appear beautiful during their growth, often adorned with spider webs after the rain, droplets glistening like pearls, resembling a curtain of mist. At this moment, the path ascending the mountain is carpeted with fallen leaves of golden and crimson hues. Winter is fast approaching. However, with winter drawing near, can autumn truly be far behind? I believe not. In the painting of the Old Man of the Sea, an additional figure of a young boy carrying a bucket has been introduced. The boy, clad in black, assists the old man in breaking the ice on the river. Gradually, fish begin to emerge from the water. The old man casts his hook onto the river's surface, this time opting for a straight hook. As the fish surfaces, it gazes at the old man's hook, which hovers 3 feet above the water, and becomes entranced. In that moment, the biting cold wind blows fiercely, and the fish wonders why the old man does not simply reel it in. The old man chuckles as he observes the fish, explaining that a millennium of cultivation can transform one into a dragon. When it becomes a dragon, it will surely encounter him. The old man's charm captivates the fish, prompting it to pursue him. Suddenly, the number of individuals filming on Douyin has surged, each hoping to capture a video of the fish and Jiang Shang locking eyes, yet, it is the fish that is pursuing the human. Have you ever witnessed a human chasing a fish? Thus, Xuanmo and Zisher moor their boat, gathering the net to stow everything within the cabin. On this day, they drifted upon the river and returned with a bountiful haul. Chapter 100, The ephemeral and the eternal. Valuable things endure, akin to vegetables freshly plucked from the earth. Initially, they are vibrant and crisp, yet as time ticks away, they begin to lose moisture, decompose, and rot. By the second day, the leaves wilt, and by the third, decay sets in, marking their departure from their nurturing soil, severing their ties to life. Similarly, the initial vigor cannot be sustained indefinitely. Consequently, after a week, they can no longer maintain any semblance of form, becoming a mushy mire. In contrast, the chicken jar cup, after millennia, still vividly depicts a hen nurturing her chicks. Even as all flora withers, the chicks continue joyfully pecking at grains upon the porcelain vessel. Thus, when the vegetables you plucked from the ground rot on the table, the chicken jar cup is safely preserved by a devoted collector, only to reappear at an antique auction. Therefore, value is akin to Xuanmo's paintings, where ink captures time and space, encapsulating everything within. Much like the delicate depiction of chicks and earthworms upon the cup, the chicken jar cup evokes in Xuanmo memories of his own artwork. Specifically, the peach trees of the peach blossom spring, with the empress and celestial beings beneath them. Is the essence captured in the cup akin to that in Xuanmo's work? Zin and Ziyun engage in a discussion regarding this matter, realizing that the essence captured in both instances diverges. The peaches on the peach tree bear a resemblance to the peaches of the Queen Mother of the West's banquet. Yet those from the peach blossom spring are alive. This vitality arises from the peach spirit's cultivation, which encountered Jiang Shang's tree, thus imparting life through the transference of growth experiences. The peach spirit Ever cheerful, shares her joy with her tree and its fruits. When the celestial beings first behold her at the banquet, they are left utterly astonished. The peaches of that year in the peach blossom spring, though not flat like the banquet peaches, are perfectly round and smile enchantingly at the Queen Mother, who is utterly delighted and bestows upon the peach a gold leaf, choosing to keep it rather than consume it. The peach rests in the Queen Mother's jade plate, resembling a small fluffy squirrel atop a mountain. Similarly, like Ziyun, the grand deities provide her with lotus leaves as blankets and fetch tiny combs for her long hair, assisting her in finding various items, ensuring she awakens to their presence. This is indeed true, for the peaches of the peach blossom spring are alive. These peaches swiftly gained popularity throughout the celestial realms. Xuanmo muses whether the fallen petals and fruits from the peach tree are sufficient. As the celestial children from various abodes gather the petals and fallen peaches, however, there is no need for concern. For after a night of wind and rain, new blossoms adorn the peach tree. When flowers and fruits bloom simultaneously, fresh peaches are available each morning. Though not freshly harvested, they are nonetheless fresh from the tree, a testament to the vitality of the new city's splendid trees. Once a batch of peach petals and fruits is transported away, all the celestial beings beam with joy, for they will not consume the peaches. Instead, they, like the Queen Mother, wish to nurture a celestial peach. Reveling in the trend of adorable peach pets, every celestial being desires a petite, enchanting peach, leading to a surge in demand within the peach blossom spring. Chapter 101, The Innate Disdain. Those who cultivate themselves as immortals possess an inherent disdain for the worldly pursuits of mortals. This disdain is genuine, as worldly individuals often focus solely on immediate gains. As the Patriarch in the Seven Truths transmission satirizes, emperors throughout history have failed to achieve eternal dominion over their realms. The magnificent Ipang Palace was enjoyed for but a few years before its creator passed away. Was that not akin to having never enjoyed it at all? The case of the Queen Mother of the West advising Emperor Wu of Han is similar. It is indeed a pity to dedicate one's time to warring against the Xiongnu instead. One builds a legacy of bloodshed, and although many Xiongnu perish, the emperor himself succumbs to illness shortly thereafter. Is that not akin to the fate of the Xiongnu? Had he devoted the time and effort spent on warfare to cultivating himself, he would have ascended long ago. Thus, the Queen Mother rebukes Emperor Wu, urging him to first engage in self-cultivation and resolve the temporal issues before addressing all subsequent concerns. If today you possess a cabbage, by tomorrow it will rot away. Do you then seek my approval based on this decayed cabbage? Is that not utterly absurd? Therefore, one must seek the essence of life, the true meaning and value of existence, avoiding the pursuit of mere appearances, and never aspire to substitute falsehood for truth, for a golden jar is worth more than a silver one. The peach blossom spring, with its enchanting beauty, is vividly depicted by Xuanmo's brush, transcending all time and space, culminating in the final drop of ink upon the rice paper. On this day, after the rain, the mountains returned to their silhouette era. The grass beside the path lifted its head, wearing a different smile. If one were to paint the distant mountains under the sun, this would be the ideal light. Thus Xuanmo and Ziyin spread their mat, noting how the light and shadow differ dramatically between rainy and sunny days. On the grass by the roadside, dewdrops sparkled. At this moment, as they lay down the rice paper, numerous colors from the light can be captured. In the kiwi orchard, several individuals plucked the fruits and packed them into white boxes destined for the city. Several vehicles parked by the roadside are already laden with goods, merging the figures seen on the street with those harvesting kiwis in the orchard. Xuanmo unfolds another world within his scroll. He elongates the branches of the kiwi tree in his painting, adding a minuscule fruit that resembles a juju more than anything else. The golden-hued flowers blooming on the ground resemble the thousand-mile light, serving as a remedy to clear heat and detoxify. His brush rests in a water jar, the ink staining the water black. At that moment a bug falls, prompting Xuanmo to lift his brush and set the bug aside, replacing the water with a fresh cup. Spending the day on the mountain is truly delightful, surrounded by vibrant greenery. Xuanmo's ink reflects the lushness of the scene. If he were to remain with the pines and squirrels on the mountain, his brush would be filled solely with pines and squirrels. A period of seclusion unfolds amidst the verdant mountains and waters, where all trees, grass, and flowers converge within the scroll. Walking through the muddy ground evokes a sensation, the humid air providing a peculiar comfort to the legs. Though many ascending or descending the mountain rely on canes, fearing a fall, Xuanmo does not. It is the infrequency of returning to one's birthplace that breeds illness. Thus, when the opportunity to connect with the earth arises, one should embrace it, for slipping is of little consequence. Indeed, Xuanmo stumbled, falling into a muddy patch devoid of grass yet filled with water. Nevertheless, he quickly rose, disregarding the mud and water, knowing the sun would dry him later, leaving only to wash himself clean afterward. Chapter 102. Opportunities are indeed rarer. For instance, making a choice between 5 million and a geometrically increasing sum is exceedingly challenging. You may be but a step away from success, yet many still miss the chance. This is because individuals can only perceive a bag of rice, often deeming it the most practical and realistic option, never considering that this bag will soon be depleted, leaving them stagnant in their original place. In truth, the peach spirit in the peach blossom spring consistently seizes opportunities that others fail to recognize. For the workings of fate are often profound. Perhaps what you dismiss as the true philosopher's stone, many a time it is indeed a pity for the multitude, for Xian has seized the opportunities that others have cast aside. Henceforth, let it not be said that all good things congregate within the peach blossom spring. Rather, it is the excess of worldly thoughts that prevents the multitude from grasping them. A fine gift may well be ensconced within a tattered exterior. Those who judge solely by appearances often find themselves in such a predicament. Xuanmo procured several stones from the venerable Laozi, originally meant for others, yet, as is recounted in many tales of cultivation, there was an aged hermit who acquired a millennium-old ginseng root. He steamed the ginseng, and in that moment, those who ascended the mountain to see him each received a portion. However, this ginseng, having cultivated for over 1,000 years, had taken on a humanoid form resembling a small child. While others consumed their shares, one individual hesitated, for he found himself perplexed by the small, childlike arm of the ginseng he had received. He chose not to eat it and instead pocketed the ginseng for later contemplation. Not long after, a friend approached and, upon seeing the ginseng child's arm, inquired, "Is this lotus for sale?" The man, taken aback that someone would desire what appeared to him as a ghastly little figure, considered that it did bear a resemblance to lotus root. Since he had no intention of consuming it, he decided to sell it when another offered money. Thus, he relinquished his indecision regarding the ginseng. Xian and friends bought the lotus and, upon returning, found that the ginseng child's arm still emitted warmth. They promptly seated themselves, each taking a piece to consume. The essence of the ginseng, having cultivated for a millennium, bestows upon those who partake its powers as if they had ingested the flesh of a sacred monk, granting not merely longevity but also profound mastery of the Tao. Such opportunities are rare and precious. And though it was not Xian's fate to possess the ginseng, the individual who acquired it remained oblivious to its true nature and potential. Xian, recognizing its worth, was able to claim it. Illustrating the importance of discernment in seizing opportunities, the ability to recognize and capture such rare offerings is a skill possessed by few cultivators. Good fortune and favorable opportunities are elusive. They may come as chance or seek one out, perhaps disguised as a limping old woman, who, upon receiving a bowl of porridge, might present you with a vial containing elixirs. The true elixir does not necessarily resemble a simple round orb but manifests as various forms, be it a note or a piece of candy, yet it harbors tremendous energy within. Chapter 103. Alchemical Secrets. To attain the secrets of alchemy is to forge the elixirs. The peach blossom immortals peruse the latest alchemical secrets, inscribed on a piece of cowhide parchment adorned with symbols not easily comprehensible to the average person. The so-called heavenly script is deemed such precisely because of its complexity. The transmission of this celestial knowledge may also be perceived through the shapes of flowing water or the curling of smoke. On this day, Xian, amidst the ascending clouds, read a missive concerning the transformation of merits. It referenced a letter, a petition addressed to Laozi, suggesting that when mortals strive for immortality yet hesitate to perform good deeds, others may procure these merits by offering a sum of silver. During the Tang dynasty, a county magistrate learned of his ailing mother's dire condition, with merely 10 days of life remaining. After consulting the register of life and death maintained by Yama. At this juncture, Laozi appeared to the magistrate in a dream, informing him of a solitary ascetic residing upon a certain mountain, who could sell his cultivated merits to extend the life of his mother by another decade. However, the magistrate, skeptical of divine intervention, pondered whether such expenditure would truly prolong her life or if it would be wiser to procure sustenance for her instead. Upon waking, he relayed the dream to his servant. The old servant, upon hearing of the dream, resolved to seek the ascetic. Despite the magistrate's disbelief in celestial beings, Xian mused that 10 additional years of life seemed a worthwhile investment. The old servant, after enduring great hardships, finally reached a valley and, beneath a pine tree, encountered the emaciated ascetic clad in a Taoist robe. The ascetic, wordlessly, offered the old servant a plate of mountain walnuts. After consuming the walnuts, the old servant felt his vision sharpen remarkably. He presented a pouch of silver coins to the ascetic, who accepted it, and the old servant joyfully descended the mountain. 10 days later. The magistrate's mother, alas, succumbed to her illness upon learning that the servant had procured 10 years of life. He felt profound regret, but such sentiments were of no consequence at that moment. The old servant, having prepared his belongings, bid farewell to the magistrate, believing he had discovered the path he was meant to traverse. He ascended the mountain once more, only to find that the ascetic had transformed from a frail elder into a strikingly handsome youth. Together, they ventured deeper into the mountain, embarking upon a new journey of cultivation. Immortals occasionally present a doorway to individuals, whether one enters or not is a matter of personal destiny. Xuanmo recalled his own beginnings in the pursuit of the Tao. When the immortals bestowed upon him an item which he accepted, or instructed him to chop wood, which he dutifully did, this is the acquisition of heavenly secrets, for the distinction between the sacred and the mundane can be a fleeting moment. Among all accounts of immortals, the tale of Xuanmo in the clouds is particularly captivating, for the brush strokes are alive, transitioning from one locale to another in a flowing script that resembles clouds or streams of water. Sunlight pierces through the clouds, illuminating the talismans depicted in the artwork resting upon the roots of the peach tree, which twist and turn. The talisman sprang to life in Ziyun's hand, hovering in midair as it ascended towards the heavens. The wrinkles on the peach tree grew more pronounced. Aside of its growth, the trees of this peach blossom spring also bore numerous rings of growth, albeit differing from those in the outside world. Here, the rings of the peach trees bear inscriptions, a manifestation of the heavenly script from the upper realms. Chapter 104, The Merits of Time Travel. If one diligently cultivates and accumulates merits, a life of distinction awaits. When Ziyun ascended the mountain, he brought offerings to the temple, earning the favor of the elder guardian. Visitors often left behind incense offerings while worshipping the mountain deity. One day, two worshippers, a youth and a child, arrived at the mountain. The child wandered off to play near the mountain deity, who was collecting pine cones not far from the temple. Gifted with spiritual sight, the child could perceive the divine and spent considerable time in playful company with the mountain deity. Meanwhile, the youth approached the mountain shrine, intending to offer 100 coins to the elder guardian in exchange for lighting incense before the deity, yet, as he sat, he reconsidered, deeming it more practical to spend the money on food for himself. Reasoning that the mountain deity did not require sustenance and that merely bowing would suffice, the mountain deity, discerning the thoughts of mortals, smiled silently, enjoying the company of the child, who was free from worldly distractions. The child often visited the mountain, bringing fruits and pastries, and occasionally offering his small coins to the mountain deity. On this particular day, the child ascended with a pouch of coins he had saved for some time. And the mountain deity instructed him to present the coins to the elder guardian. The child obediently complied, handing over the pouch. The elder guardian questioned him about what he would do for food and treats if he gave away his coins. The child earnestly replied that the mountain deity must have a purpose for the coins, perhaps to aid in the maintenance of the temple or to gild the statue. The elder guardian queried, "What if I were to spend the coins on myself? What if I bought something to eat?" The child assured the elder guardian that it would still be a gift from the mountain deity. For any expenditure by the elder would ultimately be at the deity's behest, since he tended to the deity's statue. The child, imbued with a remarkable spirit, once brought a steamed bun to the mountain. He placed it on the offering plate for the deity. On that day, only the elder and the child were present in the temple. After the offering, the elder guardian intended to share the bun. But the child insisted he should have the entire bun, reasoning that if they divided it, neither would be satiated. If the elder consumed the whole bun, he would be full, and the child believed that the elder's well-being was paramount. For feeding the elder was akin to feeding the mountain deity. In the mind of the child, ensuring the mountain deity's nourishment was all that mattered, and he felt little concern for his own hunger. For he was but a child focused solely on caring for the mountain deity. As it transpired, he selflessly offered all that was rightfully his to the mountain deity, although the deity did not partake in sustenance. The elderly gentleman consumed on behalf of the deity. Thus, the child accrued twofold merit, one for attending to the mountain god and the other for caring for the elderly man. Consequently, his blessings grew immeasurably. It was akin to the tale of an old woman who, while presenting oil for a lamp, brought along 2 pieces of candy. She placed one before the statue of the mountain deity while giving the other to the child, who in turn bestowed it upon the elderly gentleman, wishing for him to enjoy the sweet. The child recounted a story about a year of famine when beggars were aplenty. One starving soul approached a wealthy household in search of alms. The steward emerged, brandishing a bowl of thin porridge. However, he also summoned a table, upon which he placed a single grain of rice, alongside the bowl of porridge. He informed the beggar that while the porridge would satiate his hunger immediately, he had another choice: 1 grain of rice today, 2 grains tomorrow, and for the day after, doubling each subsequent day. The steward made it clear that the beggar could choose only one option, except the porridge or the rice. In Chapter 105, concerning geometric progression, Zine sat beneath a pine tree, observing 2 squirrels dart past. The mountain deity perched atop the tree, frolicking with another squirrel. The child continued the tale, presenting the beggar with a choice between the bowl of porridge and a single grain of rice. Much like Zhuangzi's divine tortoise, one must either thrive in the mud, wagging its tail, or abandon the freedom of life to dwell in a temple, receiving worship. The present and the future cannot coexist in sight. Thus, one must either consume the porridge or accept the grain of rice. For a beggar, the choice would undoubtedly lean towards the porridge, as it would provide immediate sustenance. Yet, why did the steward present the beggar with this table of choices? It was surely to discern different types of individuals through the porridge and rice, who would select the solitary grain, those akin to the child, for once the porridge was consumed, it would be gone. And the next day the beggar would still face hunger. The wealthy household did not provide porridge daily, but rather as a singular act of charity. In times of famine, should a beggar find himself without rice for 7 days, he might perish on the 8th. If the famine persisted for 6 months, death would be inevitable due to starvation. However, the child's rice would grow exponentially, leading to an abundance. The initial grain thus became the foundation of everything. Eventually, he would possess all the rice, for the entire world belongs to the emperor, and all lands are under his ministers. Yet, there exists a stringent condition: the beggar is on the brink of starvation. In such dire circumstances, could the child still choose the grain? Indeed, only he could. Between himself and the elderly gentleman, he offered his soul bun to the latter. Did he not comprehend that his own survival was at stake? Not at all. He understood that all he desired was for the elderly man to live. Hence, if he were the child, he would opt for the grain of rice, so that the elderly gentleman, akin to the mountain deity, would have rice to eat each day. This second choice, the rice, was inexhaustible. Thus, he willingly shared his food with the elderly man, not for his own fullness but to ensure the elder's sustenance. He cared not for his own life or death. He merely knew that by selecting the second path, the elderly gentleman would always have rice to eat. The mountain deity recognized the child's intentions, remaining silent for a long while, for many had come to offer lamp oil, all aware of how to treat the elderly man, and similarly, the mountain deity deserved the same regard. Yet, when faced with a single bun, they would divide it, each taking half to satiate their own hunger. Only the child would give the entire bun to the elderly man. Before the bun, a table existed with a bowl of porridge and a grain of rice. If one consumed the bun, it would be accompanied by porridge soon to vanish. However, the child chose to offer the bun to the mountain deity and the elderly gentleman, thereby selecting the path of the grain. For offering to the deity carries merit, and such merit perpetuates. These two paths are always present. Thus before you, a table with a bowl of porridge and a grain of rice will consistently appear. Moreover, when you choose the porridge and lift it to drink, a child might swiftly seize the grain, as the porridge was your desire, and the grain was what you did not want. It is taking it should not be a cause for your reproach. Chapter 106, Beyond the Mountains, Beyond the Towers. Unfolds under the quill of Xuanmo, depicting a table with 2 individuals, one a young boy with a topknot, the other a youth. The young man grimaced at the solitary grain, and the child urged him to choose first. The young man lifted the bowl and soon consumed all the porridge. Observing this, the child hastily took the grain and presented it to the elderly gentleman for cooking. After the young man finished his porridge, he descended the mountain, while the child's single grain began to multiply abundantly. This was, in fact, a recent examination conducted by the god of wealth in the celestial realm, who descended to select those who met his standards, paving their way to prosperity. Typically, such examinations do not occur in the temple of the god of wealth but rather at the mountain deity's shrine, as it is situated atop a mountain, allowing the deity to meditate in solitude, free from worldly distractions. This environment is deemed more suitable for assessing the candidates of this year. 2 individuals participated in the examination, where the god of wealth's query was concealed, probing their understanding of wealth and its true nature. Once again, a table was set before the mountain deity, with the god of wealth disguised as an old man, presenting 2 items, 10 gold ingots and a single copper coin. He declared that each candidate had but one opportunity to choose between the gold ingots or the copper coin. Both candidates hailed from impoverished backgrounds. Their homes barren, each with a tuberculosis-stricken father languishing in bed, coughing and nearing death. Their meager business had collapsed, and creditors relentlessly demanded repayment. Should they choose the gold, they could summon a doctor, thereby saving their father's life. However, the illness required 500 years' worth of ginseng for sustenance, with a single dose consuming 10 gold ingots. They had not yet secured funds for their small business, and the money would suffice for just one medical consultation. While healing their father would necessitate years of ongoing treatment, with future expenses remaining uncertain. Conversely, if they did not require the gold immediately, the god of wealth could grant them 1 penny on the first day, 2 pennies on the second, 4 pennies on the third, and so forth, doubling each subsequent day. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that the candidates had no rice to cook, and their father's life hung by a thread. The creditors loomed ominously, threatening to collect their debts with dire consequences. Faced with this predicament, what were they to do? A life weighed against a debt. At this juncture, the god of wealth awaited their decision. One candidate, unable to contain himself, snatched the gold ingot, fearing that should he release it, it would vanish. The other candidate opted for the copper coin. Thus, the examination concluded. The celestial examination is unique, for at certain moments, one must make a choice, and one's destiny follows accordingly. Upon returning home, the first candidate indeed summoned a doctor, and for a brief moment, the father's life was spared through the ginseng. However, within a day, the gold ingots were expended. The second candidate returned home and, gazing at his father, laid down the copper coin, recounting the examination's events. The father, gasping for breath, replied, "Now, we must wait." Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away. In the first candidate's home, resembling a scene from Xuanmo's Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, a dilapidated house emerged amidst crumbling walls, adorned with a skull and shattered jars. It transpired that the day after the examination, the father's health improved due to the medicine, and they rejoiced. Yet, the creditors soon arrived, furious upon discovering the ginseng in their medicine jar. They deemed it outrageous that the family could afford ginseng yet failed to repay their debts. In a fit of rage, the creditors unleashed a brutal beating upon the father, extinguishing his life, while the candidate suffered a blow to the head, subsequently losing his memory. He wandered aimlessly out of his home, disappearing into the vast sea of humanity after traversing several streets. Chapter 107 Numerator and Denominator illustrates the small numerator against the vast denominator. The crux lies in your position. In the elimination round of 800 million. 3 tempered glass panels stand, robust enough to support your passage. If you make the right choice, all other glass, the ordinary kind, will succumb due to insufficient strength, leaving you to ponder your position. Will you find yourself in the realm of those who fall or in the path of those who prevail? How many panels must you discard to reach that elusive endpoint? Hence, this concept proves most perplexing, for all that lies beyond is destined for elimination. Should you tread upon the discarded glass, below lies an abyss, and in an instant, you could vanish. At this juncture, the 3 panes of tempered glass assume a pivotal role. In the elimination rounds, those who remain are the ultimate contenders. As scene sketches this scene. There is a bridge depicted. At one end, a multitude of people gathers, while at the other, a solitary figure stands. The one who traverses the bridge is the second individual. When all the glass shatters, the scene is remarkably optimistic, with some individuals tumbling through the air alongside the falling shards, others meeting a gruesome fate at the edge of the cliff below, and yet others desperately clinging to one side of the bridge. Striving to ascend once more, however, the bridge stretches on interminably, composed of 800 million pieces of glass. You must identify 3 specific panes to cross over. Step 1, Step 2, Step 3. You may only take 3 steps. If all 3 steps are correct, you may proceed. If even one step falters, it does not merely mean a misstep, it signifies a complete loss of opportunity. Therefore, it is imperative to ascertain which 3 of the 800 million are the correct choices. At this moment, trial and error are no longer viable. You must rely on your own wisdom for judgment. The basis of your selection is of utmost importance. It is akin to your compass and ruler. Essential tools for drawing a perfect circle and a straight line. If you waver in the numerator, or falter in the denominator, much of what you hear remains incomprehensible as you dwell within the lower realm of the denominator. While I reside in the upper realm of the numerator above, the numbers are minimal, yet separated by a thread, denoting a fraction of the base number below, a number that has ascended from several digits. I dwell in the upper world, you in the lower. Thus, the line that divides us is termed the chasm between heaven and earth. Just as many creatures undergo trials, yet the celestial court's examinations are fraught with tribulations. Should you meet the celestial court's standards, you shall ascend, otherwise, you must descend, beginning anew. This is the tribulation of creatures observing the Huali cat anxiously leaping up and down beneath the peach blossom tree. Ziyin inquires about its actions, wondering if it is in pursuit of a mouse. The Huali replies that it is not, but rather that a young attendant from the elixir workshop of the Grand Supreme Lord frequently comes to collect peach petals and peaches. Casually divulging that the Celestial Court is recruiting Imperial Cats, the Huali is struck by this news, aspiring to take the Imperial Cat examination. The Imperial Cat, indeed, the Imperial Cat. This is a call from the Celestial Court for a selection of cat immortals. Seeking the most aesthetically pleasing, with the most melodious meows, the most exquisite whiskers, and a cultivation history of over 3,000 years, the criteria for this selection are more intricate and meticulous than those for Olympic champions. The Huali possesses great confidence in its appearance, examining itself in the mirror repeatedly. However, Ziyin cautions, "Do you know what the Celestial Court deems the most beautiful among cat immortals?" The Huali pauses, pondering this question it had not considered before. Or perhaps it knows but is unsure. Is it not simply the most beautiful cat? Every cat immortal is indeed handsome, but what defines the most beautiful among them? Do they comprehend the standards? Concern begins to swell within the Huali. If we speak of handsomeness, Lcn is the epitome of it, yet Lcn's charm does not equate to that of the Imperial Cat. Whether Lcn's beauty aligns with that of the cat immortals remains uncertain. Anxiety takes hold, and just then Lcn arrives, bringing a small comb for the peach blossom deity. Ever since the last time a grand and formidable deity helped Ziyin cover with lotus leaves as a quilt, all deities became aware that a small comb was needed to tend to her long hair. Consequently, in the days that followed, various celestial attendants from different caves presented an array of combs, some fashioned from rhinoceros horn, others crafted from the hooves of Paishio, and the five elders' cave even gifted a comb aged over 1,000,000,000 years, adorned with 5 jovial old men. Lcn muses that he should also procure a comb for Ziyin. Contemplating what kind of comb to present, he decides to carve an image of a deity playing the flute on his own comb, with the deity brandishing a sword comb. Indeed, he even names this comb, which has accompanied him for several billion years, crafted from the jade bestowed by the Queen Mother of the West, as heavenly gifts are intrinsically valuable. It is a fitting tribute for the peach blossom deity. No need to feel reluctant, for no comb, no matter how exquisite, can rival the peach blossom deity herself, he thinks as he gracefully descends from the heavens. Lcn, the most dashing and debonair among all deities, truly embodies the elegance of a jade tree amidst the wind, his presence emulated by all other deities, including the cat immortals. Chapter 108, Rehabilitation. Under the peach blossom tree, Ziyin observes a flying pigeon from the Sichuan celestial mountains delivering a letter. After a long journey, the little dove, now weary, lands on the ground, coughing. Attached to its body is a letter concerning the ailing old longevity star, who has recently fallen ill, lying in bed with an intravenous drip by his side. The cultivation of the golden elixir is notoriously arduous, yet each cave's elixir differs. Perhaps the old man should consume some peach blossom petals from the peach blossom spring to recover. However, one stipulation within the elixir's formula states that the peach blossom spring's incantation is particularly unique, requiring the old man to assign a name exclusively belonging to the upper true Zifu. Subsequently, sending a peach that captivates all with its beauty should suffice. The peach, being a delightful pet, beams a charming smile at the old man, reminiscent of the previous encounter with the Queen Mother of the West, where her smile melted his heart, dispelling all ailments. Thus, this plan is set. Observing the old man's condition is conveyed by the flying dove. The peach blossom deity contemplates, since his own cat has already ascended to the realm of cat immortals, he endows it with the character for smoke, representing the smoke of Deunion, the cat immortal. Name Ziyin bears a character steeped in elegance within the alchemical incantations, as smoke is the essence of fire, symbolizing the ethereal rise of vapors, aligning perfectly with the void. However, after years of cultivation, the old man's most pressing need may not be merely smoke. His own mastery of the elixir is substantial. Should there be any deficiencies, they stem from the absence of the peach blossom deity's peach blossom spring. Thus, the foremost character of the spring, peach, is fitting. Hence, the old man shall be named Zitao. Amongst the ranks of immortals, the true immortal ring ought to be the third, requiring the true immortal ring, which differs from the immortal true ring. The latter ascends from lower to higher, while the former descends from a higher realm to a lower, which is a demanding standard. You begin with the true department, then ascend from the true department, traversing the mountains and the pavilions beyond, where the true department transitions to the immortal department, akin to an inversion. The four methods of the supreme celestial truth dictate that following the true department is the celestial beyond, based on the foundation laid by Zihua for cultivating Ziyin. In essence, the pavilion, though the smallest, occupies the highest position. After receiving this decree, life becomes arduous, yet outwardly appears carefree. Thus older cultivators can endure, while the young cannot. The youth, averse to hardship, would benefit more from being taught the art of flute playing. Xian presents a jade rui to the old longevity star, a pendant necklace engraved with a peach blossom crafted by Xian herself, alongside a peach and a peach tree from the peach blossom spring. The true immortal ring allows one to roam freely across the seas, yet upon receiving the true immortal ring, one must enter the peach blossom spring for cultivation, requiring prolonged periods spent beneath the peach tree. Surrounded by peaches, for like attracts like. At this moment, the old man sits up from his bed, having felt a premonition since the morning when the magpies chirped. Indeed, the little dove returns, clutching a letter along with peach petals and peaches. The journey took a month and a half, but the return only required 2 or 3 minutes. He elaborates on the circumstances within the peach blossom spring, inadvertently infusing his words with the essence of cats. For Huali, eager to take the imperial cat examination, seems to appear everywhere, inquiring about the celestial examinations from anyone he encounters. A clever cat, it suddenly occurs to him that if he were to receive a true immortal ring, it might serve as a roundabout means to enhance his chances for the imperial cat, who can say. Thus he incessantly meows, prompting the little dove to echo a few meows in return, having initially been a gurgling coo. Chapter 109, Zitao the Upper Immortal. The old man, upon hearing the dove's words, opens the letter, which contains an invitation from the sect leader, written in cloud script. It conveys the message that upon receiving this letter, he should set forth immediately, as the peach blossom spring has prepared a magnificent palace, with several celestial disciples already in place. The old man is conferred the title Zitao the Upper Immortal, as his cultivation originates from the foundational precepts established by Zihua, thus designating him as the Upper Immortal rather than the True Immortal. The practices herein represent 2 distinct systems, though both belong to the celestial court. This pertains to the transcendent immortals, rather than the scattered immortals. After perusing the letter, the old man immediately reveals his true form, transforming into a youthful lad of 17 or 18, holding a whisk and a yuqin. His demeanor is effortlessly suave, accompanied by the dove. He soars into the sky, promptly appearing beneath the peach blossom tree. Upon encountering the Xianhuang Empress, Zitao intends to bow, but the Empress halts him, bidding him to rise, stating that as he is still cultivating among mortals, he is exempt from such formalities. The Empress gently assists him, and they both take their seats upon a peach blossom chair. At this moment, Tai Gong approaches, presenting a cup of tea to the Empress first, followed by another for Zitao, as today marks his appointment as minister. Thus it is ceremonial. As fellow subjects, they venture into the peach blossom garden, or beneath the dense canopy of peach trees. They are surrounded by swarms of bees. Zitao gazes at the bees, captivated by their buzzing as they flit about. The bees gather nectar from countless flowers, thus the honey is infused with the essence of blossoms, rendering it the quintessence of flowers. The little bees carry pollen bundles on their legs, tirelessly depositing the pollen before setting off to gather more. Busily engaged in their work, beekeeping is an immensely enjoyable endeavor. The old man of Taibai Mountain has a fondness for raising bees. However, ever since the peach trees began to bear fruit, he has also taken to nurturing the adorable little peaches, which are simply delectable. Each day, the peaches smile at people and even at the bees. When the bees fly by, they are momentarily entranced, inadvertently shedding many of their pollen bundles. The celestial beings are overseen by the Empress, who is the foremost among the deities, although she is not the Queen Mother. Upon her arrival, the Western Queen Mother praised the peach blossom deity for her beauty, claiming she possesses a captivating allure. On one occasion, the Queen Mother could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired of her bronze mirror, "Mirror, mirror, tell me, between the peach blossom deity and myself, who is more beautiful?" The mirror hesitated to respond, but encouraged by the Western Queen Mother, it finally revealed. In the heavens, white clouds drift, while on the ground, frost and snow lie. If one were to compare the two, how could they be alike? This meant that while the frost and snow on the ground are impressive, the white clouds forever dwell in the skies, and the Queen Mother possesses an intelligence akin to ice and snow, yet there exists a vast difference between the two. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother regarded the mirror, and the mirror looked back at her. The intricacies of this exchange were profound, reminiscent of the peach blossom deity's frequent admonition to her disciples: those who do not strive in their youth will find only regret in their old age. Thus, while others frolicked, I devoted myself to cultivation, ensuring that when I gazed into the mirror, I could preserve my dignity. The Empress too examined her reflection, yet she did not question the mirror, for within it Her own image already resided, characterized by dragon-like brows and phoenix-like eyes, among all visages, the most distinguished, hence she exuded confidence, proclaiming, in heaven and on earth, I alone reign supreme. Chapter 110, VVIP in the realm of cinema. Excitement seemed to pale in comparison, as a devoted coach poured his heart into teaching children from a special school the art of basketball, an endeavor akin to turning stone into gold. After guiding ordinary individuals who had never practiced, the seasoned veterans of the cultivation world arrived, transforming the once mundane squid games into thrilling crocodile games, mere seconds after tickets went on sale. Every last one was snatched up, and the competition office was inundated with calls fervently requesting upgrades to VIP or even VVIP seating. Much like the tickets for Romeo and Juliet, securing a seat had become a near impossible task. With seekers from every corner of the celestial realm scouring for any leads on available tickets. In a frenzied attempt, all manner of spider deities and creatures spun their webs, seeking information from every conceivable source. The most coveted and valuable were the tickets and any related information. The 7 true ones had already caught wind of the developments and plastered advertisements across various divine abodes, not about the crocodile games, but rather concerning their intention to sell options for the anticipated upgrade to the White Shark Games, akin to rubber futures. After thorough divination and planning, they set off towards the abodes of Han Zhengli and LCN, only to discover that those two had already outpaced them, selling off all their medicinal herbs and even the precious Yaoqin. LCN had even pawned his LCN sword to the Jade Emperor in exchange for 2 pieces of the 9 Dragons Rui, intending to use them to purchase the pre-sale options for the future White Shark Games. They were all in, focusing solely on preparing for an event that was still but a distant prospect. LCN had even sought out Erlangshan, pawning his dog to him as well. Erlangshan's dog, a howling celestial dog, was taken aback, wondering if his master might treat him the same way as LCN's dog, or perhaps sell him off for money. Given the current investment frenzy surrounding this game, if they miscalculated their positions, they risked losing not only their undergarments but all their possessions as well. LCN had contemplated this extensively within his abode, initially hesitating, but ultimately steeled himself to put his dwelling on the market. In heaven, there exist real estate agencies, though they are not referred to by that name. Many deities had shown interest in LCN's abode, with Taishan Laojun seemingly offering the highest bid, as he sought to expand his alchemical furnace and establish a center for alchemical studies, rendering his current space insufficient. As LCN listed his property, they feared each other would change their minds, thus hastily securing deposits and signing contracts before either could reconsider. Taijun instructed his Azure Bull to fetch the funds while he hurried to LCN's abode, eager to hang a sign declaring, "This abode has been sold." Subsequently, he inscribed on the lintel, "Laojun's Alchemical Mastery Center, Taishan Laojun's Azure Bull Retreat." After contemplating, he drew an old man beside the inscription, signifying that LCN was now homeless. Meanwhile, LCN was presented with a pot of Qian Kuan de Huan Yuan Dan, cashing out the remaining balance. At this moment, incurring debt was perilous, cash was imperative. LCN had invested all his possessions into the forthcoming White Shark Games, relying on his intuition from his earthly business ventures. He believed that letting go of the old would pave the way for the new. Chapter 111, The Crocodile Game. This game was exceptionally thrilling, primarily due to the involvement of Zitao, who teamed up with the Peach Blossom deity, forming a duo to participate in the Heavenly Crocodile Games, a test of alchemical prowess. Xianjin Ziyunis Zixuan Dan was renowned, yet it had never appeared in the realm of alchemy. Zitao, however, frequently traversed the alchemical circles. The contest of alchemical skills resembled the trials faced by the cat of Huli, albeit it was not a feline challenge but a pill competition. Zitao, originally a white-haired elder residing in the mountains, was well-versed in alchemical formulas, while Ziyun had never traversed the 3,000 kilometers of Crocodile Sea. Having only navigated the Squid Sea, merely managing to avoid entanglement was a feat in itself. Furthermore, she was now tasked with accompanying Zitao, significantly increasing the challenge. As Huli Cat repeatedly checked his appearance in the mirror, Ziyan engaged in fervent discussions with Jiang Shang, contemplating their next steps. In that moment, both the celestial cat and the crocodile began their preparations in earnest. Huli Cat's imaginative suggestions held some merit. He proposed adding himself to the team, reasoning that while cats are typically unfamiliar with aquatic environments, perhaps their thinking had entered a blind spot, necessitating an unconventional approach, drawing from the Tao Te Ching. He stated to reverse is to follow the movement of the Tao, yet Ziyun countered, asserting that his appearance would be of no use in the sea, as this was a crocodile examination, not a mermaid one. Even a prince or Li Junqi could not deceive a crocodile. Reflecting on this, Li Cat conceded and abandoned the idea. In truth, his preparation time had been insufficient, and since the crocodile examination was prioritized, he would likely be drained of energy by the time he reached the feline challenge. The crocodile game promised to be more exhilarating and perilous than the squid game, thus attracting the most VIP and VVIP spectators. Conversely, the feline examinations had sold less than 100 tickets, rendering the scene akin to a ghost town compared to the crocodile game. Upon noticing this disparity, Li Cat realized the narrative of Midnight Psalm was repeating itself. As several young celestial beings dozed off while a few birds pecked at grains on the ground, there was indeed a lull. The greatest danger lay with the crocodiles, who found themselves momentarily ensnared in a mental quagmire. Encountering a bottleneck, could they transform the crocodile into a mermaid? Li Cat, ever eager to assist, sought to leverage the extensive spider intelligence network available at this time, hoping to glean insights into the feline examination. Seated beneath a tree, the peach blossom deity took out El Cien's comb to tidy her hair, unaware that El Cien had staked all his possessions on the future white shark game following the crocodile game. Had she known, she might have set the comb aside. Meanwhile, the Grand Duke and his companions retrieved every military strategy tome from the air, sea, and tree hollows, an overwhelming array of volumes. Fortunately, they could turn the pages themselves. Otherwise, their arms would tire from the effort. The Grand Duke possessed military texts, while Zitao held alchemical manuscripts, their respective repositories brimming with knowledge and strategy. Observing this, Li Cat began to doubt his own ability to pass the feline examination. Recognizing that knowledge and wisdom were indeed crucial components of the test, akin to civil service exams, which were universally demanding. He glanced down at the mortal realm, witnessing households diligently revising, all preparing for their own examinations. Chapter 112, The Lowly crosses the crocodile sea. To traverse the treacherous waters, one must tread upon the heads of each crocodile. In a bid to escalate the challenge and render the task insurmountable for the lowly, Lu Xian and his master Zhongli Quan convened an urgent shareholders' meeting under the cloak of night. They reached a consensus to introduce their own crocodiles into the fray. Lu Xian's offering was a particularly ferocious behemoth, meticulously designed to embody both precision and menace, complete with his distinctive logo, a sword emblazoned with the character Lu, fluttering like a flag to signify its allegiance to it. Was a veritable crocodile contest. Not to be outdone, Zhongli Quan presented a standard Amazonian crocodile, adorned with his own likeness, unmistakably identifiable as the handiwork of Han Zhongli. At this time, their commitment to the crocodile challenge was unwavering, for the family whose crocodile succeeded in plunging the lowly into the sea would have the privilege of devouring her whole. Oh, this was far more exhilarating than the pilgrimage of Tang Sing to the west. The previous alumni gathering had merely involved 800 shards of glass, albeit tempered, which was manageable, yet now, they faced the daunting prospect of traversing the surface of a veritable sea of crocodiles without faltering. As the game prepared to commence, bolstered by vigorous promotions from the organizing committee, even the once mighty Sun Wukong, who had been tasked with the journey to the Western Paradise, was drawn in by the allure of the posters. Tang Seng abandoned his scriptures, while Sha Monk contemplated, with the approval of the Buddha, the possibility of becoming the lowly's guardian deity, her celestial protector, transforming the journey to the west into a crossing over the crocodile sea. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji lamented his past decisions, regretting his ascent to the rank of Marshal Tianpeng, believing it to be a grievous misstep to have encountered the wrong celestial maiden at an inopportune time, thus derailing his entire existence. Consequently, they all flocked to the feet of Amitabha Buddha, beseeching him to alter the course of their lives. Buddha, observing the unfolding chaos, found himself at a loss for a solution. Especially after the arrival of Patriarch Su Puti, who had come to complain about the failure of the blissful world to assign the finest tasks to their Bodhi cave, instead relegating Sun Wukong, a relative novice, to their care. Patriarch Su Puti had amassed a plethora of information from countless spider webs, all echoing tales of the peach blossom spring and its deities. We too desire the treatment akin to that of the peach blossom spring. Otherwise, from this day forth, labor shall be an impossibility. In a flash, the blissful world descended into disarray. Witnessing the turmoil, Sun Wukong felt the time had come to alter his destiny. He approached the palm of the Buddha, tears streaming down his face as he lamented that Ziyun rested between two lotus leaves, cherished by all the deities, her head adorned with a delicate comb. Yet, he lamented, what of his own head? Only the tightening spell tormented him, causing him excruciating pain. Why did the Buddha show such favoritism, assigning him a tormentor as a master? If given the choice, he would rather not have emerged from the stone. He longed for the moonlight treasure box to return him, for he had grown weary of all these machinations, disheartened by them. The greatest sorrow lies in a deadened heart. If you were in my shoes, would you not feel the same? He wept, pouring forth centuries of grievances before the Buddha, his tears cascading like a river, akin to by Suzhen flooding Jinshan Temple. Buddha, witnessing the spectacle, felt an overwhelming headache as he observed his topknot inexplicably swelling. He was suddenly reminded of the anguish Sun Wukong experienced under the tightening spell, the deep, penetrating pain. Alas, the Buddha exclaimed, unable to suppress his own discomfort. Chapter 113, Crossing the Crocodile Sea. This presents a matter of technicality. As all eyes were fixated on the Crocodile Sea, Zi Yun commenced her training with Zi Tao. Within the Peach Blossom Spring, Zi Tao's cultivation was of the highest caliber, though this remained imperceptible to the untrained eye. Years of ascetic practice had left their mark, yet only the most discerning could recognize the mastery within. The elixir was not easily refined, primarily hinging upon the profoundness of the alchemical formula. The buoyancy of a vessel is dictated by the water, just as the quality of the elixir is determined by one's grasp of celestial truths. Thus, the initial step was to identify the alchemical formula. Employing a DNA testing method, they compared the elixirs and formulas of Zi Yun and Zi Tao, only to discover substantial disparities, two entirely distinct systems of elixirs. The exhilarating moment arrived when Zi Yun placed Zi Tao's elixir into a bowl, mixing it with juice extracted from the peaches of the Peach Blossom Spring. Just as blood tests confirm kinship, the elixir from Zi Tao, being of a different origin, could not amalgamate with the peach juice. Nevertheless, they poured the concoction into the Crocodile Sea, and in that instant a remarkable phenomenon occurred. All the crocodiles became utterly motionless, akin to logs floating upon the water. The surface of the vast sea was suddenly adorned with the heads of crocodiles, resembling a legion akin to Cao Cao's naval forces, set ablaze. Zi Yun, accompanied by Zi Tao, treaded upon the heads of the crocodiles as if traversing a solid plank, advancing steadily without a single crocodile rising to challenge them. They crossed the Crocodile Sea with the ease of walking upon level ground. Upon covering 3,000 kilometers of ocean, they turned back to behold the multitude of crocodile heads, resembling a scattering of sesame seeds. Diminutive and numerous, akin to grains of millet in a pot. Originally, they had mobilized every possible resource to ensnare Zi Yun and Zi Tao, yet paradoxically, this maneuver paved the way for their passage. Onlookers were left agape, for they had anticipated a harrowing escape akin to a scene from the Hunger Games, but what they beheld instead were two deities effortlessly gliding across the expanse of the Crocodile Sea. This time, the Seven Truths found themselves in dire straits, with numerous VIPs placing bets on the outcome, wagering substantial sums on the crocodiles of the Seven Truths. They had perused the narrative of the Seven Truths, believing Lu Xian and Zheng Liquan to have a firm grasp on their salvation, considering it as reliable as betting on a civil servant. Previously, the Seven Truths had assured them of an unblemished record, and glancing at Lu Xian's crocodile instilled a sense of security that prompted them to place heavy bets. Now all was lost. They gazed at the crocodile of the Seven Truths, akin to observing the sculptures of the Longmen grottos. The Buddha statues serene, as if they had been seated for centuries. Lu Xian observed his war deity crocodile, which remained utterly immobile. He attempted to rouse it, but the creature had seemingly transformed into a vegetative state, devoid of awareness and exaggerated likeness of a frozen statue. The entire sea was filled with such frozen sculptures. Frustrated, he cast a glance towards the distant Zi Yun, who waved at him, the ever-hopeful Zi Tao at her side. Chapter 114, I am the Xia Yuhua of yesteryears. This echoes a line from My Fair Princess. I am Xia Yuhua from the shores of Daming Lake. Time and space may shift, and this world is indeed steeped in profound emotions and misty rains, underscoring the importance of diligent study, knowledge that will undoubtedly prove invaluable in moments like these. Among the myriad alchemical formulas, some pertain to the furnace, others to the heart, some to the ethereal spirit, yet there exist deeper mysteries still. Within the celestial truths lies an opportunity, a pivotal moment akin to a turning point. The peaches of the Peach Blossom Spring are also a form of elixir. As all elixirs unerringly gravitate towards antiquities and engravings, the peaches of the Peach Blossom Spring remain true to their origins, following the path of Jiang Shine, the revered sage. Thus, when the elixir of Zi Tao and the peach juice of Zi Yun were poured into the sea, a bifurcation occurred, dividing the world into two realms, one of engravings and one of the mulberry tree. As the peach juice from the Peach Blossom Spring cascaded into the ocean, it retained its vitality, swimming like tadpoles, while the crocodiles and the original elixirs of Zi Tao froze in an instant. Contrasting sharply with the lively peach juice. Lu Xian's elixir had once achieved the highest honors in the celestial examinations, a testament to its excellence. In his pursuit of victory, he had even pilfered a great elixir from the revered Tai Shan Lao Jun, secretly stashing it within the jaws of his crocodile to enhance his odds. Yet, this time, even the elixir of Tai Shan Lao Jun faltered. Much like Zi Tao's elixir, it lay still in the water, giving rise to a remarkable spectacle: the pink peach juice from the peach blossom spring swimming through the ocean like fish, darting from one side to the other, reminiscent of a school of fry or tadpoles. While all the crocodiles remained immobile, akin to wooden structures or lifebuoys tossed from the Titanic. This time, the VIPs and VIPs betting from the sidelines lost so heavily that they risked their very shadows. They could scarcely fathom that anyone could successfully escape from the 3,000 kilometers of crocodile sea. This time, no manipulation of time and space was employed, nor were cards dealt. It was a direct confrontation of elixirs. Ziyin and Zi Tao sat at the bow of their vessel, quietly observing the frozen expanse of the crocodile sea. Ultimately, education remains the most vital pursuit, when one believes that a thing is merely a thing. They are unqualified to discuss elixirs. When one perceives the elixir as nature or essence, it merely indicates they are in the throes of endeavor. However, when one equates oneself with the elixir, they still require further education. As you sit within the alchemical furnace of the venerable Lao Jun, you find yourself preoccupied with concerns about your future. The world of alchemy is indeed rife with competition, and the abundance of similar creations is overwhelming. Even as you stand proudly amidst flying sands and swirling stones, or soar gracefully on your sword, you must still tread the earth slowly, or perhaps even crawl, for you need to start anew from the most fundamental level. Reassessing your understanding and perspective on elixirs, essentially your worldview. Thus, ascending to expertise in this field is no trivial pursuit. When Lao Jun learned that his elixir had failed to manifest the azure dragon, he was taken aback, convinced that such an outcome was impossible. He lost a furnace in a wager with the 5 elder immortals, who, lacking experience, had been persuaded by Lao Jun's inebriating wine to agree that if Ziyin and the others crossed the crocodile sea, they would present him with the 5-colored spotted dragon from the Wulao cave to assist in his alchemical endeavors. At that moment, Lao Jun chuckled, but now he was left in astonishment, for within that lost furnace lay an immortal elixir yet to be extracted. With the outcome now determined, all these treasures belonged to the 5 elderly gentlemen, who, filled with joy, sang as they departed, returning swiftly to their rural abode amidst the complexities of the urban realm. Chapter 115, The White Shark Game. Indeed, after crossing the crocodile sea, they soon found themselves facing the White Shark Game. Simultaneously, the examination for the feline immortals commenced. In the first round, the appearance of the cat immortal was assessed. Huali pondered deeply but found himself lacking compared to the exquisitely beautiful feline immortals. His own appearance was merely passable, a stark contrast to the others, prompting him to conceal his mirror after observing his peers. He realized he was not Li Junqi. The White Shark Society of the 3 Clear and 4 Sovereigns, having witnessed Ziyin and Zitao's crossing of the sea, decided to invite them directly into their ranks. For Zishuandan had already perceived their prowess, the second round seemed unnecessary as the outcome appeared evident. Just as the crocodiles had been frozen, so too would the white sharks. This revelation caught the El Immortal and his companions off guard. As their meticulously prepared futures in the White Shark Game had suddenly come to fruition, what, then, had become of their lair, the puppy, and the treasured sword? Time would unveil the answers. Ziyin and Zitao's encountered the 3 venerable elders. The 3 clear ancestors. Ziyin praised their fine features, likening them to the old peach blossoms of the peach blossom spring. The elders, delighted by this compliment, bestowed their auspicious gifts upon Ziyin and Zitao's as encouragement. They also exempted Huali from examination, granting him immediate acceptance due to his years of cultivation amidst the peach trees, which had imbued him with their fragrant essence, an attribute unmatched by other feline immortals. The other 4 sovereigns also presented valuable gifts, transforming the peach blossom spring into a bustling hub of activity, where countless deities came to pluck the petals of the beauty-enhancing peach blossoms. Taigong and Ziyin prepared peach blossom soup for their guests, heralding a feast of celestial delicacies. The white sharks thrived freely in the ocean, reigning as kings of the sea. The peach blossom deities cast several crates of peaches into the waters. And soon, a colossal figure emerged, devouring the floating morsels like candy, vanishing from sight in moments. On land, it was said that wolves were plentiful while flesh was scarce. At sea, however, one would lament the abundance of sharks and the scarcity of peaches. Fortunately, crates were cast into the sea daily. A thick fog soon enveloped the vast ocean, and Ziyin and Taigong stepped into the painting. In the new realm of the Xian Emperor, the concept of time was non-existent. Unlike the parallel world we inhabit where time serves to distinguish memory and space, yet, within the peach blossom spring, such distinctions were unnecessary to I in the realm of alchemy to stand out as akin to being but a fraction in a vast equation. Every fraction, every possibility, is far more stringent than the previous 3 out of 800 million. It is the largest denominator beneath infinity, singular in its essence. This encapsulates the true feeling of sovereignty and the essence of unification. The teachings of the Tao Te Ching regarding gaining and maintaining one reflect this notion. The essence of unity and origin are interconnected, thus sometimes formulas encapsulate all, as they articulate much of the essence of the Xin Emperor's realm lies in the understanding of these fractions. As one contemplates the nature of cultivation, it becomes evident that levels of hierarchy do exist, albeit in a different form. Above all, there lies an unseen realm, a metaphysical dominion that governs the tangible world. For it exists not at your level, but above it, rendering it sovereign and unmatched. Can you perceive it? Indeed, like the moon in the sky, what seems near is, in truth, a distant horizon. Chapter 116. For whom does the cicada sing? Why does the cicada sing? This question arose when Ziyang, while at the palace, was queried by a dashing Taoist named El Xian. Before he could respond, the Taoist continued, suggesting that some believe the cicada sings for her. To serenade her, Ziyang chuckled at this notion. This reflects the interplay of objectivity and subjectivity. The Taoist elucidated that cicadas, upon reaching summer, seek to mate, their incessant chirping a call to potential partners, a manifestation of their sexual maturity. Ziyang, enlightened, exclaimed, so that's it. The journey from the mountain's base to its peak takes roughly an hour each time Ziyan ascends. She seeks the mountain deity, who enjoys playing with the squirrels that hoard numerous pine cones. In terms of Taoist philosophy and alchemy, Ziyun's focus is not on the cicada's mating rituals, but rather on its greater significance, a potential pitfall for those engrossed in philosophical pursuits, often leading to a value deficit. Yet, this does not hinder the ebb and flow of existence. Each being moves in its own rhythm. Elsian was correct. The cicada sings in pursuit of companionship, calling to its kin, however, from Ziyun's lofty perspective. As she stands among the molecular essence of existence, all that exists below her serves as her foundation. Indeed, all things exist for her benefit, yet, if you view it from the foundational level, you may only hear the yearning for mating. As one ascends further, the nature of existence transcends mere mating, aligning more closely with the profound concepts alluded to in the Sixth Patriarch's Platform Sutra regarding the movement of the banner. However, it is not entirely synonymous. The most unfortunate reality is that the cicada, after its fervent mating, meets its demise, falling from the tree before autumn arrives. The autumn insects cannot speak of winter's chill. One must endure summer to reach autumn, much like navigating past crocodiles to encounter sharks. Should one stumble upon a crocodile, they risk being consumed by El Cien's emblem, swallowed whole. Where then is the discourse on winter? Thus, one must proceed step by step. If the cicada were to sing sweetly for Ziyun, at least she could traverse the crocodile sea and carry it along with her, when one achieves enlightenment. The ancestors ascend, which is far preferable to leaving pets behind to wither away. Upon reflection, if you possess a cicada, should you place it at the molecular level to make it a singular entity? Or at the denominator, relegating it to the fate of a bird unable to withstand winter's chill? I believe a recalibration is in order. Do not rush to honor the cicada, nor hasten to perceive it solely within its own realm. This is not a matter of subjectivity. It is not about wishing the world to revolve around you, but rather questioning why the cicada must sing solely for you. A touch of philosophical inquiry would be beneficial. For while firewood is not water, without firewood on the mountain, one cannot boil water. Ziyun and Ziyang presented the pine cones they had gathered beneath the pine trees to the Taoist as a gift. Having not wronged the squirrels, whose bounty remained safely in their burrow, these cones were harvested by Ziyun and her companions from the trees themselves. Chapter 117. Fortunately, mine are the precepts in the year 1973. The scene shifted. What was once an elderly gentleman was now a woman teaching a course on psychological counseling. She seemed to perceive me through my phone and addressed me. "Is that you?" "It is not I replied. Fortunately, my path is guided by precepts, not emotions. This reflects a contemplation on whether past feelings have been relinquished, or whether one can rise from the mire, akin to a phoenix reborn through the flames. Thus, the selection of a spiritual path is paramount. If one engages in psychological counseling, the spiritual merits may be limited. In contrast, those who open the doors of time and space find themselves at the apex of the food chain. Time and space are the true currents of the cosmos, a legitimate reality. Psychological counseling is accessible to many, yet traversing time and space is a rare gift. 1 is rooted in human nature. while the other is anchored in the precepts. The fantastical realm of temporal manipulation presents a wondrous world transcending all boundaries, existing beyond mere forms and into the metaphysical, like the peach blossom spring. I would prefer to have my own sanctuary, a realm of eternal happiness. Many individuals possess their own sanctuaries in spiritual domains, yet I perceive one matter as rather distant: whether your reality remains constant, eternal, and self-contained. All these are concrete indicators. We never engage in the ephemeral. Time and space differ from psychological sensations. All sentient beings, if you seek the source of their happiness, it is not fleeting. Even Emperor Wu of Han faced criticism. I do not wish to repeat his mistakes or become the next victim. Time and space are two distinct matters, each a separate discipline, hence I traverse through time and space to meet you. The deities of the peach blossom spring established an everlasting empire through adherence to rules, yet this differs from the Pure Land. May you, through me, witness or recognize my existence, akin to grapes and kiwis, diverse yet mutually illuminating. Though you reside in your world and I in mine, it is precisely due to this divergence that we can better understand ourselves and each other. Welcome to the peach blossom spring, a realm beyond all others. Early in the morning, Xian glimpsed the psychological counseling teacher on her phone, who appeared as if she might leap out from the screen. Thus, Xian extended an invitation. The instructor, a woman imparting knowledge, seemed to perceive the thoughts within your heart, reminiscent of the sea witch who bargained with a mermaid. To obtain a pair of human legs and gaze once more upon her prince. The mermaid sacrificed her most cherished voice as the price for this opportunity. Andersen's fairy tales are truly remarkable, and all of this is real. As dawn broke, a young girl, with a flower basket, ventured to the market, yet in place of the flower-selling maiden stood the divine Xian. On this day, she intended to trade peaches at the celestial market, reminiscent of the market of the merman in the tale of the jade bone. The heavenly deities also possess their own marketplaces. Having traversed the crocodile-infested seas, Xian and her companions, laden with purple peaches, arrived at the market of Penglai Island, freshly conferred by the 3 pure ones and 4 emperors. These peaches were exceptionally delightful, attracting numerous deities to their stall. However, these peaches were unlike any before. Xian used the purple peach to illustrate the peaches of the peach blossom spring, emphasizing that divine beings do not inherently comprehend all matters. Each has its own expertise, akin to how every hot pot establishment develops its unique recipes and flavors. Xian and her companions represent the peach blossom spring. These peaches symbolize elixirs, which in turn represent the rules. Chapter 118. The proud to possess the peach blossom spring is to embody pride, for you have grasped the essence of all things. Only the peaches from the peach blossom spring are the sweetest. The heart is transient, yet the peach blossom spring is eternal. Xian placed the peaches on the ground, spread a yellow cloth beneath them. The peaches, a blend of red and white, still adorned with fresh dew from the tree, were soon snatched up by deities from various celestial mountains. They did not haggle over prices, simply take what you desire, whether you pay or not. This approach to business differed from others. Nearby, 2 deities from the eastern sea were bargaining. 3 corals for a wild ginseng. One, clad in green, insisted that the wild ginseng, having grown for 7,000 years, required more than just coral, while the one in red, a mantis deity, demanded an old clam as well. Their negotiations revolved around ginseng and ocean treasures. As they sought to gain more and failed to agree. As Xian's peaches were swiftly sold out, they remained locked in their protracted haggling. Xian surveyed the treasures scattered on the ground: jade pendants, exquisite jewels, and imperial seals. It seemed that their wares were of this nature. A particular note caught her eye, adorned with a drawing of a water duck. This indicated that a deity had not brought sufficient funds but had taken peaches nonetheless. While Xian was indifferent to the notion of trade, those who acquired peaches would leave their calling cards, signifying they would send celestial children to the peach blossom spring to settle their debts. Deities favor exchanging their finest possessions for even better ones, sharing their best with one another. Thus, in the realm of deities, the exchange of goods continually improves and multiplies, akin to sowing sesame seeds. Where one seed yields a bounty, Xian gathered the imperial seals, jade ornaments, and red rings from the ground, packaging them in the yellow cloth. Nearby, a small celestial apprentice lingered, and Xian, noticing a peach blossom petal that had inadvertently adhered to her hair, gifted it to him. The young apprentice, initially saddened by the absence of peaches, could only watch enviously as other deities departed with their bounty. Now, he possessed a petal of his own, imbued with the essence of Xian's cultivation. Gratefully, he thanked Xian and joyfully hopped away. The merman's marketplace was equally bustling. Having previously visited the market of the merfolk, where tears transformed into pearls, they were abundant and measured by the merman also spun threads. Their silks crafted from the fibers of sea spiders, tirelessly working to meet the demands of the next market, akin to the silk trade, often in short supply both in markets and the black markets of various monsters. Fortunately, Ziyun and her companions utilized peach blossoms for fabric, as these flowers bloom year-round, shedding petals daily, thus they never lacked for cloth. Therefore, it is paramount that a realm of pure bliss encompasses all. After thoroughly exploring, Ziyun and her companions returned from the scroll in the afternoon. Indeed, within books there exists beauty and wealth, yet these treasures stem from time and space, brought forth by the temporal realm. Time and space are the most essential elements. Possessing a realm grants you everything. With a new dimension, all becomes the finest. Chapter 119, Beauty and Wealth. Within books, the phrase beauty and wealth exist within books rings true, but there is a subsequent line. There exists wealth within books. When you have yet to encounter the beauty within literature, you might assume that the women of this world are beautiful. However, the Buddha once remarked that if you do not ascend to the heavens, this may hold true, yet, upon reaching the heavens, one realizes that those on earth are akin to mother monkeys. Zitao, having spent many years in solitary cultivation on the mountain, accompanying the celestial master and adhering to the strictest vows, found this saying perplexing. Thus Ziyun decided to introduce him to the true essence of beauty within books. In Ziyun's phone, there exists a subscription account she frequently checks. That day, while pouring the collected peach petals into a large vat to create peach blossom jam akin to crafting Korean soybean paste, she accidentally dropped her phone into the vat. When she retrieved it, the phone had chilled in the mixture, prompting several sneezes from Ziyun, followed by a sigh. This surprised her greatly, as the phone had always accompanied her. If it claimed to accompany her on her journey of cultivation, how closely did it truly align with her essence? This served as an implicit commentary within the peach blossom spring, suggesting that if you were to gaze upon Ziyun day in and day out, you would learn from her every moment. Where then does this sigh originate? She found it quite curious. However, the phone soon began to speak, revealing that when it fell into the black hole, that is, the vat filled with peach petals, it suddenly found itself in another place, specifically a river where a woman was washing clothes. She pulled it from the water, forcefully pressing it against a large stone and hammering it repeatedly with a stick, shattering it completely. Just then, a hand seized it from the woman's grasp, and upon opening its eyes, it beheld the peach blossom deity. The deity was astonished, pondering the situation. The phone sensed it needed charging. While Ziyun contemplated seeking out Elsen, since Elsien's cave had been sold, could this be a pursuit order from him? No, he was generally a person who could take matters lightly. A deity. He believed in accepting both failures and successes with grace, thus it likely was not his doing. Yet, the matter seemed to bear some relation, for among the deities Elsien had invested the most in the crocodile game. As she reflected, she spotted Elsien and Zheng Liquan engaged in a game beneath a large banana leaf. Elsien, with his bright eyes, and Zheng Liquan sporting a long beard, were deeply engrossed in their match. They appeared oblivious to the lessons they should have learned, as the master and disciple remained engrossed, even as gambling below led to ruin. Zion approached, and they had previously caught sight of her. Yet, the captivating game held their attention. Ziyan placed her phone on the table, prompting Elsien to smile mysteriously. While Zheng Liquan first addressed the cave Elsien had sold, Ziyan informed them that their overconfidence in the alchemical arts had led them astray. Yet she had long warned them of a pertinent truth: there are higher mountains beyond the mountains, and grander towers beyond the towers. Another saying goes, if the youth does not strive, the elder will only lament in vain. At the same time, Elsien devoted his energies to mastering musical rhythms, spending 4 years learning to play the guzheng. Although this music possesses a healing quality, Ziyan merely opened Douyin to watch videos of talented scholars and the enchanting Yishao Qingcheng. And within days, she experienced significant enlightenment and progress. In truth, music does not hinge upon seemingly grandiose elements. What matters most is the heartfelt connection. This understanding resonated deeply within her, despite the absence of a Yao Qin or guzheng in her cave dwelling. She had a peach blossom tree. Each day, as the petals fell, they lingered in the air for a few seconds, producing a wondrous ethereal sound. Merely hearing it for a few moments sufficed. Simultaneously, Elsien sat beneath the tree, delicately plucking the strings of his zither, appearing graceful. Yet, with each note that passed, fatigue would soon beckon, inducing a state of drowsiness. While his music was indeed soothing, it paled in comparison to the enchanting essence of the peach blossoms, which clearly required further refinement. Chapter 120, The Chattering Mobile Phone. Within books, one can find beauty akin to jade, and within them, one can also discover treasures of gold. Elsien did not overly concern himself with his cave dwelling, though he felt a twinge of heartache. Ziyun, dissatisfied with the sight of Zheng Liquan, grew irate, not for any trivial reason, but because she had previously warned against haphazardly setting up formations prior to arranging such matters. It would be prudent to consult Lu Bowen and participate in the latest studies on the art of war by Tai Gong. They had been too carefree, lacking sufficient time to recharge with new knowledge. Celestial beings are naturally gifted with insight, yet the early bird catches the worm. They awoke in the afternoon, which was indeed natural, yet all the worms had transformed into butterflies, leaving them with naught but a single Liang Zhu to ponder. In order for Zheng Liquan to concentrate on the mobile phone issues, Ziyun presented Xian with a key, stating, "If the cave dwelling were constructed on my account, I shall offer you my Yushi Palace for your residence. Even if you lose a horse, it is worth trading for a dragon." This Yushi Palace had recently undergone renovation, being the most splendid and luxurious dwelling among celestial beings. In fact, it could be likened to the imperial palace of the Heavenly Emperor. Upon hearing this, Xian was filled with overwhelming joy, for Ziyun's word was as steadfast as gold. What she promised was indeed true. He hastily accepted the key, and with the support of Yushi Palace, his countenance became even more charming and rosy. Subsequently, Ziyun had the original site of Yutsue Palace tidied up by celestial workers, transforming it into Yuj Palace for Zheng Liquan, as he was Xian's master. Han Zhongli had long been intrigued by Ziyun's hairstyle. He had coveted it for quite some time. Ziyun's hair was naturally styled, yet it was not the Taoist topknot. Rather, this particular styling was based on the coiffure of Empress Wu Zetian. Known as the Yunji, naturally Yuj Palace catered to Zheng Liquan's sentiments, and indeed, both celestial beings beamed with delight, each having acquired their new abodes within the imperial garden of the celestial empress. Moreover, the Jade Emperor frequently visited, and thus, the three of them together brought forth much joy. This was akin to a horse running away, only to return with 1,000 steeds. One must not be overly indulgent like Tao Zhu Gong. Now they could focus on addressing the mobile phone issues. At this moment, the mobile phone lay upon the table, chattering incessantly after observing the chessboard, criticizing Zheng Liquan's subpar moves, suggesting that he was merely taking one step at a time. As Xian was about to chuckle, the phone could not restrain itself from prattling on, this time remarking that despite Xian's foresight, he too was merely 50 steps ahead, while laughing at 100. Xian could no longer tolerate this. He grasped a bamboo stick, for his sword had already been pawned, leaving him with no choice but to use the stick as a substitute. Indeed, the mobile phone was excessively loquacious. Yet it did not belong to the realm of enchantment. They then arrived at the Peach Blossom Spring, observing several Korean-style fermentation jars. Xian leaped inside to test it. At that moment, the jar remained just a jar. Not transforming into a portal nor yielding any miracles, he gently removed a peach blossom petal that had fallen onto Ziyun's head, then retrieved a silk scarf from his pocket, tenderly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The mobile phone, incessantly babbling, began recounting Ziyun's crossing of Crocodile Sea. According to its revelations, she had relied on the Taigong's gourd tree. Without Jiang Taigong, she would have perished at the very first step across the sea. The phone, as if intoxicated, rambled nonsensical. At this moment Xian felt a pang of sympathy for Ziyun, swiftly comforting her. The cave-dwelling matters not, nor does the dog. At worst, we can forego the sword. What truly matters is that you must not cry. For the phone has mentioned your feelings towards Xian's cave, one he has dedicated 3,000 years to cultivating numerous spiritual herbs and treasures. Has Ziyun not felt a pang of guilt? Merely crossing the sea has caused all those involved in alchemy to falter, leaving them ensnared within this bowl of peach juice. Chapter 121. An innate compassion. Is there any being that does not encounter tribulations? Everywhere they face calamities, one cannot fathom how they endure. This was Ziyun's lament since her phone had fallen into a state of madness. Xian tucked the lotus leaf quilt around her. Searching for a hair comb, Ziyun, after considerable coaxing from several celestial beings, finally closed her eyes and fell into a tranquil slumber. She was, after all, quite young. This was Xian's reflection, for he believed himself resolute, capable of enduring any trial, while Ziyun was akin to a novice in cultivation, small and prone to tears. Thus, her world was a boundless sea of peach blossoms, wherein she belonged. Once Ziyun drifted into a deep sleep. He instructed Huali to request a few days' leave from the heavenly court, allowing him to revert to his cat form and quietly perch upon the table. If Ziyun were to awaken from a nightmare, she was to send a message via carrier pigeon to inform him, for he intended to embark on a journey into the world of the mobile phone. He wished to uncover what lay within its depths. Cultivating celestial beings, especially those with resilience, was indeed advantageous. Xian, being a swordsman by training, possessed an excellent psychological constitution. He believed he could confront the mobile phone better than Ziyun. Upon learning of the mobile phone's predicament, the Jade Emperor summoned the heavenly maidens to present him with a rui cake, a delicacy he had personally crafted. He instructed them to offer it to Ziyun the moment she opened her eyes. This cake, made from lychee juice, was as crystal clear and pink as jade, adorned with a small ruby and a delicate peach blossom. The Jade Emperor also declared that upon Ziyun's awakening, he would visit her, bringing her a quilt made of banana leaves embellished with several plum blossoms instead of peonies, crafted with meticulous care. A group of heavenly maidens labored for over a month to embroider the clouds upon the fabric. The Jade Emperor observed in silence, not due to inadequacies in the craftsmanship, but rather from a lack of profound cultivation. He sought out the Queen Mother of the West, who preemptively spoke, "Even if I were to intervene personally, she may not find it to her liking." The peach blossom deity possessed exceedingly high standards, rendering it difficult for anything to resonate with her heart, or to be deemed worthy in her eyes. Thus, the Queen Mother harbored a sense of foreboding. However, the Jade Emperor remained undeterred. He had his methods. He requested a flat peach from her garden and descended to the mortal realm. Both Elsan and the Jade Emperor entered the world within Ziyun's mobile phone through different means. The peach blossom spring was unlike any celestial mountain or cave dwelling, a truth both Elsan and the Jade Emperor understood. They traced the events leading up to the mobile phone's transformation. Discovering that Ziyun had been scrolling through Douyin, initially intending to record a video. However, she suddenly recalled her need to first compose the Xuanmo on the clouds, yet, to admire others' masterpieces, she opened an online article. This time, imbued with the temporal essence of the peach blossom spring, she swiftly entered an alternate realm, one equally fantastical. In truth, is there any being that does not encounter tribulations? They are beset by calamities, each moment fraught with peril. Ever since the natural environment has deteriorated, it seems they face trials every second. Upon descending to the mortal realm, the Jade Emperor traversed the paths Ziyun had once walked. Gaining insight into her emotions, deep down she yearned for a life devoid of tribulations, wishing for fewer hardships, yet she was too young to articulate her feelings, causing her frustrations to remain pent up within her heart. Chapter 122, Crossing the Tribulation. The life of an ordinary person is not merely a collection of trivialities but rather a series of calamities, marked by the suffering of birth, aging, illness, and death. Ziyun's phone had transported her into a peculiar world, reminiscent of the surreal landscapes painted by Taiwanese artist Hong Tong. It was a realm where trees bore human heads, and bizarre bicycles sprouted from their trunks, fleshy and grotesque. In this alternate reality, certain phenomena defied verbal expression. As the Jade Emperor entered this realm, Elsan devised a means to perceive the source text Ziyun had encountered. It was an account of rural literature chronicling the lives of farmers from the time of the Republic of China through land reforms, and into the era of household contract responsibility and subsequent reforms. This narrative documented the shifts in history. Elsan read the article several times, finding it well written. However, due to Ziyun's initiation of a new temporal dimension, she had refreshed the peach blossom spring, and thus, in every instance of her crossing, she carried the essence of time and space with her, akin to a snail bearing its shell wherever it roamed. Or like Li Lianhua or Li Shangyi, who always brought their lotus pavilion and fox spirit along, Ziyun took her Huali cat and the peach blossom spring with her wherever she went. The literary and textual constructs of her experiences differed profoundly, especially with the initiation of the peach blossom spring's temporal essence, making it all the more unique. In the narrative woven within that fantastical realm, Elsan and the Jade Emperor traversed the tumultuous landscape of the mortal world, both hailing from the celestial court. The chaos of humanity unfolds before them, a sight both breathtaking and heart-wrenching. Yet, it is not merely this chaos that captivates their attention. They have discovered a peach and several petals left by Ziyun, which elucidates her intentions to the Jade Emperor. He turns to Elsan and articulates that she yearns for the beings of this world to be spared from calamity. Regardless of their forms, she aspires for them to transcend and embody the essence of immortals. Elsan, gathering his flowing hair, stands amidst a village scene where laborers toil, yet they find themselves as mere spectators of this tale. Exempt from toil. Elsan comprehends Ziyun's sentiments profoundly. She is no detached observer but a traveler navigating through these temporal realms, burdened by the weight of her original timeline, which renders her plight particularly agonizing. Caught at the intersection of two worlds akin to the juxtaposition of ice and fire, she exists in the crevice between paradise and hell, desiring for all beings to attain salvation. However, the trials and tribulations of existence converge upon her, evoking a suffocating sensation akin to an inverted Egyptian pyramid, as she acutely perceives the despair and tragic circumstances of the beings around her. Yet, she herself has opened a new temporal dimension. Not ensnared in the past, albeit the situation remains intricate, the Jade Emperor removes a golden thread, a talisman he carries, and binds it to a grand tree. Elsan, in turn, retrieves a zongzi from his cloak and places it in the courtyard of the village. At that moment, a man, the protagonist of this tale, arrives, glancing around to ensure solitude before pocketing the Zongzi. Simultaneously, Ziyun awakens, greeted by the soft mewing of her pet, who leaps from the table to the ground. Transforming into a youthful figure, Ziyun and Taigong present the Jade Emperor's lychee cake, and upon seeing the food, Ziyun beams with joy, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the Jade Emperor's handiwork. After savoring a few pieces, she inquires about Elsan and the Jade Emperor. In Chapter 123, the Triumvirate, the Jade Emperor and Elsan come to understand the essence of Ziyun's words: without diligent effort in youth, one shall lament in old age. This speaks to the perils of neglecting the path of immortality, where one may become embroiled in the fates of the characters within the narrative, be it as a killer or a victim, or perhaps even transformed into a leopard devouring the innocent, only to be slain by hunters. The author approaches this narrative from a compassionate perspective, deeply empathizing with all beings, yet Ziyun, as a transcendent traveler through these epics, perceives the unfolding events with a sense of solemnity and detachment. Thus, the realm of the Shenhuang Empress holds paramount significance. It is through her that beings can circumvent myriad tragedies, for the sake of the peach blossom spring. Ziyun relinquishes both the Buddha and the poet Sanyang Jiaoquo, realizing the necessity of creating a world that offers freedom, a brilliance that transcends the essence of Buddhahood. Such a realm can only be attained through the Tao. A paradise that surpasses all realms of bliss, rooted in cultivation and genuine selflessness, even as she herself must endure tribulations. Conversely, the Buddha perceives everything as a matter of cause and effect, while Ziyun believes that the essence of existence is not the cause and effect itself, but rather the significance of the peach blossom spring. Elsan grasps her meaning, and the Jade Emperor comprehends her heart. Thus they gather gifts, strands of straw and a handful of feathers they found on the ground. Upon their return from the realm of mortals, as they appear beneath the peach blossom tree, their mobile devices fall silent, as if restored to factory settings. What could be more precious than the Jade Emperor's Rui? Or more intimate than Elsan's sword? Nothing remains. All is reminiscent of childhood innocence and unspoken camaraderie. They reminisce about their celestial days, where young Elsan and the Jade Emperor frolicked beneath the plum blossom tree, the divine plum fairy captivating them. Known to the Jade Emperor even in his princely days, the three are not merely bound by the peach blossom spring's brotherhood but stand in a triumvirate. To transcend tribulations, they must unite. To ascend, they must ascend together. None stand alone, nor are they mere immortals. Wherever one may be, they are together. This is the essence of divinity. Taigong and Ziyun, accompanied by Zitao, approach to pay their respects to the Jade Emperor. Learning of the golden thread in Zongzi left behind, Taigong reflects: across 5 millennia, only the peach blossom spring remains the true epitome of unyielding love. For all that one values, thoughts and legacies, will ultimately turn to ashes. Save for the existence of a peach blossom spring, once the heavenly emperor intertwined the beginnings and endings of time. For Ziyun, everything transformed. At that moment, regardless of the tribulations faced or the details of any chapter within the narrative, they became akin to Romeo and Juliet, or My Fair Princess, or The Sunset Glow, or Dreams of Garments. Unlike Xuanmo, when Ping Tao is turned to ashes and his soul is lost, Ziyun's peach blossom spring forever bestows happiness upon all beings. They may choose not to believe in divinity, yet disbelief does not negate its existence. It simply renders one unable to enter that realm where separation does not exist and true love can be realized in the most authentic and beautiful world. While many strive to create value in this world, only that which endures eternally can reveal the significance and worth of one's creations. Even My Fair Princess was crafted against the backdrop of a palace, an identical temporal context, embodying the same principle. Thus all foundations are derived from this premise. With a solid foundation, all else follows. Without it, one encounters the impermanence and suffering spoken of by the Buddha. The Jade Emperor and Ziyun gather some peach petals, while Elsan harvests several baskets of peaches, instructing his 7 disciples to deliver these treasures to their cave dwelling in the heavenly emperor's palace. Ziyun gazes at her mobile device, which returns her glance. This time, the device emits no sighs nor utterances. They exchange glances. In Chapter 124, unity is more than just strength. Unity transcends mere strength. It embodies everything. This is the bond of the peach blossom spring. The peach blossom immortals, Elsan and the Jade Emperor. 3 beings give rise to all things, and 3 men can create a tiger, encapsulating the essence of camaraderie. Though Ziyun is young, she is far from alone, for many deities stand by her side. Recently, the peach blossom tree has flourished significantly. As autumn approaches, the venerable trees begin to cough, and Ziyun waters their roots with celestial river water, restoring their vitality. Looking down from the heavens, she observes countless souls, particularly those caught in the cycle of reincarnation. The peach blossom tree flourishes, unafraid of tribulation, for while humanity resides temporarily on earth, they will soon return to dust. The trials they endure may go unnoticed, but the heavens bear witness, and in due time answers shall come, and thus fear not the trials of existence. Calamities are an inherent aspect of life, and how one navigates them is paramount. If the heavens take away a horse, they surely bestow a dragon in return, and in such moments, acceptance is key. Immortals also undergo periods of tribulation. For decades, they may toil without transformation, but the foundational hardships ultimately culminate in the enlightenment of others. Much like the peach blossom tree, which grows over many years, eventually yielding fruit, Ziyun, despite not practicing detachment, possesses the peach blossom spring, when all entities and events have passed, when heaven and earth dissolve into oblivion. Her peach blossom spring shall endure, embodying the essence of profound love amidst the mist of rain. Throughout the years, though she endured much ridicule, while the elderly sat in wheelchairs, devoid of memories, her peach blossom spring flourished. Vibrant and alive, the material possessions of a humble dwelling or a small plot of land hold little value. Without her cultivation, none would exist. To realizing this truth may come only before their passing or after they return to dust. Thus, what one possesses is of utmost importance. When all turns to illusion and everything resets to zero, to stand resilient is to embody the essence of a dragon or phoenix among men. The true nobility of the court. Hence, I would willingly seek a peach blossom spring, for without cultivation, there is nothing, for ultimately, all shall be lost. Ziyun cradles the Jade Emperor's Rui and Elcien's diminutive sword. A treasure she cherishes. Many years ago, Empress Dowager Cixi bid farewell to her splendor and palace, resting quietly in the tomb, yet not finding eternal slumber underground. Reflecting on the wisdom imparted by the Queen Mother of the West to Emperor Wu of Han, do not squander time on the Xuanmo if one is willing to relinquish meaningless battles. They may ascend and out as before if one possesses the courage to abandon the old temporal realm. They are deserving of a completely new one. So observe this world and the will of heaven. Have we not arrived here step by step? In the passage of time, what truly merits nostalgia is not much else but those fleeting moments of connection forged over the years, whether by happenstance or willingness. Thus, Taigong's words ring true. The straight hook lingers a mere 3 feet above the water's surface. This 3-foot distance can be likened to the expanse between heaven and earth. It is this interval that dictates everything. It is this very span that elevates you from the ground to the heavens. And it is also this distance that ultimately compels you to resolutely abandon all fish. When faced with the choice between fish and bear's paw, one must make a selection, between fish and Wenwang. Taigong chose Wenwang, hence, the peach blossom immortal opted for the peach blossom spring. Chapter 125. Without obsession I neither dwell on your virtues nor lament your vices. This reflects Xuanmo's recollection of the myriad beings outside while residing in the peach blossom spring. The immortal holds a sense of duty towards the world's populace, yet the populace cannot reciprocate that sentiment. They owe him a debt that spans countless lifetimes. In the neighboring village, an elderly woman curses and complains. Having led a life of defiance, only by being fierce can one avoid being bullied. It is only by standing atop others that her heart finds solace. Xuanmo observed her, capturing her likeness with each stroke of his pen. Instantly rendering a portrait of a wrinkled old crone, she stooped, clutching a basket and a sickle, ready to toil in the fields. Beside her trotted a spotted dog, wagging its tail incessantly. As Xuanmo beheld her in the present, he simultaneously glimpsed her past, from a newborn cradled in loving arms, growing to walk, then to frolic as a child, seeking treats from adults, to laboring in the fields as a grown individual, and eventually marrying. In her teenage years she bore several children, and all unfolded like scenes from a film, cascading before his eyes. By the time Xuanmo encountered her, she appeared somewhat despondent, as the days of joy and sorrow had long since passed. It is a formidable challenge to emerge as a victor in life. The journey unfolds step by step, ultimately leading to this moment. While the past has drifted into obscurity, she has arrived at a state of disarray. Opening Douyin reveals not artifice, but rather a tapestry of life, where amidst handsome youths and beautiful maidens, one finds elderly men and women, and those nearing the end of their days, ready to shed the petals of their existence. In truth, skill is measured by inner strength, cultivation follows suit. The debate on Mount Huashan resembles the act of wielding chopsticks. They come together to duel, primarily in search of an entity as elongated as a bamboo pole. Xuanmo glanced at the proclamation posted by the 7 true ones atop Huashan, a notice that had been affixed from the village at the foot of the mountain up to its pinnacle. He discerned from the inscription that the annual martial arts competition had commenced, with El Sen and Zheng Liquan joining the 7 true ones, inviting the Eastern heretic, the Western poison, the Southern emperor. The northern beggar and the central divine to ascend Huashan for a duel.